Hey guys, tonight we begin with something a little darker. A time of plagues, punishments, and pottage. We're diving into what life was really like during the Middle Ages. Forget the castles and chivalry Hollywood sold you. The truth? You probably wouldn't last a single day. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Congratulations, you've just woken up in the year 1325. The good news? You're alive. The bad news? So are the fleas. Your bed is a half-rotted straw mattress stuffed with bugs and hay that smells like a barn floor, because it was a barn floor 3 months ago. There's no memory foam, no pillows, and definitely no Egyptian cotton sheets. Just a wool blanket that hasn't been washed since last winter, and now weighs roughly as much as a small cow from the accumulated grime. You blink awake as the church bell clangs in the distance. It's the medieval version of an alarm clock, only louder and somehow even less merciful. Your home is a wooden hut with one room, no windows, and a charming open-concept floor plan where your family, livestock and domestic insects all share the same space. The smell? Oh, it's a fragrant symphony. A subtle blend of stale beer, human sweat, goat, and something you pray isn't mould, but know in your soul probably is. Scented candles haven't been invented, and even if they were, they just melt on your dirt floor. You try to stretch, but immediately regret it, because the air is freezing and your joints ache. You're 22 years old, which in medieval terms is roughly middle-aged. Your spine creaks like an old wooden door, and your knees sound like a bag of rocks being shaken by a confused peasant. Getting out of bed is a gamble. The floor is either wet from last night's rain, which leaks through the thatched roof, or crusty from something your neighbour's chicken did. Either way, your bare feet are now part of the ecosystem. Oh, and privacy. What's that? Your entire family, and maybe a random cousin who just never left, are waking up beside you. There's no bedroom, no curtains, no me time. Just communal everything. Welcome to morning in medieval Europe, where you're never truly alone, because parasites, rodents, and 8 other people are always with you. And this is just how your day starts. It only gets worse from here. So, you've managed to crawl out of your medieval haystack of horrors. Congrats. Now nature calls. And it's not calling politely. It's screaming. Here's the part where you start missing the modern bathroom. There's no toilet, no seat, no toilet paper, no flush, not even a mildly resentful plunger in the corner. In the 14th century, relieving yourself is an adventure, a social experiment, and often a small public event. If you're a peasant, your bathroom is likely a wooden bucket behind the house, which is already full because Uncle Wolfstan had a rough night after eating bad turnips. The smell is biblical. You hold your breath, do your business, and then, here's the kicker, toss it into the street. Yes, the street. You're supposed to shout something like "Gardez-lou" before dumping it out the window. That's Old French for "watch out below," although frankly no one ever moves fast enough. Streets in medieval towns are open sewers, a charming river of human waste, animal droppings and mystery liquids you'd rather not examine. If you're lucky enough to live in a town with public latrines, congratulations. You get to sit shoulder to shoulder with strangers in an outhouse where privacy is a myth and ventilation is a cruel joke. You might make small talk, but try not to breathe too deeply. Toilet paper? Never heard of it. Most people wipe with straw, leaves, rags, moss, or, if they're feeling especially indulgent, a scrap of wool. Sometimes, nothing at all. Which might explain why handshakes weren't popular yet. And if you're in a castle, surely it's better, right? Well, sort of. You might have a garderobe, a hole in the wall that drops your waist directly into the moat. Great idea. Except that your enemies know this, and yes, attackers sometimes climbed in through the waist chute, Talk about entering through the back door. So whether you're a farmer or a baron, medieval toileting is a humiliation ritual. It's cold, it's public, it's dangerous, and it's never not disgusting. One slip on a whetstone path, and you're face first in humanity's leftovers, and you still haven't brushed your teeth. But we'll get to that next. You survived the toilet. You deserve a reward, right? Maybe a nice breakfast? Something warm, delicious, comforting? Sorry, this is medieval Europe. Nothing is comforting here. Breakfast, if you can call it that, is a grim affair. There are no eggs Benedict, no coffee machines sputtering awake, and certainly no avocado toast. You sit down, or squat near the fire, to a wooden bowl of something that looks like it was scraped off a muddy boot. Welcome to your daily ration of pottage. Pottage is a thick, gloopy stew made of whatever you can find. Grains, root vegetables, maybe a few beans if you're lucky. It's been simmering in the same pot for days, sometimes weeks, and new ingredients are just dumped on top of the old ones. It's less of a recipe and more of an ongoing edible experiment. On the side, a hunk of bread so hard it could deflect arrows. It's made from coarse rye or barley flour, often bulked up with sawdust, ground up acorns or other creative ingredients, because wheat is a rich man's fantasy. This loaf is not your friend. You don't slice it, you negotiate with it. What about drinks? You're not sipping orange juice or an oat milk latte. You're drinking beer. Yes, beer. At 6 a.m. Why? Because the water is teeming with parasites and filth. So you start your day with weak ale, low alcohol, high survivability. Kids drink it too. No one's happy about it, but at least it won't kill you. Immediately. Want some meat or cheese? Dream on. That's for Sundays and saints' feast days, and only if your lord is feeling generous. Most peasants don't eat meat more than a few times a year. As for fresh fruit, only when it's in season and not already fermented into wine. And don't even think about spices unless you're royalty. A pinch of pepper costs more than your monthly wages. Salt is valuable enough to be locked away. So you chew your gritty bread, gulp your medieval beer, and try not to think about the rat that may have nibbled your porridge in the night. Breakfast doesn't energize you. It just happens to you. And now that you're properly underfed, it's time to work like your life depends on it. Because it absolutely does. So, you've eaten your sad medieval breakfast, and now it's time to get dressed. Not that it'll help. Your wardrobe consists of exactly one outfit. One. It's a rough wool tunic or linen shift that you've worn every day for months, possibly years. There's no such thing as seasonal fashion. There's just wear this until it disintegrates or gives you a fungal infection. Underwear? Optional. If you're lucky, maybe a linen undertunic. If you're not, well, you're going commando under layers of scratchy, sweaty wool, all lovingly stitched together by someone who probably had no idea what a seam was supposed to look like. There's also no washing machine, no soap, and absolutely no dry cleaner in sight. So your clothes are stained, stiff, and scented, like a compost pile that's been left to marinate in a pigsty. Even if you wanted to wash them, it's not easy. You'd have to haul water from a river or, well, heat it over a fire, scrub your tunic on a board with ashes or lye, and hang it in the sun, which is out approximately 3 days a year. And don't get me started on shoes. If you own any, they're made of untreated leather, barely stitched together, and offer as much arch support as a banana peel. Most peasants just go barefoot, through mud, through dung, through medieval landmines, aka sharp rocks and disease puddles. All this means one thing. Your skin hates you. You itch constantly. Fleas, lice, and bedbugs live rent-free on your body. Everyone has them. Nobles, lousy, monks, itchy, children, walking insect farms. No one escapes. You'll be scratching your armpit with a wooden spoon while chatting with the local priest, and no one will even bat an eye. Your skin is raw from rubbing, your scalp a battlefield of bites, and if you develop a rash, well, too bad. There's no dermatologist, no hydrocortisone, no one to tell you it's probably scabies. You just keep on suffering. And if you're lucky enough to not get an infection, great. That rash will simply accompany you for the next 6 months like an unwanted medieval sidekick. Now that you're dressed in misery and wrapped in discomfort, it's time to head outside and start working yourself to death. Now that you're fully dressed in itches and damp wool, it's time to flash that morning smile. Except, you don't. Because in the Middle Ages, smiling is a dangerous game. Not emotionally, dentally. There's no toothbrush, no toothpaste, no mouthwash, no floss. The concept of oral hygiene is about as popular as bathing, which is to say, not very. Some people might chew on a twig or rinse with wine or vinegar, but for the most part, your teeth are on their own, and they're not doing well. By the time you hit your mid-20s, your smile looks like something pulled from a haunted crypt. Cavities are rampant, gums are swollen. And those aren't just food stains on your teeth. That's decay. You have more rot in your mouth than a medieval root cellar. Sugar, while not yet everywhere, is becoming more common among the rich. Imported at great cost, mostly used in small cakes or to show off wealth. If you're a noble, congratulations. You get to rot your teeth faster than the peasants. If you're poor, you'll do it slowly over time with fermented bread, gritty porridge, and years of hard chewing. Toothaches? Get used to them. They're like medieval weather, always there in the background. The kind of pain that makes you consider praying, drinking, or pulling the tooth out yourself with a pair of pliers. And that's not a joke. That was the actual treatment. Dentists didn't really exist, but barber surgeons did. Yes, the same guy who cuts your hair is also pulling your molars out by candlelight with an iron hook and zero anesthesia. Infected tooth? Hope you like fevers, because without antibiotics, it can easily turn into sepsis and kill you. From a toothache. That's right. The same thing that sends us to a pharmacy today could be your funeral in the 1300s, and there's no relief on the social front either. Kissing? Good luck. Halitosis, bad breath, is everywhere. If you're single, you're not judged by your smile. You're judged by your land and your livestock. In short, your mouth is a battlefield, and it's losing the war. Now that your teeth are throbbing, let's head outside. Because your real job, the one that will break your back, is just getting started. Time to head to work. Except there's no office, no desk, no coffee break, and no chance of promotion. Your job, if you're like 90% of the population, is simple. Don't die while labouring for someone else's comfort. You're a peasant. Congratulations. That means you work the land that belongs to a lord who probably doesn't remember your name. You rise with the sun and stop only when it disappears behind the trees. Your tools? A wooden hoe, a rusty sickle, and whatever bones are still intact in your body. There's no weekend. There's no clocking out. There's only sunrise to sunset, 6 days a week. Sunday is off, but only if you're not harvesting, fighting off raiders, or praying feverishly for your infected toe to stop turning black. The work is brutal. Fields are ploughed by hand or with oxen, if you're rich enough to afford one. You dig ditches, sow seeds, pull weeds, and carry water until your spine begins to resemble the letter S. No one cares if you're tired. No one's asking how your mental health is doing. If you're a woman, surprise. You don't just do field work. You also care for children, clean, cook, spin wool, feed animals, and pretend your husband's lice infestation isn't slowly migrating to your side of the bed. Children? They start helping out around age 5. No school, no toys, just a tiny wooden rake and a dream of one day not dying of the flu. And if you're one of the few who isn't a farmer, maybe you're a blacksmith, a tanner, or a cooper. Great. You still work with fire, chemicals, or animal guts all day in poorly ventilated sheds. The pay? Basically survival. The perks? Occasional bleeding. Break a bone? Too bad. Get a fever, drink some warm beer and keep going. You can't afford to stop, not even for a day. Because if you don't work, you don't eat. And if you don't eat, well, medieval Europe has a solution for that. It's called being replaced. So you grip your shovel, ignore the blisters, and keep digging. Because in the Middle Ages, your job isn't a career, it's a slow-motion endurance test. Now that your back is on fire from labouring in the fields, let's talk about the weather. Because in the Middle Ages, temperature is less about seasons and more about ongoing punishment from the sky. Let's start with winter. There's no insulation, no central heating, and no weatherproofing. Just wooden walls with gaps you could throw a chicken through. Your windows? Covered with cloth, not glass. The fire in the hearth? Nice in theory, but you don't have enough firewood to keep it going because wood is expensive, and gathering it from the forest is sometimes illegal. Yes, you can be executed for picking up the wrong stick from the wrong forest. You bundle up in your one damp wool tunic, huddle near the dying embers, and still wake up with your nose frozen. Your feet, permanently cold, often damp. Your fingers, so stiff they feel like tiny medieval popsicles. Frostbite isn't diagnosed, it's just called bad luck. Now fast forward to summer. Sounds better, right? Wrong. In summer, your home turns into a clay oven. There's no fan, no cross breeze, and absolutely no deodorant. You sweat through your layers, but you can't remove them, because showing too much skin is scandalous. And also invites sunburn, insect bites, and social judgment. The flies are out in full force, attracted to your unwashed body, and the smell of last week's goat stew that's still fermenting in the corner. Mosquitoes buzz by your ear while you sleep, assuming you can sleep through the sound of your neighbours yelling and babies crying. In the fields, the sun bakes you. No sunblock, no hat, unless you've fashioned one out of straw like a desperate scarecrow. And the worst part, you still have to work. Heat stroke is just called taking a bad turn, so you're either shivering in your own hovel, wondering if your toes will make it to spring, or you're sweating through your only pair of socks while your thighs chafe into oblivion. And the one thing that never changes, no matter the season, your clothes still itch, your food is still terrible, and your next job, still waiting. Welcome to climate control, medieval style. There is none. Feeling thirsty? Need to freshen up? Want to splash a little water on your face to wake up from this damp fever dream of a life? Too bad. In medieval times, water isn't your friend. It's trying to murder you quietly. Let's start with drinking. The nearby stream looks fresh, bubbling and clear, like something out of a fantasy movie. But spoiler alert, it's not. Upstream, someone just dumped a chamber pot into it. And if not that, then a dead pig is probably decomposing in it. Parasites, bacteria, and the entire microbial army of medieval Europe are waiting in every sip. That's why people drank beer. Yes, beer, even children. But before you imagine medieval kids doing keg stands, understand that it was small beer, weak in alcohol, strong in survival. Brewing boiled the water, so it was safer than whatever flowed through the town ditch. Wine was another option. If you were rich enough to afford it, and unconcerned with functioning properly before noon. What about bathing? Surely water was used for cleaning. In theory, yes. In practice, absolutely not. See, back then, people believed bathing actually opened your pores and let the disease in. That's right. Washing yourself was considered medically risky. You were cleaner, apparently, if you never removed the protective layer of filth caked onto your skin. Communal bathhouses did exist, but they quickly gained reputations as places for gossip, scandal, and sometimes full-on medieval extracurriculars. So naturally, the church got involved and shut many down. Even if you did want to bathe, it was a full production. You'd need to fetch water from the well, boil it over a fire, fill a wooden tub that leaked, and then pray no one else in the house used it before you. Or worse, after. And rainwater? Collected in open barrels where birds poop, insects breed and moss thrives. Sounds refreshing, doesn't it? So whether it's going in your mouth, on your body, or onto your crops, water in the Middle Ages is less of a life source and more of a gamble. One wrong gulp, and you're spending your final days sweating in a straw bed, clutching your stomach, and contemplating all your life choices. Next time you sip tap water, raise a glass for our ancestors. They didn't have the luxury of hydration without hazard, so you drank the water, or maybe you didn't. Maybe you just stubbed your toe on a rock shaped like disappointment. Either way, you're sick. You need help. You need a doctor. Too bad you live in the Middle Ages where medicine is really just polite torture with a theology degree. Let's start with the diagnosis. Everything wrong with you, whether it's a cough, rash, broken bone, or the creeping plague, is caused by your humours being out of balance. The 4 humours were blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. According to medieval science, your health depends on keeping them balanced, like some sort of internal soup. Got a fever? Too much blood. The answer? Bloodletting. That's right. Let's drain your life force into a bowl using a dull blade or a hungry leech. And yes, barbers were often the ones doing it. Imagine getting a haircut and a hemoglobin extraction in one sitting. 2 for 1, baby. Feeling sad or anxious. That's clearly an excess of black bile. The cure? Laxatives. Maybe a warm herbal purge. Or just prayers and a cold compress while everyone avoids eye contact with you and starts carving your coffin. Now, if you break a bone or get a nasty wound, you're in real trouble. There's no anesthesia, unless you count passing out from pain. Surgery is done with knives that haven't been cleaned since the Crusades. Tools are heated over fire not for sterilization, but because they just look scarier that way. Antibiotics? Centuries away. Germ theory? Not invented yet. They think disease comes from bad air, or God being annoyed with your moral failings. Got a stomachache? Must have been your sinful thoughts. Hope you like confessing while vomiting. If your condition gets worse, you'll be treated with more leeches, possibly some crushed beetles, and a priest at your bedside giving last rites just in case. At this point, they're preparing for the cure known as death, and if by some miracle you recover, everyone just assumes God took pity on you. The doctor takes full credit and the leech gets promoted. So yes, in the Middle Ages, medicine is less about healing and more about surviving the cure. After a long day of labour, lice, and leeches, it's finally time to eat. You shuffle back to your hovel, stomach growling, ready for the one joy left in life, a warm meal. Bad news. Your meal is probably trying to kill you. Let's begin with the basics. Food preservation doesn't really exist. There's no fridge, no freezer, just salt, smoke, or the hope that winter air keeps things fresh. Your meat, if you're lucky enough to have any, has been hanging for days, covered in flies, marinated in questionable brine, and possibly shared with a rat or two. Bread is the cornerstone of the medieval diet, but even that isn't safe. In bad harvest years, desperate peasants bulk it up with bark, sawdust, or even clay to make it stretch. And if it's rye season, there's a bonus. Ergot, a fungus that causes convulsions, hallucinations, and sometimes death. It's like eating bread laced with LSD and tetanus. Vegetables? Only if they're in season. And you know what's always in season? Turnips. So, many. Turnips. Boiled, mashed, or floating in pottage, which, if you remember from chapter 3, is basically a hot swamp of mystery ingredients that's been simmering since your great-grandfather's funeral. Fruit might be available in the fall, but it rots quickly, and sugar is rare, expensive, and hoarded by the rich to show off their blackened teeth. Dairy is another gamble. Fresh milk spoils in hours. Butter and cheese fare better, but they're loaded with bacteria. People eat them anyway because, frankly, it's either that or chew your boot leather. And let's talk about seasoning. Spices like pepper, cinnamon or nutmeg, worth more than gold. For the average peasant, flavour comes from onions, salt, if you're lucky, and pain. Most meals taste like wet burlap sprinkled with sadness. But food isn't just a health hazard, it's a political one. Game animals belong to the Lord, not you. Caught poaching a rabbit, you could be fined, imprisoned, or even executed. That's right, your dinner could get you hanged. So as you sit down to eat your grey stew by flickering firelight, remember, every bite is a risk. But you eat anyway, because in the Middle Ages, food doesn't nourish, it tests you. It's evening now. You've worked, suffered, and barely digested your suspicious stew. You might think the day is winding down, but don't get too relaxed, because God is watching. So is the priest. And so is your neighbour Agnes, who will absolutely rat you out if you miss Mass. In medieval Europe, religion isn't just part of life, it is life. The church controls your calendar, your laws, your education, if you can read, your birth, marriage, death, and everything in between. Think of it as your spiritual landlord. And you're always behind on rent. Every day is structured around prayer bells. The town church bell rings in the morning, noon, and night. Not because people need reminders, but because missing prayer is a sin. Forget to bow? Sin. Eat meat on a Friday? Sin. Think about your neighbour's wife in that one dream? Double sin. And yes, hell is very real. Vividly real. Priests describe it in glorious detail. Rivers of fire, lakes of boiling blood, demons with pitchforks and eternal wailing. If the plague doesn't scare you, eternal damnation definitely will. You can't read the Bible yourself because it's written in Latin, a language reserved for monks, clergy, and that one noble kid who's too good for dirt. You rely on the church to interpret everything for you. That means if the priest says your crop failure is because you didn't pray hard enough, well, time to kneel harder. Tithes, 1/10 of everything you own, are mandatory. If you grow wheat, you give wheat. If you raise chickens, you give eggs. If you have nothing, congratulations. You're spiritually bankrupt and financially doomed. Holidays? They're holy days, dozens of them. And while they offer breaks from labour, they're not for fun. They're for attending Mass, fasting, confessing sins, and reminding yourself that joy is a dangerous indulgence. Questioning the church is dangerous. Heretics are burned, witches are drowned, blasphemers are flogged, and skeptics are quickly reformed. So you go through the motions. You chant, you bow, you pray that your soul, after enduring this dirt-covered life, might finally land in paradise, assuming the priest likes you. Because in the Middle Ages, God may be merciful. But the church? Not so much. If you thought being a medieval peasant was rough, try doing it as a woman. All the filth, famine and fear, plus childbirth, subservience, and social invisibility. In the Middle Ages, being a woman is like being on hard mode, with no health potions and no restart button. From birth, a girl's life path is pretty much locked in. Marry young, bear children, serve your husband, die tired. Education? Not likely. Unless you're from a noble family and sent to a convent, your intellectual development stops around the time you learn how to churn butter and patch a tunic. Marriage happens early. Really early. It's not weird to be betrothed at 12 and pregnant by 14. It's not about love. It's about land, livestock, and alliances. Your opinion? Not required. Once married, you're basically your husband's property. Your job is to produce heirs, feed everyone, keep the house running, and not complain. Because complaining might get you branded a nag, or worse, a witch. That label comes with a complimentary drowning or burning, depending on local fashion. Childbirth is a death lottery. There's no prenatal care, no sterile tools, no anaesthesia. Midwives do their best, but even minor complications can mean death for the mother, the child, or both. Some women survive 10 pregnancies. Many don't survive 2, but don't worry. Once the baby is out, your work increases. Now you have a screaming infant in a lice-ridden hut, and you're expected to nurse, cook, clean, and still help in the fields. You don't get a break. You are the break, for everyone else. If you're unmarried, you're suspicious. If you're widowed, vulnerable. If you're outspoken, dangerous. Women who didn't conform were often accused of witchcraft, especially if they had herbal knowledge, a strong personality, or just looked at someone funny on a rainy Tuesday. Even in the church, your role is limited. Nuns lived under strict rules. No speaking without permission. No freedom of movement. and your spiritual worth, always ranked below men. In short, if you're a woman in the Middle Ages, you're expected to endure, obey, reproduce and suffer in silence, ideally while smiling. Because even in a time of universal suffering, women were somehow expected to suffer gracefully. So far, you've battled filth, starvation, social injustice, and possibly a goat. But just when you think your day can't get any worse, here comes violence, loud, bloody, and often completely acceptable by medieval standards. Let's be clear, the Middle Ages were not peaceful. The idea of law and order mostly meant hope the local lord isn't in a bad mood. Violence is everywhere. In the home, in the streets, on the battlefield, in church disputes, and sometimes in line at the communal bread oven. Crime is common, punishment is brutal, and justice is more performance art than protection. Steal a loaf of bread, you could lose a hand. Accused of lying, your tongue might get pierced. Gossip too much? Meet the scold's bridle, a metal mask strapped to your head with a bar in your mouth. For correction, of course. Let's say you're accused of something serious. Heresy, theft, witchcraft. How do you prove your innocence? By being tortured, obviously. Welcome to trial by ordeal. One version. You stick your hand in boiling water to retrieve a stone. If it heals without infection in 3 days, you're innocent. If not, you're guilty. Another option. You're tossed into a river. If you sink, you're innocent, and probably dead. If you float, you're guilty, and will be punished anyway. It's like a medieval game show where the prize is survival and the host is actively rooting against you. And if you're sentenced to death, that's a public event. Executions are performed in front of cheering crowds. Hangings, beheadings, burnings. Sometimes people bring snacks. It's the medieval equivalent of cable TV. Domestic violence, completely normal. Husbands were allowed, even expected, to discipline their wives and children. Street fights, commonplace. You could be beaten just for looking the wrong way at a noble's horse. And war, always simmering. Local feuds, territorial disputes, religious crusades. Someone's always marching off to stab someone else in the name of honour, God, or boredom. Violence isn't a breakdown of society in the Middle Ages. It is society. Everyone lives with the constant knowledge that life is fragile, justice is arbitrary, and your neighbour might bash your head in over a pig. So, walk carefully, keep your eyes down, and never trust anyone with a club. At this point, you've made it through the lice, the leeches, the laundryless misery, and the looming threat of public disembowelment. But now comes the final chapter of most medieval lives, an early and unglamorous death. If you're alive and still breathing past the age of 40, you're practically a celebrity. You might even be referred to as the Old One, which is less of a nickname and more of a statistical miracle. Let's break it down. The average life expectancy hovers around 30-40 years, but that number is dragged down heavily by infant mortality. Nearly half of all children died before reaching age 5. Disease, malnutrition, or one bad winter was all it took. No vaccines, no antibiotics, no hope. If you survived childhood, you entered adulthood already exhausted. Work began as soon as you could walk upright, and by 25, your joints creaked like a monastery door. You might be missing several teeth, a finger, and most of your original optimism. Women faced a particularly deadly gauntlet: childbirth. It was one of the leading causes of death for medieval women. No pain relief, no medical intervention, just prayer, hot water, and someone holding your hand while you bled out on a straw-stuffed cot. For men, the dangers were different, but equally relentless. Farming accidents, infections from minor wounds, a neighbour's drunken rage, a crusade gone sideways. Even walking to the market could be risky if you crossed paths with a bored bandit or an angry tax collector. Death could also come quietly, from the plague, which turned cities into cemeteries overnight, or from famine, which could last entire seasons, thinning out entire villages, or from bad luck, like eating spoiled grain and spending your final hours hallucinating and screaming at the walls. And funerals? You were lucky if you got one. Bodies were often buried quickly to avoid disease. No embalming, no polished coffins, just a hole, a few murmured prayers, and a shallow mound of earth, if there was enough space left in the churchyard. So yes, in medieval times, life was brutal, short, and constantly under siege by death in all its casual forms. You didn't retire, you just stopped showing up. And speaking of exits, let's move on to your final chapter. The medieval dream dies. So, how's your day been? You've woken up in filth, relieved yourself into a bucket, brushed your teeth with wishful thinking, nearly passed out from hunger, worked until your spine cried for mercy, scratched your way through itchy wool, prayed to not get plague, and barely dodged a public execution for owning a squirrel. Welcome to a single day in medieval Europe. Still dreaming of becoming a knight? Think again. That romanticised version of the Middle Ages, gallant swordsmen, noble ladies in towers, heroic battles and feasts in candle-lit great halls. It's a myth polished by fairy tales and fantasy books. In truth, the medieval world was gritty, cruel, and deeply unfair. Hierarchy was everything. If you were born poor, you stayed poor. If you were born rich, congratulations. You had a better chance of surviving, but you were still one bad soup away from dysentery and a hasty burial. Even the nobles weren't immune to misery. Castles were drafty stone refrigerators filled with fleas, smoke, and politically motivated marriages. Sure, you had a fur cloak and a goblet of wine, but also a 50% chance of dying in a skirmish or from an infected splinter. Not exactly luxury. The simpler times weren't simple. They were relentless. Everything took longer. Everything hurt more. Everything, from childbirth to chewing, came with consequences. Life was survival, not leisure. And if you did find a quiet moment to think, to dream, to imagine something better, there wasn't much you could do with it. No upward mobility, no modern medicine, no internet to Google, what's this weird rash? You lived, suffered, worked and died within a 10-mile radius of where you were born. But here's the wildest part. Through all of this, people still laughed, sang songs, told stories, fell in love, and found meaning. Not because life was easy, but because humans are stubborn like that. Even in the darkest chapters, they made space for light. So tonight, when you slip into your clean bed with indoor plumbing, antibiotics and central heating, maybe say a quiet thank you to the modern world, and to your ancestors who fought rats, famine and feudalism, so you wouldn't have to. Long before she was Catherine the Great, Empress of all Russia, mistress of reform, and icon of ambition, she was simply Sophie. Born Sophie Friederike Augusta von Anhalt-Zerbst in 1729, she was the daughter of a relatively obscure German princely family. Her tiny duchy in Pomerania offered little in terms of power, but Sophie herself. She had something no title could provide: razor-sharp intelligence, relentless charm, and a quiet, burning hunger for greatness. Her upbringing was strict. Her mother, Johanna, was cold and calculating, not a warm, nurturing figure, but a social climber obsessed with status. Sophie's father, a Prussian officer, was more distant than disciplinary. From a young age, Sophie learned to walk the fine line between obedience and cunning. She read voraciously, spoke multiple languages, and learned how to observe a room before speaking in it, skills that would soon become survival tools in one of Europe's most brutal courts. When the Russian Empress Elizabeth Petrovna began searching for a wife for her heir, Grand Duke Peter, she looked beyond Russia's borders. Peter himself was of German descent, and Empress Elizabeth believed a foreign bride, pliable and grateful, would be easier to control. Sophie fit the bill perfectly. Noble blood, Lutheran faith, which she'd be forced to abandon, and a reputation for both grace and humility. At just 14 years old, Sophie was summoned to Russia. She arrived in the freezing capital of St. Petersburg in 1744, wearing thin German fabrics and a diplomatic smile. Her mother pushed her forward like a chess piece. Sophie, however, had her own game in mind. To become acceptable in Russian society, she converted to Orthodoxy, taking the name Ekaterina Alexeyevna, Catherine. The ceremony was public, symbolic, and life-altering. She wasn't just changing religions, she was burning the bridge behind her, stepping into a foreign empire with no way back. No one watching that quiet teenage girl in a fur-trimmed coat could have predicted what would come next. Betrayal, revolution, enlightenment, and empire. But from the moment Sophie stepped foot in the Russian court, she stopped being a pawn and began planning how to become a queen. Catherine's marriage to Grand Duke Peter was meant to secure her place in Russian royalty, but from the very beginning, it felt more like a cage than a crown. Peter, heir to the Russian throne, was not the dashing prince of fairy tales. Awkward, immature, and obsessed with toy soldiers, he was far more interested in playing war games in his chambers than governing an empire, or showing affection to his new wife. Some accounts even suggest he refused to consummate the marriage for years. He idolized Frederick the Great of Prussia and resented the Russian court that had adopted him. In contrast, Catherine embraced Russia with a fierce determination. She learned the language, studied its history, and memorized Orthodox rituals. She wanted to belong. Peter wanted to escape. This mismatch wasn't just emotional, it was political. The Russian court was a viper's nest of gossip, paranoia, and brutal power games. Empress Elizabeth still ruled with absolute authority, but her health was in decline. Everyone knew a transition was coming, and everyone had an agenda. Catherine was watched constantly. Her letters were read, her friendships monitored, and her every move scrutinized. She couldn't trust her husband, her mother, who was still whispering in her ear on behalf of foreign interests, or even her servants. In this world, alliances could turn into accusations overnight. But Catherine was no fool. She learned to play the court's games quietly, cultivating allies in the shadows. She charmed military officers, made friends with scholars, and developed a reputation for dignity and restraint, a stark contrast to her husband's childish tantrums and open contempt for Russian traditions. Behind closed doors, Catherine began reading Enlightenment thinkers like Voltaire and Montesquieu. While others saw her as a young consort, she was building a vision, not just for herself, but for Russia, a nation of strength, education, and reason. But there was one problem. The longer Peter lived, the longer Catherine remained in limbo, a powerless wife to a man unfit to rule. So she waited, observed, and planned. She knew the Russian throne wouldn't be inherited. It would have to be taken. In 1762, after nearly 2 decades of waiting, watching, and quietly manoeuvring, Catherine saw her moment and seized it with breathtaking precision. Empress Elizabeth had died, and Peter, now Peter III, was finally Tsar. But his reign began unravelling almost immediately. In just a few short months, Peter alienated the church, offended the nobility, insulted the army, and lavished praise on Prussia, Russia's longtime enemy. He reversed key policies, humiliated the clergy, and talked openly about divorcing Catherine to marry his mistress. The court, already wary of his erratic behaviour, turned cold. The army, filled with generals loyal to Catherine, grumbled in corridors. Even ordinary Russians, devout and patriotic, saw Peter as a foreign puppet who mocked their traditions. Catherine, watching all of this unfold, made her move. In July of that same year, while Peter was away at his summer palace, Catherine launched a bloodless coup d'etat. Supported by key military officers, including her lover Grigory Orlov and his influential brothers, she rode through St. Petersburg in full regalia, was proclaimed Empress Catherine II, and won the allegiance of the powerful imperial guard. Peter, caught off guard and without allies, surrendered within days. He was taken into custody, and shortly after, found dead under mysterious circumstances. Officially, it was reported as a hemorrhoidal colic. Unofficially, it was murder. Catherine was now empress, not by birth, not by marriage, but by will, wit, and audacity. It was unprecedented. A foreign-born woman with no legitimate claim had taken the Russian throne without a single battle. But her real challenge was just beginning. She had to transform that bold grab for power into a lasting legacy. Would Russia accept her? Would the nobility respect her? Could she hold the empire together without falling victim to the same fate as her husband? Catherine understood that power gained through intrigue could be lost just as easily. She needed to rule not as a schemer, but as a visionary. And so began her transformation, from a careful conspirator to a reforming empress, one who would redraw borders, embrace the Enlightenment, and redefine what it meant to be a woman in power. Once Catherine had the crown, she could have rested on her power, but she didn't. She had something bigger in mind than simply sitting on a throne. She wanted to transform Russia, and not just militarily or politically, but intellectually. While Peter had worshipped Frederick the Great and toy soldiers, Catherine idolized Voltaire, Diderot, and the bold thinkers of the Enlightenment. She believed in reason, progress, education, and the role of a monarch as a servant of the people, even if she herself ruled with absolute authority. Catherine didn't just read Enlightenment philosophy, she lived it. She corresponded directly with Voltaire for over 15 years, flattering him while defending her autocracy. She invited Diderot to her court and even purchased his entire library to support him financially. Behind closed doors, she pored over legal texts, debated reforms, and crafted policies to modernize the empire. Her early reign was filled with efforts to codify Russian law. She formed the Legislative Commission in 1767, an ambitious project intended to rewrite the entire legal code of Russia. Catherine's own nakaz, or instruction, was a political manifesto in disguise, one that spoke of equality before the law, the dangers of torture, and the responsibility of rulers to serve the common good. For an empress in 18th century Russia, it was radical. But Enlightenment ideals had to survive the realities of Russia, a vast, feudal, deeply conservative land, ruled by nobles who liked their serfs exactly where they were, beneath them. Catherine knew this. While she advocated reform, she moved carefully. She abolished some forms of torture, expanded access to secular education, and built schools and libraries. But she also reaffirmed the nobility's control over their serfs to keep them loyal. This was Catherine's balancing act. A philosopher queen in public, a practical empress in private. She walked a tightrope between ideology and survival, between the shining salons of Paris and the gritty politics of Moscow. Her vision for Russia was bold, but always calculated. In many ways, Catherine wasn't trying to make Russia European. She was trying to make Russia modern, on her terms. And that meant reform, yes, but with an iron hand in a velvet glove. Catherine wasn't content with reforming Russia from within. She wanted to expand it outward, to make it an empire worthy of fear, admiration, and envy. Where Peter the Great had opened a window to the west, Catherine aimed to knock down the walls. Under her leadership, Russia's borders stretched wider than ever before. She waged wars not just to defend her crown, but to reshape the map of Europe. One of her most significant campaigns was against the Ottoman Empire. These wars, fought in waves throughout the 1760s and 1770s, weren't just about territory. They were about influence. Catherine saw herself as the liberator of Orthodox Christians living under Muslim rule and as the rightful protector of Eastern Europe. Under generals like Alexander Suvorov and Grigory Potemkin, Russia captured key regions including Crimea, the northern coast of the Black Sea, and access to warm water ports, something Russian Tsars had coveted for generations. These victories weren't just military, they were symbolic. With each conquest, Catherine sent a message. Russia was no longer the distant, backward cousin of Europe. It was a continental force. She also turned her gaze westward. In a series of deals and diplomatic maneuvers, Catherine participated in the partitions of Poland, carving up the struggling Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth along with Austria and Prussia. By the end of the Third Partition in 1795, Poland was erased from the map, and Russia claimed vast new lands and millions of new subjects. But Catherine didn't just conquer with armies. She also colonized with ideas. New cities were built. Trade routes were expanded. German settlers were invited to cultivate Russian farmland. The empire became a mosaic, from the icy Baltic to the sun-drenched shores of the Black Sea. And through it all, Catherine remained the central force, reading reports, issuing orders, and personally overseeing the shape of her expanding empire. Critics would accuse her of being power-hungry, even imperialistic. But to Catherine, expansion wasn't ambition, it was destiny. A great ruler, she believed, was measured not just by ideas but by borders. She didn't just want to rule Russia. She wanted to remake it as a civilized empire, feared by its enemies, respected by its peers, and loyal to her alone. For all her brilliance and power, Catherine the Great was just as famous for what went on behind palace doors. And no, not all of it was whispered in libraries. Catherine's private life became one of the most talked about aspects of her reign. She had lovers, not just one or two, but a carefully curated parade of them, many decades younger, often handsome, and sometimes politically influential. She didn't hide them. In fact, she often rewarded them with titles, estates, and pensions, if they behaved well. If not, they were quietly dismissed, sometimes with a polite thank you and a promotion. Among the most important of these lovers was Grigory Potemkin, a man as brilliant as he was bold. Their relationship blurred the lines between romance, politics, and partnership. Some historians believe they may have even married in secret. Together, they shaped military campaigns, colonization projects, and the transformation of southern Russia. Potemkin wasn't just a lover, he was her co-ruler in many ways. Still, Europe couldn't look past the scandal. Gossip swirled. Satirical pamphlets painted her as lustful, insatiable, even unhinged. And after her death, the rumours only got worse, the most infamous being the completely false and grotesque tale involving a horse, spread by her enemies to smear her legacy. But why the obsession? Simple. Catherine was a woman who wielded power unapologetically, and in a world where female rulers were expected to be either saintly virgins or tragic figures, she refused to play the role. She lived, loved, and ruled on her own terms, and that made her dangerous. Ironically, while her critics painted her as immoral, Catherine herself was deeply philosophical about love and sexuality. She believed pleasure was a natural part of life, and that personal relationships didn't have to threaten public responsibility. She separated emotion from governance, a feat few male rulers managed. In reality, her liaisons were often strategic. She surrounded herself with men who were loyal, capable, and politically useful, and when they ceased to be, she let them go, usually with a smile and a generous retirement. Catherine's love life didn't weaken her rule. It was part of her strategy, a blend of passion and power that made her unforgettable, envied and feared. For all her charisma and control, Catherine's reign was not without peril, and in 1773 that peril came in the form of a bearded Cossack named Yemelyan Pugachev. He was no ordinary rebel. Pugachev claimed to be none other than Peter III, Catherine's dead husband. According to him, he had survived the coup and now returned to reclaim the throne from the German usurper. It was absurd. Peter was long gone. But to Russia's oppressed and exhausted lower classes, the claim didn't need to be true. It just needed to offer hope. Pugachev promised liberation, an end to serfdom, lower taxes, and land for the common people. His words lit a fire across the Volga River region, especially among Cossacks, peasants, and old believers. In a time when the gap between nobles and serfs had widened brutally, his promises sounded like salvation. The Pugachev rebellion became the largest peasant uprising in Russian history. Towns were taken, fortresses fell, Nobles were slaughtered. For a terrifying moment, it seemed as if the empire itself might fracture. Catherine was shaken. This wasn't a foreign war she could win with cavalry and treaties. This was a revolt from within. Her own people, rising against the system she ruled. But Catherine didn't panic. She acted. She dispatched professional military forces to crush the rebellion, ruthlessly. Pugachev's forces were defeated in 1774. He was captured, displayed in an iron cage, and eventually beheaded in Moscow, a public warning to all who dared follow. Afterward, Catherine doubled down on order and control. Her dreams of liberating the serfs quietly faded into silence. The rebellion had shown her the limits of enlightenment in a country still shackled by feudalism. She now leaned harder on the nobility, who offered loyalty in exchange for absolute control over their serfs. This was a turning point. The empress who once quoted Voltaire now prioritized stability over philosophy. Reform became cautious, surveillance increased. Rebellion, even whispered, was to be stomped out before it had breath. Pugachev may have lost his head, but he left behind a warning that haunted Catherine, that power built on inequality could only hold so long before the storm came crashing through. By the time Catherine the Great approached the final years of her life, she had ruled Russia for over 3 decades, longer than any female ruler in Russian history. From the moment she seized power, she had defied expectations, reshaped her empire, and redefined what a woman and a monarch could be. Under Catherine's reign, Russia became a true European powerhouse. Its territory expanded by over 200,000 square miles, swallowing Crimea, parts of Poland, and stretches of the Black Sea coast. These weren't just military wins, they were strategic pivots, securing warm water ports and reshaping trade. But her legacy wasn't only drawn on maps. Catherine left a cultural mark as well. She helped found the Hermitage Museum, amassed one of the greatest art collections in Europe, and corresponded with the greatest minds of the Enlightenment. Her court became a centre of sophistication, art, and intellectual ambition. In a country often viewed as backward by Western Europeans, Catherine put Russia firmly on the cultural map. She modernized education, founding schools for girls, and promoted the printing of books. She introduced smallpox inoculation to Russia, even publicly receiving the vaccine herself, an act of scientific bravery in her time. Yet, her reign was also one of contradictions. While she admired Enlightenment ideals, she never freed the serfs. In fact, she extended serfdom deeper into Russia's territories. Her reforms, while impressive, remained mostly top-down, designed to polish the empire without truly transforming its foundations. Still, Catherine's rule brought stability and ambition. She understood that power was not inherited. It was crafted, managed, and constantly defended. She ruled not by divine right, but by force of will, political brilliance, and relentless calculation. She was called many things: a usurper, a tyrant, a reformer, a seductress. But above all, she was effective. When she died in 1796, Russia was wealthier, larger, and more formidable than it had been in centuries. She left behind a throne secure, an empire expanded, and a legend that would endure for centuries. Catherine didn't just reign, she ruled, with intellect, strategy, and an unapologetic grip on history. And in doing so, she became more than an empress. She became a myth. For all her power, expansion, and enduring legacy, Catherine the Great was still, at her core, a woman navigating a man's world and reshaping it in her image. Behind the imperial portraits and state decrees was someone deeply aware of how precarious her position was. She was not born Russian. She came to the throne through a coup. She ruled an empire that didn't want a woman in charge, and yet she not only endured, she thrived. Catherine was never content to be ornamental. She read constantly, wrote endlessly, and never stopped learning. Her daily schedule was intense: hours of reading reports, corresponding with foreign powers, editing state papers, and managing a court filled with rival factions. She wasn't content to simply sit on the throne. She worked the throne like a stateswoman born to it. She was also, in many ways, lonely. She surrounded herself with courtiers, lovers, and artists, yet wrote in her memoirs of how few people she could truly trust. Her son Paul, whom she distrusted and kept away from state matters, grew into a man she feared would undo all her progress. Her greatest emotional partnership, with Grigory Potemkin, faded into deep friendship, but his death in 1791 left a wound that never truly healed. Catherine crafted her image carefully. She understood the power of narrative, and wielded it better than most monarchs of her age. She posed as Mother of Russia, enlightened monarch, warrior empress, and lover of the arts. But beneath those roles was a woman who had endured rejection, betrayal, scandal, and rebellion, and kept going. When she died in 1796, she left behind an empire transformed, but also questions. Could she have done more to end serfdom? Were her Enlightenment ideals compromised by politics? Was she more reformer or ruler? History remembers her by the title she never gave herself: the Great. It wasn't because she was flawless, or kind, or just. It was because she took power and wielded it on her own terms, in a time and place where women weren't supposed to have any. She didn't just wear the crown, she rewrote what it meant to deserve one. In the humid depths of the Chiapas jungle in southern Mexico, the ruins of Palenque whisper stories from the ancient Maya world. Towering temples rise above the canopy, their limestone faces eroded by time, but still brimming with secrets. And in 1994, one of those secrets revealed itself. A team of Mexican archaeologists, led by Fanny Lopez Jimenez, was surveying Temple 3, a relatively modest pyramid, next to the more famous Temple of the Inscriptions, the burial site of the mighty king Pakal the Great. Temple 3 wasn't expected to hold much, until they noticed something odd: a sealed, hidden chamber beneath the structure. No looters had touched it. It was pristine. When the archaeologists broke through and lowered themselves inside, they found a stone sarcophagus resting in silence. The air was heavy with the weight of centuries. As they opened the lid, red dust rose like smoke. Brilliant, shocking red. The interior was covered in powdered cinnabar, a toxic mercury sulfide used ceremonially by the Maya. And lying within that crimson cloud was the skeleton of a woman. She had been buried with care and reverence. Her bones were fragile but intact, her skull still wearing a jade mask, and her body surrounded by funerary offerings: necklaces, diadems, ear spools, all crafted from jade and shell. Everything about the burial screamed royalty. Yet no name was inscribed, no glyphs identified her. It was one of the richest female burials ever found in Mesoamerica. And yet, it was a total enigma. Why was she buried in red powder? Who was she? Was she a queen, a priestess, or perhaps even Pakal's wife? The researchers called her the Red Queen, and the name stuck. But even with modern forensics, they couldn't say for sure who she was, only that she had lived around the 7th century, during the golden age of Palenque. Unlike most Maya tombs, hers had been hidden, untouched, and purposefully isolated. Her burial wasn't just ceremonial, it was spiritual. This woman wasn't meant to be remembered with words. She was meant to be remembered through ritual, through colour, and through the mystery she left behind. The most haunting feature of the Red Queen's tomb wasn't her jade jewellery, or the silence of the sealed chamber. It was the red dust. A thick layer of powdered cinnabar covered everything: the sarcophagus, the walls, her bones, even the offerings around her. It clung like blood to stone. To the Maya, this was no accident. Cinnabar, made from crushed mercury sulfide, was one of the most sacred and dangerous substances in the ancient world. Its vibrant red colour wasn't just visually striking, it symbolised blood, rebirth, and the life force that connected the human and divine realms. Red was sacred. It was the color of sunrise, of sacrifice, of life emerging from death. And it wasn't just symbolic, it was spiritual. Covering the dead in cinnabar was a ritual meant to transform the body, preserving it not for eternity, but for transition. In Maya belief, death wasn't the end. It was a passage, a crossing into another cosmic layer. And so the Red Queen, whoever she was being prepared not just for burial, but for deification. But there's another layer to this. Cinnabar is toxic. Repeated exposure can lead to mercury poisoning, tremors, hallucinations, even death. The Maya likely didn't understand the chemistry, but they felt its potency. It was volatile, powerful, dangerous. To bathe a corpse in it was to declare this person was no ordinary mortal. In Palenque, very few were buried with cinnabar. Pakal the Great, the mighty king whose pyramid dominates the site, was one. His body, like hers, was also saturated in the red powder. That detail alone drew speculation. Was the Red Queen his wife? His mother? Or someone of equal divine status? Her skull had been placed on a layer of jaguar skin, another sacred symbol. Around her, bone needles, obsidian blades, and miniature jade figurines hinted at rituals performed either during her life or in her honor at death. Every part of her burial told a story without words, a story of power cloaked in secrecy, a woman prepared to cross into the underworld, not in silence, but in ceremony, drenched in the colour of sacrifice. Surrounding the Red Queen's crimson-drenched remains was a world of silence, broken only by the gleam of jade, shell, and obsidian. These were not mere ornaments. They were offerings, each one carefully chosen to accompany her on the journey to the Maya afterlife, the Xibalba. At her sides were jade necklaces, heavy and cold, their polished surfaces still radiant after 300 years underground. Jade was not just beautiful, it was sacred. The Maya considered it a symbol of eternal life. It represented the green of maize, the vitality of the jungle, and the breath of the gods. Only the elite were buried with jade. For the Red Queen, it covered her chest, wrists, and ears, a clear sign that in life she wielded influence, perhaps even divine favour. One of the most haunting objects was the jade funerary mask, placed delicately over her face. Unlike the golden death masks of Egypt, this one was subtle, constructed from dozens of tiny mosaic tiles, arranged to mimic the contours of her skull. The mask served a ritual function, to protect the soul, to preserve identity, and to present her as divine in the eyes of the gods. Scattered near her bones were bone needles, obsidian blades, and shell artifacts. These could have been tools of ritual or symbols of her status, as priestess, healer, or royal matriarch. One bone pin was engraved, faint but purposeful, a small echo of her voice lost to time. At her feet and along the edges of the tomb were ceramic vessels, still sealed, likely once filled with offerings, food, drink, or incense to sustain her spirit beyond death. The Maya believed the afterlife was a journey, dangerous, layered, filled with challenges. These items weren't luxuries, they were necessities. To modernize, the tomb feels intimate, not overloaded, but intentional. There was no gold, no chariots, no pomp, just items chosen with spiritual weight. It was a map for the soul. Through these treasures, we glimpse how the Maya understood death, not as finality, but as a transition of power. The Red Queen wasn't buried to be forgotten. She was being prepared to ascend. For all the grandeur of her tomb, the Red Queen left behind one haunting void. No name. No inscriptions adorned her sarcophagus. No glyphs on the walls identified her. She was clearly someone powerful. But who? From the moment her tomb was opened, scholars began trying to connect the dots. The most compelling theory? That the Red Queen was Tsakbu Ajau, the wife of Kinich Janab Pakal, known today as Pakal the Great, the most famous ruler of Palenque. Tsakbu Ajau, was more than just Pakal's consort. She was born into nobility and married into Palank's royal dynasty at a young age. She bore at least 3 sons, all of whom held high status, and she played a key ceremonial role during her husband's reign. If anyone could be buried with such honour, it was her. Supporting this theory was the tomb's location, just a few feet away from Pakal's own grand burial in Temple of the Inscriptions. The proximity suggests a deliberate pairing, husband and wife, rulers even in death. And then there's the cinnabar. Only 2 burials in Palank were found with such intense cinnabar coverage, Pakal and the Red Queen. It's unlikely this was coincidence. But here's where the mystery deepens. DNA tests were conducted on both sets of remains in hopes of confirming the connection. But the results? Inconclusive. The woman's bones showed no direct maternal link to Pakal, but that didn't rule out a spousal relationship. After all, marriage does not require shared blood. Some have argued she could have been Sak Kuk, Pakal's powerful mother, who ruled Palank before he came of age. Others suggest she may have been a high priestess, or a sister, or a royal ancestor whose name has simply been lost to history's erosion. Still, the evidence points most strongly to Tsakbu Ajau, a queen by title, a mother of kings, and a spiritual counterpart to Pakal. The lack of a name may not be an oversight. It may have been intentional. In Maya cosmology, the soul lived on not through monuments, but through ritual, symbol, and the whispers of the earth. And so the Red Queen remained suspended between legend and truth, a woman who ruled, remembered not in stone, but in scarlet and silence. To understand the Red Queen, we must understand the world she came from, a world where Maya women, especially royal ones, held more influence than many realize. In Maya civilization, politics was often a family affair. Royal women weren't merely passive consorts. They were diplomats, priestesses, and power brokers. They conducted rituals, sponsored temples, and played crucial roles in maintaining dynastic legitimacy. Their bloodlines were political capital, used to forge alliances and secure claims to the throne. Take Sak Kuk, for example, the mother of Pakal the Great. When the throne of Palank was left vacant, she took power herself and ruled as queen regent until her son came of age. She wasn't a placeholder. She was a ruler in her own right, issuing decrees and overseeing construction projects. Without her, Pakal may never have risen at all. And she wasn't an anomaly. Across the Maya world, in places like Yaxchilan, Naranjo, and Calakmul, inscriptions show women performing major ceremonies, engaging in warfare diplomacy, and sometimes ruling outright. They were often portrayed in stelae and murals, dressed in elaborate headdresses and regalia, standing beside kings as equals, or sometimes above them. Their words were carved in glyphs. Their names were remembered, until they weren't. By the time Spanish conquistadors arrived centuries later, much of that memory had eroded. The colonial lens saw native women as silent figures in a male-dominated world, but the archaeology tells a different story, one of complex gender roles, where power was negotiated, not simply inherited. This context casts the Red Queen in a new light. She may not have ruled in name, but her burial, rich, sacred, and positioned beside Pakal, suggests she was a central pillar in the royal order. Her jade mask wasn't just decoration. It was a symbol of identity, of power held in life and protected in death. Her bloodline may have been the very glue that held Palanka's dynasty together. In Maya civilization, a queen wasn't just a queen. She was a keeper of sacred lineage, a voice in ceremony, and often the bridge between gods and men. The Red Queen may be nameless, but in her world, she was never voiceless. The Red Queen wasn't just buried with treasures. She was buried in architecture rich with purpose, layered with Maya cosmology, ritual symbolism, and intentional design. Her tomb wasn't merely a grave, it was a gateway to eternity, Her body was discovered inside Temple Third, one of the smaller pyramids within the heart of Palenque, yet its proximity to Temple of the Inscriptions, the resting place of Pakal the Great, is telling. These temples weren't built randomly. Their positioning was sacred, guided by astrology, myth, and dynastic legacy. Temple the Third rises modestly compared to its grand neighbour, but it hides something even more intimate, a sealed crypt, untouched by looters, perfectly preserved. It was constructed deep within the temple's core, accessible only by a steep, narrow staircase. The descent into her tomb feels almost symbolic, a ritual journey downward, into the underworld. The chamber itself is stark, made of cut stone, sealed tightly for over 1,300 years. No glyphs or murals cover the walls, no ornate carvings tell her story. But perhaps that silence is intentional. This was a space not for the living to interpret, but for the dead to transform. At the centre, her sarcophagus sits like an altar. Crafted from limestone, it echoes the grand stone coffin of Pakal next door. While Pakal's lid is famously engraved with scenes of cosmic rebirth, the Red Queen's tomb is more subdued. The focus is inward, on the body, on the cinnabar, on the ritual of death itself, and yet there are subtle architectural cues that hint at meaning. The tomb is aligned east to west, a symbolic path mirroring the sun's journey from life to death. The chamber is small, but powerful. It feels deliberate, personal, a sacred enclosure for someone revered. Maya temples were cosmological tools, bridges between the heavens, the earth, and the underworld. To be buried in one was to be elevated beyond the human realm. The Red Queen's eternal home wasn't an afterthought. It was a carefully constructed shrine, a place where death became transformation. Her bones rest in stone, her essence in cinnabar, and her legacy in the architecture itself. A temple that speaks without words, telling us she mattered. To the ancient Maya, death wasn't the end. It was a threshold, a sacred passage into the underworld, known as Xibalba. And for someone like the Red Queen, this crossing was not only spiritual, it was political, cosmological, and deeply ritualized. Burial rituals were carefully choreographed events, rooted in myth and meant to guide the soul through the treacherous layers of the underworld. Maya texts and iconography tell us that Xibalba was no peaceful afterlife. It was a maze of darkness, rivers of blood, trials, and gods of death. Only those properly buried, ritually prepared, and spiritually equipped could make the journey successfully. The Red Queen was buried wrapped in cinnabar, encased in stone, and surrounded by offerings, all signs of an elite burial. But there's more. The presence of bone needles and obsidian blades in her tomb hint at auto-sacrifice rituals, possibly symbolic tools representing rites she had performed in life, or that were reenacted at her burial to empower her spirit. Her funerary mask, carefully assembled from jade tiles, was not simply decorative. It may have served as a spiritual vessel, preserving her face and identity as she journeyed into the afterlife. In Maya belief, the face was a mirror of the soul, and the soul needed to be recognized by the gods. The ceramic vessels surrounding her may have once held chocolate, maize, water, or even pulque, to nourish her in the next world. Other items, like stingray spines or shell trumpets, could have represented spiritual tools, calls to the gods, or tokens of ritual communication. Burial wasn't just a goodbye. It was a transformation. The Maya believed in cycles, death as seed, burial as planting, and the afterlife as rebirth. Kings and queens were often seen as earthly incarnations of gods, and in death they returned to those divine origins. The Red Queen, covered in the colour of blood, entombed in a pyramid and honoured with offerings, was being prepared for rebirth, not as a mortal, but as a being tied to the sacred order of the cosmos. Her burial wasn't the end of her story, it was the beginning of her legend. Just a few steps away from the Red Queen's final resting place lies one of the most iconic tombs in Mesoamerica, that of Kinich Janab Pakal, known simply as Pakal the Great. His burial inside the Grand Temple of the Inscriptions is celebrated for its artistry, scale, and deeply spiritual symbolism. But what makes the Red Queen's tomb so extraordinary is not only what was inside, it's where it was found. Her sarcophagus was hidden within Temple 3, directly adjacent to Pakal's monument. In a city like Palenque, where every temple was carefully positioned to reflect cosmic principles, this closeness was no coincidence. It was intentional, a statement etched in stone. Many scholars believe the Red Queen was Tzakbu Ajao, Pakal's queen and trusted consort. While her tomb lacks inscriptions, the similarities between their burials are striking. Both wrapped in cinnabar, both entombed in pyramids, both buried with jade, and both treated with extreme reverence. These rituals mirror each other, as if two halves of a sacred narrative. Pakal's lid famously depicts him falling into the underworld tree, a cosmic scene of death and rebirth. The Red Queen's simpler tomb contains no such iconography, but the symbolism lies in the pairing itself. If Pakal represented the sun, journeying through the underworld at night to rise again, then the Red Queen may have represented the moon, the feminine force that follows its own mysterious path in the sky. Together, they embodied a cosmic duality, masculine and feminine, king and queen, sun and moon, order and ritual. In Maya mythology, rulership was not singular, it was relational. Harmony in the cosmos required balance, and that balance extended into the dynastic court. By placing the Red Queen beside Pakal, the Maya were preserving not just a marriage, but a cosmic partnership. Their proximity in death may have mirrored their roles in life, a queen not behind, but beside her king, sharing not just a throne, but a legacy. In their tombs, they speak without words. Two souls, wrapped in cinnabar and stone, joined across eternity, one of history's most sacred silences. Though her name was lost to time, the Red Queen of Palenque endures, not as a forgotten relic, but as one of the most enigmatic and powerful women of the ancient world. Her tomb, sealed for over 1,300 years, now whispers across centuries, inviting questions that echo louder with every discovery. She represents a mystery that still resists full understanding. We may never know exactly who she was. No glyph carved her name. No stela told her story. And yet, the care in her burial, the richness of her offerings, the symbolism of her crimson-drenched bones, all speak of a woman profoundly important. Not merely as a wife or consort, but as someone who held real influence, spiritual weight, and royal blood. Today, the Red Queen forces us to re-evaluate assumptions. She's a reminder that in the ancient Maya world, women were not silent. They led rituals, governed cities, and shaped dynasties. While kings like Pakal have long taken the spotlight, the Red Queen's re-emergence reminds us that power did not belong to men alone. It flowed through mothers, queens, priestesses, and visionaries. Her legacy is more than the treasures she left behind. It's the conversation she started, among archaeologists, historians, artists, and storytellers. Every jade bead, every layer of cinnabar, every architectural choice in Temple Thethid tells us something deliberate. This woman mattered, and perhaps that's the most extraordinary part of her story. Not what we know, but what we still don't. The Red Queen teaches us that history isn't just a collection of facts, it's a living puzzle, a shared human longing to connect with the past. In that sense, her legacy is still unfolding. She lies wrapped in red, the colour of life and sacrifice, of blood and rebirth. Her face, once hidden behind a jade mask, now stares back at us through science, art, and wonder. She remains nameless, but not voiceless, mysterious, but not forgotten. The Red Queen may have ruled a kingdom in life, but in death, she rules something greater, our imagination. Her tomb was sealed in stone. Her story was written in silence, and still, somehow, she speaks. Frida Kahlo was born on July 6, 1907, in the vibrant district of Coyoacán, then a village on the outskirts of Mexico City. Her childhood home, the Casa Azul, the Blue House, was filled with colour, contradiction, and quiet strength. It would later become a sanctuary, a battleground, and a museum to one of the most iconic artists of the 20th century. Frida was the third of 4 daughters born to Guillermo Kahlo, a German-Hungarian photographer, and Matilde Calderón, a devout Catholic of indigenous and Spanish descent. Her parents were opposites: Guillermo, reserved and intellectual; Matilde, religious and emotionally distant. Frida would inherit her father's introspection and artistic eye, but also her mother's fierce resilience. As a child, Frida was imaginative, outspoken, and bold. She read voraciously and asked questions most adults didn't want to answer. But at the age of 6, she contracted polio, which left her right leg thinner and weaker than the other. A physical difference she tried to mask with long skirts, but never allowed to limit her spirit. The illness left her bedridden for months and isolated from other children. During this time, she grew close to her father, who encouraged her to exercise, ride bicycles, and stay mentally sharp. Unlike most girls of her time, Frida didn't aspire to become a wife or a homemaker. Her goal? To become a doctor. She enrolled in the prestigious National Preparatory School in Mexico City at age 15, one of only a handful of girls accepted. There, she stood out not just for her intelligence, but for her rebellious wit, radical thinking, and unique sense of style. She joined a group of young intellectuals known as the Cachuchas, who debated philosophy, literature, and politics. Frida was drawn to revolution, to ideas that challenged tradition. But even in those early years, before the bus crash that would define her body, and before the fame that would define her legacy, Frida Kahlo was already painting herself into the world, with sharp edges, unapologetic ideas, and an identity too big to fit inside anyone else's expectations. She wasn't just growing up in Coyoacán, she was preparing to remake herself entirely. On September 17, 1925, Frida Kahlo's life was split in two: the girl she had been and the woman she was forced to become. That afternoon, she boarded a wooden bus with her boyfriend, Alejandro Gomez Arias, after school. They were laughing, teasing each other, and probably arguing. Frida never did anything halfway. But moments later, the bus collided with a streetcar, and in an instant, her future unravelled into pain, metal, and silence. The crash was horrific. The streetcar crushed the bus against a wall, splintering wood and flinging passengers. Frida was impaled by an iron handrail. It entered her left hip and exited through her pelvis. Her spinal column fractured in 3 places. Her right leg shattered, her foot dislocated, her collarbone and ribs broke, her shoulder was dislocated, her abdomen was pierced. She was just 18 years old. A man covered her with a borrowed overcoat. Someone else noticed her body was sparkling, not from blood, but from the gold powder she had been carrying in a pouch. It had exploded on impact, dusting her broken form in what looked like glittering ash. Frida was taken to the Red Cross hospital and underwent numerous surgeries over the following months. She spent weeks in a body cast, flat on her back, immobile, writhing with infection and uncertainty. The future she'd imagined, of becoming a doctor, slipped further away with every passing day. But in that stillness, something began to stir. Her father gave her brushes. Her mother rigged a special easel to hang above her bed. A mirror was placed on the canopy so she could see herself. And there, lying in plaster and agony, Frida began to paint, first out of boredom, then out of obsession. Her first subjects were her own reflection, because she was all she had. But what emerged wasn't vanity, it was survival. The crash had broken her physically, but it had also opened a door into her own mind, her own body, and eventually into the surreal language of pain and identity that would define her art. The girl who wanted to heal others now began healing herself, one brushstroke at a time. As Frida Kahlo lay encased in plaster and steel, a body fighting itself with every breath, she began to paint. What started as a form of therapy soon became a language, and that language was deeply personal, brutally honest, and often hard to look at, which was precisely the point. Frida didn't paint pretty flowers or polite landscapes. She painted pain. Her pain. Physical, emotional, and existential. Her first subjects were self-portraits, not because she was vain, but because, as she famously said, "I paint myself because I am so often alone, and because I am the subject I know best." Her early works were small in scale, painted on tin or wood panels, inspired by Mexican retablos, devotional paintings meant to tell stories of suffering and miracles. Frida turned this tradition inward. Her body became the canvas. Her emotions became the altar. She painted herself as split, as pierced, as bleeding. In one painting she is impaled by nails, like a modern-day martyr. In another, she floats in a barren landscape, tethered to a broken column, a metaphor for her shattered spine. She painted herself weeping, fractured, decapitated, and bare, but never passive, always watching. Her pain was not sanitized. She painted the ugliness of trauma with beauty, defiance, and even humor. Each piece was a reclamation of her body, her experience, and her identity as a woman in a world that often tried to define her. But Frida wasn't just telling her story. She was inventing a new kind of visual narrative, one that blended Mexican folk art, surrealism, medical illustration, and symbolism. Her paintings became dream-like autopsies of her soul, framed in color, culture, and myth. By the time she recovered enough to walk again, albeit painfully, Frida was no longer the girl who had wanted to be a doctor. She was an artist, and her art was unlike anything anyone had seen. She had taken the worst thing that had ever happened to her and turned it into a source of creation. Frida Kahlo didn't just paint her pain. She made the world look at it, and in doing so, she turned suffering into a sacred act of self-expression. In 1928, still recovering, still painting, and just 21 years old, Frida Kahlo met the man who would become the most profound and turbulent relationship of her life, Diego Rivera. He was 20 years her senior, already Mexico's most famous painter. Massive in both stature and presence, Rivera was a giant of Mexican muralism, known for his sweeping, politically charged frescoes that told the story of the Mexican people. Frida had seen his work before. She admired it. But now she wanted his opinion of her work. She brought her paintings to him at the Ministry of Education, interrupting his scaffolded work to ask bluntly, "Do I have talent?" Diego took one look and said yes, and not just out of kindness. He recognized in her something rare, an unfiltered voice, raw and unpretentious, full of rage, irony, pain, and beauty. They began a relationship that was as consuming as it was creative. Frida once said, "I suffered 2 accidents in my life. One in which a streetcar knocked me down. The other was Diego." They married in 1929, an odd pairing to outsiders. Diego, massive, unfaithful, politically famous. Frida, sharp-tongued, fiercely independent, already walking with a cane. Her parents called it a marriage between an elephant and a dove. Their bond was passionate, but chaotic. Diego supported her art and encouraged her growth as a painter, but he was also endlessly unfaithful, even with Frida's own sister, Cristina. Frida was devastated, and in return, she took lovers of her own, both men and women, including rumoured affairs with Leon Trotsky and painter Georgia O'Keeffe. They divorced in 1939, then remarried a year later with different terms. This time, Frida would keep her autonomy, her home, her money, her name. Their second marriage was less about traditional love and more about creative partnership and mutual understanding. Despite the betrayals and the heartbreak, Diego remained a constant force in Frida's life. He challenged her, he wounded her, but he also believed in her, as an artist, as a revolutionary, and as a woman who could redefine what painting could be. Together, they were not peaceful, but they were legendary. In the 1930s, Frida Kahlo followed Diego Rivera on a journey north to San Francisco, Detroit, and New York, as he completed high-profile mural commissions. These years abroad brought her face-to-face with American industrialism, wealth, and the contradictions of capitalism, and they left her with deep political discomfort. Frida was a proud Mexican nationalist, a committed communist, and an admirer of indigenous traditions. The opulence she witnessed in the United States, especially while the Great Depression ravaged much of the country, only deepened her sense of disillusionment. In letters home, she mocked the culture's materialism and obsession with appearances. She missed the grit, colour, and contradiction of Mexico. While Diego painted enormous murals on factory walls, Frida began to paint smaller, quieter revolutions, deeply personal works on tin and canvas. Her style solidified, sharp, surreal, emotional, and intimate. It was during this time that she produced some of her most iconic self-portraits. Frida didn't just paint herself for vanity. She painted herself to survive. Her identity became her landscape. With her body constantly in pain, from her accident, multiple surgeries, and a failed pregnancy in Detroit, she turned inward. Her portraits showed her bleeding, fragmented, exposed. Yet her face was always calm, always direct, unapologetic. One of her most powerful works, Henry Ford Hospital, shows her lying on a hospital bed, crying, surrounded by floating symbols of loss. A fetus, a snail, medical equipment, a cracked pelvis. It was raw, graphic, and deeply emotional, a canvas that bled with truth. Back in Mexico, Frida immersed herself in leftist politics. She and Diego welcomed Leon Trotsky into their home while he lived in exile. Frida wore Tehuana dresses, traditional indigenous garments, not just as fashion, but as a political and cultural statement. Her art was never disconnected from her beliefs. Her identity, her body, and her ideology all intertwined in her work. While Rivera was painting murals of revolution, Frida painted its human cost, the body in pieces, the mind on fire, and the self always staring back. In exile and in illness, she became not just a painter of pain, but a painter of resistance. When Frida Kahlo returned to Mexico in the late 1930s, she was no longer just Diego Rivera's wife. She had become something else entirely. A force, an artist whose work radiated with raw honesty, surreal symbolism, and cultural identity. Back in her homeland, she stepped fully into herself. Her Casa Azul in Coyoacán became a sanctuary of colour and contradiction. Bright cobalt walls, yellow trim, Aztec statues in the garden, monkeys and parrots wandering freely. The house was a living extension of Frida's imagination. It was a blend of tradition and rebellion, elegance and earth. Here, she surrounded herself with pre-Columbian artifacts, ex-votos, folk art, and revolutionary books. She wore bold Tehuana dresses, wove flowers into her hair, and painted amid the scent of copal incense and the sounds of mariachi on the street outside. This period marked an explosion of creativity. Her paintings became more intricate, more symbolic, and more political. Works like the two Fridas revealed a divided self, one in European dress with a bleeding heart, the other in indigenous clothing, strong and composed. It was Frida's visual autobiography, a portrait of love, loss, and heritage. In 1939, she exhibited her work in Paris, where artists like Picasso, Breton, and Kandinsky praised her fiercely original style. But even among the surrealists, Frida stood apart. When André Breton tried to label her as one of their own, she pushed back. "They thought I was a surrealist," she said. "But I wasn't. I never painted dreams. I painted my own reality." She painted Mexico, not the romantic postcard version, but the living, breathing country she adored. Her work pulsed with symbolism, skeletons, hummingbirds, hearts, thorns, corn, and blood. She honoured the indigenous roots of her homeland while unmasking the violence of its past and present. But even as her artistic voice grew stronger, her health continued to decline. Multiple surgeries, infections, and chronic pain became daily realities. Still, she painted through it, propped up in bed, torso bound in corsets, fingers clenched around the brush. Frida had returned to Mexico not to rest, but to reclaim her power, through paint, through politics, and through her fearless embrace of the self. As the 1940s wore on, Frida Kahlo's body continued to betray her. Her spine was deteriorating. Her right leg was constantly infected. She underwent more than 30 surgeries in her lifetime, often in grueling succession. At times, she was bedridden for months, encased in body casts or immobilized by traction devices that stretched her bones apart. But still, she painted. Each canvas during these years became both a release and an act of resistance. Her works grew darker, more defiant. She painted with a clarity sharpened by pain, refusing to hide behind metaphor. In The Broken Column, she presents herself split down the middle, her body pierced with nails, a cracked ionic column replacing her spine. Yet her face is stoic, her gaze unflinching. Pain for Frida was no longer just a subject. It was her companion, her antagonist, her muse. Her political voice also grew louder. She joined the Mexican Communist Party, marched in demonstrations, wrote fiery letters, and called out imperialism and injustice. When her health no longer allowed her to walk, she appeared at protests in a wheelchair, defiantly holding signs and shouting slogans. In 1953, Frida was given her first solo exhibition in Mexico, a long overdue celebration of her art. But her health was so fragile, doctors told her she couldn't attend. So she did what only Frida would do. She arrived by ambulance, carried in on a stretcher, and placed in the centre of the gallery on her hospital bed. Dressed in traditional finery, surrounded by her own work, she greeted guests with tequila, laughter, and that fire still burning in her eyes. Her final paintings were both childlike and harrowing. In Marxism Will Give Health to the Sick, she painted herself wearing a steel corset, cradled by the hands of Marx, casting away symbols of oppression. Her last known work was a still life of sliced watermelons, one piece bearing the words, "Viva la vida," long live life. Even in the face of death, she remained defiant, joyful, and political. Frida Kahlo's last portraits weren't just self-portraits. They were acts of revolution, painted in pain, but always signed with life. On July 13, 1954, at the age of 47, Frida Kahlo died in the same place she had been born, La Casa Azul in Coyoacán. The official cause was listed as a pulmonary embolism, but those closest to her whispered of something deeper. She had been ill, yes, but also exhausted. By pain, by surgeries, by the long war with her own body. Just days before, she had attended a political protest against the CIA-led coup in Guatemala. Weak and wheelchair-bound, she insisted on going, her clenched fist raised in the air. Revolution remained her final heartbeat. Her last diary entry was brief but piercing. "I hope the exit is joyful, and I hope never to return." Frida's funeral was held at the Palacio de Bellas Artes, Mexico's most prestigious cultural institution. Her body, draped in the red flag of the Mexican Communist Party, was watched over by friends, family, artists, and revolutionaries. Diego Rivera was inconsolable. He called her the greatest love of his life, even as his betrayals had nearly broken her. But in the years that followed her death, something extraordinary happened. Frida Kahlo refused to disappear. At first, her name was whispered only in art circles. Her works weren't easy to categorize, too political for surrealists, too surreal for traditionalists. But slowly, her image, her story, and her defiance began to resonate. Through the 1970s and 1980s, as feminist scholars and activists reclaimed forgotten voices, Frida's became louder. She wasn't just a painter anymore. She was a symbol of pain turned into beauty, of feminism born through resistance, of Mexican identity celebrated without apology, of queerness, disability, revolution, and authenticity. Her face, unibrow, gaze, flowers in her hair, became iconic. Her home became a museum. Her diary became a sacred text. And her paintings now hang in the world's greatest museums. Frida Kahlo had lived much of her life in Diego's shadow. But in death, she stepped forward. She didn't just leave behind paintings. She left behind a mirror and dared us all to look, not with pity, not with fear, but with fire. Today, Frida Kahlo's face is everywhere. Printed on t-shirts, painted on murals, turned into dolls, memes, posters, and icons. Her signature unibrow, her flower-crowned hair, her direct gaze, all instantly recognizable. But what makes her legacy powerful isn't just that people know her face, it's that they recognize the truth behind it. Frida didn't try to be flawless. She didn't fit into boxes. She wasn't conventional, and she didn't care to be. In a world that demands perfection, she gave us realness. Raw, messy, vibrant, angry, joyful, contradictory realness. She celebrated what made her different: her disability, her queerness, her politics, her culture, and turned it into art that transcended borders and decades. She's become more than an artist. She's a global symbol of defiance, feminism, cultural pride, and creative resistance. For queer communities, she's a fearless bisexual icon who lived openly and unapologetically in a time that demanded silence. For women, she's a reminder that power doesn't require permission. For disabled artists, she's proof that pain can fuel the brush, not stop it. And for Mexico, she's a daughter reclaimed, fierce, folkloric, and forever part of the national soul. Her paintings, once dismissed as too strange or too personal, are now among the most revered in the world. Works like The Two Fridas, Self-Portrait with Thorn Necklace and Hummingbird, and The Broken Column aren't just seen, they're felt deeply by anyone who has ever suffered and needed to turn that suffering into something sacred. She lived in the margins and turned them into centre stage. She embraced contradiction. A communist who wore gold, a woman betrayed who loved again, a body in pieces with a soul unbreakable. And through it all, she painted, not just with colour, but with conviction. Frida Kahlo never asked to be a symbol. She simply told the truth about herself, and in doing so, told the truth for millions of others who had never seen themselves reflected in art before. Now, when we see her face, we see courage, we see colour, we see resistance, we see Frida, not gone, but immortal. Hey guys, tonight we begin with the remarkable lives and incredible resilience of medieval peasants, the everyday heroes who, despite the odds, managed to survive some of the coldest and most brutal nights in history. From makeshift insulation tricks to communal sleeping strategies, their story is one of grit, ingenuity, and determination. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. When you think of medieval life, you might imagine jousting knights, grand feasts, and merry fairs. But for the average peasant, winter was less about merriment and more about, how do we not die tonight? It wasn't just a season. It was a test of endurance that came around every year, like an especially cruel teacher who didn't believe in second chances. Picture this. You're living in a tiny mud and stick hut, with walls so thin you could probably hear a bird sneeze from outside. No insulation, no windows, unless you count a small hole stuffed with animal skin. And definitely no thermostat wars with your siblings. The inside temperature of your home was usually just a polite couple of degrees above whatever the weather was doing outside. If it was freezing outdoors, it was politely slightly less freezing inside. Congratulations. Nights were the worst. Darkness swallowed everything. The wind howled like an angry ghost, and the fire in the hearth sputtered pathetically, doing its best but mostly just roasting the toes of whoever was sitting closest. If you were on the other side of the room, sorry, you might as well have been camping outside, with worse snacks. Clothing wasn't much help either. Peasants didn't own fancy fur coats or goose-down blankets. You had a couple of rough-spun wool tunics, maybe a cloak that smelled suspiciously of goat, and a hope that layering them would turn you into some kind of human onion. Spoiler, it didn't really work. And forget about snuggling under soft quilts. Beds were often nothing more than sacks stuffed with hay or straw, maybe with a few old rushes thrown in for good measure, and bonus, some fleas for extra company. Luxury, thy name is medieval peasant life. The cold wasn't just uncomfortable, it was dangerous. Frostbite, hypothermia, and general freezing to death were constant risks, especially for young children and the elderly. Every morning that you woke up still breathing was considered a minor miracle, and honestly, worth celebrating. Maybe with a slightly less frozen turnip for breakfast. So yes, surviving a medieval winter wasn't about comfort. It was about gritting your teeth, piling on every piece of cloth you owned, huddling with your livestock, and praying you didn't wake up with icicles hanging off your eyebrows. And the real adventure? It was just beginning. If you think your apartment is drafty because the window doesn't close properly, medieval peasants would like a word. Their homes weren't just drafty. They were basically very enthusiastic wind tunnels with a roof. Most peasant houses were what historians politely call wattle and daub construction. Translation: sticks crisscrossed like a giant basket, smeared with a charming mixture of mud, straw, and animal dung. Yes, dung. They weren't trying to be gross. Dung was a cheap, sticky insulator. Plus, it was always readily available, shall we say. These walls, no matter how lovingly smeared, didn't stand much chance against a proper winter storm. The cold wind found every crack, every gap, and gleefully danced its way into the one-room homes, swirling around and making sure you never got too comfortable. Privacy? Absolutely not. Warmth? Not really. Character building? Definitely. And then there were the roofs. Thatched roofs looked picturesque, sure, but after a few months of rain and snow, they sagged, leaked, and occasionally let in the local wildlife. Nothing says pleasant evening, like a squirrel dropping onto your dinner. Windows, if they existed at all, were laughably tiny and usually covered with thin animal hides or wooden shutters. Glass was so expensive that even the lord of the manor probably couldn't afford more than a single tiny pane. And peasants. They were just happy if the wind didn't rip the cowhide right off the wall mid-blizzard. To make matters worse, floors were often just compacted dirt. When it rained or snowed heavily, mud seeped up through the ground, so technically you could say they had indoor water features. Not that they appreciated it. In winter, every step inside your own home could feel like trudging across a frozen marsh. Cold from below, cold from above, cold from inside. It was a three-dimensional assault on your body heat. But medieval peasants weren't the type to whine. They packed gaps with moss, jammed old rags into the worst drafts, and huddled close to each other. Human insulation at its finest. Creativity, stubbornness, and a bit of sheep grease rubbed into the walls were often the only things standing between them and becoming medieval popsicles. Because if your house was falling apart, and your best protection against the elements involved mud and goat hair, well, at least you could laugh about it. Sort of. If your teeth weren't chattering too hard. As if the freezing air wasn't enough, medieval peasants also had to battle a silent enemy rising from below, the frozen ground itself. Floors weren't really floors back then. They were just slightly flatter patches of earth inside your home. Maybe if you were lucky, someone had thrown down some straw or old rushes to give you the illusion of comfort. But make no mistake, you were sleeping one insulted back away from the cold, hard dirt. And oh, that cold was relentless. It seeped up from the earth like an evil little ghost, worming its way through the straw into your bones and straight into your very soul. If you dropped anything onto the floor during a winter night, congratulations, it was now part of the permafrost. Medieval peasants tried to fight this grim battle in a few ways. One method was layering thick mats of straw across the floor. If you could afford it, or more realistically, if you could steal enough of it from your neighbour's field without getting caught, you might have a decent insulating barrier. But straw flattened fast, got mouldy even faster, and added an extra crunchy soundtrack to your already miserable nights. Some homes layered dried rushes onto the dirt instead. Every so often they would throw fresh rushes on top without cleaning out the old ones. Over time, this created a fascinating ecosystem of decomposing plants, fleas, and whatever mystery creatures decided to move in. It was basically medieval carpet padding. If your carpet was alive, slightly damp, and smelled like a wet dog, beds, for those who had them, didn't solve much. They were usually little more than wooden frames packed with, you guessed it, more straw or hay. Instead of cosy mattresses, you had poking, shifting, crunchy layers that did little against the cold radiating from below. Tossing and turning wasn't about comfort. It was a desperate, awkward dance to keep blood flowing and avoid freezing one side of your body. The truth is, medieval peasants didn't conquer the icy ground so much as learn to live uncomfortably above it. A good night's sleep wasn't about dreams or softness. It was about waking up with all your toes still attached. And if you could pull that off, hey, you were doing better than most. If medieval homes had a single hero during winter, it wasn't the roof, or the walls, or even the brave layers of dirt and dung insulation. It was the hearth, a crackling, stubborn fire pit that served as the only real defence against the cold, the darkness, and the general gloom of medieval life. At the centre of nearly every peasant home was a simple fire. No fireplace with a fancy stone mantel, no neat chimney sweeping the smoke skyward. Instead, you had a basic pit or pile of stones, some half-burned logs, and enough smoke pouring into the room to make you wonder if you were slowly becoming a ham. That's right, most homes didn't even have chimneys. Smoke just kind of did its best. It drifted out through small holes in the roof, cracks in the walls, or right into your lungs if it was feeling lazy that evening. It wasn't ideal for breathing, or your overall lifespan. But on the bright side, it did a great job of fumigating fleas and other unwanted guests. Who needs pest control when you're marinating in smoke 24/7? The hearth wasn't just about warmth either. It was the kitchen, the light source, and sometimes even the medieval version of a television. People sat around the fire telling stories, gossiping, or just staring into the flames because, frankly, there wasn't much else to do after sunset. Keeping the fire alive wasn't just a nice idea, it was mandatory. Letting the fire die out at night was like putting up a sign for the cold to come in and finish you off. Plus, reigniting a fire in winter wasn't as easy as striking a match. You had to work with flint, steel, kindling, and more prayers than you'd ever offered before. Everyone in the family had a duty, stoking the flames, watching the embers, adding peat, sticks, or if you were lucky, a precious piece of dry wood. It was a constant battle between human persistence and the smothering cold that wanted nothing more than to snuff you out. The hearth didn't guarantee survival, but without it, survival was downright impossible. It was a smoky, sputtering, often disappointing little fire. But in a medieval winter, it was the beating heart of hope. If there was one thing medieval peasants feared more than running out of ale, it was letting the fire go out overnight. Without that warm, flickering lifeline, the cold would creep in faster than a tax collector after harvest. And in the dead of winter, Restarting a fire from scratch wasn't just inconvenient, it could be deadly. Matches didn't exist yet. Lighters? Dream on. Rekindling a fire meant striking flint and steel together, praying for a single precious spark, and then coddling that spark with tender love and whatever dry kindling you hadn't already burned days ago. Imagine trying to do all this in the freezing dark, half asleep with frozen fingers. Now add a hungry wolf howling in the distance for extra motivation. So peasants got smart. They banked the fire. No, not in a cosy savings account. Banking meant carefully burying the embers under a mound of ash right before bed. The ash acted like a blanket, insulating the glowing coals and keeping them alive, just barely, until morning. If you did it right, you could stroll over at sunrise, poke the pile a little, add fresh wood, and, voila, fire without the frostbite. But if you did it wrong, well, let's just say mornings got a whole lot colder and a whole lot grumpier. Fire banking was an art, passed down from parent to child like a prized family recipe. Everyone had their own little secrets. Some said use dry ash only, others insisted a bit of dampness was key. Some packed the embers tight, others let them breathe. You could practically start a medieval argument just by suggesting a better fire banking method. It was the ancient version of arguing over barbecue techniques, just with slightly higher survival stakes. Sometimes banking the fire wasn't enough. A howling wind might sneak through a crack and snuff it out anyway, or a clumsy sheep might stumble into the hearth. Yes, it happened. That's why some families took turns getting up in the night to check the coals, basically the medieval equivalent of sleepwalking to the thermostat. In the end, fire banking was less about mastering nature and more about buying just a few more precious hours of warmth. And if you woke up to even a single surviving ember, that was your victory, right there, and enough to face another day of battling the cold. In medieval times, the phrase, "the more, the merrier," wasn't just about parties, it was a winter survival tactic. When the fire sputtered and the freezing winds whistled through every crack, there was one surefire source of warmth, each other. And if that meant sleeping cheek to cheek with your entire family, neighbours, livestock, and possibly a very confused goose, so be it. Forget about personal space. Privacy wasn't even a concept. On the coldest nights, the goal wasn't comfort. It was, don't wake up frozen to the floor. Entire households piled into the warmest corner of the house, wrapped in whatever scraps of cloth they could find, and formed what could best be described as a desperate, snoring, human lasagna. Younger kids squeezed in between parents, grandparents snuggled under the outer layers, and if Cousin Ethel showed up unexpectedly, well, there was always room for one more. If you were lucky, you got to sleep in the middle, where body heat radiated from all sides. If you were unlucky, you were on the edge, the medieval equivalent of sleeping next to the door of a meat locker, and woe to the person who moved too much during the night. You shift once to get comfortable, and suddenly you've knocked Aunt Maud into the freezing draft by the wall. Congratulations, you're now the family villain. Sometimes even bedding was shared, a communal straw mattress that slowly flattened under the nightly weight of multiple generations. And because hygiene wasn't exactly winning any awards back then, let's just say it wasn't the most fragrant sleeping arrangement. But hey, when it's you versus frostbite, you stop being picky. Body heat wasn't just nice, it was strategic. Some medieval guides even recommended deliberately arranging the strongest, warmest people on the outside of the group, like human shields against the cold. Babies and frail elders were tucked deep in the centre, treated like the precious little heat generators they were. This wasn't just about survival, though. Over time, it became part of daily life, part of family bonding. Long winter nights huddled together led to storytelling, singing, and undoubtedly some very interesting conversations muffled under a shared wool blanket. So next time your sibling steals your blanket or your dog hogs the bed, just remember, at least you're not fighting for elbow space between a snoring uncle and a particularly judgmental goat. If you thought modern roommates were a challenge, medieval peasants would like to introduce you to their winter housemates: cows, goats, pigs, chickens, basically anything with a pulse and a little bit of body heat. Bringing animals indoors wasn't just a quirky village tradition, it was vital for survival. Livestock generated warmth, and in a poorly insulated hovel where the wind howled louder than your stomach, every little degree mattered. Plus, if your goat shared a wall with you, it was slightly less likely to get stolen by a neighbour in the dead of night. 2 birds, 1 stinky stone. At night, the house became a chaotic living furnace. Chickens nested in corners, pigs snorted near the hearth, and cows lounged luxuriously against the walls, chewing cud like they paid rent. It wasn't glamorous, far from it. If you've ever been stuck in a car on a summer road trip with someone who forgot to shower, imagine that. But it's a cow, it's winter, and there's literally nowhere else to go. The smells? Legendary. By springtime, the perfume of a shared winter was something fierce. You didn't need to light a candle, your nostrils were already on a wild ride. But medieval peasants developed a selective nose. They didn't complain much because they knew one uncomfortable truth. The more animals inside, the fewer frozen toes in the morning. Certain animals even had prime spots. Cows, being the biggest and warmest, usually took centre stage near the family. Goats were allowed closer in for their warmth, and because goats, being goats, would find a way inside anyway. Chickens roosted in rafters or old baskets, and pigs, well, pigs didn't care. They plopped down wherever they pleased, probably right in the middle of the floor. Of course, sharing your bedroom with livestock wasn't without hazards. Imagine drifting off peacefully, only to be rudely awakened by a chicken deciding your hair makes a good perch, or stepping barefoot into something suspicious. First thing in the morning. Yes, medieval mornings could be full of surprises. Still, despite the noise, the smells, and the occasional hoof to the ribs, peasants understood the simple math. Cold kills, and cows cuddle, whether they want to or not. In the battle against winter's icy fingers, a warm, slightly slobbery cow breath was often the deciding factor between life and death. In medieval winters, fashion wasn't about looking good, it was about not dying. Peasants weren't flipping through the latest trends, they were layering up like they were preparing for battle against the Grim Reaper himself. The rule was simple. If you owned it, you wore it. Sometimes, all at once. First, the basic undertunic, a scratchy, probably not too clean linen shirt. Over that, a thicker woolen tunic, then another, if you had it. Add some leggings that sagged at the knees, a rough cloak draped over your shoulders, and, if you were really lucky, a patched-up sheepskin thrown on top like a prize trophy. Congratulations, you were now approximately 10% warmer and 90% itchier. Boots were a luxury. Many peasants wrapped their feet in layers of cloth or old rags and stuffed them into wooden clogs. If the cold still bit through, well, you just added another rag and hoped you didn't lose a toe. And forget about washing all these layers. Washing your clothes in the middle of winter meant dragging them to a frozen stream, smashing through the ice, and then waiting 2 days for your only shirt to dry, if it didn't just freeze into a tragic shirt cycle. Most peasants wisely decided that smelling like a mix of smoke, sweat, and sheep was a small price to pay for not freezing solid. Interestingly, the dirt and grease build-up had a bonus feature: insulation. That grimy layer locked in body heat. It was like a medieval Gore-Tex jacket, just smellier and far less socially acceptable today. Hats, scarves, and gloves were prized treasures. A simple woolen cap could mean the difference between making it through the night or waking up with hair frozen to the wall. Gloves were often homemade from whatever scraps of leather or fabric people could scrounge, sometimes looking more like sad puppet costumes than anything fashionable. Children were especially swaddled until they resembled overstuffed turnips, waddling awkwardly around the house. The goal was to trap as much precious body heat as possible. Style? Elegance? Never heard of them. Warmth was the real medieval flex. So, the next time you complain about layering up for a chilly day, just remember, medieval peasants walked around wearing half their wardrobe at once, looking like lumpy laundry bags, and counting themselves lucky for it. In the medieval peasant playbook, dirt wasn't just something you scrubbed off. It was practically a survival tool. As it turns out, getting grimy wasn't a sign you'd given up on life. It was tactical, strategic, dare we say, genius. See, winter posed a very specific problem: heat loss. Clean clothes, especially freshly laundered linen, were surprisingly terrible at keeping you warm. They were breathable, sure, but when the air temperature hovered somewhere between hypothermia and instant regret, breathable wasn't exactly a selling point. That's where dirt came in. As peasants trudged through day after day without washing their clothing, layers of grime, natural body oils, and good old-fashioned mud began to build up on their tunics, cloaks, and leggings. Over time, this natural armour clogged the tiny gaps in the fabric, making clothes more wind-resistant. It was like medieval weatherproofing, just smellier. Sure, you smelled like a goat who lost a bet, but guess what? You were warm. In fact, some medieval folks believed that washing yourself too often in winter could actually make you sick. Better to keep that protective, holy filth barrier intact. Bathing was rare, laundry even rarer, and soap, when it existed, was reserved for serious occasions, like when the bishop showed up, or maybe right before you died. Adding to the strategy, peasants layered their clothes without changing the ones underneath. You just threw your new layer on top of last month's. Eventually, you became a walking museum of the past 6 weeks. Every stain telling the heroic story of that one time I slipped in the mud but didn't die. To outside observers, medieval peasants might have looked and smelled like they had completely given up on hygiene. But the peasants knew better. That grimy, crusty tunic was a thermal shield against death by frostbite. It wasn't glamorous, but neither was freezing to death because you wanted to smell like flowers. Besides, in a world where literally everyone stank to high heaven, you weren't offending anyone. Nose blindness was practically a way of life. So yes, in medieval winters, filth wasn't failure. It was fashion. It was function. And if you had a thick, greasy outer layer by February, you, my friend, were winning at life. If you thought medieval peasants spent their winters tucked into plush feather beds with embroidered quilts, think again. The reality was a bit more rustic. And by rustic, I mean, let's sleep on a pile of dead plants and hope for the best. Beds, in the medieval peasant world, were usually a rough wooden frame, if you could afford one, covered with a big sack stuffed full of straw, hay, or old rushes. That's it. No memory foam, no orthopedic support, no 5-star hotel experience. Just a crunchy, lumpy, slightly pokey mess that smelled faintly of barnyard and regret. Every toss and turn in the night brought a delightful soundtrack of crinkling straw and the occasional sharp jab from a rogue stork. Some peasants even skipped the wooden frame altogether and just threw the straw straight onto the dirt floor, creating a luxurious, ground-level sleeping experience that modern influencers would probably rebrand as earth-connected slumber. The straw mattresses weren't just uncomfortable, they were temporary. Over time, the straw flattened, grew mouldy, attracted bugs, and generally turned into a biological hazard zone. Changing the straw was a big event, usually done a few times a year if you were diligent, or whenever your bed started actively moving without your permission. Rushes were a popular alternative. These long grasses were spread thick on the floor, sometimes mixed with herbs like lavender or rosemary to mask the overwhelming odour livestock aroma of daily life. Fresh rushes smelled lovely, for about a day. After that, they became part of the muddy, trampled landscape inside the house, blending seamlessly with dirt, food scraps, and whatever else wandered in. And let's not forget the bedfellows. Fleas, lice, and other charming critters loved straw bedding almost as much as the peasants did. If you woke up scratching more than you slept, Congratulations. You were living the authentic medieval experience. Despite the hardships, these humble beds were lifesavers. Piles of straw provided a crucial insulating layer against the frozen earth, and clumping together atop them created pockets of shared body heat, medieval central heating at its finest. So, next time you sink into your soft, supportive mattress, just remember, somewhere out there, a medieval peasant is looking down at you from history, grinning through a mouthful of missing teeth and saying, "Must be nice." When you live in a house made of sticks, mud, and optimism, you quickly learn that winter breezes aren't just a nuisance, they're personal attacks. Medieval peasants didn't just fight the cold from the outside, they fought it from inside their own homes, armed with nothing but whatever they could cram into the cracks. And trust me, there were a lot of cracks. Walls warped, mud crumbled, thatch sagged. The cold seemed to find new places to sneak in every night, like a mischievous poltergeist with a grudge. Sealing up the house became an art form. Peasants stuffed gaps with moss, straw, scraps of old cloth, bundles of dry grass, and sometimes even animal hair. If it was soft, squishy, or vaguely insulating, it was jammed into a hole somewhere. Some particularly determined souls daubed extra layers of mud and dung over the outside of their walls as an annual winter project. Imagine standing there in freezing weather, slapping cold manure onto your own house while muttering, "This is fine, this is luxury." Because in a way, it was. Roof leaks were another battlefield. Thatch, while cheap and plentiful, wasn't exactly waterproof, especially after a few seasons of rain and snow. Peasants would plug holes in the roof with spare bits of cloth, bundles of reeds, or, in moments of true desperation, chunks of turf stolen from the nearest field. Every home eventually started to look like a slightly sad patchwork quilt made by someone who gave up halfway through. Doors? Windows? If you had them, you were lucky. But even then, they were little more than wood planks hung by iron nails and sheer stubbornness. Window holes were often covered with animal hides or thick cloth soaked in animal fat to block out the worst drafts, and add a bonus aroma of mystery meat to the living space. Every night was a battle between human ingenuity and the relentless sneaky cold. One minute you were warm, the next minute a sudden gust would find the one spot you missed, slapping you awake like a frosty hand of doom. Yet somehow, through cleverness, stubbornness, and a refusal to accept slightly frozen as a permanent state of being, medieval peasants patched, stuffed, and muddled their way through the worst winters nature could throw at them, one muddy handful at a time. When the cold bites hard enough to keep you awake at night, medieval peasants had a solution. Don't even try to pretend everyone's sleeping at once. Instead, they developed a survival strategy that today would make any military commander proud: sleeping in shifts. It wasn't some grand organised system with whistles and roll calls. It was far simpler and much more desperate. Half the household stayed awake, tending to the fire and patching up stray drafts, while the other half curled up under threadbare blankets and hay, trying to catch a few precious hours of half-frozen sleep. The fire needed constant attention. Left alone, it would die down, and restarting it, remember, was about as easy as getting a stubborn donkey to dance. So someone had to be on ember patrol, and since no one wanted to get up once they were finally warm-ish, families rotated shifts. You dozed for a few hours, got elbowed awake, then stumbled over to the hearth to poke, prod and curse the fire back to life, while trying not to step on a goat. The rotation wasn't glamorous. There were no night vision goggles, no late-night snacks, and certainly no 5 more minutes snooze buttons. Just stiff joints, heavy eyelids, and a growing resentment toward whoever snored loudest during your shift. Children old enough to hold a stick were pressed into service, learning early that in winter, everyone pulled their weight, or froze trying. Grandparents sometimes stayed by the fire longer, both because of their experience and, frankly, because arthritis made lying down and getting up again a monumental event. And when it was your turn to sleep, good luck. with people moving about, animals rustling, wind battering the walls, and the occasional sharp nudge from a sibling who, accidentally, rolled over too hard. Getting quality rest was a miracle. Yet despite the exhaustion, the system worked. Sleeping in shifts meant that there was always a set of eyes and cold, begrudging hands, ready to keep the hearth alive. The embers survived, and by extension, so did the family. So next time you grumble about waking up to adjust the thermostat or let the cat out, spare a thought for the medieval peasant, squinting into a smoking fire at 3 a.m, wondering if toes were really that important after all. You know it's cold when you have to think about how you breathe just to stay alive. Medieval peasants didn't just battle the freezing air with cloaks, fires, and creative sleeping arrangements. They even adjusted the way they inhaled and exhaled to survive the night. The problem was simple. Deep, open-mouthed breathing pulled icy air straight into your lungs. In a world where pneumonia could kill you faster than you could say, "Hail Mary," that was a risk nobody wanted to take. So peasants learned the art of what you might call survival breathing. Instead of sucking in huge gulps of air like they'd just run a marathon, they kept their breathing shallow, slow, and, most importantly, through the nose. The idea was to gently warm the incoming air a bit before it hit their lungs. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than coughing yourself into the grave by February. If you accidentally took a big mouthful of cold air, congratulations. You just bought yourself a ticket to a week of hacking up bits of what felt like your soul, with no doctors in sight, and grandma treating you with hot onion tea and firm prayers. Some people even tucked parts of their cloaks, shawls, or rags up over their faces while they slept, creating a makeshift breath-warmer barrier. Of course, this also meant you ended up with a damp, slightly soggy fabric patch clinging to your mouth by morning, but hey, it beat freezing from the inside out. Children were taught these tricks early on. Parents would scold little ones for panting like dogs, indoors during the cold months. And honestly, between strict breathing lessons, itchy wool layers, and sleeping next to an aggressively gassy goat, medieval childhood winters were character building on a whole different level. At night, tucked into straw bedding under piles of cloaks, and next to a gently steaming cow, breathing became an art form. Slow, steady, nose only, and as minimal as humanly possible, like some grim medieval version of a yoga retreat, only with more frostbite and fewer inspirational quotes. In the grand survival playbook, it wasn't the flashiest strategy, but it worked. One shallow breath at a time, peasants endured another night in the long, relentless war against winter. In the endless battle against medieval winter, peasants discovered an unlikely secret weapon: a full stomach. Turns out, one of the best ways to fight off the cold wasn't another scratchy wool cloak. It was stuffing yourself with something hearty and heavy right before bed. Calories meant warmth. The more your body had to digest, the more it heated itself up doing the work. It's basic medieval thermodynamics. Eat a heavy meal, generate internal heat, and maybe, just maybe, survive until morning without turning into a peasant-shaped popsicle. So what did medieval peasants pile onto their plates before a long, freezing night? Think thick stews, heavy with root vegetables like turnips, onions and parsnips. Grains were lifesavers too: oat porridge, barley gruel, or dense, chewy rye bread. If you were especially lucky, say, after a festival day or a generous slaughter, you might even get a hunk of salted pork or a slice of dried sausage thrown into the pot. This wasn't comfort food in the Instagram sense. No delicate presentation, no artisanal garnishes. It was one enormous, vaguely brown meal, designed to sit in your gut like a friendly brick, slowly burning through the night and keeping you just a little bit warmer. It wasn't just about eating a lot, it was about eating smart. Foods that took longer to digest provided a slow, steady trickle of warmth. Fatty foods were particularly prized, not just for the energy they provided, but because fat burns slower than lean meat. A belly full of stew, bread, and a questionable amount of lard. Peak medieval winter luxury. Parents made sure even the pickiest children ate heartily. Nobody cared if little Thomas didn't like turnips. You ate the turnips, or you shivered through the night thinking about how much you missed the turnips. Harsh but effective parenting, medieval style. Of course, heavy nighttime eating came with its own hazards. You might be warmer, but you were also risking a night of vivid, bizarre dreams, fueled by a stomach trying desperately to process an entire field's worth of cabbages. Was it worth it? Absolutely. Because in the end, peasants weren't aiming for a Michelin star meal, they were aiming to survive. And if that meant going to bed full, bloated and breathing gently through your nose next to a steaming cow, well, that was just another night in the ongoing quest to see another frosty sunrise. Long before electric blankets and fancy heated mattress pads, medieval peasants had to get creative if they wanted a little extra warmth at bedtime. And that's how the humble haybox and the ever-glamorous heated stone became winter's unsung heroes. Let's start with the haybox. It sounds rustic, and it absolutely was, but the idea was pure genius. Peasants would take a sturdy wooden box, line it thickly with hay, and use it to store food that had been cooked earlier, keeping it warm for hours. Leftover stew, hot porridge, toss it into the hay box, cover it up, and it stayed hot enough for a late-night snack without needing to risk reigniting the fire. Medieval slow cookers, basically. But peasants didn't just stop at food. They realised if hay could trap the heat from a stew pot, it could also trap the heat from something even better: rocks. Enter the era of the heated stone. Before heading to bed, someone, probably whichever unlucky child lost the family argument, would grab a flat stone and chuck it into the heart of the hearth fire. After roasting it until it was nearly too hot to touch, a fine line between helpful and third-degree burn, they'd fish it out using a stick or some old tongs. The stone, still radiating blissful warmth, would be carefully wrapped in rags, tucked into an old piece of cloth, or jammed into a clay pot, then slipped under the hay in the mattress or down at the foot of the bed. A medieval heating pad, ready to do battle against the frozen earth. Of course, there were risks. If you didn't wrap the stone properly, congratulations. You now had a small, localized house fire. And if you dropped it on your foot, well, let's just say winter injuries weren't always caused by slipping on ice. But when everything went right, that stone provided precious, comforting warmth that could last for hours. It wasn't luxurious, but when you lived in a half-frozen hut, luxury was defined as not waking up with icicles dangling from your nose. In the grand arsenal of medieval winter survival, a hot rock tucked into some hay might not sound glamorous, but for peasants clinging to whatever heat they could find, it was a tiny miracle. In a medieval peasant's home, the hearth wasn't just where you cooked dinner. It was practically a family member. A temperamental, smoky, sometimes uncooperative family member, sure, but still absolutely essential to survival, especially when it came time to sleep. The closer you were to the fire, the better your odds of waking up unfrozen. That meant sleeping arrangements were less about personal preference and more about strategic positioning. Infants, the elderly, and anyone sick or frail got first dibs on prime hearth real estate. Parents, older kids, and sturdier adults fanned out from there like human insulation layers. Being assigned a spot close to the fire wasn't just kindness, it was basic survival math. Babies were fragile heat generators, and elders were precious repositories of family knowledge, and, let's be honest, the best gossip. Protecting them with prime warmth was non-negotiable. But it wasn't all cosy toasting by the flames. Too close, and you risked waking up with your hair singed or your cloak smouldering suspiciously. Too far, and you were basically camping in an icebox. It was a delicate dance. Stay near enough to bask in the fire's glow, but not so near that you had to explain to your neighbour why you now looked like a half-cooked roast. The fire also didn't spread warmth evenly. It mostly roasted the people directly in front of it, while everyone else fought over the narrow cone of heat like cold lizards jostling for a sunbeam. If you were lucky enough to fall asleep facing the fire, you might have one blissfully warm side, and one side frozen so solid you could probably knock on it. Pets and livestock, of course, muscled in too. A dog might wedge itself between you and the fire, tail wagging dangerously close to open flame. Chickens sometimes perched perilously on hearthstones, clucking softly into the night like tiny feathery guardians of warmth. Every crackle of the logs, every shift of glowing embers was a tiny promise. You're still alive, you're still warm, for now. And so peasants drifted into uneasy sleep, lulled by the fire's pops and hisses, each breath forming small clouds in the frigid air beyond the fire's fragile circle. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't comfortable, but it was life, clinging to warmth by a thread of glowing coals. In the medieval world, no one survived winter alone, unless they wanted to become a very stylish frozen statue by January. Survival wasn't just a family affair. It was a village project, a messy, muddy, loud collaboration where everyone's warmth and life depended on everyone else. The peasants knew that in the dead of winter, a strong fire and a pile of hay could only do so much. If your neighbour's house went dark, you noticed. If the smoke from old Tom's hearth suddenly stopped curling into the sky, someone went to check. And not just because Tom owed you a chicken, though that might be part of it, but because community meant survival. Villages had unofficial winter watchers, often the young or the elderly, who couldn't work the fields, but could keep an eye on who was coughing too hard, who hadn't come to barter at the market in a few days, or whose home looked a little too still in the morning frost. These people were the medieval version of neighbourhood patrol, minus the reflective vests, plus a lot more sheep. If a family's fire went out, it was a near emergency. A good neighbour would rush over with a glowing coal bundled in rags, or better yet, invite them into their own smoky, overcrowded hut for the night. Yes, it meant squeezing an extra 4 bodies into an already cramped space, but it was better than finding frozen friends come spring thaw. Communal food stores played a role too. During especially brutal winters, villages sometimes pooled their last salted meat, grain, and dried vegetables. It was grim charity. No one had much, but a few communal meals could be the difference between staggering into spring or not. Even children understood the stakes. They helped deliver wood, shared embers, and ran urgent messages when someone needed help. No one was too small or too tired when winter came knocking. Sure, medieval villages weren't all sunshine and hugs. Feuds happened. Disputes over land, goats, or who borrowed whose good cooking pot never really went away. But when the nights grew deadly cold, old grudges were often quietly shelved. After all, a rival was still worth saving, because tomorrow it might be you needing rescue. In the icy heart of winter, the village became one big, stubborn family. Sometimes dysfunctional, often hilarious, always fiercely determined to survive together. One muddy boot, one crackling ember, one frozen smile at a time. When medieval peasants faced the merciless cold of winter, they didn't just pile on cloaks or stoke the fire. They prayed. A lot. Because when the wind howled like wolves outside your paper-thin walls and the fire shrank into sullen embers, you wanted every possible advantage, including a little divine intervention. Faith wasn't just a Sunday affair back then. It was woven into every frozen breath. Before crawling under layers of straw and scratchy wool, families would kneel together, offering up hurried prayers to keep the fire burning, the roof intact, and their toes attached by morning. Saints became more than distant holy figures. They were winter's front-line defence. Saint Blaise, for instance, was called upon to protect against throat ailments. Not a minor concern when one mouthful of icy air could land you coughing up your soul. St. Nicholas wasn't just the jolly gift-giver of later legend. He was also asked to protect households from sudden ruin during the lean, deadly months. Superstitions wrapped themselves snugly around daily survival. Some families sprinkled a little holy water near the hearth before sleeping, hoping it would protect against evil spirits, or at the very least, mischievous draughts. Others marked doorways with blessed chalk after certain feast days, pleading for warmth and luck to find their way inside. Candles played a role too. Special vigil candles, often blessed by the local priest or the most pious old woman in the village, were sometimes kept burning throughout the night, a flickering plea against the cold darkness clawing at the walls. And of course, no serious winter prayer session was complete without a few promises. "Dear Lord, if you just get us through this night, I swear I'll be kinder to my neighbour, even the one who keeps stealing our turnips." Faith wasn't some abstract comfort. It was a daily, urgent conversation. The peasants weren't asking for luxury, just survival. A little heat, a little food, and one more day to muddle through until spring broke the frozen grip on their tiny villages. It was simple, raw hope, whispered into the smoky rafters, tangled in breathless prayers, and tucked under itchy blankets, that somehow carried them through the endless, merciless nights of winter. For all the ingenuity, prayers, and stubbornness medieval peasants threw at winter, the truth was chilling. Sometimes it wasn't enough. And when winter won, it didn't just take a few unlucky souls. It took entire families, whole villages, vanishing them into silence beneath a heavy shroud of snow and ice. Some winters were particularly cruel, like the infamous Great Famine Winter of 1315, when rains destroyed crops, livestock starved, and freezing temperatures turned an already brutal existence into a slow, grinding disaster. People were so desperate that stories whispered of eating shoe leather, bark, and, in the most horrifying cases, each other. Failure to keep the fire alive wasn't just an inconvenience. It was often a death sentence. Without the hearth's meagre warmth, families huddled together for the final time. Neighbours would sometimes stumble across whole households in spring, bodies still locked in one another's frozen embrace, as if trying to share just a little more heat until the very end. Houses themselves could collapse under the weight of heavy snow or battering ice storms. A roof giving way in the middle of a frozen night wasn't just catastrophic. It was often fatal. Dragging yourself through thigh-deep snow to beg shelter from neighbours wasn't a guarantee either, especially if those neighbours were already stretched to the breaking point. Disease loved the cold too. Starvation weakened the body, and cramped, smoky homes turned into breeding grounds for pneumonia, bronchitis, and other deadly infections. A simple cough in December could easily be a funeral by January. And then there was the quiet horror: frostbite. Fingers, toes, even ears blackened and died while still attached to their owners. Some villagers survived winters at the cost of their limbs, a grim badge of honour that said, "I made it through, but winter took a piece of me." Yet what's most haunting isn't just the death, it's the eerie normalcy of it. People accepted that each winter, some among them wouldn't see the thaw. Death wasn't unexpected. It was just another neighbour at the door, wrapped in frost, waiting its turn. Even amid the bitter cold and constant threat, medieval peasants pressed on, stubborn, grieving, clinging to life. Because as long as there was one ember left in the hearth, one breath hanging in the frozen air, there was still a fight worth fighting. When we look back at medieval peasants, those muddy, frost-bitten survivors of endless winters, it's tempting to see only their hardships, the cracked hands, the frozen toes, the smoke-choked huts. But buried beneath all that struggle is something far more powerful, a legacy of raw, stubborn ingenuity and unbreakable endurance. They didn't have central heating, thermal jackets, or cosy memory foam mattresses. They didn't even have the luxury of assuming they'd survive until spring. But what they did have, and what they left behind, was the blueprint for resilience. Every hay-stuffed mattress, every hand-banked fire, every moss-crammed wall gap was a testament to human creativity under pressure. Faced with impossible odds, they didn't collapse in despair. They adapted. They learned from the land, from each other, and from the bitter lessons carved by each brutal winter. Their communities were built on more than shared land. They were built on shared survival. They taught each other to watch over the sick, to pool resources when food ran low, to trust that helping a freezing neighbour today meant someone might help you tomorrow. They lived by the understanding that no one beats winter alone. Their faith, too, was a kind of endurance, They wove prayers into their daily lives, not just out of fear, but out of hope. Fragile, stubborn hope that tomorrow might be a little warmer, a little brighter. Hope that after 100 dark nights, spring would come again, and life would find a way to push through the frozen ground. And somehow, it did. Because of their sacrifices, because of their unglamorous victories, surviving one more night, one more storm, future generations thrived. Bit by frozen bit, they pushed humanity forward, enduring winters their ancestors could barely survive, until warmth and comfort became common expectations instead of distant dreams. Their blood, sweat, and ingenuity are stitched invisibly into the lives we live now. Every cosy blanket, every warm house, every lazy winter evening spent sipping tea under soft lights. All of it is the end result of countless medieval peasants refusing to give in to the cold. So the next time the wind howls outside your double-paned window, maybe spare a thought for them. The nameless, fearless ones who turned shivering survival into a living legacy. One ember, one breath, one stubborn heartbeat at a time. Anne Boleyn didn't come into the world with a crown on her head or armies at her feet. Born around 1501, likely at Blickling Hall or Hever Castle, she was the daughter of Thomas Boleyn, an ambitious diplomat, and Elizabeth Howard, a noblewoman with powerful family ties. In the grand scheme of Tudor society, Anne's birth barely stirred a ripple. Yet from these modest beginnings, something extraordinary was taking root, a life that would one day tilt the course of English history. From an early age, Anne was set apart not by her wealth, but by her mind. She was clever, spirited, and, by all accounts, magnetic. Recognizing her potential, her family sent her abroad to the continent, where her education truly began. First, she served Margaret of Austria in the glittering court of the Netherlands, an experience few English girls could dream of. There, Anne absorbed the art of diplomacy, refined manners, and the subtle dance of European politics. But it was in France that Anne's brilliance was truly polished. She spent years in the sophisticated courts of Queen Claude and Queen Marguerite of Navarre, learning the language of influence, elegance, flirtation, wit. While other young women perfected their embroidery, Anne mastered conversation, intrigue, and the art of commanding attention without ever seeming to seek it. By the time she returned to England in the early 1520s, Anne was something rare, a woman who could rival the sophistication of continental courtiers while carrying the ambition of a rising English house. She wasn't a classic beauty, even her admirers admitted as much, but she was arresting. Dark eyes that sparked with intelligence, a quick, musical voice, a way of moving that suggested purpose just barely concealed beneath layers of courtly grace. Anne didn't just enter rooms, she changed their gravity. At a time when a woman's fate was often sealed by birth and marriage, Anne refused to drift quietly into obscurity. She had seen the power that charm and intellect could wield in foreign courts, and she intended to use that knowledge at home. Anne Boleyn was still a young woman then, clever, ambitious, untested, but history was already beginning to stir around her. The girl who returned to England was no longer just Thomas Boleyn's daughter. She was a player in a larger game, one that would soon engulf the crown itself. When Anne Boleyn returned to the English court, she was unlike anyone the nobility had ever seen. In a world full of pale-faced, modest English roses, Anne was a thunderstorm, electric, unpredictable, impossible to ignore. Her dark hair, bold eyes, and quick, sharp wit set her apart from the gentle, obedient ladies who filled the court of King Henry VIII. At first, she played the role expected of her, a maid of honour to Queen Catherine of Aragon. But even in the Queen's shadow, Anne's presence flickered like a candle too bright to snuff out. She danced gracefully, spoke French with the ease of a native, and laughed with a confidence few women dared display. Men noticed. Women gossiped. The court buzzed quietly about the striking Boleyn girl. It wasn't long before she caught the most dangerous attention of all, the king himself. Henry VIII was no stranger to flirtation. His court was a playground of whispered promises and secret liaisons. But Anne was different. She didn't swoon at his compliments or fall eagerly into his arms like so many others had. She teased, she challenged, she refused. Henry, a man used to instant adoration, was captivated. The more Anne held him at arm's length, the deeper he fell. Letters passed between them, filled with declarations of love, frustration, longing. Henry offered her the role of royal mistress, the most powerful unofficial position at court. Anne, astonishingly, said no. She would not be just another conquest, a forgotten mistress lost to time. If Henry wanted her, he would have to make her his wife. It was a gamble so audacious that it stunned the court. After all, the king was already married. His queen, Catherine, was beloved by the people and fiercely protected by her nephew, the Holy Roman Emperor. The church itself would have to be defied for Henry to claim Anne. But Anne didn't flinch. She had lived in the courts of Europe, where queens wielded soft power from behind lace fans and painted smiles. She knew ambition was a dangerous game, but it was a game she intended to win. Standing in the candlelit halls of the English court, Anne Boleyn made her choice, not to be merely admired, but to change her destiny, and England's, forever. What began as an intense flirtation between King Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn soon spiraled into a national crisis. Henry wasn't merely besotted, he was obsessed. And in his obsession, he was willing to tear apart everything England had known for centuries. The king's desire to marry Anne hit a small snag, namely, he was already married to Queen Catherine of Aragon. Catherine, dignified and resilient, refused to quietly step aside. She had been Henry's faithful wife for 2 decades, and in the eyes of God and the English people, she was the rightful queen. Divorce wasn't just scandalous, it was almost unthinkable. But Henry was determined. He convinced himself, and tried to convince everyone else, that his marriage to Catherine was cursed because she had once been married to his brother, Arthur. Never mind that the Pope had granted special permission for their union years ago. Henry now insisted that his soul was damned unless he annulled the marriage. Anne, for her part, knew better than to appear too eager. She kept herself just out of reach, alternately encouraging Henry's hopes and maintaining her distance. Every glance, every word was measured. She wasn't merely aiming for marriage, she was positioning herself to become Queen of England. The court erupted into whispers and factions. Some noble families eagerly courted Anne's favour, seeing the winds of power shifting. Others clung fiercely to Queen Catherine, horrified at the idea of Anne replacing her. Diplomats wrote desperate letters back to Rome. Foreign monarchs threatened retaliation. Henry's own advisers shifted uneasily, sensing the ground trembling beneath their feet. As months turned into years, Henry's frustration grew. He bombarded the Pope with petitions, manoeuvred his lawyers into finding loopholes, and slowly began to realise that the Church would not bend easily. Catherine had powerful allies, including her nephew, Emperor Charles V, the most powerful man in Europe. Still, Henry pressed on, defying advice, tradition, and increasingly, the law itself. His courtship with Anne had become something far greater than personal desire. It was now a challenge to the very structure of England's political and religious life. Anne wasn't just capturing a king's heart. She was dragging an entire kingdom into uncharted waters. A dangerous game had begun, and there could be no turning back. After nearly 7 agonising years of manoeuvring, scandal and diplomatic chaos, Anne Boleyn's gamble paid off. In January 1533, she secretly married Henry VIII, a bold move, given that he was still, technically, married to Catherine of Aragon in the eyes of the Pope and much of Europe. By June, Anne was crowned Queen of England in a lavish ceremony at Westminster Abbey. It should have been the crowning moment of her life, but the atmosphere was far from universally joyful. The people of London watched with wary eyes. Some cheered, others muttered prayers for Queen Catherine. Many wondered if this new queen, with her French manners and daring spirit, was a blessing or a curse. Anne entered her queenship not as a beloved figure, but as a storm. Unlike Catherine, who embodied traditional English values of humility and piety, Anne was dazzling, provocative, and politically savvy. She wore bold colours, commanded the court with sharp intelligence, and made powerful enemies with breathtaking speed. Her position, while seemingly secure, was also terrifyingly precarious. Everything rested on one thing: providing Henry with a male heir. Anne knew this as keenly as anyone. She was not merely Henry's lover anymore, she was the hope of a dynasty. Early in her pregnancy, Anne and Henry were elated, certain the child would be a boy. But in September 1533, Anne gave birth to a daughter, Elizabeth. To Anne's credit, she masked her crushing disappointment with grace, insisting the next child would surely be a son. Henry, however, was less composed. His eyes, once full of adoration, now flickered with doubt. Still, for a time, Anne's star burned brightly. She reshaped the English court in her image, elevating her family to unprecedented heights and becoming the first queen in English history crowned with the sacred oil usually reserved for kings. Her influence was vast. Foreign ambassadors sought her favour. Courtiers reshuffled alliances to be in her good graces. The once obedient Henry began moving England officially away from Rome, creating the Church of England with himself at its head, all so that Anne's crown could not be questioned. Yet even in her triumph, dark clouds gathered. Friends whispered behind their hands, rivals circled, waiting, and Henry, fickle and restless, was already beginning to look beyond the brilliant woman who had rewritten the kingdom for him. Anne had won the throne, but keeping it would demand more than charm, ambition, or even love. Anne Boleyn had climbed higher than almost any woman of her time. But the higher you rise, the harder the fall. Almost from the moment she placed the crown on her head, the cracks in her world began to show. At the heart of Anne's struggles was the pressure to produce a male heir. Her first child, Elizabeth, though bright and healthy, was not the son Henry VIII had hung his dynastic hopes upon, and the clock was ticking. Anne suffered multiple pregnancies in quick succession, but heartbreak followed, miscarriages that left her physically weakened and emotionally battered. Each lost child chipped away at the foundation she had built. Henry, once passionately devoted, began to pull away, his disappointment carving rifts between them. Anne, never one to suffer in silence, argued, demanded, fought to keep her place. But Henry, a man who prized obedience as much as beauty, grew tired of her sharpness, her defiance, the very fire that had once drawn him in. Outside the royal chambers, enemies were gathering like wolves. Many nobles who had tolerated Anne's rise with gritted teeth now openly schemed for her downfall. Catherine of Aragon's supporters never forgave Anne for what they saw as theft and sacrilege. Even commoners whispered against her, calling her the Great Whore, blaming her for the schism with Rome and the heavy-handed changes that followed. And then came Jane Seymour, quiet, demure, everything Anne was not. Jane captured Henry's wandering attention just as Anne's influence began to wane. Where Anne had dazzled him with brilliance and challenge, Jane offered soothing compliance. It was a dangerous shift, and Anne, perceptive as ever, saw it happening. She tried to reclaim her position, lavishing attention on Henry, promising more sons, begging for patience. But the king, ever fickle, had already begun imagining life without the woman for whom he had once torn a kingdom apart. Anne's political enemies, including Thomas Cromwell, once her ally, sensed the changing tide. They began laying the groundwork for a campaign of destruction, quietly gathering accusations, rumours, and witnesses. The woman who had played the dangerous game of ambition so masterfully was now losing ground. Anne had won her crown through cunning and courage. But in the brutal, shifting world of Henry's court, Past victories meant little. Only fresh success mattered, and Anne's enemies were sharpening their knives. The queen who had shattered a kingdom would soon see how quickly a kingdom could shatter her. Anne Boleyn's enemies didn't attack her with armies or swords. They came with whispers, secrets, and carefully sharpened lies. In the back rooms of court, betrayal was brewing, silent, patient, deadly. Thomas Cromwell, once Anne's greatest ally in the English Reformation, had turned against her. Their alliance had been built on mutual ambition, but now their interests clashed. Anne wanted reforms to help the poor and limit the power of greedy nobles. Cromwell wanted stability, favour with Henry, and no interference. Anne's boldness had made her dangerous. And in Henry's fickle heart, love had curdled into irritation, suspicion, and cold detachment. Anne had few true friends left. Even her charm, once her greatest weapon, now grated against the court's hunger for a gentler, more pliable queen. And Jane Seymour, quiet and calculating, waited just out of sight, the perfect contrast to Anne's fading fire. It was Cromwell who moved first. Knowing Henry was restless, knowing that the king wanted an exit but lacked a convenient excuse, Cromwell offered a solution. What if Anne could be removed, not by divorce, which would humiliate Henry, but by disgrace? The accusations were wild, monstrous even. Adultery, incest, conspiracy against the king. Anne, the proud, brilliant queen, painted as a betrayer, a temptress, a threat to the very crown she once redefined. Cromwell carefully gathered evidence, coaxing confessions under torture, twisting courtly flirtations into damning testimony. Several men, including Anne's own brother, George Boleyn, were arrested. The charges made little sense. They were riddled with contradictions and impossibilities. But in Henry's court, truth was whatever the king needed it to be. Anne, sensing the tightening noose, fought desperately. She appealed to Henry's memory, to the love they had once shared. But it was no use. The man who had once torn England apart for her now refused to meet her eyes. In May 1536, Anne was arrested and taken to the Tower of London. As the great gates slammed shut behind her, she knew the truth. She was no longer a queen. She was a prisoner, a pawn trapped in the brutal game she had once played so masterfully. Betrayal had sealed her fate. And now, alone in the tower, Anne Boleyn waited for the final move. Anne Boleyn stood in the great hall of the Tower of London, facing a tribunal of nobles, many of whom owed their very titles and fortunes to her rise. Now, they sat in judgment, cold and watchful, prepared to erase the woman who had once changed the destiny of England. The charges against her were shocking. Adultery with multiple men, including her own brother, George Boleyn. High treason. Conspiracy against the king. In another world, such accusations against a queen would have been unthinkable. But here, now, they were simply theatre. A grim performance designed to give Henry VIII exactly what he wanted. Anne's downfall, wrapped in a thin veil of legality. Anne defended herself with the same fire that had once won Henry's heart. She denied every accusation with intelligence, precision, and an unwavering composure that astonished even her enemies. She reminded them that she had been crowned with sacred oil, chosen by God, and anointed as Queen of England. She reminded them of her loyalty, her sacrifices, her love. But it was all for nothing. The verdict had been decided long before Anne set foot in the courtroom. The trial was a spectacle for the court and for the people, a public unmaking of a once unbreakable woman. Witness after witness, many coerced or bribed, spoke damning words. Dates and places contradicted each other. Evidence was flimsy when it existed at all. But the truth was irrelevant now. Anne was found guilty. Her brother George and the other men accused with her were sentenced to death as well. Anne would be executed by beheading, a merciful sentence compared to the usual traitor's death of hanging, drawing, and quartering. When the verdict was read, Anne did not break. She stood tall, her face pale but her spirit fiercely intact. In those final moments before being led back to her cell, she spoke clearly, declaring that she was prepared to die, and prayed that God would have mercy on her soul. As the heavy doors of the hall closed behind her, the court exhaled in relief. The storm Anne had been, brilliant, dangerous, unforgettable, was nearly over. But even then, they did not understand. They were not erasing Anne Boleyn. They were immortalizing her, in betrayal, in tragedy, and in legend. After her trial, Anne Boleyn was returned to the Tower of London, not as the triumphant queen who had once commanded England, but as a condemned prisoner awaiting death. Yet even facing the end, Anne refused to crumble. In the cold, echoing halls of the tower, Anne prepared herself. She spent hours in prayer, kneeling on the hard stone floors, her hands clasped tightly, her voice steady. She confessed to no crimes because she believed she had committed none. She was not afraid to die, she said, but she prayed that her death would bring peace to the kingdom, and perhaps mercy to her little daughter, Elizabeth. Her ladies-in-waiting, those few who had stayed loyal, wept in private. Anne comforted them instead of the other way around. She joked bitterly at times, that she would be remembered as a queen who had lost her head. In her dark humour was the stubborn spark that had made her unforgettable. Henry VIII, meanwhile, showed no sign of mercy. He had already turned his attention to Jane Seymour. Even before Anne's execution date was finalised, Henry was arranging his next marriage. For Anne, this final betrayal, from the man who had once torn down a kingdom for her, must have been the deepest cut. On May 18th, 1536, Anne was told she would die the next morning. She slept little that night. Instead, she spent her final hours in prayer, asking God for forgiveness for all who had wronged her, and perhaps for herself, for the ambition and pride that had led her here. Henry, with a flicker of royal kindness, had arranged for a French swordsman to carry out the execution, faster, cleaner, less brutal than an axe. It was a small mercy, bought perhaps more for the king's conscience than for Anne's comfort. At dawn, Anne dressed carefully for her final moment. A dark grey gown of damask trimmed with fur, a crimson kirtle beneath, colours of dignity, of sacrifice. She pinned up her dark hair and tucked it beneath a simple cap, ready to face the blade with grace. As the tower's cold morning mist curled around the courtyard stones, Anne Boleyn, queen, mother, survivor, fighter, stepped forward. There would be no tears, no pleas, only a final act of courage in the face of history's judgment. Her end was near. But her story was just beginning. On the morning of May 19, 1536, Anne Boleyn ascended the scaffold built within the Tower of London's walls. A small crowd gathered, courtiers, guards, a few witnesses, all wrapped in silence, as if even the stone walls held their breath. Anne stood tall, her grey gown fluttering slightly in the cold morning breeze. She looked thinner than she had at court, her face pale but calm. There were no hysterics, no broken sobs. If anything, she faced death with the same fierce dignity that had once shaken a kingdom to its knees. She spoke briefly, carefully choosing her final words. She did not accuse. She did not defend herself. She prayed for the king's health and prosperity, the very man who had abandoned her. In those final moments, Anne offered the world not a confession, but forgiveness. Her courage stunned even those who had come to see her fall. The French executioner, brought specially to ensure a swift death, stepped forward. Anne knelt upright, her hands folded in prayer, her eyes lifted toward the heavens. A small white cloth was tied around her eyes. She remained still. The sword flashed once, silent, swift, and Anne Boleyn, queen, mother, history maker, was no more. She was buried quickly in an unmarked grave within the tower grounds, laid to rest in a narrow chest because no proper coffin had been prepared for her. A queen once crowned in gold, now left to vanish without ceremony. Yet Anne's story didn't end in that cold grave. Her daughter, Elizabeth, the child whose birth had once disappointed a king, would rise to become one of the greatest monarchs in English history. Elizabeth I, the Virgin Queen, whose reign would see the flowering of English art, power, and global influence. A queen who inherited her mother's fierce spirit, sharp mind, and unyielding resilience. Anne Boleyn changed the course of England forever. Her ambition helped trigger the break with Rome and the birth of the Church of England. Her fall showed the world that even queens could be cast aside. Yet through her blood, through Elizabeth, Anne's legacy blazed brighter than any crown she had worn in life. In the end, Anne Boleyn won a kind of immortality, not through her survival, but through her indelible impact on history. By the early 1770s, the American colonies simmered like a pot left too long over a roaring fire. The relationship with Britain, once seen as the proud mother country, had soured into resentment, suspicion, and growing fury. It hadn't started with tea. Years earlier, the Stamp Act had enraged colonists by placing taxes on everything from newspapers to playing cards. That was followed by the Townshend Acts, taxing essentials like paper, glass, and paint. Each new law, passed thousands of miles away by a parliament in which the colonists had no representation, was like another spark landing in dry brush. At first, the anger showed itself in polite petitions and fiery pamphlets. Colonial assemblies drafted formal protests. Merchants organised boycotts. Writers like Samuel Adams and John Dickinson filled newspapers with passionate arguments about liberty and rights. But as time wore on, frustration deepened into something darker. A slow realization that Britain wasn't listening. Worse, Britain didn't care. Many colonists clung to the hope that if they just made enough noise, if they just reasoned hard enough, Parliament would repeal the taxes. And sometimes they did. The Stamp Act was famously repealed after loud colonial protest. But every small victory was followed by new legislation, new taxes, new insults. It wasn't about the money. It never really was. The taxes themselves were modest by British standards. What infuriated the colonists was the principle. They were being taxed without consent, treated as subjects rather than citizens, ruled like distant possessions rather than partners. Boston, more than any other city, became the beating heart of resistance. The Sons of Liberty, a secretive, fiery group of patriots, grew louder and bolder. In 1770, tensions exploded into violence when British soldiers fired on unarmed civilians in what became known as the Boston Massacre. Blood had already stained the cobblestones. Trust was a thing of the past. By 1773, the colonies were teetering on the edge. A final insult would tip them into open defiance. And it came, not in the form of soldiers or new laws or armies, but in the quiet, seemingly harmless shape of crates stacked with tea. The colonists didn't know it yet, but the night that tea floated in the cold waters of Boston Harbour, the world would change forever. In 1773, Parliament made a critical miscalculation. Believing the American colonies would quietly accept cheaper tea, they passed the Tea Act, a law that was supposed to save the struggling British East India Company and incidentally reassert Britain's right to tax the colonies. On paper, it looked like a good deal. The Tea Act allowed the company to sell tea directly to the colonies, cutting out the middlemen, slashing prices, and offering a luxury product at a bargain. A few pennies cheaper. What could possibly go wrong? Everything. Because the problem wasn't the price of tea, it was the principle behind it. The Tea Act left the hated tax on tea firmly in place. Accepting the tea, even at a discount, would mean acknowledging Parliament's right to tax the colonies without their consent. To many Americans that was unthinkable, a surrender of the liberties they had fought to protect for more than a decade. The news of the Tea Act spread like wildfire through the colonies. Merchants fumed. They saw their livelihoods threatened by a monopoly that would crush local trade. Patriots raged at the hidden message. The Crown still believed it could do whatever it pleased. In Boston, the reaction was especially fierce. Already a city scarred by the Boston Massacre, and years of economic hardship, Bostonians recognized the Tea Act for what it was, a trap disguised as a bargain. Refusing the tea became a matter of honor, a litmus test for loyalty to the cause of liberty. Public meetings swelled. Newspaper columns burned with fiery rhetoric. Groups like the Sons of Liberty, led by Samuel Adams and others, organized boycotts, vowing that no East India Company tea would be unloaded, sold, or drunk on American soil. All across the colonies, ships carrying the controversial tea were turned away by local resistance. In ports from New York to Charleston, the message was clear: we will not be bought. But in Boston, fate twisted differently. 3 ships, the Dartmouth, the Eleanor, and the Beaver, arrived, anchored in the harbour, and sat there, refusing to leave. Royal officials insisted the tea be unloaded. The colonists refused. A deadlock grew, taut as a drawn bowstring. The tension was unbearable. A single act would break it, and history would never be the same again. As the British tea ships sat stubbornly anchored in Boston Harbour, the city itself transformed into a powder keg. Every day that passed without resolution tightened the tension. Boston wasn't just resisting, it was preparing for a fight. In taverns, churches, and public squares, angry colonists debated what to do. The Sons of Liberty, led by fiery voices like Samuel Adams, John Hancock, and Paul Revere, moved swiftly to organize resistance. They posted public notices calling on citizens to boycott British tea and held raucous meetings that swelled with farmers, artisans, and merchants alike. Each gathering added fuel to the fire. The Old South Meeting House became the nerve center of the resistance. Thousands crammed into the wooden hall, their breath fogging the air, their voices rising in defiance. Here, resolutions were passed, speeches were made, and tempers boiled. Each vote against the unloading of tea was another hammer blow against British authority. But while the people of Boston stood united, the clock was ticking. British law demanded that imported goods, like tea, be unloaded and the tax paid within 20 days. If the ships remained after the deadline, customs officials would seize the cargo and the tax would be collected by force. The Sons of Liberty understood that once the tax was paid, even under protest, the principle would be lost. It wasn't just about the tea anymore. It was about whether the colonies would accept being treated as subjects without rights, or whether they would stand and fight for their future. Meanwhile, the Royal Governor of Massachusetts, Thomas Hutchinson, dug in his heels. He refused to let the tea ships leave without unloading their cargo, demanding that the law be obeyed, colonial outrage be damned. To him, backing down meant admitting that mobs, not monarchs, ruled the colonies. Boston's standoff became a spectacle. Every man, woman, and child knew that something was coming. You could feel it in the air, that cold, sharp sense before a storm when the world holds its breath. All it would take was one spark to ignite an explosion. And somewhere among the crowded streets and crowded hearts of Boston, a decision was quietly taking shape, a plan that would echo across oceans and empires. December 16th, 1773, dawned grey and cold over Boston, a city balanced on the edge of history. For nearly 3 weeks, the tea ships had sat in the harbour like ticking bombs. Now, the final deadline had arrived. According to British law, the tea had to be unloaded and the tax paid within 20 days of a ship's arrival. If it wasn't, customs officials could seize the cargo, and British troops could be called in to enforce the law. Everyone knew it. Everyone knew what was at stake. If the tea came ashore, the principle was lost. If the colonists allowed it, even once, their cause, their claim to rights and liberty, would unravel. That morning, thousands of Bostonians and nearby colonists packed into the Old South Meeting House, the largest building in town. Some had walked miles through the icy countryside to be there. The meeting was so packed that men spilled out into the streets, straining to hear the fiery speeches echoing through the halls. Samuel Adams, the iron voice of rebellion, presided over the gathering. Speaker after speaker rose to denounce the Tea Act, to cry out against tyranny, to urge immediate action. But even among the defiants, uncertainty hung heavy. What could be done without sparking outright war? How could they stop the tea without opening the floodgates to brutal retaliation? As the afternoon wore on, riders galloped in with grim news. Governor Thomas Hutchinson remained unmoved. The ships would not be allowed to leave without unloading. The tea would be seized, the tax collected, the king's law enforced. The crowd buzzed with fury. The walls of the meeting house seemed to shudder with the force of it. Yet Samuel Adams stood calmly and spoke the words that signalled the end of debate. This meeting can do nothing more to save the country. A simple sentence. But everyone knew what it meant. There would be no more petitions, no more compromises. Action would be taken. Outside, a war whoop cut through the gathering gloom, the signal. Men disguised themselves quickly, smearing soot on their faces, donning blankets and feathers in crude imitation of Mohawk warriors. It wasn't about fooling anyone. It was about creating a symbol, a message no one could mistake. The deadline had passed. Boston would answer not with words, but with defiance. As twilight deepened over Boston on December 16, 1773, the quiet streets began to stir. Figures moved through the shadows. Ordinary men cloaked in rough blankets, their faces blackened with soot, some adorned with feathers. They weren't trying to fool anyone into believing they were real Mohawks. Their disguise was symbolic, an act of shedding their old identities, of taking a stand as something new, something fierce. By the dozens, they made their way to Griffin's Wharf, where the 3 tea ships, the Dartmouth, the Eleanor, and the Beaver, lay anchored. The harbour water churned cold and dark beneath them, thick with the sharp bite of winter air. There was no shouting, no drunken chaos. This was not a riot. It was a mission, carried out with calm, ruthless precision. Armed with hatchets and clubs, the disguised colonists swarmed the ships, overwhelming the few crew members still aboard. No harm came to the sailors. They were pushed aside, watched in silence as the operation began. Men split open the wooden chests with practiced blows, the fragrant smell of fresh tea spilling into the cold night air. Others heaved the crates overboard, their heavy splashes echoing across the still waters of the harbour. Chest after chest, 342 in total, was broken and dumped, until the black water swirled with thousands of pounds of tea leaves. Spectators watched from the wharf, silent, awed. British guards stationed nearby made no move to intervene. Whether from confusion, sympathy, or fear of escalating violence remains unclear. Some accounts suggest that even among British loyalists there was an understanding. Something had shifted, and there would be no stopping it tonight. The discipline was extraordinary. No cargo was stolen. No one raided the ships for valuables. Only the tea, the hated symbol of British oppression, was targeted. In a town where hunger and hardship were daily realities, the men could have easily turned the protest into an excuse for looting. They did not. When it was over, the harbour resembled a great, swirling cauldron, filled with torn chests and soaking tea leaves. The smell of the sea mixed with the sharp tang of smashed tea, filling the night air with a strange, bittersweet scent. The work was done. Silently, the men disappeared into the night, vanishing into the alleys and back streets of Boston. They left behind no names, no leaders, no claims to fame, only the unmistakable mark of revolution. As the last broken crates bobbed in the dark water, Boston stood still, almost holding its breath. The Boston Tea Party wasn't a riot, a brawl, or a drunken spectacle. It was something far rarer, an act of cold, deliberate defiance carried out under the cloak of night. The harbour was transformed into a giant, swirling teapot. Thousands of pounds of East India Company tea floated in great mats on the water, staining it black. Some colonists, curious and rebellious, scooped handfuls of soaked leaves from the harbour, only to be chastised by the Sons of Liberty patrolling the docks. Nothing was to be salvaged. No one would profit from this night's work. This was principle, pure and simple. The town woke the next morning to the smell of salty tea hanging heavy in the air. News spread like wildfire. Word of mouth, letters, broadsheets. By midday, everyone from apprentices to merchants knew what had happened, and opinions split fast. Among patriots, there was pride, a fierce, swelling pride that ordinary men had stood up to the mightiest empire in the world and struck a blow for liberty. Among loyalists and moderates, there was horror. To them, the destruction of property was reckless, dangerous. Had the colonies crossed a line they couldn't walk back from? Governor Thomas Hutchinson raged in his mansion, furious not only at the destruction but at the message it sent. If the king's authority could be defied so brazenly in Boston, where else might rebellion spark? British officials were stunned. They had expected protests, boycotts, maybe another riot like those that had broken out over the Stamp Act. They hadn't expected organised, disciplined revolutionaries to calmly destroy tens of thousands of pounds of royal property without so much as breaking a window. The ship's captains, the Dartmouth, the Eleanor, the Beaver, could only watch helplessly as their cargo disappeared beneath the waves. In the official ledgers, the night's loss would be tallied at over 10,000 British pounds, a fortune. But the real loss wasn't measured in pounds sterling or ruined tea. It was measured in trust, in loyalty, in the fragile illusion that Britain still ruled her colonies with consent. The night the tea sank, something deeper rose to the surface, a shared undeniable truth. The age of peaceful protest was ending, a reckoning was coming, and Boston was ready. When word of the Boston Tea Party crossed the Atlantic and reached London, the reaction was swift and furious. To British officials, it was not simply a protest, it was rebellion, an open, mocking challenge to royal authority that could not be ignored. King George III, upon hearing the news, was said to have grown cold with anger. Parliament, already frustrated by years of colonial disobedience, exploded in outrage. They demanded punishment, not just for the city of Boston, but as a warning to all the American colonies. The result was a series of laws so harsh they were quickly nicknamed the Intolerable Acts in America. The first blow came swiftly, the Boston Port Act. In one brutal stroke, Parliament ordered the closure of Boston's bustling harbour, the economic lifeline of the city, until the destroyed tea was paid for and order restored. Ships could no longer enter or leave. Trade vanished. Goods and supplies dried up. Boston, once vibrant and noisy, grew quiet, its docks eerily still. But the punishment didn't stop there. The Massachusetts Government Act stripped the colony of its self-governing rights, placing it firmly under the king's appointed officials. The Administration of Justice Act allowed royal officials accused of crimes to be tried back in Britain, a clear message that British authorities were untouchable. And to make sure the colonies knew force was an option, British soldiers were quartered throughout Boston, living among the very citizens they were meant to subdue. The message was clear. Rebellion would be crushed. Liberty was a luxury the Crown would no longer tolerate. But Parliament's heavy hand had an unintended effect. Instead of frightening the other colonies into submission, it outraged them. News of Boston's suffering, of its port closed, its people starving under martial law, stirred deep sympathy and righteous anger throughout America. Wagon loads of food and supplies poured into Boston from neighbouring colonies. Letters of support, pledges of unity, and secret meetings began to weave the once fragmented colonies closer together. What had once been a Massachusetts problem was rapidly becoming an American one. In punishing Boston, Britain had hoped to make an example of them. Instead, they made Boston a symbol, a rallying cry for resistance. The flames of revolution, once flickering in isolated pockets, now began to blaze from colony to colony. And there would be no easy extinguishing them. The punishment of Boston sent shockwaves far beyond the rocky shores of Massachusetts. Across the 13 colonies, outrage turned into something far more dangerous for Britain: unity. For years, the colonies had acted like distant cousins, bickering and competing, separated by geography, religion, and trade rivalries. But when Parliament slammed Boston's harbour shut and stripped Massachusetts of its self-governance, Americans across the continent realised if it could happen to Boston, it could happen to anyone. From Virginia to Pennsylvania, South Carolina to New Hampshire, the response was swift. Colonists sent wagons full of food, supplies, and letters of solidarity to the suffering people of Boston. Town meetings buzzed with anger. Newspaper printers worked day and night to spread the news. The fight was no longer Boston's alone. It was everyone's. And so, in September 1774, something unprecedented happened. The First Continental Congress convened in Philadelphia. For the first time, representatives from 12 of the 13 colonies gathered under one roof to discuss a unified response. Men like George Washington, Patrick Henry, John Adams, and Samuel Adams, once merely regional figures, now stood together as architects of a movement that was growing larger by the day. Their goal, at least officially, was not yet full independence. Most still hoped for reconciliation, for a return to the old relationship of mutual respect under the British Crown. But beneath the polite debates and carefully worded petitions, a deeper understanding was taking root. The colonies could no longer afford to stand separately. At the Congress, they agreed to a sweeping boycott of British goods. They pledged mutual support in the face of further British aggression, and they made it clear any attack on one colony would be considered an attack on all. In taverns and meeting houses across the continent, ordinary people began using words that had once been whispered only in private. Unity, resistance, liberty. In bringing the hammer down on Boston, Britain had imagined it would crush rebellion. Instead, it had welded the colonies together into something far more dangerous, a people who, despite their differences, were beginning to think of themselves not as scattered provinces, but as Americans. The winds of revolution were no longer just stirring. They were gathering into a storm, and it was too late for Britain to stop it. The night the tea sank into Boston Harbour, it wasn't just crates that were destroyed. It was the illusion that the American colonies could remain loyal subjects forever. The Boston Tea Party lit a spark that no king, no army, no distant parliament could ever snuff out. In the months that followed, that spark caught fire across the colonies. What had once been protests, boycotts, and polite petitions hardened into open resistance. Town militias began drilling openly, storehouses filled with powder and shot. Men who had once toasted King George III in taverns now whispered about revolution under the same roofs. Boston became a symbol of sacrifice, battered but unbowed. The more Britain tried to tighten its grip, the more the colonies slipped through its fingers. Every ship that sailed past the closed, silent harbour of Boston was a silent reminder that tyranny had met its match in American defiance. When Parliament passed the Intolerable Acts, they intended to make an example out of Boston, to scare the other colonies into submission. Instead, they had created a martyr city, a rallying cry. From Georgia to New Hampshire, colonists realised that their fates were tied together. Resistance was no longer about tea. It was about survival, identity, freedom. By the spring of 1775, the tension reached a boiling point outside Boston, in the villages of Lexington and Concord. British troops, sent to confiscate colonial weapons, instead found armed farmers, ordinary men ready to defend their rights with musket fire. The first shots of the American Revolution rang out, a direct line traced back to the moment when men chose principle over profit and dumped a fortune's worth of tea into the harbour. The Boston Tea Party showed the world that revolution doesn't always announce itself with trumpets and banners. Sometimes it starts quietly, with a small group of determined people standing in the cold, choosing defiance over fear. In dumping the tea, the colonists weren't just rejecting a tax. They were rejecting an empire. And though the road ahead would be bloody, bitter, and uncertain, one thing had become clear that night in Boston Harbour. The American colonies were no longer loyal subjects. They were something new, something dangerous. They were revolutionaries, and they were just getting started. All before the towering pyramids of Giza, before Mesopotamian cities buzzed with life, before Stonehenge stood against the sky, there was Corral. Hidden away in the dry valleys of coastal Peru, Corral rose in silent majesty nearly 5,000 years ago, then faded into near-complete oblivion, swallowed by sands and forgotten by history. For centuries, the world did not even know it existed. The super valley where Corral once thrived seems at first glance an unlikely place for civilization to bloom. The landscape is parched, barren, the river little more than a thin silver thread winding through rocks and dust. To most eyes it looked inhospitable, a place abandoned by life. Yet it was here, amid the desolation, that one of humanity's earliest great cities took shape. Corral wasn't just a collection of scattered huts or a temporary trading post. It was a planned city, sprawling over 150 acres, filled with pyramids, plazas, residential quarters, and ceremonial spaces. It had scale, purpose, and vision, a complex society blossoming centuries before the Egyptians began stacking stones into pyramids of their own. The people of Corral achieved this without the wheel, without written language, without metal tools. They built massive structures from stone and earth with nothing but ingenuity, communal effort, and the raw power of human will. Yet for thousands of years, Corral's existence remained a secret. Even when travellers stumbled across the strange, weathered mounds scattered across the valley, they mistook them for natural formations, mere hills sculpted by the desert winds. No one imagined that beneath the sand lay one of the oldest cities in the world, predating even the civilizations that history books had crowned as the firsts. It wasn't until the late 20th century that archaeologists, led by Ruth Shady, uncovered the truth. What they found buried in the dust of time would rewrite the story of the Americas and force the world to reconsider what it thought it knew about the birth of civilization itself. Corral had risen, flourished, and fallen in total anonymity. Now, after millennia of silence, its stones are speaking again, whispering of a peaceful, intelligent people who built a world of complexity and wonder in a land where life itself seemed impossible. And this was only the beginning of their story. At first glance, the Supi Valley looks like a place where life should struggle to exist. Harsh winds sweep across endless stretches of sand and stone. The sun beats down mercilessly, drying out the earth, baking the landscape into cracked, brittle sheets. Water is scarce, the river a meandering thread fighting for survival. To the untrained eye, it is a wasteland, barren, empty, forgotten by the gods. But the people of Corral saw something different. They did not see a desert to be feared. They saw a canvas to be shaped. They recognized the river, however modest, as the lifeblood of possibility. And so, with patience, ingenuity, and sheer determination, they turned this unforgiving place into a thriving oasis of life and culture. Their first victory was agriculture. They learned to tame the river's seasonal floods, building simple but brilliant irrigation systems that channeled water across the valley floor. Where others saw sand and dust, they coaxed green shoots of hope: cotton, beans, squash, guava, sweet potatoes. Cotton, in particular, became their treasure. It was spun into fishing nets and textiles, fueling trade with coastal villages and creating bonds that stretched far beyond their desert home. But growing crops was only part of their mastery. The people of Corral understood that survival in the desert required balance. They worked with nature, not against it. They built their homes and plazas from stone and earth, designed to withstand both scorching heat and the rare, punishing rains that occasionally swept through the valley. They studied the stars and seasons, planning their harvests with the precision of master astronomers. Trade became the veins and arteries of Corral's economy. Dried fish, cotton, fruits, and handmade goods flowed up and down the coast. In exchange, Corral received exotic goods: colourful shells from the Pacific, rare stones from the Andes, ideas from distant peoples. They were not isolated, they were connected. In a land where survival seemed impossible, Corral thrived through intelligence, innovation, and community. They didn't conquer the desert with brute force. They partnered with it, learning its rhythms, respecting its power, building a society that was not just functional, it was extraordinary. Against the odds, Corral blossomed into a beacon of civilization, and it was only beginning to rise. Rising out of the desert like ancient guardians, the pyramids of Corral defy everything we thought we knew about early civilization in the Americas. These were not small, crude structures built by primitive hands. They were massive, deliberate works of architecture, created by a people with vision, organization, and ambition. The centerpiece of the city was the Pyramid Mare, the largest of Corral's monumental structures. It stretched more than 450 feet in length and towered nearly 60 feet above the desert floor, a feat of engineering on par with the early wonders of the ancient world. Built from stone, mud, and woven reed bags filled with rocks, the pyramid was designed not just to endure the harsh climate, but to withstand the punishing earthquakes that occasionally rattled the region. And endure it did, standing silent against wind and time for nearly 5 millennia. But the pyramids of Corral were not tombs. Unlike the massive burial complexes of Egypt, Corral's pyramids served a different purpose. They were centers of ceremony, power, and public life. Temples and gathering spaces crowned their summits, accessible by broad, elegant staircases. Fires once burned atop these platforms, and rituals were held beneath the endless Peruvian sky. At the foot of the pyramids, vast plazas opened up, sunken and circular, inviting thousands to gather for religious ceremonies, political meetings, and communal celebrations. The very design of Corral's cityscape suggested a society that prized community and order, a people deeply connected to one another and to the cosmos. Around the pyramids, smaller residential complexes fanned out, likely home to priests, administrators, artisans, and farmers. The pyramids themselves seem to have been strategically placed, aligned with celestial events, sunrises, solstices, the cycles of the stars. To the people of Corral, architecture wasn't just practical, it was spiritual, mathematical, cosmic. Walking among the weathered stones today, it's almost impossible not to feel a strange sense of awe. These structures were raised without metal tools, without the wheel, without beasts of burden, yet they rose with symmetry, scale, and staggering precision. The great pyramids of Corral were not built for vanity nor for war. They were built to connect earth and sky, community and cosmos, humanity and eternity, and they still whisper across the sands, telling a story that refuses to be forgotten. Among the ruins of Corral, there is something profoundly different, something that sets it apart from so many ancient civilizations. No weapons have been found buried beneath its sands. No defensive walls circle its plazas. No mass graves hint at bloody conquest or internal strife. Unlike the kingdoms that rose and fell through war, Corral was a society built on peace. It's a revelation that defies expectations. Here was a civilization that flourished not through violence, but through cooperation, trade, and shared belief. The people of Corral seem to have invested their energy not in armies or fortresses, but in architecture, astronomy, music, and communal life. Their plazas and pyramids weren't monuments to victory over enemies. They were centers of celebration, worship, and governance. This was a civilization that chose to gather rather than conquer, to negotiate rather than destroy. Trade was the lifeblood of Corral's success. Cotton, grown along the fertile riverbanks, was spun into fishing nets that were traded with coastal communities. In return, Corral received dried fish, an essential source of protein, and exotic goods from faraway places, colourful shells from the Pacific, precious stones from the highlands, and even rare tropical fruits from distant valleys. This wide network of trade stitched the region together, binding far-flung communities into a peaceful web of mutual benefit. And in the centre of it all, Corral thrived as a cultural and economic hub. Religious and ceremonial life played a vital role in maintaining social harmony. The city's grand public spaces and sunken plazas likely served as stages for rituals that united the people under shared spiritual beliefs. Music filled these gatherings, flutes carved from condor bones, drums made from deer hides, creating soundscapes that echoed across the desert, tying individual lives to something greater. Leadership, too, appeared to rely less on military strength and more on spiritual authority and civic organization. The city's leaders must have coordinated massive construction projects, seasonal agricultural cycles, and complex trade agreements, all without leaving behind the brutal scars of war. In an ancient world so often defined by conflict, Corral stands as a shining exception, a reminder that civilization does not have to rise on the broken backs of the conquered. It can instead be built by the quiet power of collaboration, creativity, and trust. At Corral, the stones still seem to hum with echoes of a world long gone. It was not just a city of buildings and trade, it was a city alive with sound, ceremony, and spiritual rhythm. Music and ritual were woven into the very heartbeat of Corral's civilization. Archaeologists, digging carefully through the dry sands, uncovered a treasure trove of ancient instruments, flutes crafted from the bones of condors and pelicans, whistles fashioned from deer antlers, small drums stretched with animal hides. These artifacts were not simple toys. They were crafted with care, tuned to specific notes, designed to carry sound across the wide, open plazas of the city. In a world without written language, music spoke the language of the soul. Imagine it, the low thrum of drums rising at dusk, flutes keening like the desert wind, feet stamping on the sunken plazas as hundreds gathered under the fading light. Fires would crackle atop the pyramid platforms. Priests, dressed in intricate woven garments, would chant to the gods of the river, the earth, the stars. In those moments, Corral was not just a city, it was a symphony. The layout of Corral itself suggests that ritual life was at its core. The grand plazas were not mere open spaces. They were stages for communal ceremonies, carefully designed to draw people together. The sunken circular courts acted like ancient amphitheatres, focusing sound and sight onto the rituals performed at their centres. And above them all, the pyramids loomed. Not as tombs, but as sacred mountains built by human hands, linking the earth to the heavens. Rituals likely marked the turning of the seasons, the cycles of planting and harvest, the movements of the stars. Music was not just entertainment. It was a bridge between people, between nature and the divine, between the known and the mysteries beyond. No violent murals, no terrifying gods of war, no bloodthirsty sacrifices. In Corral, the spiritual world seems to have been one of harmony, celebration, and reverence. Even today, when the desert wind whistles through the ruins, you can almost hear it. The faint strains of ancient music, the forgotten songs of a people who found beauty, meaning, and connection in the heart of the harsh, endless sands. Carroll wasn't just a place of music, trade, and ritual. It was a marvel of engineering, a testament to human ingenuity in one of the harshest landscapes on Earth. Without metal tools, without the wheel, without draft animals, the people of Corral shaped a city of stone and earth that has endured nearly 5,000 years. Their achievements were astonishing. Massive pyramids rose from the desert floor, constructed not with small, fragile bricks, but with enormous stones carried across the dry valley. Workers transported rocks using reed bags, ingenious baskets strong enough to bear heavy loads, woven from the very plants that grew along the riverbanks. Layer upon layer, they built with care, stacking stone and filling the interiors with rubble to create structures that could withstand not only time, but nature's fury. And they understood nature well. Corral lies in a region prone to violent earthquakes, yet their pyramids and plazas survived largely intact. How? By mastering earthquake-resistant architecture. Builders used flexible construction techniques, layered fills, wide foundations, and rounded corners. that allowed their monuments to absorb and dissipate seismic energy. It was engineering born not from textbooks, but from an intimate knowledge of the earth itself. Water management was another silent triumph. Despite living in a desert, the people of Corral developed sophisticated irrigation systems. Channels and canals carefully guided river water to their agricultural fields, allowing crops to flourish even during dry seasons. No water was wasted. Every drop mattered. The layout of Corral itself reflected brilliant urban planning. Major structures aligned with key astronomical points, suggesting a deep understanding of the solar cycles. The sunken plazas, with their precise geometry, were more than gathering places. They were instruments for tracking the heavens, allowing priests and astronomers to predict seasons crucial for survival. Even the city's organization spoke of a complex society. Residential zones, administrative areas, ceremonial centers, all were arranged in harmony, balancing communal life with sacred spaces. They built not just for the moment, but for generations. Today, as modern engineers marvel at Corral's resilience, they are reminded that greatness is not measured by technology alone. Sometimes the deepest wisdom lies in understanding the forces of nature, in working with the land, not against it. Corral's stones have endured storms, quakes, and the erosion of time itself. They stand as a silent testament to a civilization that engineered their dreams into the desert sands. For centuries, the city of Corral flourished, a beacon of peace, music, trade, and architectural mastery in the desert sands. And then, quietly, almost without a trace, it was abandoned. No fires marked its fall. No signs of conquest scar its walls. No mass graves or shattered monuments tell a story of sudden disaster. Instead, Corral simply faded, its plazas emptied, its pyramids left to the drifting sands, its flutes and drums silenced by time. Why did they leave? That question still lingers like a ghost across the Super Valley. Some scholars believe that environmental change struck the final blow. Evidence suggests that a long period of drought may have crippled Corral's agriculture. Without the river's life-giving waters, the fields would have withered. Trade networks, dependent on surplus cotton and food, would have faltered. The careful balance Corral had maintained with its harsh environment may have finally tipped beyond repair. Other theories point to shifting trade routes. As neighbouring cultures grew and new centres of power emerged along the coast and inland, Corral's influence might have diminished. Perhaps the goods they once supplied, cotton, fish, produce, were no longer enough to sustain their role as a dominant city. Slowly, the lifeblood of commerce drained away. Still others whisper of internal decline. Without written records, we can only imagine political struggles, religious upheaval, or simple exhaustion after centuries of growth. Even peaceful societies can fracture under pressure when survival becomes uncertain. Whatever the cause, the departure seems to have been gradual, not sudden. Families likely drifted away one by one, seeking more fertile valleys, stronger rivers, new beginnings. Children who once ran across Corral's plazas grew up telling stories of a lost city behind them, stories that would eventually fade into legend. The desert reclaimed what humans had built. Winds carried fine sand over stone temples. Flutes lay buried beneath shifting dunes. What had once been a humming, vibrant civilization became a field of silent, sleeping mounds. For nearly 4,000 years, Corral remained hidden, a whisper beneath the sands, waiting. Today, as archaeologists carefully uncover its stones, the question still burns. How does a city so advanced, so beautifully crafted, simply vanish? Perhaps the truth is that even the greatest civilizations, no matter how wise or peaceful, are still fragile, threads woven into the tapestry of time, forever vulnerable to the unseen forces of change. For millennia, Corral lay forgotten, buried beneath the silent sands of the Super Valley. Travellers passed the strange, rounded hills that dotted the landscape, never suspecting that beneath their feet lay the ruins of a civilization older than the pyramids of Egypt. To them, these were just natural formations, mounds shaped by the wind and time. It wasn't until the late 20th century that the world would finally hear Corral's voice again. In the 1990s, Peruvian archaeologist Ruth Shady led a team into the Soup Valley, driven by curiosity and a growing sense that these hills might hold secrets no one had yet uncovered. What they found would rewrite the story of human civilization in the Americas. Layer by painstaking layer, the sand was brushed away. Beneath it emerged walls of carefully cut stone, grand staircases, sunken plazas, pyramids, a city far older than anyone could have imagined. Radiocarbon dating confirmed the unbelievable. Corral was over 4,600 years old, thriving at the same time as the earliest civilizations in Mesopotamia and Egypt. It was a discovery that shook the foundations of archaeology. Before Corral, scholars believed that civilization in the Americas developed much later, shadowed by the great empires of the Old World. Corral changed everything. It proved that the Americas had birthed monumental architecture, complex urban life, and social organization independently, long before the rise of the Incas or the Maya. Ruth Shady and her team found not just stone and rubble, but the remnants of life: musical instruments, fishing nets, textiles, quipu, ancient knot records, and even offerings made to the gods. Each artifact told a story of a people who had built a society with vision, intelligence, and profound creativity. Corral's rediscovery was more than an academic triumph. It was a resurrection. A civilization that had slept beneath the desert for thousands of years now stood revealed under the open sky once more, its plazas kissed by the same winds that had once carried the sounds of flutes and the laughter of children. Today, Corral is recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, a fragile, priceless link to humanity's earliest dreams of building, belonging, and believing. The sands had hidden Corral well, but in the end, the stones endured, waiting for someone to listen, to see, to remember. Corral stands today as a silent giant, a reminder that civilization's roots stretch far deeper than we once believed. Among its pyramids and plazas, the ancient stones whisper a story that reshapes our understanding of humanity's journey, a story not of conquest and bloodshed, but of harmony, ingenuity, and hope. Long before the towering empires of Greece, Rome, or even Egypt, the people of Corral were building something extraordinary. They raised pyramids without the wheel. They mapped the stars without written records. They created a thriving society rooted in trade, music, ritual, and engineering, all without leaving scars of war upon the land. In an era often defined by conflict, Corral offers another vision of what civilization can be, a society that valued connection over conquest, knowledge over domination. It reminds us that complexity does not require violence, that greatness is not measured by how many armies march across a battlefield, but by how a community comes together to build, to create, to dream. Corral's legacy reaches far beyond the dry sands of the Soup Valley. It challenges old assumptions, that civilization had a single cradle, that urban life and monumental architecture belonged first to the Old World. Corral proves that humanity's spirit of innovation and aspiration arose independently in many corners of the earth, shaped by different hands, but driven by the same eternal desires: to endure, to celebrate, to reach toward the divine. Today, walking among Corral's weathered ruins, you can almost hear it. The pulse of drums, the low hum of flutes, the murmur of traders bargaining in the plazas, the laughter of children racing through stone alleys under a sky of endless stars. Their lives, their dreams, their stories are still with us, etched into the bones of the earth. Corral teaches us that even when civilizations fall, their spirit can endure, sleeping under sands, waiting to be remembered, waiting to inspire again. In the great timeline of human history, Corral shines not just as a relic of the past, but as a beacon for the future, a reminder that, even in the harshest deserts, even under the heaviest sands, the seeds of wonder, wisdom, and peace can take root. and build a world that reaches for the stars. Hey guys, tonight we journey back thousands of years to the banks of the Nile, to a civilization known for pyramids, pharaohs and gods that watched your every move. But behind the gold masks and grand temples lies a much harsher reality. Today we're asking, what would really happen if you lived just one day in ancient Egypt? Because let me tell you, the sun isn't the only thing that will roast you alive. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, and let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Welcome to ancient Egypt, land of pyramids, gods, and relentless ultraviolet violence. Before you even open your eyes, the sun is already blasting through your reed hut, like it's auditioning for the role of unforgiving sky god. There are no curtains, no shades, and certainly no air conditioning. Just the raw, unforgiving heat of the desert, baking everything, including you, by breakfast. You're lying on a straw mat with a linen sheet that's more suggestion than protection. The Nile breeze you were promised in all those travel documentaries? Yeah, it's gone. Probably died sometime around 2800 BC. By the time you stumble outside, the temperature is already flirting with 90 degrees Fahrenheit, or around 32 Celsius, and it's not even mid-morning. The sun doesn't just shine in ancient Egypt. It attacks. Your linen tunic. Useless. It's like wearing tissue paper in a sauna. And don't even think about sunscreen. There's no aloe vera, no SPF 50, not even a floppy hat with a logo from a beach resort. Ancient Egyptians did have protective oils, but unless you're wealthy or work in a temple, you're not getting any of it. Your best option? Smear yourself with mud or crocodile dung, which apparently might keep you from turning into a human torch. Emphasis on might. By midday, the stones under your feet are hot enough to cook lentils. Shade is a luxury. Trees are rare. You might get a little relief hiding behind a mud brick wall, but even that wall is sweating by now. You, on the other hand, look like someone threw you into a clay oven and forgot to set a timer. And you better not complain. Ra, the sun god, is watching. And in ancient Egypt, the sun wasn't just weather, it was divine authority. The hotter the day, the more powerful Ra was feeling. So basically, if you're melting, it's a spiritual compliment. In short, surviving one day in ancient Egypt requires hydration, humility, and an ironclad tolerance for feeling like a roast chicken. And this is just the morning. You're finally out of bed, or rather, off your scratchy straw mat. And the good news is, the Nile is just a short walk away. The bad news? You can already smell it before you see it. Yes, the mighty Nile, the life-giver of ancient Egypt, revered as sacred, the reason civilization here even exists. But let's be honest, it also smells like a fish market had a bad breakup with a swamp. The banks are buzzing with flies, frogs and things that probably shouldn't have legs but do. Still, this is where you bathe. Soap hasn't been invented yet, and even if it had, you couldn't afford it. Instead, you lather yourself in the freshest cleansing technology of the day, sand. That's right, exfoliation the Egyptian way. Just rub yourself down with coarse grains and call it skincare. It's like nature's sandpaper, but less effective. Washing clothes, also done in the Nile, and by washing, we mean pounding them against rocks, while praying that a crocodile doesn't mistake your laundry for a tasty midday snack. Oh, and just to make things more fun, let's not forget the occasional sewage runoff from upstream. Remember, people, livestock, and the occasional funeral boat all share this river, and yet, somehow, this is considered clean. You scrub, rinse, and emerge feeling slightly less sticky and only moderately more worried about leeches. If you're a city dweller in Memphis or Thebes, you might be lucky enough to use a public basin or cistern, but for everyone else, it's Nile or nothing, and don't expect privacy. This is a public bathing space, shared by families, neighbours, livestock, and the odd ibis pecking around your ankles like it pays rent. Water jars are filled and balanced on heads, carried back to your mud brick house before the midday heat turns the clay into toast. It's a daily ritual, spiritual, necessary, and slightly traumatic. So yes, the Nile is sacred. It feeds you, cleans you, and quenches your thirst. But let's not pretend it's a sparkling oasis. In reality, it's part miracle, part biohazard, and all you've got. By now you've bathed in the crocodile-infested Nile, you've sandpapered yourself semi-clean, and your body feels like a baked fig. Time for breakfast, the most important and least glamorous meal of your ancient Egyptian day. Let's set expectations. There are no eggs Benedict, no fruit bowls, and absolutely no iced lattes. Breakfast in ancient Egypt is less of a culinary event and more of a tactical refueling operation. You sit on a low stool, if you have one, or just squat in the corner like everyone else. The centerpiece of your meal? Bread. Lots of it. Dense, coarse, and often as chewy as a leather sandal. It's made from emmer wheat or barley and baked in clay ovens that may or may not be shared by the local rats. And don't be surprised if there's sand in your slice. Not as a topping, just an uninvited ingredient from the grinding stones. A daily dose of minerals, you could say. Then comes the beer. But don't get excited. This isn't crisp, bubbly craft ale. This is thick, cloudy, lukewarm, liquid bread. More porridge than pint. It's packed with calories and vaguely fermented. A medieval smoothie with the faint taste of sour cereal and survival. Even children drink it. Not to be edgy, but because it's safer than water. At least the brewing process boils out the parasites, unlike the Nile, which we just discussed is basically a petri dish. If you're lucky, and we mean very lucky, you might get an onion or a few dried dates to go with your carbon foam combo. Protein? Only if someone caught a fish and didn't immediately eat it raw. And as you chew your rock-like loaf and sip your grain sludge, flies buzz around you like it's a buffet. Because it is. For them. You swat at them with one hand, hold your cup with the other, and try not to think too hard about the fact that this is likely the best meal you'll have today. Breakfast in ancient Egypt isn't about flavour. It's about function. It fuels your body just enough to survive until the next time someone hands you another sand-infused brick of bread. Bon appétit. You've had your gritty bread, your chunky beer, and just enough rest to call yourself functional. Now it's time to work. And trust me, ancient Egyptian labour makes modern burnout look like a spa day. Unless you're a scribe, priest, or royalty, which, let's be honest, you're not. Your job is pure muscle and dust. No air-conditioned cubicle. No coffee breaks. No ergonomic chairs. Just sweat, sand, and a constant risk of collapsing before noon. If you're a farmer, you'll be ankle-deep in Nile mud by sunrise, yanking weeds or planting barley under the eye of an overseer whose hobby seems to be yelling. You use wooden ploughs, crude sickles, and your bare hands. If your back hurts, congratulations, that means it's working. If you're a labourer, things get even more biblical. Imagine hauling multi-ton stones for temple construction under a blazing sun, while barefoot up ramps made of gravel and prayer. There's no OSHA here. You trip. That's a broken ankle and a shrug from the foreman. Working on tombs? That's another level of grind. You're hammering limestone, chiselling out burial chambers for people who'll get to rest longer than you ever will. And if you mess up a pharaoh's tomb, let's just say job security might involve a sealed chamber and a curse. And if you're a woman, you're not off the hook. Domestic work is also physical labour. Grinding grain, hauling water, weaving linen, caring for kids, and still helping in the fields. Your break is when the baby naps. For 7 minutes. While you prepare dinner. You eat on the go. You wipe sweat with your tunic. You keep moving, because slowing down means falling behind. And falling behind means someone else gets your grain quota and you get the blame. There's no clocking out. The sun is your supervisor. When it finally sinks behind the horizon, you crawl home half alive, dust-caked, and dreaming of softer sandals and a less aggressive sun god. Work in ancient Egypt isn't just hard, it's endless. It's a full-body commitment to survival, day after day, until your body gives out or your overseer decides you're not worth feeding. And that's not even the worst of it. After sweating your soul out in the fields or quarry, you might be tempted to grumble. Maybe something small. A little, "this job stinks," or "why am I doing this again?" Stop. Right there. Because in ancient Egypt, complaining isn't just frowned upon, it's potentially treason. Why? Because your boss isn't just a ruler. He's a literal god. The pharaoh isn't some guy who got elected or born into a lucky family. He's the human embodiment of Horus, son of Ra, chosen by the heavens to rule over Egypt and keep Ma'at, divine cosmic order, intact. In other words, if the river floods well this year, thank the pharaoh. If it doesn't, well, maybe you didn't pray hard enough. Questioning his authority isn't just rude, it's blasphemy. Speaking ill of him could land you a date with a whip, a set of shackles, or an early trip to the underworld with none of your favourite burial goods. You see his face everywhere, on statues, temple walls, coins, even bread moulds. His name is chanted in rituals. His image is painted larger than everyone else's in every mural. That's not artistic exaggeration. That's law. And don't expect to ever see him. If you're a commoner, the closest you'll get is watching a golden bark float by during a religious festival. Blink, and he's gone. Back to a palace you'll never enter, surrounded by officials, guards, scribes, and enough gold to finance a small civilization. Which, fun fact, he basically does. If you're lucky enough to work on a royal project, say, a tomb, a temple, or a statue the size of a mountain, you serve with divine joy. At least, that's what the state says. You say it too, because pretending you're honoured to carve stone for 14 hours a day is safer than the alternative. And don't even think about rebellion. Pharaohs crush uprisings faster than you can say, dynasty. Just ask the last village that tried to withhold taxes. Oh wait, you can't. It no longer exists. So yes, the pharaoh is divine. And you're just lucky to be allowed to sweat in his name. Now get back to work. If you thought surviving under the sun was hard, just wait until you realise that in ancient Egypt, sand is your roommate, co-worker, seasoning, and mortal enemy. It's everywhere. In your clothes, in your bed, in your food. There is no escaping it. You could be working, praying, sleeping, or minding your own business in the market. And suddenly, a gust of hot wind sweeps by and turns your face into a grainy exfoliation experiment you didn't ask for. Let's start with the clothes. You wear linen. It's light, breathable, and about as effective at keeping sand out as a screen door is at holding back soup. It slides down your tunic, clings to your skin, and somehow finds its way into places you didn't know had creases. Eating? Good luck. Every loaf of bread is basically a sand trap. Since flour was ground between stone slabs, little bits of grit made their way into the dough. Egyptians didn't just eat their wheat. They ate their millstones too. It's why ancient dental remains are often worn flat like river rocks. Imagine chewing your breakfast while also filing your molars. Daily. And if you thought your house was a sand-free zone, think again. Your mud brick home has gaps, crevices, and windows with no glass. Perfect portals for wind-blown sand. Your floors are covered. Your cooking pots are full. Your bed is basically a sandpit disguised as furniture. Shoes? Optional at best. Most Egyptians walked barefoot, meaning you're always one step away from turning your feet into battered leather sandals. If you do have footwear, it's usually a basic pair of sandals made from reeds. Fashionable? Perhaps. Protective? Not remotely. Then there are sandstorms. Egypt's version of a slap from the gods. Sudden, swirling, blinding. One moment you're talking to a friend, the next you're spitting dust and feeling like someone dumped an entire beach into your eye sockets. Visibility drops to zero, and everyone around you turns into vaguely coughing silhouettes. In short, sand is the roommate who never leaves, the spice in every meal, and the silent enemy of your eyes, lungs, and dignity. It's not just the backdrop of your life, it's part of your body now. And no, you can't wash it off. You already tried. In the Nile, which is probably full of more sand. In ancient Egypt, religion isn't just a weekend activity. It's the operating system for everything. Your job, your diet, your hygiene routine, your bedtime rituals, all dictated by gods who seem to have very specific opinions. First, understand this. The gods are everywhere. Your town has temples to a dozen different deities, each responsible for some vital function. There's Ra, who pilots the sun across the sky like it's a divine Uber. Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom, is in charge of scribes and moon calendars. Sobek, part crocodile, part nightmare fuel, guards the Nile. And Bastet, the cat goddess, basically runs public relations. Forget personal freedom. Your daily routine revolves around pleasing them. Wake up, thank Ra, spill some beer, apologise to Hathor, stub your toe, curse quietly, or risk attracting a spirit with a grudge. Before meals, you offer a bit of food to the gods. Before bed, you pray that Set, god of chaos, doesn't toss your house into existential disarray overnight. Even funerals are multi-day affairs where the deceased must pass tests, avoid demons, and prove they were morally decent, or risk eternal erasure. Speaking of the afterlife, ancient Egyptians took it very seriously. You don't just die and move on. You must pass a judgment process involving your heart being weighed against a feather of truth. If your heart's heavier, because of lies, cruelty, or maybe stealing someone's goat, you're eaten by Amit, a creature with the head of a crocodile, the body of a lion, and the legs of your worst nightmare. So yes, even in death, you're still on probation. But here's the twist. This complex belief system isn't depressing. It's comforting. Egyptians believed life was part of a cosmic balance, and if you followed the rituals and upheld Ma'at, the principle of truth and order, you had a chance at a peaceful eternity, complete with food, family, and maybe a boat. Of course, the richer you were, the more gods seemed to notice you. Temples were massive, priests were powerful, and peasants? Well, they just hoped the gods were feeling generous that day. Because in ancient Egypt, faith isn't optional. It's your job description, your insurance plan, and your travel itinerary for the next life. So, you've stepped on something sharp, got bit by something weird, or caught something contagious, which in ancient Egypt is basically Tuesday. Time to seek medical care. Just don't expect a waiting room or a sterile environment. You're about to be healed with a combination of spells, herbs, and sheer optimism. First, you'll be taken to a doctor. And to be fair, they were some of the most advanced in the ancient world. They had surgical tools, medical texts, and a decent understanding of anatomy. But here's the catch. Science in ancient Egypt always came with a heavy dose of magic. You're given a poultice made of honey, mouldy bread, and crushed herbs. Honey actually is antibacterial, and mould has early penicillin properties. So it works? Sort of. But before applying it, the healer will chant a protective spell just to be safe, because you never know when your stomach cramps are actually the result of a spiteful ghost or an angry god. Have a headache? You might get a dose of crushed onions rubbed into your scalp while someone recites a hymn to Thoth. Got a cough? Let's smear cow dung mixed with dates on your chest and see what happens. Eye infection, time for a paste of lizard blood, ochre and beer, plus a prayer to Horus. Surgery? It did happen, sometimes. Abscesses were drained, bones were set, and wounds were stitched with linen thread. But there's no anaesthesia, just a sharp knife and a friend to hold your shoulders down while you scream into a mud brick pillow. Dentistry? Not great. Remember all that sand in the bread? Your teeth are worn down by your 20s. If one gets infected, your options are 1. Live with it. 2. Die from it. Or 3. Have it pulled with something resembling pliers made by a blacksmith with low standards. And let's not forget the amulets. Whether you're giving birth, getting stitched up, or just sneezing too loud, a good doctor/priest will probably hang a charm around your neck, just in case the real issue is an invisible serpent spirit curled around your spleen. So yes, Egyptian medicine had its moments, but mostly, you'd better believe in the gods, because your band-aid is literally a prayer. Here's a plot twist most people don't expect. Ancient Egyptian women had more rights than many women in later civilizations. They could own property, run businesses, file for divorce, and even take a man to court. Sounds progressive, right? But before you pack your bags for a time-travelling girl boss vacation, hold up. Because while the legal status might impress you, the day-to-day reality? Not so glamorous. If you're a woman in ancient Egypt, you probably wake up before sunrise. You're grinding grain by hand, using a giant flat stone that chews through both wheat and your spine. Then it's off to haul water from the Nile, cook breakfast, care for children, manage the household, feed animals, and if needed, help in the fields. You're a one-woman workforce in linen. There's no me time, no spa days, and definitely no maternity leave. Childbirth is risky and painful. Midwives are helpful, sure, but there are no epidurals, no disinfectant, and no push playlists featuring relaxing harps. You give birth in a hot room with incense, prayers, and hopefully, not too much bleeding. Let's talk fashion. Linen dresses are light and breathable, but there's no underwear and no shoes. The sun scorches your skin, the sand grinds into everything, and the bugs think you're an all-you-can-eat buffet. Want makeup? Great. Egyptian women did wear cosmetics, but it's lead-based and applied with sticks that look suspiciously like toothpicks. Now, if you're lucky enough to be born into a wealthy family, things are better. You might read, write, manage estate accounts, or become a priestess. If you're born royal, you could even become pharaoh, like Hatshepsut or Cleopatra, who ruled with brilliance and terrifying eyeliner. But if you're poor, your status may be legal, but your reality is physical. You work, sweat, bend, carry, birth, bury, and pray. You're not chained by law, but by survival. Still, Egyptian women had agency, and that mattered. They could speak in court, keep their inheritance, and didn't become property when they married. Compared to many ancient societies, that's huge. So yes, Egyptian women had rights, but comfort? That's reserved for statues and goddesses, not the woman elbow-deep in dough while swatting flies off a toddler. You made it through another grueling day in ancient Egypt. You ate your gritty bread, hauled your buckets, avoided divine wrath, and maybe even dodged a sandstorm. Time to relax, right? Wrong. Because in ancient Egypt, your real test begins after you die. Death isn't the end. It's just the beginning of an incredibly bureaucratic, multi-phase journey through the underworld. And if you thought the labour overseer was strict, wait until you meet the gods of judgment. First, your soul takes a trip to the Hall of Ma'at. Here, before a tribunal of 42 deities, you must proclaim your innocence in what's basically the oldest legal deposition in history. You say things like, "I did not steal. I did not lie. I did not covet my neighbour's donkey," all while hoping the gods buy it. Then comes the heart test, literally. Your heart, believed to be the seat of the soul, is placed on a scale opposite the feather of Ma'at, the symbol of truth, justice, and balance. If your heart is heavier than the feather, well, that means you've lived a wicked life. Enter Amit, part lion, part crocodile, part hippo, all terrifying. She doesn't arrest you, she doesn't fine you. She eats your soul, destroying it forever. No afterlife, no second chances, just eternal non-existence, which, in a culture obsessed with eternity, is the ultimate punishment. And it gets better. You can doom yourself not just by actions, but by words. One wrong confession, one forgotten line during your judgment, and boom, spiritual obliteration. It's like an open book test where failure means getting devoured by a mythological death hybrid. If you do pass, congratulations. You get to enter the field of reeds, a peaceful, idealized version of Egypt where your soul lives forever. with boats, with crops, with family, and presumably with fewer sand fleas. But the stakes? Enormous. That's why Egyptians obsessed over tomb preparation, funeral rites, and magical texts like the Book of the Dead, a spiritual cheat sheet full of prayers, spells, and helpful tips like, don't insult the crocodile god. So yes, the afterlife might be beautiful, but only if you live your life very carefully. One curse word, one unpaid temple tax, and your next stop is lunch for Amit. Sleep tight. If there's one small mercy in ancient Egypt, it's this: linen. Blessed, breathable linen. Your entire wardrobe, and everyone else's, is made from this plant-based fabric. It's light, cool, and lets your skin breathe in the scorching heat. That's the good news. The bad news? That's pretty much where the comfort ends. Whether you're a farmer, builder, priest, or vendor, you're wearing the same outfit every day. For men, a short white kilt or loincloth. For women, a straight, sleeveless linen dress, sometimes held up by straps, sometimes not. If you're upper class, you might have pleats or beads or fancy patterns. If you're not, it's plain white or slightly greyish, depending on how long it's been since laundry day. Oh, and laundry day? You're hand-scrubbing your clothes in the Nile while hoping a hippo doesn't emerge mid-rinse. Underwear? Optional. Footwear? Also optional. Most people go barefoot. Sandals made from woven reeds or leather are reserved for special occasions or temple priests. So unless you're royalty, expect to spend your days with hot sand between your toes and possibly a sharp rock in your heel. Accessories? Absolutely, but mostly functional. Amulets for protection, necklaces to show status, and eye makeup made from powdered coal, which wasn't just for fashion. It helped reduce glare from the sun and supposedly warded off infections. Yes, even eyeliner had a job in ancient Egypt. But no matter how well you dress, the bugs don't care. Flies, gnats, mosquitoes, they treat your airy outfit as an invitation. You're walking through the day swatting constantly, rubbing on perfumed oils, and praying that your linen doesn't stick to you like a wet curtain the moment the sun reaches full strength. And of course your outfit doesn't change with the seasons, because Egypt doesn't really have seasons, just hot and slightly less hot. So your linen ensemble is basically your year-round uniform, whether it's 110 degrees or a chilly 70-degree evening. So yes, Egyptian clothing was light, elegant, and far more comfortable than what Romans would wear later. But don't let the breezy outfits fool you, because no matter how floaty your tunic feels, your life is still heavy with labour, heat, sand, and bugs that refuse to respect your personal space. You've survived another blistering Egyptian day, hauling bricks, dodging sandstorms, and praying your linen doesn't disintegrate mid-task. But in ancient Egypt, survival is always temporary, because no matter how tough you are, you probably won't live past 35. Let's break it down. If you make it past childhood, which is already an achievement considering infant mortality rates were sky high, you're thrust straight into adulthood by age 13. Marriage, work, and child rearing all start early, because honestly, you're running out of time. You might die from heat stroke, or an infected cut, or childbirth, or crocodiles, or scorpion stings, or bad bread. And forget antibiotics. If you get a fever, the best treatment is honey, herbs, and hoping the gods don't have other plans for your soul. But here's the twist. Egyptians weren't scared of death. They planned for it. In fact, they planned for it better than most people plan for retirement today. If you're rich, you commission a tomb, the ancient version of a 5-star eternity suite. You start saving up grave goods, jewellery, food offerings, perfumes, statues, even tiny servant dolls called shabtais to do your chores in the afterlife. Think of them as spiritual interns who work while you nap forever. Your body is embalmed, wrapped in linen, stuffed with natron, natural salt, and tucked neatly into a painted sarcophagus. You're buried with a copy of the Book of the Dead, which is less about doom and more like a mystical travel guide, complete with passwords for the afterlife spells to confuse demons, and instructions for not getting eaten by soul-devouring monsters. If you're poor, well, your tomb is likely a shallow pit in the sand. Your body is wrapped in whatever fabric your family can spare, maybe a pot or two placed nearby, and then covered with earth. No murals, no golden mask, just you and the wind. But even the poorest Egyptians held onto the dream of the afterlife, a peaceful, fertile paradise called the Field of Reeds, where you farm without sweat, eat without hunger, and sail the Nile forever under gentle sunlight. So yes, you'll probably die young in ancient Egypt. But if you lived well, prayed right, and didn't insult too many jackal-headed gods, you just might spend eternity in style. You've finally made it to the afterlife. Or at least, into the tomb. You've been embalmed, wrapped, blessed, and buried. Time to rest in peace, right? Well, not exactly. Because in ancient Egypt, even the dead get robbed. Let's start with a simple truth. Tombs are full of expensive stuff. Gold amulets, jewellery, perfumed oils, carved statues, chests full of linens, and, for pharaohs, literal boatloads of treasure. All intended to be taken into the afterlife. But treasure in a tomb is basically an open invitation for someone with a chisel and bad intentions. Tomb robbery was so common that it became a full-time problem. Pharaohs tried to fight it by hiding their tombs deep in cliffs, locking them behind trapdoors, and scrawling terrifying curses on the walls. Things like, "May a crocodile devour your soul," or "May your limbs be twisted forever by a serpent made of fire." Spoiler, the curses didn't work. Grave robbers came anyway, at night in secret, with inside knowledge. Sometimes they were locals, sometimes they were corrupt workers who helped build the tombs. In some cases, even priests and guards were in on it. And the punishment for getting caught? Severe. Think public beatings, mutilation, exile, or death. But considering how valuable tomb goods were, especially gold and rare incense, the risk often seemed worth it. After all, the dead don't fight back. But it's not just the wealthy who got robbed. Even commoners' graves were disturbed. Poorer Egyptians might have been buried with a small pot of beer or a loaf of bread for the afterlife. That was still worth stealing. Food was scarce, tools were valuable, and linen was currency. The irony? Tomb robbing wasn't just about greed. Sometimes it was about survival. Egypt went through famines, political collapse, and invasions. A hungry worker might break into a tomb not for treasure, but for food. And when your children are starving, a few funeral offerings look less like sacred objects and more like dinner. So in ancient Egypt, you're not safe just because you're dead. Your tomb can be looted, your name erased, and your mummy unwrapped by some desperate soul with a pickaxe and poor moral judgment. Rest in peace, only if no one knows where you're buried. We've all seen them, those majestic, mysterious carvings on the walls of temples and tombs. Birds, eyes, snakes, lotus flowers, men walking sideways like they're on a fashion runway. Ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, visually stunning and insanely difficult to learn. Sure, they look cool, but try reading them. Hieroglyphs weren't just decorative art. They were a full-blown writing system with over 700 characters, and growing. Some symbols represent entire words, others are sounds, and many are determinatives, which clarify meaning. Because, writing the word star with an actual star symbol might be too straightforward. And don't expect spaces or punctuation. Ancient Egyptian writing was basically one long, beautiful riddle, with artistic flair, 0 vowels, and a deep need for context. Oh, and it can be written left to right to left, or top to bottom, depending on what the scribe felt like that day. The trick? Look at which way the birds or people are facing. That's your reading direction. If they're facing right, read right. Facing left, read left. And if they're upside down, good luck. Learning to write hieroglyphs wasn't for commoners. Literacy was rare. Maybe 1% of the population could actually read and write. If you wanted in, you had to become a scribe, which meant years of intense education, starting as a child. You'd memorize hundreds of symbols, copy endless scrolls, and practice so much that your hand probably curled into a claw by age 15. But the payoff? Huge. Scribes were respected, well-fed, and never made to haul bricks under the sun. Instead, they wrote tax records, court documents, letters, and religious texts. They were essential to society and protected from most manual labour. In a world where writing was power, scribes ruled quietly from the shadows. For the rest of the population, though, writing was something magical, literally. Hieroglyphs were believed to have sacred power. Writing someone's name preserved their soul. Erasing it, total spiritual annihilation. So yeah, spelling really mattered. So while hieroglyphs may look like ancient emoji, they're more like a linguistic Rubik's Cube wrapped in myth, math, and mystery. Beautiful? Yes. Easy to learn? Absolutely not. After 14 chapters of heat, hunger, sand, superstition, and backbreaking labour, it's time to ask the big question. Would you survive a single day in ancient Egypt? Let's be honest. Probably not. Sure, it's easy to romanticize the ancient world. Golden tombs, lotus-scented air, graceful hieroglyphs, gods with animal heads, and a thing for order and beauty. But behind the iconic monuments and stunning art was a world of brutal realities that spared no one but the elite. Your average Egyptian day started with a dirt floor, a cloud of flies, and the knowledge that if you didn't work, you didn't eat. You walked barefoot on blazing sand, hauled water, cooked over open fires, lived shoulder to shoulder with bugs, smoke, and livestock. You worried about disease, divine punishment, and whether a snake might slither into your sleeping mat. You had no toothpaste, no medicine, no retirement plan. And if you were lucky, maybe 2 changes of linen. You served a god-king who could take your land with a decree, a climate that cooked your skin by noon, and a religion that required you to pass a literal divine test after death just to get into the good version of the afterlife. Let's also not forget the things you didn't have. No antibiotics, no sunscreen, no privacy, no plumbing, no painkillers, and no easy escape. Once you were born into your class, that was it. No promotions, no career changes, no finding yourself. You were either a scribe, a farmer, a labourer, a mother, a servant, or dead. And yet, for all this, the ancient Egyptians weren't miserable. They believed deeply in their gods, their purpose, and the beauty of life. They loved music, dance, food, family, and festivals. They joked, they painted. They imagined eternity with enough clarity to build stone monuments that still stand today. But for a modern person, without your air conditioning, your filtered water, your Advil, your sneakers, and your smartphone, you'd fold before the second sandstorm hit. So no, you wouldn't last a day in ancient Egypt. But that's okay, because they lasted thousands of years. And maybe, just maybe, that's why we still talk about them. In the heart of ancient Teotihuacan, one pyramid refuses to be forgotten. Its surface is adorned not with peaceful symbols of faith or gentle gods, but with snarling, open-mouthed stone serpents, dozens of them. They jut out from the temple's facade as if frozen in mid-strike, fangs bared, eyes wide. This is the temple of the feathered serpent, known to many as the temple of Quetzalcoatl. But unlike most temples that reach for the sky with reverence, this one feels different. It feels predatory. From the moment you approach it, there's an eerie sense that you're being watched. The stone serpent heads aren't mere decoration. They were warnings, symbols of divine wrath. And beneath their gaze, something horrific once unfolded. Excavations over the past few decades have revealed something that archaeologists didn't expect. Hidden beneath the temple's base were not just ceremonial offerings, but something far more disturbing, human remains. And not a handful. Over 200 bodies, many of them decapitated, hands bound behind their backs. Young men, warriors perhaps, buried in groups, ritual sacrifices arranged with mathematical precision. Some were buried with obsidian knives at their sides, others with necklaces made of human teeth, or jewellery crafted from jawbones. They weren't simply thrown into the ground, they were deliberately placed in positions of symbolic significance. It's clear, this was no mass grave. It was a message, a divine transaction carved into stone and sealed with blood. But what kind of belief system justifies such horror? Who demanded so many lives be taken at once? The Temple of the Feathered Serpent wasn't just a religious building. It was a theatre of power, a place where rulers fused cosmology, warfare, and fear to maintain control over a city of more than 100,000 souls. And this ritual bloodletting may have been the cost of keeping the cosmos in balance. As you stand before this temple today, gazing at those stone serpents, you're not just looking at art or architecture. You're looking into the eyes of a civilization that believed the gods needed blood, and that they had every right to deliver it. But who were these people? Who commanded such violence and vanished without a trace? The answer lies in the shadows of Teotihuacan. Before the mighty Aztec Empire, before the Maya carved their cosmic calendar into stone, there stood a city unlike any other in the ancient Americas, Teotihuacan. Its name, given by the later Aztecs, means the place where gods were born. And when you walk its immense avenue of the dead, flanked by pyramids that scrape the heavens, you start to understand why. At its height, around 100 to 250 CE, Teotihuacan was a sprawling metropolis of over 100,000 people, making it one of the largest cities in the world at the time, rivaling ancient Rome, Alexandria, and Chang'an in size and influence. It was a city meticulously planned. Wide boulevards, gridded streets, apartment compounds housing extended families, multi-story structures made from volcanic stone. And at the centre of it all, 3 massive pyramids. The Pyramid of the Moon, the Pyramid of the Sun, and the Temple of the Feathered Serpent. But here's what makes Teotihuacan different. No one knows who built it. Seriously. To this day, we don't know the name of the people who constructed this place. We don't even know what they called themselves. There are no written records, no kings' names carved into stone. Teotihuacan seems to have been a society ruled not by a single monarch, but perhaps by a council, a theocracy, or something altogether foreign to our understanding of ancient power. And despite this anonymity, their influence was colossal. Evidence of Teotihuacan's power has been found hundreds of miles away, from the Maya cities of Tikal and Copan to the distant Zapotec capital of Monte Alban. Obsidian blades, ceramic styles, murals, and even political meddling. In one case, Teotihuacan emissaries may have helped overthrow a local Maya king to install a ruler more favourable to their interests. But how did they maintain such a vast network? How did a city with no known writing system command such authority across Mesoamerica? The answer may lie in how they combined cosmic ideology with statecraft. Their temples were more than places of worship. They were tools of control, aligning perfectly with astronomical events, serving as theatres of ritual sacrifice, and reminding every citizen and every visitor that Teotihuacan was no ordinary city. It was the axis of the world, a sacred engine that kept time, fate, and blood flowing in sync. And at the heart of it all stood the Temple of the Feathered Serpent. To understand the temple, you must first understand the deity it was dedicated to, the Feathered Serpent. Known later by the Aztecs as Quetzalcoatl and to the Maya as Kukulkan, this figure is one of the most enigmatic gods in all of Mesoamerican mythology. But in Teotihuacan, centuries before the Aztecs rose to power, the Feathered Serpent was already a central, possibly supreme, divine force. But here's the paradox. What kind of god is both a serpent and a bird? Think about that. Serpents slither through the underworld. They shed their skin, symbolizing rebirth, duality, and death. Birds soar high in the sky, closer to the sun, representing freedom, divinity, and life-giving wind. To combine these two, earthbound and sky-dwelling, death and life, chaos and order, was to create something entirely cosmic, something terrifyingly powerful. The feathered serpent wasn't just a god, he was a bridge between worlds. On the facade of the temple, carved in deep relief, we see dozens of his images: goggle eyes, bared teeth, plumed headdresses. Some historians believe these represent the god himself. Others suggest they're warriors or priestly figures, adorned in divine regalia to signal their authority. Either way, they are everywhere. The temple is covered in these snake-bird hybrids, as if the structure itself breathes with divine presence. But the feathered serpent wasn't just a god of the heavens. He was intimately tied to sacrifice. Blood was the fuel that kept the cosmos in motion, and Quetzalcoatl, though later remembered as a gentle, civilizing deity, had a much darker role in Teotihuacan. He demanded offerings, and not just of maize or incense, but of life itself. In some myths, he descended into the underworld to retrieve the bones of the dead and create humankind. But to bring life from death, there had to be a trade. The gods sacrificed themselves for humanity, and humans, in return, were expected to do the same. The Temple of the Feathered Serpent wasn't just a monument to faith. It was a cosmic engine, designed to link the sky, the earth, and the underworld through ritual. Every stone, every serpent head, every buried victim fed into that system. Teotihuacan didn't just worship the feathered serpent, they embodied his logic, paradox, power, and blood. And the most disturbing truths were hidden beneath the surface. For centuries, the Temple of the Feathered Serpent stood silently, a weathered, imposing structure half swallowed by time. Locals whispered legends, scholars made guesses, but no one could have imagined what was buried beneath its layered stones until archaeologists broke through in the late 1980s and early 2000s. What they found wasn't just unexpected, it was unsettling. Hidden beneath the temple's foundations were a series of long sealed chambers and pits, each filled with carefully arranged human remains. These weren't the messy results of war or disease. These were deliberate sacrifices, systematic, ritualistic, cold. The victims, numbering over 200, were young men, many between 15 and 25. Some wore necklaces made of human jawbones. Others had their hands tied behind their backs. A few were decapitated. Obsidian knives, sharp and black as night, were scattered nearby, the unmistakable tools of ritual slaughter. And this is where it gets darker. The arrangement of the bodies followed geometric and symbolic patterns. They weren't buried randomly. They were placed in quadrants, cardinal directions, possibly to mirror the cosmos. Even the number of bodies mattered. It wasn't just about death. It was about meaningful death. Offerings surrounded the victims: jaguar bones, serpents, exotic shells from the distant Gulf Coast, figurines, and obsidian blades that had never been used in battle. This wasn't punishment, it was a gift. These young men, most likely warriors, had been selected not to die in disgrace, but to die as part of something transcendent. To the Teotihuacanos, the very act of building a temple may have required human sacrifice. It was as if every stone had to be consecrated with blood, every layer raised only after an offering had been made. The deeper you dig, the more sacrifice you find. In one chamber, archaeologists discovered elaborate tunnels filled with mercury and mica, materials associated with the underworld. The floor glimmered like water. Was this a symbolic passage to the land of the dead? A mirror of the night sky? The more they excavated, the more it felt like the temple was not built on top of death, but constructed to encase it. The blood didn't stain the stone by accident. The stone was meant to hold the blood. And all of it was for the gods. Look closer at the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, and you'll notice something strange, something unnerving. It doesn't just sit on the landscape, it aligns with the universe. Teotihuacan wasn't built randomly. The entire city was laid out along precise cosmic axes. Its central avenue of the dead runs at a 5-degree angle off true north. Not a mistake, but a deliberate shift, possibly to align with the setting of the Pleiades star cluster or the sun on specific ritual dates. The Temple of the Feathered Serpent sits directly along this avenue, locking it into a grand celestial blueprint. But why? What were they trying to align with? Archaeologists and archaeoastronomers have debated this for decades. Some suggest the temple lines up with the equinox sunrise. Others argue it connects to Venus, the planet most sacred to Mesoamerican civilizations, often associated with war, sacrifice, and rebirth. When Venus rose or set, wars were declared, offerings made, and temples activated with ritual fire. Even the temple's dimensions seem intentional. The repetition of the number 7, the number of visible planetary bodies, appears in its step platforms. There's symmetry, rhythm, and a stunning understanding of both earthly math and cosmic cycles. And beneath the surface, more clues. In 2003, archaeologists uncovered a tunnel beneath the temple. Not a crude passage, but a deliberately constructed subterranean world. The walls were once covered in powdered pyrite, a shimmering mineral that would have reflected light like starlight. Combined with mercury pools and mica-lined walls, the tunnel seemed designed to replicate the cosmos itself. To walk through it would be like travelling through the Milky Way, a symbolic journey to the underworld, or perhaps to rebirth. Was this temple not just a place of sacrifice, but a cosmic machine? A portal that aligned earth, sky, and the spirit realm. Some scholars believe Teotihuacano saw time as circular, not linear. Every ritual, every building, every sacrifice wasn't a one-time event. It was part of an eternal cycle. Death leading to renewal, sacrifice fueling rebirth. The temple's alignments may have helped predict celestial movements, coordinate harvests, and more importantly, time when to offer blood. The Temple of the Feathered Serpent wasn't just looking at the stars, it was trying to speak to them. The Temple of the Feathered Serpent wasn't just a spiritual beacon, it was a political weapon. Its very design was meant to overwhelm, to intimidate, to remind every viewer, local or foreign, who held the reins of power in Teotihuacan. Imagine standing in its shadow 1,800 years ago. You, a visitor from a smaller city-state, would arrive at the Avenue of the Dead, already awestruck by the sheer scale of Teotihuacan. But when you reached the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, you'd freeze. The serpent heads stare at you, their fangs bared. Jaguar symbols growl from the stone. The plaza ahead once held massive gatherings, not just for celebration, but for public ritual. You might even witness a sacrifice. The ruling elite of Teotihuacan understood something crucial. Fear is power, and nothing stirs fear like divine wrath. By orchestrating ritual executions in broad daylight, surrounded by cosmic symbols and death imagery, they sent a clear message. The gods are with us, and we are not afraid to feed them. But this wasn't chaos. This was theatre. Priests in feathered headdresses and obsidian masks would chant, dance, and spill blood, turning cosmic myth into political performance. It wasn't just about pleasing the gods. It was about reminding everyone watching that the city's rulers had direct access to the divine. They alone could open the heavens or summon rain, protect the people, or destroy their enemies. Even the architecture helped reinforce this propaganda. From the temple's upper tiers, leaders could look down upon the plaza. They controlled not just the narrative, but the very physical space in which it unfolded. The people looked up, at the gods, at the rulers, at the sacrifices, and knew their place. And for outsiders, Teotihuacan didn't need to conquer with swords, it conquered with symbols. Visiting dignitaries would carry home tales of awe and terror. They would speak of the feathered serpents, the endless avenues, the blood rituals that lit the sky red. In a world where gods ruled through fear, Teotihuacan positioned itself as their chosen mouthpiece, and the Temple of the Feathered Serpent was the loudest voice of all. At its peak, Teotihuacan was the heartbeat of Mesoamerica, a city of fire and stone, of gods and blood, a city that seemed destined to last forever. But around the year 550 CE, something changed. Something broke, and the silence that followed was as chilling as the temple's stone serpent heads. The fall of Teotihuacan was not loud and glorious. It was gradual, then sudden. Signs of strain began appearing decades earlier, signs that the cosmic engine was faltering. Evidence points to a long period of drought, crop failure, and social unrest. The very systems that had sustained this grand city, centralized power, religious dominance, cosmic order, began to crack under pressure. And then came the fire. Archaeologists have uncovered widespread burn layers across elite compounds, temples, and administrative buildings, including signs of violent destruction at the Temple of the Feathered Serpent. What's strange is that the lower-class residential areas were mostly untouched. This wasn't an external invasion. This was an uprising, a rebellion, possibly from within. The very people who once watched sacrifices in awe may have risen against their priest-kings. The Temple of the Feathered Serpent, once a symbol of divine authority, was ransacked. Sculptures were defaced, fires were set, ritual spaces were desecrated, and then silence. Teotihuacan wasn't completely abandoned overnight, but it lost its soul. Trade networks collapsed. Artistic production ceased. The great rituals stopped. The ruling elite disappeared. The temple no longer spoke. And yet, the mystery only deepened. Because while the city faded, its memory endured. Centuries later, the Aztecs arrived in the Valley of Mexico and stumbled upon its ruins. They were awestruck. They believed gods had built this place. They named it Teotihuacan, the place where gods were born. They built their own myths around its pyramids, revering it as sacred ground, even as they had no idea who its original builders were. To them, the Temple of the Feathered Serpent was not a ruin. It was a relic of divine truth. But the irony remains. The most powerful city of its time, built on cosmic order and blood, vanished without a written word, without a final record, leaving behind only stone and questions. The gods, it seemed, had gone quiet. For over 1,000 years, the Temple of the Feathered Serpent lay buried beneath layers of dust, volcanic ash, and silence. Locals avoided it. Farmers tilled around it, and the world forgot it. Until the modern age of archaeology arrived, and cracked open the secrets buried within its heart. In the early 20th century, Mexican archaeologists began excavating Teotihuacan. What they found was astonishing, a perfectly engineered city far older than the Aztecs. But it wasn't until the 1980s and 2000s that the temple itself began to yield its most intimate and most chilling revelations. One of the most dramatic discoveries came in 2011, when researchers uncovered a sealed tunnel beneath the Temple of the Feathered Serpent. It had been deliberately closed off nearly 1,800 years earlier, as if to prevent anyone from entering ever again. After years of excavation, scientists unearthed a cosmic corridor, a symbolic underworld lined with pyrite to mimic a starlit sky, pools of liquid mercury, and thousands of ritual objects. Jade statues, rubber balls, obsidian blades, and even carved wooden masks. It felt less like a tomb, and more like a message. Why would the ancient builders go to such lengths? What were they trying to preserve, or hide? Some experts believe the tunnel was used in initiation rituals. Others suggest it symbolized the creation of the world, a mythological womb where gods were born, where kings were made, where divine order was negotiated between humans and the cosmos. The mercury, once thought to be only toxic, may have represented water, or the fluid veil between worlds. And among all these glittering fragments was one persistent whisper. The feathered serpent still lingered, not just as a myth, but as a presence, in murals, in carvings, in the geometry of the temple itself. The serpent hadn't disappeared. It had coiled inward, deep into the bones of the city, waiting to be rediscovered. And with each excavation, each uncovered jawbone or golden ornament, we draw a little closer to its message, one carved not in language, but in stone, sacrifice, and shadow. Modern science has given us X-rays, drones, and ground-penetrating radar. But even with all our tools, one truth remains. The temple still keeps secrets. Today, the Temple of the Feathered Serpent stands as a haunting monument, not just to a civilization long gone, but to a way of thinking that merged power, cosmos, and death into one unbreakable system. Tourists snap photos. Children run past the stone serpent heads, but the ground beneath their feet is soaked in 1,000 untold stories and over 200 known human sacrifices. And still, the temple endures. Its legacy is not just architectural, it's psychological, spiritual, cultural. The feathered serpent, this paradoxical god of sky and earth, continued to evolve. He would be adopted by the Toltecs, then reborn by the Aztecs as Quetzalcoatl, where his myth took on a gentler tone, the bringer of knowledge, the god who wept for humanity, the one who vowed to return. This reimagining of the serpent god shows how myths don't die. They transform. Even in modern Mexico, echoes of the feathered serpent persist, in art, in murals, in literature, and in national identity. The temple's image has appeared on coins, stamps, and even government buildings. It has become a symbol of mystery, of pre-Columbian brilliance, and of the untamed spiritual world that once pulsed through Mesoamerica. But there's another legacy, one less visible, more uncomfortable. The Temple of the Feathered Serpent forces us to confront the price of belief. It asks hard questions. How far will humans go to feel connected to the divine? What happens when power and religion become indistinguishable? Can beauty coexist with terror? In many ways, the temple isn't just a historical site. It's a mirror, a reflection of us, our fascination with life after death, our hunger for meaning, our capacity to build monuments of staggering beauty and to stain them with blood. The temple teaches us that greatness comes with shadows, that civilizations can soar to impossible heights while burying their secrets beneath the stones. And maybe that's why we keep returning, not just to visit, but to understand. Because deep down, we know the serpent is still watching, not to strike, but to remind. Remind us of what we once were, and what we still might be. Before we spoke in words, we spoke in rhythm. Tens of thousands of years ago, long before the invention of writing, even before the birth of language itself, early humans began to create something that could only be described as sound with intention. Not speech, not melody, but rhythm. A hand slapping hollow bark, a stick tapping a stone, a foot stomping earth in time. Somewhere in that ancient repetition, something magical emerged, the first drum beat. It wasn't called music, it wasn't called anything, but it felt like something, like communication, like movement, like emotion taking form. Anthropologists have uncovered evidence of primitive percussion instruments dating back over 30,000 years. These were likely made from natural materials, tree trunks, hollowed-out gourds, stretched animal hides. Nothing fancy, nothing preserved. But these rudimentary drums were not toys or idle distractions. They served real purposes, to warn, to summon, to connect. Imagine a tribe scattered across a dense forest. One beat from a distant drum, and others knew danger is coming. Or a celebration has begun, or the gods are listening. The earliest drums weren't just tools, they were extensions of the human body. A heartbeat externalized, a pulse that could be felt across a valley. Drumming wasn't something you watched or listened to. It was something you participated in together, around fires, under stars, in caves where echoes made the air itself vibrate. These ancient rhythms became a language of emotion, joy, grief, warning, hope, all expressed not in syllables or symbols, but in patterned sound. Before the first flutes were carved, before string instruments were dreamed of, the drum was already alive, anchoring us in time, giving shape to ritual, and uniting individuals into tribes. In that way, the drum became humanity's first instrument, and perhaps its first form of collective identity. No matter where on earth people lived, they created something to strike, something to beat, something to mark the moment. Because even when we had no words, we had rhythm. And that rhythm was everything. In the cradle of early human civilization, drums were not just instruments. They were sacred voices. Every tribe, every culture, every corner of the earth developed its own rhythm. But the purpose was nearly universal, to commune with the unseen. In Africa, where some of the world's earliest drums emerged, rhythm was deeply intertwined with life, death, and ancestry. The djembe, carved from a single tree and wrapped in goatskin, was believed to contain three spirits: that of the tree it was carved from, the animal whose skin gave it voice, and the craftsman who brought it to life. Played in circles, the djembe didn't just accompany rituals, it was the ritual. Then there were the talking drums, capable of mimicking human speech through pitch and tone. In West Africa, these drums carried messages across miles, relaying news, warnings, births, and deaths from one village to the next. Long before the telephone, humans were already drumming their messages through the landscape. Across the oceans, Native American tribes treated the drum as a living entity. It was the heartbeat of Mother Earth, played in ceremonies to honor ancestors, summon healing, or guide the souls of the dead. The large powwow drum, played by a circle of drummers, was both a musical and spiritual engine, a communal pulse that aligned humans with nature and spirit. In Australia, the Aboriginal people used clapsticks and percussive stomps in the sacred Dreamtime, a mythic era of creation. In the Arctic, Inuit shamans struck frame drums to enter trance states, seeking visions or communicating with spirits during long, dark winters. These weren't performances. These were acts of survival, healing, storytelling, and connection. To drum was to remember. To drum was to belong. And always, it was communal. Drums brought people together into sacred circles, synchronizing hearts and intentions. No sheet music, no stage, just bodies moving, hands striking, souls stirring, all unified by rhythm. It didn't matter where on earth you stood. If you heard a drum in the distance, you knew. Something sacred was happening. Something that words alone could never express. From sacred circles to bloody battlefields, the drum has always spoken. Sometimes with comfort, and sometimes with command. As human societies evolved into kingdoms and empires, drums transformed into tools of domination, instruments of order, and weapons of fear. The earliest armies didn't have radios or megaphones. They had drums. In ancient China, massive drums called bo were struck to coordinate troops across vast terrains. With a single resonant boom, commanders could signal a charge, retreat, or flanking maneuver. These drums weren't just loud, they were strategic. Each rhythm meant something specific, and trained soldiers knew how to listen, even through the chaos of battle. In Mesopotamia, temple drums were used to announce rulers and summon the public. But in times of conflict, they echoed through city walls, terrifying enemies with a deep, relentless thunder. It wasn't just percussion, it was psychological warfare. When the Romans marched, they brought with them the tympanum, a frame drum used in processions and by cults like that of Cybele. Though not a battlefield instrument in the way horns and standards were, it carried symbolic power, a sound of empire, discipline, and order. But no army wielded drums quite like the Ottomans. Their meta bands, the world's first known military orchestras, unleashed an overwhelming storm of drums, cymbals, and horns before battles. The relentless pounding of curse, giant kettle drums, and davil, double-headed bass drums, struck terror into the hearts of enemy forces. Some European accounts describe soldiers freezing in panic before even seeing the Ottomans, paralysed by sound. Drums also enforced power off the battlefield. In royal courts across Asia, Africa, and Europe, drum ensembles announced arrivals, marked coronations, and underscored political rituals. To beat a drum was to declare, power is present. Even enslaved people in the Americas used drums as tools of resistance. On plantations, rhythmic communication kept culture alive and helped orchestrate secret rebellions. The drum, even under oppression, refused to be silenced. So whether it signaled divine right, military discipline, or raw fear, the drum has always carried a message. This is who rules. This is who marches. And this is the rhythm of power. As civilizations branched out across continents, so too did their rhythms, evolving in form, purpose, and philosophy. In the East, drums became tools of precision, spirituality, and ceremony. In the West, they leaned into military power and eventually orchestral grandeur. Two worlds, two paths, one heartbeat. In India, the drum became a sacred instrument of divine language. The tabla, with its crisp tones and fluid grace, was used in classical music and devotional performances, but it was more than accompaniment. It was conversation. Each stroke had a name, a meaning, a syllabic identity. Indian drumming wasn't just percussive. It was spoken poetry, trained over decades. The tabla player was not just a musician. He was a linguist of rhythm. In Japan, the taiko drum emerged as a ceremonial giant. Played in Shinto rituals, theatre and war, taiko required not just technical skill, but physical discipline. The drummers moved with martial precision, their stances grounded like warriors. In festivals, the booming taiko echoed through mountain valleys, believed to drive away evil spirits and call the gods down to earth. Meanwhile, in Indonesia, the kendang drum led the hypnotic flows of gamelan orchestras, guiding dancers and musicians in sacred temple ceremonies. These rhythms were layered, interlocked, and celestial, a sonic reflection of cosmic harmony. Across the world, in Europe, drums had a different story. They were largely utilitarian during the medieval period, signalling soldiers, marking time, enforcing discipline. It wasn't until the Renaissance and Baroque eras that drums began to enter formal music. Even then, they were kept in the background, timpani thundering beneath royal fanfare or echoing in grand cathedrals. In this divergence, you see two philosophies. The East saw rhythm as art and spirit, something tied to breath, chant, and meditation. The West saw it as structure and force, a tool to rally, march, and measure. But both understood the drum's core power, to shape time, to dictate pace, to elevate ritual, to connect humans in ways that transcend language. East or West, sacred or strategic, the drum remained central. Always listening, always speaking. From mountaintop temples to jungle clearings, from desert fires to candlelit cathedrals, drums have always had a place where the human meets the divine. Long before organized religion took root, rhythm was already a sacred language, a way to pray, to summon, to transcend. In Africa, drums were not just instruments, they were spiritual beings. In Yoruba traditions, for example, the bata drum was used to communicate with the orishas, gods and ancestral spirits. Drummers weren't performers, they were priests. The rhythms they played were encoded prayers, inviting the gods to descend and dance among the living. Each pattern had a purpose, each beat a direction. In Hinduism, the drum appears even in the hands of gods. The deity Shiva, in his form as Nataraja, dances the cosmic dance of creation and destruction with a small hourglass-shaped drum in hand, the Damaru. Its beat represents the pulse of the universe itself. From silence to sound, from void to form, the drum is a divine heartbeat. In Buddhism, the ritual frame drum is used in monastic chants and meditation ceremonies. Its slow, soft strikes guide breath and awareness, acting like a metronome for the soul. It's not loud, it's not aggressive. It simply reminds the practitioner to return, again and again, to the present moment. Across the Americas, indigenous tribes use drums in vision quests, sweat lodges, and healing ceremonies. The beat is constant, steady, mimicking the rhythm of the womb, helping participants enter trance states or connect with ancestral spirits. In these spaces, the drum doesn't just accompany prayer, it is the prayer. Even within Christianity, where rhythm was often subdued, the drum still found a sacred role. In gospel traditions, particularly in African American churches, drums became a means of praise and power, a heartbeat behind voices lifted in devotion, a reminder of struggle, hope, and divine rhythm in every life. No matter the faith, the ritual, or the God invoked, the drum has been there, not as decoration, but as a vessel for energy, intention, and the mysteries we cannot speak. Because when words fail in worship, rhythm remains, and the divine always listens. For thousands of years, drums were solitary instruments, one body, one sound, one purpose. But in the heart of the industrial age, something revolutionary happened. In factories, streets, and music halls, percussion was reimagined. And by the early 20th century, multiple drums were no longer scattered across a stage. They were united, forming something entirely new, the drum kit. It was born out of necessity. In the late 1800s, military and theatre bands required several percussionists to play bass drum, snare, cymbals, and woodblocks, each handled by a different person. But space was tight, and budgets were tighter. So drummers began to combine instruments into a single playable setup. By 1909, the first bass drum pedal was patented. A drummer could now strike a massive drum with one foot, freeing their hands to do more. The idea caught fire. Over the next few decades, drummers added hi-hats, toms, cowbells and ride cymbals, creating a setup that could mimic an entire percussion section, all from one seat. What emerged was more than a tool. It was a drummer's throne. And then came jazz. In smoky clubs and underground dance halls of New Orleans and Chicago, the drum kit exploded into life. Jazz drummers didn't just keep time, they played the kit like a voice, with syncopation, swing, and sensitivity. Legends like Gene Krupa and Buddy Rich turned the drum set into a lead instrument. Rhythm became storytelling. As jazz evolved into rock, the drum kit grew louder, heavier, more powerful. The 1960s and 70s saw kits expand with multiple toms, splash cymbals, and double bass pedals. Drummers like John Bonham, Neil Peart, and Keith Moon pushed the limits of stamina and creativity. The drummer wasn't in the background anymore. He, or she, was the engine. Today, the drum kit is a global staple, from gospel churches to EDM stages, from punk garages to world tours. And even as digital kits and drum machines rise, the physicality of a live drum kit, the sticks, the skins, the sweat, remains irreplaceable. It's a symbol of modern rhythm, a fusion of centuries, where tradition meets innovation, and where one drummer can speak with 10 voices at once. The world beats in thousands of dialects, and so do its drums. From continent to continent, culture to culture, the drum has taken countless forms, each carrying a distinct identity, sound, and purpose. These aren't just instruments. They're cultural signatures, crafted from local materials, shaped by local hands, and steeped in the rhythms of everyday life. In West Africa, the djembe remains a heartbeat of community gatherings. It speaks in sharp slaps and deep bass tones, designed for storytelling and spontaneous conversation. Next to it, the dundun provides the foundational pulse, a rhythmic anchor around which others can dance. In Africa, a drum ensemble isn't just music. It's a conversation between spirits, ancestors, and the living. In the Middle East, the darbuka, a goblet-shaped drum made from clay or metal, delivers crisp, fast-paced rhythms essential to belly dancing and classical Arabic music. Its voice is sharp and articulate, demanding precision from its player and movement from its listeners. Across the Caribbean and Latin America, drums tell a different story, one born from resilience and fusion. The conga, bongo, and timbales reflect the blend of African, indigenous, and Spanish influences. In Cuba, the sacred bata drums are used in Santeria rituals, each drum speaking a divine language tied to the orishas. In Brazil, the thunder of surdo and cuica drive samba parades through the streets, infusing joy into protest, prayer, and carnival. In India, the mridangam and tabla dominate South and North Indian classical music, respectively. These drums are so precise, they are tuned to pitch, blurring the line between rhythm and melody. Each finger movement matters, each stroke carries centuries of tradition. Then there's the frame drum, one of the oldest in human history, appearing in everything from Persian daf to Irish bodhran, from shamanic tools to folk ensembles. Played with fingertips, mallets, or brushes, it's proof that even simplicity can be sacred. What unites them all? Purpose. Whether guiding dance, healing, ritual, or revolution, each drum reflects the soul of its people. Their rhythms carry geography, history, and identity. The global drum family isn't just diverse, it's universal, because no matter where you go, the earth still echoes with rhythm. As the 20th century drew to a close, the sound of drums began to change, not in rhythm, but in texture. The physical gave way to the programmable. The sweaty palms, the wooden sticks, the calloused fingertips, all began to share space with circuits, pads, and software. The age of digital drums had arrived. It began in the 1970s with primitive drum machines, early devices like the Rhythmicon and Roland CR78 that used analog circuits to simulate basic beats. At first, they sounded robotic, even awkward. But musicians saw something else: consistency, control, and endless possibility. Then came a revolution. In 1980, Roland released the TR-808, a drum machine so iconic its deep booming kick and crisp snare would go on to define entire genres. Hip-hop, techno, electro, and trap were all born in part from its synthetic pulse. It was no longer about mimicking acoustic drums, it was about creating new sounds entirely. As digital audio progressed, so did the tools. Electronic drum kits like the Roland Fee drums allowed drummers to play naturally while triggering thousands of sampled or synthesized tones. Artists could now rehearse silently, record without microphones, and switch drum kits with the press of a button. And with computers came digital audio workstations, DAWs, like Ableton, FL Studio, and Logic. Now, anyone with a laptop could build complex rhythms, layering kicks, snares, hi-hats, and sub-bass into vast sonic architectures. Finger drumming on MIDI pads became an art form of its own. Some feared this shift meant the death of traditional drumming, a replacement of human feel with cold precision. But that didn't happen. Instead, hybridity emerged. Acoustic drummers began integrating triggers and samples into their kits. Producers started layering human-played drums with machine beats. The organic and the synthetic found a groove together. Digital drums didn't erase the past. They reimagined it. And today, we live in a world where a single person in a bedroom can build rhythms once requiring entire orchestras, where ancient grooves from Africa, Asia, and the Americas can be sampled, twisted, and given new life in neon-lit dance floors. The tools have changed, but the purpose remains the same: to move bodies, to shape time, to make silence speak. Across every era, every empire, and every evolution in technology, one thing has never changed. The drum remains our oldest and most enduring voice. From ancient fire circles to modern concert halls, from sacred rituals to digital dance floors, The drum has never been just about music. It's about connection, to ourselves, to each other, to something bigger. It is the heartbeat we all share. Not metaphorically, literally. Because even before we're born, nestled in the womb, the first rhythm we ever hear is that of our mother's heart. Steady, safe, alive, and when life begins, we chase that rhythm forever. The drum has been our companion through joy and war, through worship and protest. It has marched beside kings and risen with rebels. It has echoed through temples and subway tunnels. It speaks in every language, because it is a language. One that bypasses thought and speaks directly to the body, the bones, the blood. In moments of grief, we drum to mourn. In moments of ecstasy, we drum to celebrate. And in the quiet spaces in between, we drum to remember who we are. Today, percussion continues to evolve. You can find handpan street musicians weaving new age rhythms on city corners, indigenous communities preserving ancient drumming traditions against all odds, stadium drummers rallying crowds in unison, children banging pots and pans with instinctual joy. Even artificial intelligence is learning rhythm, but no algorithm can replicate the human soul behind a single imperfect beat. Because rhythm is not just counted, it's felt. And maybe that's why the drum has outlived empires and trends. Because deep down, we all crave the anchor of time, the shared pulse that tells us we are here, together now. No matter how advanced our instruments become, or how virtual our experiences grow, there will always be something profoundly grounding about skin on skin, stick on hide, hand on wood, a beat, a breath, a beginning. The drum is not a relic of the past. It is a reminder that we were always meant to move in rhythm, to listen, to feel, to play. And as long as humanity endures, the drum will never be silent. Before Manhattan became a forest of glass and steel, it was an island of shadows, not cast by towers, but by church steeples and sloping rooftops. In the early 1800s, the skyline barely existed. The city clung to the southern tip of the island, a dense sprawl of brick townhouses, timber-framed shops, and dirt-packed roads. Buildings rarely climbed beyond 5 or 6 stories. Not because ambition was lacking, but because gravity had the final say. The taller the building, the more weight it carried, and with stone and brick, height came at a steep price. The walls had to be thicker at the bottom to support the upper levels, leaving less room inside and requiring enormous foundations. To build high was to build heavy, and heavy didn't make financial sense. So the city grew horizontally, spreading northward along a grid that had been planned in 1811, one of the boldest urban blueprints of its time. But underneath that grid, beneath the layers of cobblestone and soil, Manhattan held a secret weapon: bedrock. Deep, dense and unwavering, the granite spine that ran beneath the island would one day support some of the tallest structures in human history. But for now, it lay quiet, untouched, waiting. Life in early Manhattan was noisy but grounded. Commerce bustled in the harbour, ships lined the piers, and horses clattered through narrow streets. The economy grew, immigration surged, and the island swelled with energy. But still, the city hugged the ground. The sky remained untouched. The only real vertical statements were churches, Trinity Church being the most prominent. Its spire, completed in 1846, rose over 280 feet, and for a time it was the tallest structure in New York. But even that was more symbol than skyline. What no one knew then was that the skyline's future wouldn't be shaped by stone or wood, but by iron, steel, and vision. And it wouldn't be limited by the ground. It would rise far above it. Manhattan wasn't yet a city of towers, but the stage was being set. The island was ready. The dream was forming. And soon the skyline would begin to stretch. For centuries, gravity was the greatest architect in Manhattan. It kept buildings short, cities flat, and human ambition tethered to the earth. But in the mid-19th century, two breakthroughs would break the skyline wide open. One lifted people, the other lifted buildings. The first came in 1852, when an inventor named Elisha Otis unveiled his revolutionary safety elevator. In a dramatic demonstration at the New York Crystal Palace, Otis stood on a platform suspended high above a crowd. He ordered the rope to be cut. The crowd gasped, but the platform didn't fall. A hidden mechanism locked the lift in place. With that single breathtaking moment, Otis changed the rules of height. Until then, the top floors of buildings were the cheapest. No one wanted to climb stairs. But once elevators became safe and practical, those upper floors became premium space, offering light, air, and status. The vertical city suddenly made economic sense. But being able to move people upward wasn't enough. Buildings still relied on load-bearing walls, which grew thicker and more cumbersome the higher they went. That's where innovation number 2 arrived. The steel skeleton. In the 1880s and 1890s, engineers began using steel frames to support the weight of buildings, allowing exterior walls to become thin curtains rather than heavy structural anchors. This method, known as steel frame construction, gave architects a new freedom: build as high as the frame could handle. Suddenly, height was no longer a risk, it was a strategy. The technology had arrived, the materials were here, and Manhattan, with its solid bedrock and booming economy, was the perfect canvas. The island's tight geography encouraged vertical thinking, and its status as a financial capital meant that everyone, from banks to newspapers, wanted their name visible in the clouds. The elevator made the sky accessible. The steel skeleton made the sky buildable. Together, they didn't just change architecture, they redefined what a city could be. Now, the race would begin, not outward, upward. By the late 19th century, New York City was no longer content to sprawl. It wanted to soar. The ground was full, the streets were packed, and the only place left to build was up. With steel frame construction and the elevator now established, Manhattan became a proving ground, and the skyline, a battlefield for ambition. The first shots were fired in the 1890s. In 1890, the New York World Building, home to Joseph Pulitzer's newspaper empire, rose 20 stories above Park Row. It was the tallest office building in the world, briefly, not to be outdone. The Park Row building claimed the title next in 1899, standing at 391 feet. Each new tower was a declaration, not just of wealth, but of vision. To build higher was to announce, "We are the future." Soon, the skyline began to sprout with steel giants. The Singer Building, completed in 1908, stood at 612 feet, becoming the tallest building in the world, and the first structure to surpass the height of the spire of Trinity Church, which had held the record for over 50 years. But even that wouldn't last. In 1913, the Woolworth Building took the crown. Designed by architect Cass Gilbert, and funded in cash by retail magnate Frank W. Woolworth, it rose 792 feet, over 55 stories, in a soaring display of neo-Gothic beauty. Dubbed the Cathedral of Commerce, the Woolworth wasn't just tall, it was majestic, an architectural sermon about America's rise as a modern power. But this wasn't just architectural competition, it was branding warfare. Corporations and institutions vied for the tallest, most distinctive buildings, towers that would etch their names into the sky. Every new height was a headline, every silhouette a symbol. The skyscraper became the ultimate billboard, permanent, imposing, impossible to ignore. And beneath it all, the rhythm of progress beat relentlessly. Steam shovels dug foundations into granite. Riveters hammered steel day and night. Immigrants and ironworkers balanced on beams hundreds of feet in the air with no harnesses, only grit and resolve. The skyline was no longer theoretical. It was real, and it was rising. As the 1920s roared through Manhattan, the skyline began to dance. Not just climb. This was the era of Art Deco, a time when architecture wasn't only about height, but style. The Jazz Age poured elegance into steel and stone, and New York's buildings became icons of movement, light, and energy. The most dazzling of them all was the Chrysler Building. Completed in 1930, it stood 1,046 feet tall, briefly becoming the tallest building in the world. Commissioned by car magnate Walter Chrysler, the tower wasn't just a monument to corporate success. It was a symphony of design. Its stainless steel spire, built in secret and hoisted into place overnight, shimmered in the sun like a crown. Ornamental eagles, modelled after hood ornaments, jutted from the corners like guardians of the future. With its curves, chevrons, and machine-age detailing, the Chrysler Building didn't just scrape the sky, it seduced it. But the race wasn't over. Just a few blocks away, another titan was rising, the Empire State Building. Completed in 1931 during the depths of the Great Depression, it soared to 1,250 feet, stealing the title from Chrysler and holding it for nearly 40 years. Built in just 410 days, with thousands of workers labouring through wind, snow, and steel dust, the Empire State wasn't just a building, it was a message. New York endures. While much of the country struggled, Manhattan pushed upward, and its buildings mirrored the era's dual identity, elegant but aggressive, optimistic yet competitive. The Art Deco style captured the contradictions of the time, geometric but graceful, modern but steeped in myth. Towers weren't just functional, they were sculpted, glowing at night like beacons of possibility. And yet, beneath all that glitter, there was purpose. These skyscrapers were built by barons and moguls who wanted more than profit. They wanted legacy. A permanent place in the skyline, and in history. By the end of the 1930s, Manhattan's silhouette had taken shape. The city was no longer just a capital of finance. It was a cathedral of ambition, a skyline that didn't whisper progress, it shouted it. After World War II, Manhattan's skyline entered a new phase, one less ornamental, more corporate. The elegance of Art Deco gave way to glass, steel, and straight lines. America was now a global superpower, and New York was the front office of that empire. The skyline adapted accordingly, not with decorative spires, but with monuments of efficiency. In 1952, the United Nations headquarters rose on the East River, a bold, boxy glass tower flanked by low marble wings. It marked a shift in tone, global, diplomatic, futuristic. It wasn't just a building, it was an architectural statement about international order in the atomic age, and it set the tone for what would follow. Next came the Lever House in 1952, and the Seagram Building in 1958, both defining examples of the international style. These towers, with their curtain walls of reflective glass and steel frames, were minimalist by design, free of decoration, stripped of sentiment. They didn't look like cathedrals or castles. They looked like machines, precise, modern, and ruthlessly practical. The Seagram Building, designed by Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, was especially influential. Its bronze-tinted glass, uniform grid, and open plaza introduced a new kind of urban presence, not to impress with flourishes, but to project order, discipline, and power. This was corporate architecture at its peak, cold, beautiful, and authoritative. As businesses boomed, so did the skyline. Midtown became the hub for America's major corporations, banks, media companies, law firms. These new skyscrapers didn't compete for beauty. They competed for square footage, for location, and for presence on the horizon. Gone were the soaring spires and gargoyles. In their place stood mirrored monoliths, anonymous giants that reflected not just the clouds, but the ambitions of Wall Street. And yet, in their silence and simplicity, these towers spoke volumes. They told the story of a country obsessed with growth, precision, and modernity. They defined the corporate era, shaping the look and feel of cities across the globe. But even amid all this glass and steel, one thing remained true. The skyline was still a symbol. Only now it whispered power, rather than shouted beauty. By the late 1960s, New York was already a vertical masterpiece, but it still had room to dream bigger. That dream took shape at the southern tip of Manhattan, where a pair of identical towers would soon alter the skyline forever. They were bold, controversial, and unlike anything the world had ever seen. They were the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. Conceived as a hub for global commerce, the World Trade Center project was overseen by the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. Architect Minoru Yamasaki designed the buildings with a radical minimalist approach. Vertical lines, aluminum cladding, no setbacks. Each tower would rise over 1,160 feet, dwarfing every building before them. The ambition wasn't just architectural, it was ideological, a statement of global connectivity, a new temple for capitalism. Construction began in 1966. To make room, an entire neighborhood, Radio Row, was raised. The foundations required a revolutionary technique known as the slurry wall, allowing engineers to build deep into the soft riverbed while holding back the Hudson. It was one of the most challenging engineering feats of its time. When completed in 1973, the Twin Towers weren't universally loved. Some critics called them sterile or boxy. Others mourned the loss of the ornate towers of the past. But to many, the towers were pure presence, bold, confident, and commanding. They didn't dance with the sky like the Chrysler. They didn't taper like the Empire State. They stood firm. Twin pillars of certainty and scale. More than just buildings, the World Trade Center became an international symbol of business, of unity, of American might. People came from around the world to visit the observation decks, to dine at windows on the world, or simply to stare up in awe from the plaza below. For nearly 3 decades, the Twin Towers dominated Lower Manhattan. They anchored the skyline, giving it symmetry and gravitas. And while other cities built taller structures, none carried the iconic weight of those 2 towers rising side by side. The skyline had changed once again. This time, not with ornament or artistry, but with monumental ambition. On the morning of September 11th, 2001, the Manhattan skyline changed forever, not by cranes or construction, but by violence and smoke. In less than 2 hours, the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center collapsed into dust, fire, and twisted steel. Thousands of lives were lost, and the 2 pillars that had once defined Lower Manhattan were gone. The attack wasn't just an assault on people or buildings. It was an assault on symbols, on what those towers stood for: commerce, modernity, freedom, ambition. For decades, the Twin Towers had defined the southern end of the island. Their clean, monolithic forms had become visual shorthand for New York itself. Now, that skyline was fractured. In the days and weeks that followed, Lower Manhattan became a wound, open, smouldering, raw. Where once there had been height and light, there was only absence. And that absence echoed. Photographs of the skyline looked hollow. The familiar silhouette was broken, and the space that had once pulsed with global energy became known as Ground Zero. For the first time in a century, Manhattan wasn't building up. It was mourning. The city grieved, but it also endured. Steelworkers, firefighters, police officers, and volunteers poured into the site, not to construct, but to recover. Rubble was cleared. Lives were honoured. Silence replaced the clang of iron. In a city always rushing forward, this was a forced pause. A long breath held in collective pain. But even in sorrow, New York did what it had always done. It looked up. Discussions about rebuilding were complicated, emotional, political. What should take the place of the towers? Should anything rise again? Could the skyline be restored without erasing the loss? For years, the hole in the ground remained, a reminder of what was and what was taken. It became sacred space. And yet, slowly, plans emerged. Designs were drafted, cranes returned, steel returned. Not to erase the tragedy, but to create something new beside it. But before anything was built, one truth stood clear. The skyline was no longer just a symbol of power or ambition. It had become a memorial, a silhouette shaped by both triumph and tragedy. And the story wasn't over. In the aftermath of devastation, a city known for speed, ambition, and movement paused. Not to surrender, but to reimagine. Rebuilding the Manhattan skyline after 9/11 wasn't just a matter of architecture, it was a matter of identity. What would rise in place of the Twin Towers? Could anything? The answers came slowly. In 2003, a design by architect Daniel Libeskind was selected for the new World Trade Center site. It wasn't just about height, it was about healing, memory, and renewal. The plan would blend commercial space with public memorials, parks, transportation, and light. It wasn't a return to what had been. It was a statement of what could be. At the heart of it all stood a new tower. One World Trade Center, originally called the Freedom Tower. Rising from the northwest corner of Ground Zero, it would become the tallest building in the Western Hemisphere at 1,776 feet, a number chosen to echo the year of America's independence. But this wasn't just about patriotism. It was about defiance, about reaching up, again, despite loss. Construction began in 2006, and in 2014, One World Trade Center opened its doors. Clad in shimmering glass and standing like a crystal obelisk, it didn't try to imitate the past. It offered something new, reflection, both literal and symbolic. The building changes with the sky, glowing, darkening, disappearing, depending on the light. It is presence without arrogance. Beside it, the 9/11 memorial opened in 2011. Two deep voids where the original towers once stood, each with a continuous waterfall and the names of the fallen etched into bronze. It's not just part of the skyline, it's part of the city's soul. The new skyline took years to take shape. Other towers rose, 3 WTC, 4 WTC, and 7 WTC, each one sleek, modern, and purposeful. Together, they represent not just a city rebuilt, but a city transformed. New York didn't just replace what was lost, it evolved. It honoured the past while building for the future. And in doing so, it reminded the world of something deeply American and deeply human. You can knock a city down, but you can't keep it from rising. Today, the Manhattan skyline is more than a collection of buildings. It is a living symbol of ambition, of resilience, of the American dream itself. No other silhouette in the world carries so much weight. It's etched into pop culture, history, and memory. You can draw it with 5 lines, and people will recognize it instantly. It tells a story of bold engineers and fearless ironworkers, of architects who imagined spires that pierced clouds, and of immigrants who crossed oceans to help build them. It speaks of risk, reward, and reinvention, the constant churn of New York itself. It has never been finished, and it never will be. The skyline is alive, always changing. In recent years, it's stretched even higher, but not in Lower Manhattan. This time, the vertical race moved uptown. Along Billionaires Row, super slender residential towers like 432 Park Avenue, Central Park Tower, and 111 West 57th Street now rise like needles above Midtown. These skyscrapers are feats of engineering, pencil-thin, wind-tested, and made for the ultra-wealthy. Critics call them sky-piercing expressions of inequality. Others see them as marvels of modern ambition. Meanwhile, in Hudson Yards, an entirely new neighbourhood has appeared, with gleaming glass towers, public art, and corporate headquarters rising where rail yards once sprawled. The skyline now stretches farther west, evolving with the city's changing needs and ambitions. But even as it grows, the skyline holds its past tightly. The Empire State Building still glows at night, the Chrysler still gleams at sunrise, and One World Trade Center stands solemn and proud. The skyline remembers what came before, even as it reaches for what's next. More than any monument or statue, it is the skyline that defines New York, not just in form, but in meaning. It is a place where humanity dared to build upward, again and again, through booms, busts, wars, and wounds. A city of millions, reflected in steel and glass. It doesn't just mark where the city ends, it marks where dreams begin. Because in Manhattan, the sky has never been the limit, it's just the next floor. Hey guys, tonight we begin with the brutally hot, soot-covered life of a man who quite literally forged the medieval world, the blacksmith. You've probably seen them in movies, hammering glowing iron in slow motion with sparks flying majestically through the air. But trust me, being a real medieval blacksmith was nothing like a dramatic training montage. It was dirty, exhausting, blister-inducing work. And in most cases, it absolutely sucked. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You were born into the noble, soot-covered lineage of medieval blacksmiths. No crowns, no land, no fancy titles. Just the family forge, anvil-shaped blisters, and the scent of roasted iron baked into your baby blanket. From the moment you can walk without tripping into the fire pit, you're expected to help. By age 6, you're officially your father's apprentice, which is a polite medieval way of saying tiny unpaid assistant with zero rights and permanent soot streaks on your face. Your toys, tongs, your playground, a dirt floor next to a furnace hot enough to cook your eyebrows. While other village kids are chasing chickens and skipping stones, you're learning how not to die next to molten metal. Fun games include guess how hot this is with your hand, hold the hammer until your arms fall off, and try not to cry when you mess up the nail again. Your father, the blacksmith, is a terrifying, muscular man whose entire vocabulary consists of sighs, grunts, and the phrase, "hit it harder." He's got hands like tree bark and a permanent scowl etched from decades of smoke exposure and tax collectors. He teaches you everything. How to shape iron, how to fuel the fire, how to keep your mouth shut when a knight insults your work. You don't ask questions. You just observe, absorb, and obey. Mostly because asking questions results in a flying horseshoe and a week of silent treatment. Holidays? Nice idea. You don't get those. The forge doesn't take breaks, and neither do you. Someone always needs something sharpened, fixed, or reforged. You learn quickly that free time is just the time between one job and the next. And while you're technically learning a trade, what you're really learning is pain tolerance, heat resistance, and how to fall asleep standing up. By the time you're 10, you already smell like iron, swear like a miner, and have arms strong enough to carry water buckets that weigh more than your dog, assuming the dog didn't run away from the noise 2 years ago. This is your life now. Welcome to the family business. Hope you like sweat, smoke, and 70 years of back pain. If you thought you'd get a few good years of playtime before the hammer came down, think again. Childhood, in the medieval blacksmith's world, is more of a suggestion than a phase. The moment you can lift a bucket without toppling over, you're drafted. Forget games, toys, or any concept of fun. Your playroom is a smoke-stained shed filled with sharp objects and open flames. Your jungle gym? A rack of tongs next to a pit of glowing coal. One wrong step, and you're getting an unscheduled lesson in how long your skin can sizzle before Dad notices. Your official job title might be apprentice, but what it really means is do everything no one else wants to do and get yelled at anyway. You stoke the fire, pump the bellows, sweep the floor, clean the tools, restack the coal, and try not to get impaled by a falling horseshoe. All before breakfast. You get paid in food, stern nods, and the occasional grunt of mild approval, which in blacksmith language means you didn't completely ruin that today. Meanwhile, the village kids you once knew are out in the fields, maybe throwing sticks or learning how to milk goats. You envy them, even if they do smell like cheese and manure. They might grow up to be farmers or shepherds, Humble jobs, sure, but ones that involve fewer glowing weapons and surprise burns. You, on the other hand, are learning to make nails by hand. Nails. Thousands of them. Bent, twisted and reheated again and again until they're straight enough to hold some lord's chicken coop together. If you're lucky, your father lets you swing a hammer on your own, right after he points out every single thing you're doing wrong. And don't even think about saying, "I'm tired." That phrase doesn't exist in the forge. Fatigue is weakness. Burnout is for candles. You keep swinging, keep sweating, keep smiling, or at least keep from crying where anyone can see. Because in the eyes of your master, who is also your dad, you're not a child anymore. You're a blacksmith in training, and the training never ends. The forge isn't just where you work, it's your entire existence. It dominates your senses, reshapes your muscles, and rewires your brain. By the time you're in your teens, it doesn't just feel like a place. It feels like a living creature, a hot, smoky, temperamental beast that you must feed, control, and fear. You know the sounds by heart, the bellows wheezing, the iron hissing in the water, the sharp clang of hammer on metal echoing like a war drum. There's a rhythm to it, like some brutal medieval symphony, and your body moves in time with it, whether you're awake or half asleep. You stop noticing the heat after a while. That's not because it gets easier, it's because you've simply accepted it, like gravity or taxes. You know which stones get too hot to sit on, which coals burn quickest, and which parts of the floor are secretly trying to murder your feet. Your skin darkens from smoke, not sun. Your clothes, the same soot-stained tunic and leather apron you wear every day, smell like a mix of scorched wool, grease and desperation. You don't own many things, but you do own this forge. Not on paper, mind you. Your father still technically runs it, but in practice, it owns you. You start to forget what silence sounds like. The hiss, the clang, the crackle, it's constant. When the forge does go quiet, it's almost unsettling. You find yourself twitching like you're missing a beat in a song you've been forced to memorize since childhood. Your friends, assuming you've kept any, barely see you. He's probably at the forge becomes your default status. You're not a blacksmith. You are the forge. A two-legged extension of fire and steel. And strangely, a part of you starts to love it. Not the burns, not the blisters, but the feeling when the shape finally comes out right. When the horseshoe fits. When the blade gleams. When the metal bends to your will. For a moment, you're not just a kid covered in soot. You're a creator, a crafter, a necessary gear in the medieval machine. Then the moment passes, the next order arrives, and the fire roars again. Time to get back to work. By the time your friends are just starting to grow into their teenage limbs, yours already feel like they've been through a siege. While they're getting taller and stronger, you're getting stooped, scarred and stiff. Your arms are thick, but not in a heroic knight lifting a sword way, more like teenager who's been repeatedly attacked by anvils. Your back? A tragedy, hunched from hauling metal and leaning over the forge for hours a day. Your knees? They creak when you crouch. Your shoulders pop every time you lift a hammer, which is every few seconds. So now that's just part of your personal soundtrack. And your hands? Let's talk about your hands. You used to have fingers. Now you have iron-tipped claws. They're blistered, cracked and stained with soot so deep, even the Nile couldn't wash it off. Cuts are common, burns are daily, and your fingernails? Half of them are permanently blackened or missing. When someone offers you bread, you hold it with the same delicacy you'd use to cradle a hedgehog made of glass, because every knuckle already feels like it's been cursed. There's no such thing as recovery time. Pull a muscle, keep working. Twist your wrist, use the other one. The forge doesn't care that your elbow is screaming. Iron doesn't wait politely while you rest. And let's not forget sleep. You'd think with a day full of hammering and hauling, you'd pass out easily. But no. Your muscles ache so bad you can't lie still. Your ears are still ringing from 10 hours of clanging. And your arms twitch with phantom swings like you're sparring ghosts in your dreams. You ache in places you didn't know could ache. You smell like pain. Even your pain has pain. And what does your father say about this? Good. You're learning. In a strange way, you are. You're not growing despite the pain. You're growing because of it. You're being hardened like the very metal you work, shaped by heat, pressure, and repetition. But make no mistake, by the time you hit adulthood, your body feels like it already lived 2 lives and died halfway through both. And the worst part? You're just getting started. In most jobs, smoke is a problem. In your job, it's a co-worker, and a particularly rude one. The forge isn't just hot, it's a choking chamber, and every breath you take comes seasoned with the fine aroma of coal dust, scorched metal, ash, and regret. If you can see clearly more than 6 feet ahead, congratulations. Someone forgot to light the fire. There's no chimney, just a hole in the roof that leaks more smoke in than it lets out. You try opening a window. There is no window. Just soot-black walls, your father's coughing, and the occasional gust of wind that blows everything into your eyes anyway. Your lungs? Let's just say they've entered a long-term toxic relationship with smoke. At first, it burns. Then it irritates. Then one day, it just becomes normal. Coughing fits. Part of the rhythm. Black mucus. Not ideal, but hey, at least it's consistent. You've reached the point where clean air feels suspicious. Even your voice changes. You start sounding like a 60-year-old goat farmer who drinks boiling tar. Words are scratchier, breaths are shorter, and your throat always feels like it's hosting a dust storm. But you keep working, because you have to. And it's not just the smoke from the fire. There's metal dust from grinding, oil fumes from quenching, and sometimes burnt leather, charred wood, or whatever unfortunate material just dropped into the coals. You've probably inhaled 3 different types of poison before noon. Protective gear? Please. A rag tied around your face is the best you can do, and even that gets sweaty, gross, and somehow smells worse than the smoke itself. You take it off, and suddenly it's a little harder to breathe, but at least you're not gagging on your own sweat. Long-term damage? Of course. Asthma, black lung, early death. All part of the career package. But you're not thinking long-term. You're thinking about finishing that gate hinge before your father notices how crooked it is. In the world of a medieval blacksmith, air is just another burden. You don't breathe to survive. You breathe to keep hammering. By now, you've developed an intimate relationship with your tools, mostly based on pain, necessity, and mutual disrespect. Your hammer? It's basically an extension of your arm. You've named it. You've cursed it. You've swung it so many times that your shoulder now clicks when you raise it, like a haunted maraca. But without it, you're just a sweaty guy standing in a smoke-filled hut. The hammer makes you a blacksmith, and also makes you bleed. Regularly. Then there's your tongs, clumsy, hot, and always pinching you at the exact wrong moment. You've burned your fingertips more times than you've successfully picked up anything. The iron slips. The grip fails. You yell. Your dad tells you to grip it like you mean it. You consider throwing them into the fire just to teach them a lesson. Your chisel? It used to be sharp. Now it's mostly a suggestion of a blade, because you've used it to shape, split, scrape, and occasionally pry open stuck doors when your neighbours lock brakes. Files, awls, punch tools, rivet sets. Your tool bench looks like a medieval torture rack. And honestly, it kind of is. You've been jabbed, crushed, pinched, sliced, and impaled by every item you own. Your fingers have memory now. They flinch at the mere sight of a new tool. Your apron. It's meant to protect you, and it sort of does. If by protect you mean catch hot metal shards and hold them close to your body like a smouldering hug. It's more scorched than stitched, and the leather stiffens like a corpse every winter. And yet, despite all this, you care for these tools like they're family. You sharpen them, oil them, line them up each night. Because if one breaks, you're done. You can't work. You can't earn. You can't eat. No tool, no income. So yes, your tools are your life. But don't be fooled. They've also declared war on your fingers, spine, and sanity. Every day they whisper, "We help you survive, but we'll also slowly destroy you." And you say, "Yeah, that sounds about right. Now pass the hammer." You don't wear a crown, carry a sword, or lead armies, but without you, the village stops functioning by Tuesday. You're the blacksmith, and everyone needs you all the time, for everything. You're the medieval equivalent of customer service, tech support, and roadside assistance rolled into one soot-covered figure who smells like smoke and shame. The knight needs a new sword? You make it. The farmer breaks a plough? You fix it. A monk's bell cracks, a baker's oven door jams, a shepherd's gate latch won't close. Guess who gets called? That's right, you. Every single time. And they all act like you've just been waiting for their problem. They show up unannounced, mid-swing, covered in mud and entitlement. "I know you're busy," they say, "but could you just... Could you just?" The phrase that haunts you. But here's the best part. You never get thanked. They assume it's your duty, that you were born to serve. If their hoe works, their door closes, or their shield holds, they nod and walk away like you were the lucky one. As if you should be honoured to repair their rusty bucket at sunset for half a loaf of stale bread. Payment? Often inconsistent. Sometimes in coin, sometimes in goods, sometimes in promises they forget by next market day. One man paid you with a dead chicken good for soup. It wasn't. You're also the go-to fixer for problems that don't belong to you. Bent hinges from someone sitting on a gate. You fix it. Broken dagger from a drunk fight. You fix it. Mysterious piece of iron no one can identify, but absolutely must be fixed. Yep, still you. Yet, when the village praises anyone, it's the knight, the priest, or the miller with the extra fat goat. You, your background noise, a necessity, a reliable tool, not a person. But here's the secret. You know they couldn't last a week without your work. Their fields would stall, their homes would fall apart, their horses would limp. And while they may not sing songs about you, their entire world is quietly held together by your hands. You'd think peace would be good news. No raiders, no bandits, no screaming noblemen demanding a new sword by sundown. But for you, peace is terrible for business, because you, the blacksmith, may work on ploughs and hinges, but what really pays the bills is war. When there's fighting, everyone needs you. Weapons, armour, arrowheads by the hundreds. Even horseshoes wear down faster under the weight of panicked cavalry charges. You're flooded with work. The forge burns brighter. The coins roll in. You may be exhausted, but your belly is full, and your debt to the alehouse, momentarily forgotten. But then the war ends. The local lord declares a truce, the knights stop marching, and suddenly your orders vanish. No more swords, no more helmets, just a farmer asking if you can sharpen a sickle, and maybe accept 3 onions as payment. And sure, you can make household goods, cauldrons, door handles, cooking spits, but there's not much profit in it. Everyone wants you to work like a wizard, but they want to pay you like a stable boy. You become a negotiator, a beggar, and a merchant all at once, haggling for decent wages like your forge is a stall at market, and don't even think about raising your prices. People look at you like you just cursed their cow. "But you're just hammering metal," they say, as if molten iron bends itself into shape while singing church hymns. You start to miss the chaos. Not the blood, not the burning villages, but the steady flow of orders, the purpose, the rush. When knights lined up outside your forge with dented shields and coin purses ready, you mattered. Now, you're making keys for locked doors no one locks, patching pots that should have been thrown out, and fixing tools so old they belong in a museum, not a field. Peace, for everyone else, means safety and rest. For you, It means economic anxiety and hunger. And deep down, though you'd never say it out loud, part of you whispers, wouldn't mind a small skirmish. Just a little one. Maybe a minor border dispute. Because when swords break, you eat. Some jobs have an end, a clear finish line, a task completed, followed by rest, applause, or at least a warm bowl of stew. Blacksmithing is not one of those jobs. Your work is never done. Not today, not tomorrow, not even in your dreams. You fix one thing, and 3 more break. Patch a gate hinge? The wheel falls off the cart. Finish a batch of nails? Someone shows up demanding 10 more. But longer this time, and also, I can't pay you until harvest. You rise before the sun and go to sleep long after it disappears behind the trees. And even then, your brain keeps hammering. You dream of bellows, sparks, and that one customer who still owes you a half-dozen eggs and a thank you. Even the quick jobs never are. A villager walks in holding a mangled rake. It just needs a little fixing, they say. But you know. That's 2 hours of reshaping, reheating, hammering, and nodding politely as they ask, "Is it ready yet?" every 5 minutes. And just when you think you can finally sit, maybe drink something that isn't lukewarm and smoky, your apprentice comes running. The farrier's ill. You need to shoe the horse. Of course you do, because you're the blacksmith. And around here, blacksmith means everyone else's last resort. The forge demands attention constantly. The fire won't stoke itself. The tools rust if ignored. Your anvil shifts in the summer heat. Your bellows crack in the winter cold. Everything is either falling apart or threatening to. Even holidays don't stop the work. Sunday is technically a day of rest, unless, of course, someone's ox cart breaks on the way to market. Then suddenly, you're in your apron, half awake, praying the priest doesn't walk by while you're hammering on the Lord's day. You don't keep a to-do list. That implies there's a point when it'll all be crossed off. There isn't. Because blacksmithing isn't a job. It's a cycle. Work, fix, repeat. Until your body gives out, or your hammer does. And the worst part, you kind of love it. You'd think that pounding hot iron all day would earn you at least 2 things, a good meal and a solid night's sleep. Wrong. In the life of a medieval blacksmith, food and rest aren't guaranteed. They're luxuries, like clean water or polite customers. Let's talk food first. You work from sunup to sundown, burning calories like a runaway horse. And what do you get? A piece of coarse bread, a bowl of cold pottage that might contain yesterday's turnip, and maybe, a bit of salted pork if it's a special day, which it isn't. You eat standing up, one hand still clutching tongs, the other shielding your food from the forge's ash. Meals are rushed. Conversations are grunts. And if someone knocks on the door mid-bite because their latch is stuck, guess what? That stew's going cold. You don't eat to enjoy. You eat to survive. Fuel in, hammer out. Now let's talk sleep, or the cruel parody of it. When you finally crawl into bed, your hands are throbbing, your back feels like it lost a bar fight, and your ears are still ringing from a full day of iron symphonies. Your bed? A straw-stuffed sack that's either too lumpy, too flat, or full of mysterious crawling things. Your blanket? A scorched wool sheet that smells faintly of forge smoke, old ale, and regret. And just as your eyes are closing, your brain remembers that order you forgot to finish, or that hinge that cracked weird, or the payment you still haven't received for that wagon wheel 3 weeks ago. Sleep becomes a negotiation. You lie awake, tossing, turning, calculating how long you can delay repairs without someone banging on your door at dawn. And don't forget the midnight surprises. Someone's horse throws a shoe, a storm rips a door off its hinges, or a noble's sword urgently needs sharpening before a hunt. Because obviously, you don't need rest. You learn to survive on scraps and snatches, stolen bites, half naps, and sheer stubbornness. Because in your world, productivity comes before nourishment, deadlines before dozing. Food and sleep aren't breaks from the job. They're intermissions between hammer swings. You'll eat when you can, sleep when you're allowed, and hope the fire doesn't go out while you're dreaming. There was a time when your hands were soft, Once, long ago, maybe as a child. Now, they're ruined. Your fingers have become tools themselves, stiff, swollen, cracked, and calloused to the point where they barely feel anything except when it hurts. You can't hold a quill, you can barely lace your own boots, but you can grab red-hot tongs with the casual confidence of someone who's been burned so often, pain has lost its meaning. Every joint in your hands pops when you move. Your knuckles look like they've been mugged by a hammer. Your palms are a map of blisters, old, new, layered like tree rings. Need to figure out what season it is? Just check the blister count. More than 5. It's summer. You've lost fingernails. More than once. Some came off clean. Others didn't. You once crushed your thumb so badly it turned black for 2 weeks. You didn't stop working. You just switched hands and grunted more than usual. Cuts are constant. Sometimes it's a chipped edge. Sometimes a file bites you. Sometimes the iron fights back. Every week something leaks blood. You wrap it in a scrap of cloth, curse under your breath, and keep working. Worse still are the burns. Some are mild, little reminders that iron doesn't forgive. Others are worse, the kind that sizzle, bubble, and leave scars that tell their own stories. You've branded yourself more times than a cattle farmer, and at this point, you're not even mad about it. You're just used to it. Your grip strength is the only thing that's improved. You can crush walnuts like they owe you money. But dexterity, that's gone. You drop things. Your fingers shake when cold. You're 30 and have the hands of a 70-year-old knight who lost 3 wars and now plays tavern dice for soup. But despite it all, these hands are what keep you alive. They shape swords, fix hinges, and hold the hammer that holds your reputation. They hurt constantly, but they work. Because in this life, it doesn't matter how broken your body is, as long as you can still swing. Let's be honest, you don't smell great. Actually, you haven't smelled clean since you were 5. The moment you became your father's apprentice, your personal fragrance took a permanent turn toward unwashed ashtray mixed with burnt bacon and desperation. Welcome to blacksmith life, where no matter how hard you scrub, you smell like fire. Forever. The forge burns all day, and so do you. The smoke seeps into your clothes, your hair, your skin. Your sweat doesn't even smell like regular sweat anymore. It's more like smoked meat left out during a warm spring. You could bathe, in theory. But baths are rare, water is cold, and you're working 6 days a week, covered in soot, grease, and coal dust, before the sun's even fully up. So what's the point? You'd be filthy again by breakfast. Your clothes are no help. You wear the same singed tunic and scorched leather apron every day. They haven't been truly clean since the last festival, and even then, someone spilled ale on them before noon. Now, they just sort of hang on your body like a protective layer of hardened funk. You try perfume? Forget it. It lasts 10 minutes before the forge eats it alive. Flowers wilt near you. Bread goes stale faster. Cats hiss when you pass. And the worst part? People notice. You walk into the tavern and the crowd parts like the Red Sea. The innkeeper already knows to seat you in the corner, near a window if possible. Not out of courtesy, but survival. No one wants to share a bench with the human embodiment of a burnt fence post. Still, you take it in stride. A little shame is better than going unnoticed. You're known. People say, "That's the blacksmith," with a mix of respect and nasal discomfort. You may not be the most charming man in town, but you're definitely the most aromatic. Besides, smelling like fire means you've been working. Smelling like iron means you've been crafting. And smelling like sweat-soaked leather dipped in soot and regret? Well, that just means you're a professional. You didn't choose this life. The forge chose you, through your father's calloused hands, and the iron expectations passed down like a rusty heirloom. And now, you're doing the same. Your son doesn't play with wooden swords or run wild through the fields. He fetches coal, pumps the bellows, holds the tongs steady while sparks rain down and you mutter, "Don't flinch." He's maybe 7, but already smells like burnt metal and wet burlap. You feel a bit guilty, but only a bit. Because you're not being cruel, you're preparing him. This is the trade. This is survival. He watches you swing the hammer, and you see the way he stares. Wide-eyed, half in awe, half in fear. You remember that look. It's the same one you used to give your father, back when he seemed like a mountain. Now you understand he wasn't made of stone, just exhaustion and responsibility. You teach the boy everything. How to gauge heat by colour, how to tap, not slam, how to listen to the metal. You shout sometimes, more out of habit than anger. Hold it right. That's too cold. Don't cry, it's only a burn. You try to soften things when you can. A story by the fire, a piece of dried fruit when you can afford it. But tenderness doesn't last long in the forge. There's too much work to do. His hands will soon look like yours. His back will ache before his voice cracks. He'll learn to sleep through ringing ears and wake up before sunrise without being told. He'll outgrow his shirt, but not the burn marks. And when you finally fall apart, knees, shoulders, lungs, he'll carry the hammer you can no longer lift. People might say it's unfair, that the cycle should end. But this is how it's always been. A lineage of soot, steel, and survival. You're not just passing down a trade, you're passing down a legacy, a forge that never cools. So yes, you raise your son to do it all again. Not because you're cruel, but because someone has to keep the fire going. You've spent a lifetime standing too close to fire, swinging too much iron, and breathing too little clean air. It was never a question of if your body would fail, just when. And now, it's happening. Your knees creak like wooden doors in a storm. Your back refuses to straighten. Your fingers, once strong enough to bend steel, now tremble when you lift a cup. The forge still roars, but your arms won't answer. The hammer feels heavier every day, as if it knows it's nearly time to leave your grip. You don't go out in a blaze of glory. There's no heroic finale, no ballad. You simply slow down. You start handing tasks to your son. You sit more. Watch more. He asks you questions, and for the first time, you struggle to remember the answers. The villagers start going to him now. They still nod respectfully when they pass you, but they talk to your boy. He's the one with the calloused hands now. The burns are fresh on him. The ache of the craft has shifted to new shoulders, and quietly, you're proud. You were never wealthy. You never owned land or books or fine clothes, but you were necessary. You kept swords sharp, wheels turning, gates swinging, and farms working. The world didn't thank you often, but it moved because of you. You likely won't see 50. Most blacksmiths don't. The damage piles up, lungs blackened from years of smoke, joints ground down like iron on stone, heart worn out from constant heat and effort. But when you're gone, your work stays. Nails in church doors, blades at noble hips, horses shod and ready to ride. You leave behind no titles, just tools, scars, and a son with a hammer. And that, in your world, is enough. They may bury you in a simple grave, no gold, no statue. Just a name carved in wood, and a forge that still burns in your memory. But every clang that echoes through the village long after you're gone, that's the sound of you, still working. You were never a knight. You didn't ride into battle with banners flying or wear polished armour that caught the sunlight. But you made that armour. You didn't farm the land, but you made the ploughs that carved it. You didn't bake the bread, but you forged the oven doors. You didn't build the castle, but every nail in its beams, every hinge on its gates, they were touched by your fire. You were a blacksmith. And in the medieval world, that meant everything. While nobles argued and kings changed crowns, you stood by your forge, day in, day out, shaping the world piece by piece. 1,000 small things, rivets, hooks, braces, buckles, nothing that draws a crowd, everything that holds the world together. Your life was loud, But your legacy is quiet. No one wrote songs about your hammer. No bard praised your tongs. But every working wheel, every unbroken sword, every barn door that swings instead of falling, that was you. People walked past your forge and saw smoke. They smelled sweat and soot and assumed that was all. But inside? Inside was a symphony of heat and steel, of creation and endurance. You didn't just forge iron, you forged civilization. One horseshoe, one blade, one nail at a time. And now, long after your hands have gone still, the fire continues. Your son lifts your hammer. Your grandson learns the heat. Your name might fade from memory, but the tools you built carry on, passed from hand to hand, generation to generation. You were never crowned, never honoured, never celebrated. But without you, nothing moved. No carts rolled, no armies marched, no homes were secured. You were the foundation beneath the history books, the ember glowing beneath the stories of kings. And that matters more than anyone ever said aloud. Because in a world made of wood, stone and willpower, you were the fire, the silent spark that turned raw ore into progress. You weren't just part of the world, you kept it turning. Long before alchemy was associated with secretive European laboratories and robed mystics whispering over bubbling flasks, it was something far more sacred and far more ancient. Its true origin lies not in medieval Europe, but in the shimmering heat of ancient Egypt, where transformation wasn't a trick of science, but a divine principle etched into every corner of life and death. The ancient Egyptians had a word for it, chemia. Derived from chem, meaning black land, it referred to the dark, fertile soil left behind by the annual flooding of the Nile. But this wasn't just a poetic nickname for their geography. It held deep spiritual meaning. To the Egyptians, black was the colour of potential, of richness, of raw matter waiting to be transformed, and so the land of Egypt itself became a metaphor for the transformative power of nature. This is where the word alchemy, alchemia, would eventually be born. But alchemy in Egypt wasn't just about turning base metals into gold. That obsession came later. For the ancient Egyptians, alchemy was everywhere. It was in the ritual of mummification, where the body of the dead was carefully preserved, transfigured, and prepared for eternity. It was in the temples, where priests blended oils, herbs, and minerals into sacred elixirs. It was in the stars, in the soil, in the very act of cooking bread and brewing beer. Transformation, they believed, was the language of the gods. In fact, Egyptian alchemy was never purely physical, it was spiritual at its core. To change something outwardly, you first had to understand it inwardly. This idea would echo through the centuries in alchemical texts from all cultures. Some legends say that these early Egyptian alchemists were guided by a divine figure, Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom, magic, and the moon. According to lore, Thoth revealed the secrets of creation, transformation, and the soul's journey beyond death. These secrets, it was said, were written on a mystical object known as the Emerald Tablet. But before we get to that, we have to recognize one truth. Alchemy began not as a quest for gold, but as a sacred science of life. In Egypt, it was the fire that gave rise to all others, and everything that came after, from Persia to Paris, would trace its roots back to this ancient fertile land. If ancient Egypt was the birthplace of alchemy, then Thoth was its divine midwife. In Egyptian mythology, Thoth wasn't just a god. He was the god of knowledge, magic, writing, time, and the very laws of the universe. With the head of an ibis and a moon disk above him, Thoth stood for equilibrium. And in a world obsessed with order and transformation, he was the sacred scribe of all hidden truths. According to myth, Thoth didn't just teach alchemy, he embodied it. The Egyptians believed he had authored thousands of books filled with divine wisdom. Most of these were never meant for mortal eyes. But one fragment of his knowledge would change history. the mysterious Emerald Tablet. Whispers of the Emerald Tablet have echoed through time like a riddle carved into the bones of civilization. Said to be inscribed in green crystal or emerald stone, the tablet was a short, poetic text, barely a dozen lines long. Yet those lines were believed to hold the ultimate key to transforming matter, spirit, and reality itself. It begins with a sentence that has haunted thinkers for centuries. That which is above is like that which is below, and that which is below is like that which is above. This simple line, the principle of correspondence, suggests that the microcosm and the macrocosm are mirrors. What happens in the heavens happens within the human soul. What changes in the lab echoes in the cosmos. The Emerald Tablet didn't hand out instructions for making gold. It handed out a worldview. It said, "The world is not fixed. Everything can be refined, elevated, transmuted. Not just lead into gold, but ignorance into wisdom, chaos into harmony, the mortal into the divine." The tablet also speaks of the one thing, the source of all creation, and how it rises from the earth and descends from the sky, carrying the power of all things in its wake. Many saw this one thing as the philosopher's stone, others as the soul, the ether, or even consciousness itself. But perhaps the greatest mystery wasn't the content of the tablet, but who could understand it. You had to be more than a scholar. You had to be a seeker. And it was this sacred riddle, gifted by Thoth, that would survive the fall of Egypt and pass like a torch across borders and ages. First to Persia, then to the world. As Egypt's golden age faded, alchemy did not vanish. It migrated. Travelling along trade routes carried by scribes, mystics, and conquerors, it passed into the hands of another ancient empire, Persia. But this was not merely a transfer of knowledge. In Persia, alchemy underwent a transformation of its own, one that blended spiritual fire with philosophical depth. The backbone of Persian alchemical thought was deeply shaped by Zoroastrianism, one of the world's oldest monotheistic religions. At its heart was the concept of duality, a constant battle between light and darkness, truth and falsehood, purity and corruption. Fire, the purest of all elements in Zoroastrian belief, wasn't just a symbol, it was sacred. It burned in temples, representing divine wisdom, and that fire would light the crucibles of early Persian alchemists. But while spiritual ideas burned bright, it was a Greek-Egyptian mystic named Zosimos of Panopolis who gave alchemy its first real voice, one that still echoes today. Living in Roman Egypt around the 3rd or 4th century CE, Zosimos was no ordinary philosopher. His writings fused technical descriptions of furnaces, stills, and elixirs with strange visionary journeys. In his most famous dream, he sees himself dismembered, burned, and transformed in an alchemical furnace. But rather than horror, this vision is divine. It's the symbolic death of the self, the purification of the soul. Zosimos didn't think alchemy was just about changing metals. He believed the alchemist must themselves be transformed. Just as base matter must be broken down before becoming gold, the alchemist had to suffer, purify, and transcend. In his words, alchemy was a mystery of spirit and matter alike. He introduced the idea of spiritual alchemy, a concept far ahead of his time. Zosimos's writings are full of strange symbols: lions devouring serpents, men melting into coloured vapours, divine beings emerging from fire. These weren't chemical notes. They were metaphors for the soul's journey toward perfection. Zosimos was also one of the first to stress that true knowledge couldn't be bought or memorized. It had to be earned. The path of the alchemist was a path of discipline, suffering, and revelation. His influence would ripple across centuries and continents. And though many of his texts were lost or misunderstood, one thing was clear. Alchemy was no longer just a proto-science. It had become a sacred philosophy. As the embers of ancient knowledge flickered across the remnants of Egypt, Greece, and Persia, a new empire rose, and with it, a golden age of wisdom. Under the banner of Islam, from the 8th to the 13th century, a vast intellectual renaissance began. While Europe descended into the Dark Ages, cities like Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordoba became sanctuaries for philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, and alchemy. At the heart of this revival stood a man whose name would become legend, Jabir ibn Hayyan, known in the West as Geber. More than a chemist, more than a philosopher, Jabir was a fusion of both. Often called the father of chemistry, his contributions to alchemy were so profound that they laid the foundation for modern science itself. Working in the courts of the Abbasid Caliphate in the 8th century, Jabir approached alchemy not as mysticism, but as a structured, testable discipline. He introduced laboratory methods still recognizable today: distillation, crystallization, sublimation. He invented new instruments, refined acids, and wrote over 100 texts, blending philosophy with chemical experimentation. But he didn't abandon the spiritual roots of the craft. Far from it. Jabir believed that everything in the universe was composed of combinations of 4 elements: earth, air, fire, and water, and infused with spiritual qualities. His system added a complex blend of numerology, astrology, and symbolism. In his view, every transformation in the material world mirrored a deeper transformation in the soul. Jabir also introduced the idea of balance, or mizan, as the key to alchemy. Just as the body must be balanced to remain healthy, so must metals be balanced to attain perfection. Gold was not simply a metal, it was matter in perfect equilibrium, and if balance could be achieved through careful processes, then even the basest metal could be elevated. His influence didn't stay within Islamic borders. Over time, Jabir's texts were translated into Latin and circulated throughout medieval Europe, igniting a wave of Western alchemists who would build upon his teachings, often without even realizing they were standing on the shoulders of a Persian genius. Through Jabir ibn Hayyan, alchemy took its most decisive step forward. It was no longer just sacred symbolism. It was a method, a system, a science. And yet, it remained what it had always been: a map to transformation, both material and divine. As the Islamic world preserved and expanded the knowledge of the ancients, Europe remained cloaked in superstition and spiritual rigidity. But knowledge has a way of travelling, especially when it's too powerful to be contained. Slowly, piece by piece, alchemy made its way westward, smuggled through language, ink, and conquest. The bridge between East and West was built in places like Alexandria, once home to the Great Library, and later Toledo and Cordoba in Islamic Spain, or Al-Andalus. Here, Christian, Jewish, and Muslim scholars worked side by side in rare moments of intellectual harmony. Translators toiled over Arabic manuscripts, decoding the works of Jabir, Zosimos, and Aristotle, breathing forgotten ideas back into Europe. By the 12th century, Europe was starving for knowledge. The rediscovery of these ancient texts, especially on alchemy, was nothing short of a cultural detonation. But what arrived wasn't the practical science of chemistry alone. It was alchemy in its fullest form, a fusion of spirit, matter, and meaning. Monasteries began hiding strange manuscripts behind sacred scripture. Monks experimented with metals not just to purify them, but to purify themselves. And in hidden chambers and candlelit studies, European minds began to obsess over one idea: transmutation. The notion that base metals could become gold, and that the human soul could do the same. One of the most influential texts to reach Europe was the Turba Philosophorum, or Assembly of the Philosophers, a mysterious dialogue among ancient sages discussing the secrets of nature. Then came the Picatrix, a massive Arabic grimoire filled with astrological and alchemical symbolism. These works didn't just pass on recipes, they carried worldviews, and those worldviews planted seeds in curious minds. The Latin translations of these texts circulated quietly, often disguised as religious or philosophical treatises to avoid accusations of heresy. After all, alchemy posed a threat, It challenged the fixed order of things. If lead could become gold, could a peasant become noble? Could man become divine? The church watched with suspicion, but alchemy's allure was too strong. It offered a hidden path to perfection, outside of dogma, outside of authority. By the late Middle Ages, Europe had taken the torch. The flame that once burned in Egypt, Persia, and Baghdad now flickered in castles, monasteries, and secret societies. Alchemy had crossed the threshold, and it was about to evolve again. By the late Middle Ages, alchemy in Europe had transformed into something almost mythic. It was no longer just an intellectual pursuit, it was a holy quest. And at the heart of that quest lay one object, one idea, one obsession: the philosopher's stone. The stone wasn't just a chemical substance, it was a mystery wrapped in allegory, hidden in symbols and cloaked in riddles. Said to have the power to transmute base metals into gold and grant immortality through the elusive elixir of life, the philosopher's stone became the most sought-after artifact in Western esoteric tradition. But to those who truly understood alchemy, the stone was not physical, it was spiritual. In alchemical manuscripts it went by many names: lapis philosophorum, the red stone, the powder of projection. Some claimed it was a literal red crystalline substance. Others insisted it was a metaphor for spiritual awakening. But all agreed, it was the key to ultimate transformation. Alchemists believed the universe itself was a living organism constantly striving toward perfection. Metals, too, were alive, growing slowly in the womb of the earth. Lead was simply immature gold, and just as nature evolved toward balance, man could evolve as well. The philosopher's stone was the accelerant of that evolution. European alchemists like Albertus Magnus, Roger Bacon, and later Paracelsus devoted their lives to understanding the processes of nature in pursuit of this ultimate truth. They built furnaces, studied astrology, collected rare minerals, and wrote cryptic texts filled with serpents, suns, dragons, and kings, all metaphors for the stages of inner and outer transformation. The stone's creation was said to follow a path called the magnum opus, or great work. It began with nigredo, the blackening, symbolic of death, decay, and the breaking down of ego. Then came albedo, the whitening, purification. Then citrinitas, the yellowing, illumination. And finally, rubedo, the reddening, rebirth, and the emergence of the stone. But why hide this process in metaphor? Because true transformation, alchemists believed, wasn't meant for the uninitiated. The stone would reveal itself only to those who were ready, not just intellectually, but spiritually. To seek the stone was to seek perfection, and while many searched for gold, the wisest alchemists knew the only thing worth perfecting was the soul. As alchemy took deeper root in medieval Europe, it began to slip into the shadows. What was once open dialogue in temples and scholarly exchanges in courts now became hidden practice. The reasons were many: religious scrutiny, political fear, and the simple fact that alchemy's language had become a secret code, decipherable only to the initiated. The Church, wielding enormous power, saw in alchemy both promise and danger. While some Christian mystics embraced it, seeing the transmutation of metals as a mirror of Christ's resurrection, others condemned it. The idea that man could manipulate nature, even achieve spiritual ascension outside of divine grace, was heretical. To avoid persecution, alchemists cloaked their teachings in allegory and symbolism. Thus began an era where alchemy went underground, hiding in secret societies, coded manuscripts, and obscure symbols that only insiders could interpret. The Rosicrucians, a mysterious brotherhood that surfaced in the 17th century, claimed to hold ancient alchemical wisdom passed down from Egypt and Arabia. Their manifestos spoke of spiritual enlightenment, divine harmony, and the hidden sciences. Though no one could prove their existence, their ideas spread like wildfire, inspiring generations of seekers. Then there were the Freemasons, whose roots trace back to stone builders, but whose rituals echo deeply with alchemical philosophy: purification, transformation, inner light. Whether or not they practiced alchemy in the literal sense, their symbolic language aligned perfectly with its aims: the building of the perfect self. Alchemy also found refuge in books of secrets, texts like the Mutus Liber, which contained no words, only a series of strange, symbolic images meant to communicate the great work without uttering a single sentence. Other manuscripts were written in green language, a form of wordplay, puns, and poetic double meanings that concealed their deeper truth. The alchemist's life had become one of duality: outwardly a scholar, physician, or monk, quiet, obedient; inwardly a revolutionary, chasing the divine through fire and metal, spirit and stone. The very secrecy that threatened alchemy also preserved it. Like a fire buried beneath ash, it smouldered unseen, passed down from master to apprentice, generation to generation. And in these quiet shadows, alchemy continued to evolve, not just as an early science, but as a living philosophy. One that would soon encounter its greatest challenge: the birth of modern chemistry. By the 17th and 18th centuries, a quiet revolution was brewing, one that would both inherit and bury the legacy of alchemy. The Age of Enlightenment had arrived. The mysticism and metaphor that once cloaked alchemical thought were no longer welcomed in scholarly halls. In their place came a new language: empiricism, logic, and repeatable results. Alchemy's successor had arrived. Its name was chemistry. This wasn't an abrupt execution. It was a slow, methodical transformation. Many of the earliest chemists were, in fact, alchemists. They simply shifted focus. The goal was no longer spiritual perfection or the transmutation of souls, but measurable change. No more dragons and black suns, just beakers, balances, and precise documentation. One of the final nails in the coffin came with Robert Boyle, often called the father of modern chemistry. In his 1661 book, The Skeptical Chemist, Boyle argued that matter was made up of atoms and that chemical reactions could be explained without mystical forces. He didn't mock alchemy, but he stripped it of its esoteric language. Boyle believed in the alchemist's power to transform, but insisted it must be explained through natural laws, not allegory. Soon after, Antoine Lavoisier would discover the role of oxygen in combustion and disprove the ancient theory of the four elements: earth, air, fire, and water. The periodic table would follow. Laboratories became secular temples of knowledge. Alchemy, with its hidden codes and sacred metaphors, was seen as outdated, an embarrassment to real science. But here's the paradox. Chemistry owed its very existence to alchemy. The tools, the techniques, the curiosity, it all came from the furnace of that ancient craft. Alchemy had walked so that chemistry could run. Still, the world was changing. Industrialization demanded results, not riddles. Governments funded laboratories, not lodges. The philosopher's stone was replaced by the microscope, the alembic by the Bunsen burner. What was once sacred had become material. Yet, not all was lost. In hidden corners and quiet minds, alchemy still breathed. Not as a science, but as a symbol of transformation, of unity, of the eternal dance between matter and spirit. And while the world turned to chemistry for answers, some still looked to alchemy for meaning. Because some fires never go out. They just burn beneath the surface. Alchemy may have vanished from the halls of science, but it never truly died. Instead, it transformed, just as it always taught that all things must. What began in the tombs of Egypt, refined in the fire temples of Persia, and encoded in the hidden texts of medieval Europe, didn't simply disappear. It evolved, splintering into chemistry, psychology, medicine, and even modern spirituality. Its outward form was shed, but its inner message endured. In the 20th century, a new kind of alchemist emerged, not with a furnace, but with a notebook and a mind full of dreams. Carl Jung, the Swiss psychologist, rediscovered the hidden wisdom of alchemy and gave it new life. He argued that the ancient alchemists weren't just transforming metals, they were unconsciously mapping the human psyche. The blackening, nigredo, was depression. The whitening, albedo, was insight. The reddening, rubedo, was the birth of a unified self. The philosopher's stone, Jung said, was individuation, the process of becoming whole. Alchemy, it turned out, had always been about more than gold. Today, we see its fingerprints everywhere, in self-help books preaching transformation, in stories of heroes who descend into darkness to return reborn. In the very language we use, words like refine, distill, purify, all echoes of the alchemist's path. Even in science, the spirit of alchemy lingers. Chemists still transmute elements in nuclear reactors. Physicists speak of dark matter and unified fields, with the same wonder alchemists once had for ether and quintessence. The search for the fundamental building blocks of the universe continues, only the language has changed. But perhaps the true legacy of alchemy lies in its insistence on wholeness. It never separated spirit from matter, or science from mystery. It taught that the transformation of the world begins with the transformation of the self, that behind every experiment was a sacred question. Who are you becoming in the process? In a world driven by speed, by technology, by the cold precision of data, alchemy whispers an ancient truth, that to change anything truly, you must also be willing to change yourself. And so, the alchemist's fire still burns, not in crucibles, but in hearts, waiting, calling, transforming. Because alchemy was never just a science, it was a mirror. At first glance, Cappadocia seems like a surreal painting, its surface dotted with towering stone chimneys and rippling ridges carved by wind and time. Tourists marvel at the strange beauty above, but what most never realize is that the real wonder lies beneath their feet. Deep under this Turkish landscape is a forgotten world, a labyrinth of subterranean cities stretching for miles. These aren't simple caves or makeshift shelters. They're entire urban complexes hidden underground, complete with residences, chapels, wells, food storage, stables, and even schools. Some go down as far as 18 stories, housing thousands of people in the shadows of the earth. The most astonishing part? Many of these cities were completely unknown until the mid-20th century. In 1963, a man renovating his home in the town of Derinkuyu knocked down a wall in his basement. What he found behind it wasn't brick or dirt, it was a tunnel. That tunnel led to another, then to a chamber, then to a spiral staircase. He had accidentally uncovered an ancient entrance to one of the largest underground cities in the world. It was as if an entire civilization had chosen to vanish beneath the ground, leaving behind no sign except silence. But Derinkuyu was just one of many. Over the decades, archaeologists have identified hundreds of underground settlements throughout Cappadocia, at least 40 major ones, interconnected through narrow corridors and secret escape routes. These weren't random burrows. They were deliberately planned and engineered. Massive stone doors could seal off passageways from the inside. Ventilation shafts brought fresh air from the surface. Wells tapped into underground aquifers, ensuring fresh water even under siege. Why would anyone build something so elaborate under the earth? That question has haunted historians for years. Theories abound. Were these cities hiding spots from invading armies, monastic refuges, secret spiritual sanctuaries? Or were they something far older, far stranger? Whatever the reason, one thing is clear. Cappadocia wasn't just a region, it was a refuge. A world beneath a world. A place where thousands could disappear from the surface and live their lives entirely underground. And the deeper you go into these cities, the stranger the story becomes. To understand why people built cities beneath Cappadocia, we first need to understand the land itself. Because Cappadocia is no ordinary terrain. Millions of years ago, a series of violent volcanic eruptions buried central Turkey under layers of ash. That ash hardened into a soft, porous rock known as tuff. a material light enough to carve with basic tools, yet strong enough to hold its shape over centuries. Rain and wind shaped it into strange formations, fairy chimneys, conical towers, mushroom-like spires. The entire region looked like something torn from a dream or a different planet. But ancient people didn't just marvel at the rock, they worked with it. Early settlers realized that this volcanic stone was a gift. They could carve out homes, chapels, storage rooms, even entire complexes without lumber or bricks. And unlike surface dwellings, these stone chambers stayed cool in the scorching summers and warm during freezing winters. Above ground, they carved churches into cliff faces. But below ground, that's where the real magic happened. It likely began with simple caves, small hideaways to store food, to escape heat, or to shelter from storms. But over time, as threats grew and communities expanded, those caves grew too. They evolved into interconnected rooms, then levels, then networks. And once the digging started, it didn't stop. Entire societies vanished beneath the soil, carving deeper and deeper, not randomly, but with intention. Tunnels connected homes to kitchens, stables to wells, rooms to chapels. They created ventilation shafts that reached the surface and filtered fresh air through multiple stories. They even dug vertical staircases wide enough for people and livestock, yet narrow enough to defend. What's truly incredible is how ancient these structures may be. While many underground cities were expanded during the Byzantine era, some archaeologists believe that the original levels, especially in places like Derinkuyu and Kaymakla, could date back to the Hittite Empire, or even earlier, around 2000 BCE. This land invited transformation, and the people of Cappadocia responded by shaping it, not with machines but with patience, vision, and survival in mind. The earth wasn't just a foundation, it was a shelter, a fortress, a second sky, only inverted and filled with secrets. But what exactly were they hiding from? That's the question we explore next. Beneath the quiet town of Derinkuyu lies something extraordinary. A city, not above the earth, but deep beneath it. A city that no one even knew existed until 1963, when a man doing simple renovations in his home knocked down a wall and found a dark tunnel stretching beyond sight. That tunnel led to chambers. The chambers led to corridors. Staircases spiraled downward into the rock, leading from room to room, level to level, until eventually explorers found themselves standing 18 stories beneath the surface. They had uncovered Derinkuyu, the largest and deepest underground city ever found in Cappadocia, and possibly the world. What archaeologists found was staggering. This wasn't a temporary hideout or an emergency shelter. Derinkuyu was a living city, carved entirely out of volcanic stone. It had homes, churches, communal kitchens, wine and oil presses, storage rooms, schools, and even a baptismal chamber. It could house an estimated 20,000 people, along with their livestock and food supplies. It was engineered with remarkable precision. Massive rolling stone doors, shaped like millstones, could be pushed to seal off tunnels in case of attack. These weren't simple blocks. They were perfectly fitted, movable from the inside, and nearly impossible to force open from the outside. Ventilation shafts snaked upward through the rock, delivering fresh air to the deepest levels. Wells accessed underground aquifers to provide water without surfacing. There was even a mission school, complete with study rooms, suggesting that this city wasn't just about survival. It was about continuity, teaching, worship, community. But here's what makes Derinkuyu so mysterious. We don't really know who first built it, or why. Some believe it was expanded by early Christians fleeing Roman or Arab persecution. Others argue the foundations are far older, perhaps dating back to the Phrygians, or even the Hittites, thousands of years before Christ. Why go to such extraordinary lengths to disappear underground? Was it to escape invaders, as many believe? Or was the threat not human at all? Derinkuyu holds no inscriptions, No names, no definitive timeline. Just rooms, tunnels, and questions. And even today, much of it remains unexplored. Because the deeper you go, the less it feels like a city, and the more it feels like something else. To build downward is far more complex than building up. There's no sunlight, no scaffolding, no wide-open skies, just solid stone and shadow. And yet, the architects of Cappadocia's underground cities didn't just dig, they designed with remarkable intelligence and precision, creating spaces that could support thousands of lives for months, maybe even years at a time. These cities weren't chaotic tunnels burrowed in panic. They were carefully planned systems, layered like an onion, each level with a distinct purpose. Living quarters were closer to the surface, allowing quicker access to the outside when danger passed. Deeper levels housed kitchens, workshops, food storage, and livestock pens, strategically placed to reduce the risk of contamination or fire spreading through the city. One of the most ingenious features was the ventilation system. Long vertical shafts were carved through the rock to allow air to circulate through as many as 18 underground levels. Some shafts were over 50 meters deep, yet so well placed that fresh air could reach even the lowest chambers. Without fans, without electricity, just gravity and brilliant design. Water was another key to survival. The cities were built around natural aquifers. Wells could be accessed from within, ensuring that even in a siege, residents wouldn't need to emerge for water. In some cities, the well shafts were sealed off from the surface entirely to prevent poisoning by attackers. There were communication tunnels too, some leading to smaller satellite chambers, others connecting to nearby underground cities. In times of danger, messages or people could be moved through the earth itself. And the defense mechanisms were both simple and effective. Narrow corridors that forced invaders to approach single file. Trapdoors that could be dropped, hidden escape routes leading into valleys or riverbeds. Most famously, the rolling stone doors, massive, round slabs that could be rolled into place to seal off a passage in seconds. From the outside, they looked like part of the wall. From the inside, they were a last line of defense. Every decision, every design, pointed to one truth. These cities were built for survival, not for days, not for weeks, but for long-term habitation under extreme threat. Which raises the question, what kind of danger required this level of preparation? And was it ever truly gone? For centuries, scholars have asked the same haunting question. Who were the people of Cappadocia hiding from? What kind of threat drove entire populations to dig into the earth, not just for shelter, but to live? The most common theory points to invaders. Central Anatolia was a crossroads of empires. From the Assyrians to the Persians, from the Romans to the Byzantines, the region was constantly under threat. Later, Arab raids during the early Islamic period would push Christian communities to seek refuge underground. Derinkuyu and Kaymaklı may have become sanctuaries during these waves of violence, allowing people to disappear into the rock and wait for danger to pass. But there's a problem. The depth, complexity, and sheer scale of these underground cities suggest they weren't built in a rush. This wasn't a desperate act, it was a long-term plan, requiring generations of digging, engineering, and refinement. Some of the deepest chambers appear to predate Christianity entirely. So who built the first layers? Some historians trace the earliest tunnels back to the Hittite Empire, nearly 4,000 years ago. Others suggest the Phrygians may have expanded them. But beyond these educated guesses, the record grows silent. There are no inscriptions, no carvings, no direct evidence telling us who first vanished beneath the surface, or what they were running from. That's where the theories begin. Some believe these cities were built not to escape other people, but something else. Natural disasters, solar events, even ancient warfare that may have scarred the skies and poisoned the land. More fringe theories go deeper, suggesting that the cities were built to hide from beings, not of this world. The kind of beings spoken of in myths across cultures, sky gods, watchers, destroyers. The idea is tempting. If you look at the level of secrecy, the air shafts disguised from view, the escape routes, the stone doors. It almost feels like the builders were trying to disappear completely, as if whatever they feared didn't just attack, it hunted. While these ideas remain speculative, they reflect a central mystery. No matter how many layers archaeologists uncover, the core question remains unanswered. Who were they hiding from? And did it work? Because sometimes the deeper you dig, the darker the truth becomes. Imagine living not just a day, but months, maybe even years, entirely underground. No sunlight, no open skies, just stone walls, flickering oil lamps, and the ever-present hush of life beneath the earth. This was reality for thousands in Cappadocia during times of threat. But what did daily life actually look like inside these vast underground cities? Despite the darkness, these spaces weren't lifeless. They were alive with routine, carefully structured for communal survival. Families lived in multi-room compartments. Kitchens were located on lower levels to manage smoke more efficiently, and food was cooked in clay ovens. The scent of baked bread likely mixed with the damp smell of stone and livestock. There were churches and chapels, carved with crosses and altars, some even containing intricate frescoes. People didn't just survive here. They prayed, worshipped, and practiced rituals. There were communal areas for meetings, schooling rooms for children, and long corridors that echoed with voices and footsteps. Lighting came from oil lamps, dozens of them scattered along the passageways. Smoke was channeled through cleverly designed shafts that doubled as ventilation. Yet, life here wasn't easy. Fresh air was limited. Darkness was constant, and silence, when it fell, was absolute. Water was drawn from deep wells tunneled into aquifers. Grain was stored in sealed chambers to prevent spoilage. Wine presses and olive oil vats have been found carved into the rock, suggesting that even underground, life had flavour and ritual. The cities were built for the long haul. They weren't a last resort, they were a prepared reality. Livestock, sheep, goats, chickens, were kept in dedicated pens, usually near the entrance levels for easier management and ventilation. Their presence served a dual purpose: food and warmth. Despite the confined spaces, the builders understood the psychology of survival. Rooms were laid out in ways that gave families privacy, while shared spaces created a sense of community. Life underground wasn't just about hiding. It was about preserving a way of life, a culture, and a people. It's a humbling thought. While wars raged above, entire civilizations continued below, hidden in silence. People married, taught their children, mourned their dead, all within stone chambers lit by fire. To live underground was not to live in fear. It was to live with intention. Cappadocia's underground cities weren't isolated pockets of refuge. They were part of something much bigger. Beneath the valleys and hills of this volcanic region lies a vast network of tunnels, chambers, and hidden passageways that seem to connect multiple cities together. Derinkuyu, Kaymaklı, Özkonak, and others may not have just been separate settlements, but pieces of a unified subterranean civilization. Some of these tunnels stretch for kilometers, weaving beneath the countryside like veins under skin. Narrow, winding, and often no wider than a man's shoulders, they were likely used for secret movement, escape routes, or even transporting messages and supplies from one underground complex to another. Derinkuyu and Kaymaklı, two of the largest cities, are believed to be linked by such a tunnel, nearly 9 kilometers long. That's not just impressive engineering, it's evidence of coordinated planning on a scale rarely seen in ancient architecture. If true, it means multiple cities could support one another in times of siege or crisis, functioning almost like an underground federation. But these tunnels weren't just for utility, they were also defensive. Built with multiple bottlenecks, blind turns and choke points, they forced any pursuer to enter one at a time, making them easy to trap or ambush. Many tunnels were rigged with trapdoors and stone corks that could be rolled into place to block intruders. Still, the full extent of these networks remains unknown. New passageways are still being discovered. In 2014, an even larger underground complex was accidentally uncovered beneath Nevşehir, possibly dwarfing even Derinkuyu. Archaeologists believe it could contain dozens of levels, aqueducts, places of worship, and countless more tunnels yet to be mapped. What were these tunnels truly for? Were they simple escape routes, or the infrastructure of a society built to live without ever being seen? The more we uncover, the more we realise Cappadocia's underground isn't just a collection of homes and halls. It's a system, planned, connected, hidden beneath our feet for thousands of years. And maybe, just maybe, there's still more waiting to be discovered. Entire cities, buried not by time, but by intention. Because in Cappadocia, the earth doesn't just hide secrets, it protects them. Despite decades of excavation and study, Cappadocia's underground cities remain wrapped in mystery. The stone walls may be silent, but the questions echo louder than ever, not just how they were built, but why. And when historical answers fall short, myths and alternative theories rush in to fill the void. One of the most enduring questions is about the true age of these cities. Conventional archaeology ties their major expansion to the Byzantine period, when Christians sought refuge from invading forces. But some researchers believe that the earliest tunnels and chambers are far older, possibly dating back 4,000 years or more. If that's true, what kind of threat existed so long ago that would drive people underground? Enter the theories. Some suggest these subterranean cities were emergency shelters from natural cataclysms, massive floods, solar flares, volcanic winters, or ancient climatic disasters. The layout of the cities, self-sufficient, hidden, and sealed, could be interpreted as long-term survival bunkers, prepared for environmental collapse. Others look to cosmic explanations. Ancient astronaut theorists argue that early civilizations may have built these cities to hide from entities they described as gods, beings who descended from the sky and ruled with fearsome power. Could the underground cities have been a shield from something not of this earth? One local legend speaks of giants that once roamed the surface, driving people below. Others tell of fire from the heavens and enemies that came with burning eyes. To the modern ear, these may sound like metaphors, or memories distorted by centuries of oral tradition. But they hint at something terrifying enough to push entire cultures into the rock. There are also theories tied to the symbolism of the earth itself. In some ancient traditions, descending into the ground represents a journey into the underworld, a metaphorical death and rebirth. Were these cities spiritual sanctuaries, places of ritual transformation? Or were they never abandoned, but forgotten on purpose? The truth is, no single theory explains it all. The scale, the age, the precision, it doesn't fully fit into our existing historical framework. And maybe that's the most unsettling part. Because sometimes what lies hidden isn't just history. It's the edge of something we were never meant to understand. Today, visitors to Cappadocia walk through dreamlike landscapes, over valleys carved by wind, past fairy chimneys glowing orange in the evening sun. Hot air balloons drift quietly overhead, but beneath their feet, the ground is hollow. Beneath the beauty lies a world carved in darkness, one still holding its breath after thousands of years. The underground cities are now open to tourists. Visitors descend narrow stairwells, pass through low-arched tunnels, and stand in rooms where people once lived in silence, waiting for danger to pass. And yet, only a fraction has been uncovered. Some chambers remain sealed, some tunnels collapse into shadow, some doorways lead nowhere, or so it seems. These aren't just ruins. They're testaments. Proof that people will do whatever it takes to survive, to protect their children, to preserve their beliefs, to vanish when the world turns hostile. And in that act of vanishing, they left behind a kind of message, not written in language, but in stone. We don't know their names, we don't know their stories, but we know this. They were planners, engineers, visionaries. They created something that could endure centuries of silence, something that might have been meant never to be found. Cappadocia reminds us that history isn't always on the surface. Sometimes the most profound truths are buried, on purpose, hidden from conquerors, hidden from the curious, hidden, maybe, from time itself. And what remains? Mystery. Mystery in the perfect fit of the rolling stone doors. Mystery in the air shafts that still pull wind from the deep. Mystery in the miles of unexplored tunnels, still untouched, still dark. Maybe the real purpose of Cappadocia's underground world will never be known. Maybe it isn't meant to be. But as you walk through those chambers, with the weight of rock above and the silence pressing in, you feel something ancient stirring, a presence, a whisper, not of fear, but of endurance. Because when the world above was chaos, the people of Cappadocia looked down and chose to survive, in the dark, together. And the earth, it seems, has kept their secret well. To the ancient world, sleep was not an escape from reality. It was an entryway into something deeper. Dreams weren't dismissed as random thoughts or figments of imagination. They were taken seriously. In fact, they were considered messages, sometimes warnings, sometimes prophecies, and often direct communications from gods or spirits. For ancient civilizations, the boundary between the physical and spiritual world wasn't sharp. It was porous, and in sleep, that boundary grew thin. The act of dreaming was sacred, mysterious, and often terrifying. It was during those quiet, vulnerable hours of the night that the divine could reach into the human mind. And what it whispered, or roared, could shape the course of a king's decision, a priest's ritual, or a city's fate. In almost every early culture, from the river valleys of Mesopotamia to the temples of Egypt and the academies of Greece, dreams held an elevated status. People believed they were being visited, not by fantasy, but by real forces with real consequences. Dreams could foretell war. They could reveal betrayal. They could offer healing or demand sacrifice. Ignoring a powerful dream wasn't just seen as foolish, it was dangerous. The dreamer, then, was not just a sleeper. They were a messenger, a vessel temporarily opened to cosmic truths. And in some cases, that dreamer became a prophet, chosen by the gods. Entire professions were devoted to understanding dreams. Priests, shamans, oracles, and seers all learned to read the symbols that emerged in the night. A snake in a dream could be a symbol of transformation or a deadly omen. A rising sun could promise victory or deception, depending on the context. Each culture had its own codes, but the belief was universal. Dreams mattered. Even today, fragments of that ancient wisdom linger. We speak of following our dreams, or waking up to a realization. But in the ancient world, dreams weren't poetic expressions. They were maps, warnings, sacred intelligence delivered while the conscious mind slept. This was the world before Freud, before REM cycles, before science tried to measure what the ancients already feared and revered, because to them, the dream world was real, and to walk through it was to walk with gods. The first civilization to leave written records of dreams were the Sumerians, who lived in Mesopotamia over 5,000 years ago. They didn't view dreams as random images. To them, dreams were direct transmissions from the divine, often complex, symbolic, and deeply consequential. Among the ruins of their cities, archaeologists uncovered clay tablets etched with dreams, some personal, others political. Dream interpretation wasn't a novelty, it was a structured practice, taught, studied, and respected. Sumerian kings had court dream interpreters, men trained to decipher the messages of the gods, and whose interpretations could influence the fate of entire cities. One of the most famous examples of this ancient dream culture lies within the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the world's oldest literary works. In it, both Gilgamesh and his companion Enkidu experience vivid, symbolic dreams. Before embarking on their dangerous journey to slay the monster Humbaba, Gilgamesh dreams of celestial battles and collapsing mountains, visions his mother and priests interpret as divine warnings and veiled prophecies. These dreams weren't ignored. They were consulted as sacred guidance. The Sumerians believed that there were two types of dreams, ones sent by gods to help or instruct, and others that were empty, simply echoes of the day. Determining which was which required the wisdom of a priest or diviner, people who could read omens, symbols, and patterns hidden in the imagery of sleep. Temples often had special chambers where priests, or even kings, would sleep in hopes of receiving divine visions. This ritual practice, known later in other cultures as incubation, may have originated with the Sumerians. These sacred dreams were seen as oracles, sometimes even more trusted than waking signs. Dreams could also serve as political tools. A ruler claiming divine dreams could strengthen his legitimacy or justify major decisions. The gods told me in a dream wasn't just spiritual. It was power. In the Sumerian worldview, the universe was alive with meaning, and dreams were its language. Every image, whether a storm, a lion, or a falling star, carried cosmic significance. And in a land where gods walked among men, to dream was to listen. To ignore those dreams was to risk the wrath of the heavens themselves. To the ancient Egyptians, dreams were not just messages, they were portals, pathways to the gods, glimpses into the afterlife, and sometimes instructions for the living. In a culture obsessed with eternity, sleep wasn't merely a time of rest, it was a rehearsal for death, and dreams were communications from the realm beyond. Egyptian texts show that dreams were considered both deeply personal and powerfully prophetic. Like the Sumerians, Egyptians categorized dreams into two kinds: truth dreams, sent by the gods or spirits to guide, heal, or warn, and false dreams which were misleading, or born of bodily imbalance. Temples dedicated to gods like Serapis and Thoth were known to practice dream incubation. Worshippers would sleep within temple walls, hoping to receive divine dreams. These temple dreams were often recorded, interpreted by priests, and even carved into stone. In some cases, a person might receive not just visions, but healing through dreams. One of the most fascinating artifacts is the Ramesside Dream Book, dating to around 1300 BCE. This papyrus scroll is essentially a catalogue of dream symbols and their meanings. It lists over 100 dreams, each paired with an interpretation. For example, if a man sees himself eating crocodile flesh, it means he will gain power over his enemies. Another entry warns that dreaming of drinking warm beer means impending sorrow. These interpretations were taken seriously. Pharaohs, generals, and priests all sought the counsel of dream interpreters, who acted as intermediaries between the dreamer and the divine. Egyptian mythology also linked dreams to the ka, the soul. During sleep, the ka was believed to leave the body and travel to other realms. What it saw there returned as dreams. Sometimes these were visions of loved ones long dead, or encounters with gods bearing messages. Occasionally, dreams were considered visits from malevolent spirits, and protective spells were recited to keep such forces at bay. Even in tomb inscriptions, dreams appear. Kings described how gods came to them in the night, offering divine sanction for their rule or guidance for their legacy. In the land of pyramids and gods, dreams weren't illusions, they were revelations, and to dream was to step briefly into the eternal. In ancient Greece, dreams occupied a space between medicine, mythology, and philosophy. To the Greeks, dreams were more than personal. They were cosmic messages, delivered by gods, heroes, or even forces from the underworld. But unlike earlier civilizations, the Greeks also began to ask why we dream, planting the first seeds of psychological thought. The most sacred place for dream revelation in Greece was the Asclepion, a healing temple dedicated to the god Asclepius, the divine physician. Pilgrims came from across the Mediterranean to sleep inside these sanctuaries in a process called incubation. Before sleeping, they would bathe, fast, pray, and sometimes offer sacrifices, all to prepare their bodies and souls to receive healing dreams. In these dreams, it was said that Asclepius himself would appear, diagnosing their illness or prescribing a cure, sometimes even performing dream surgery. Temple priests, called therapeutai, interpreted the dreams and applied treatments based on what the gods revealed. This blend of medicine and mysticism was highly respected, and it worked, or at least seemed to. The walls of Asclepions were covered in inscriptions thanking the gods for miraculous recoveries. But dreams in Greece were not only for healing, they were political and prophetic too. In Homer's epics, dreams come directly from Zeus. In the Iliad, the god sends a deceptive dream to Agamemnon to influence battle strategy. In the Odyssey, Penelope speaks of two gates of dreams, one of horn, from which true dreams emerge, and one of ivory, from which come lies. Dream interpretation became a respected craft. Philosophers like Aristotle and Heraclitus pondered the nature of dreams, wondering whether they came from divine origins or simply the stirrings of the soul. Meanwhile, Artemidorus of Daldis, a 2nd century dream interpreter, wrote the Oneirocritica, a 5-book manual on how to decode dreams based on profession, gender, status, and symbolism. His work was referenced for centuries. The Greeks believed that during sleep, the soul loosened its grip on the body, floating in a liminal state where it could glimpse deeper truths. Whether sent by gods or born from inner reflection, dreams were never meaningless. To the Greeks, to dream was not just to see visions. It was to momentarily touch the divine mind. In the ancient world, dreams weren't just reflections of the mind. They were often believed to be prophecies. Many civilizations saw the dream state as a space where time unraveled, allowing the future to bleed into the present. To dream was sometimes to witness fate before it arrived, and that knowledge carried both great power and deep responsibility. Across Sumer, Egypt, and Greece, history is filled with rulers, generals, and prophets who acted based on their dreams. One wrong interpretation could cost a kingdom. One correct reading could change the course of history. In Mesopotamia, dreams of celestial omens, falling stars, dark suns, or blood-red rivers were seen as signs of coming war or disaster. Priests kept detailed records of these dreams, looking for patterns that might predict the fate of empires. These records weren't just stored, they were consulted during times of crisis. The Egyptians also viewed dreams as divine warnings. Pharaoh Thutmose IV famously claimed his reign was foretold in a dream, one in which the Sphinx spoke to him, promising kingship if he cleared the desert sand from its body. Whether fact or political storytelling, that dream secured his legitimacy in the eyes of the people. In the Greek world, prophetic dreams played out on the battlefield and in political chambers. Before major decisions, leaders sought omens, either through dream incubation or by consulting oracles like those at Delphi, who often dreamt as part of their rituals. Even Alexander the Great was said to have dreamed of the Egyptian god Serapis before conquering Persia, taking it as a sign of divine favour. But prophecy wasn't only for kings. Everyday people also believed dreams could foretell marriage, childbirth, illness, or death. Artemidorus's Oneirocritica included thousands of such interpretations. Dreaming of losing teeth, a death in the family, dreaming of flight, a sudden change in fortune. The belief in prophetic dreams gave ordinary people a sense of access to the divine, a glimpse into the hidden threads of fate. But it also created anxiety. What if you missed a warning? What if you misunderstood? In a world where gods whispered in dreams, sleeping wasn't just a private act. It was a conversation with destiny. In the ancient world, healing didn't always come from herbs or blades. It often came from dreams. Sacred healing sanctuaries, known as dream temples, existed across many ancient cultures. Here, the sick didn't just seek medicine. They sought divine intervention. And the treatment began not with potions, but with sleep. The most famous of these were the Asclepians in ancient Greece, dedicated to Asclepius, the god of healing. But this wasn't a Greek invention alone. Earlier civilizations in Egypt and Mesopotamia also believed that dreams could reveal cures or offer spiritual purification. These temples weren't places to escape illness. They were places to encounter the source of healing, often through a divine dream. The process was called incubation. A pilgrim would purify their body through fasting, bathing, or ritual sacrifice, before lying down in a sacred chamber, usually at night. The goal was simple but profound: to dream with intent, to open the self to divine contact. In these dreams, gods or spirits would appear, offering advice, cures, or even performing dream surgeries. Some dreamed of snakes coiling around their bodies, sacred symbols of Asclepius. Others saw themselves bathed in light or touched by divine hands. When they awoke, temple priests, trained dream interpreters, would listen, translate, and prescribe actions based on the dream. Sometimes it meant drinking a special brew, walking a certain path, or offering thanks with a sacrifice. In some cases, the dream itself was considered the healing. These temples weren't isolated or fringe. Thousands of people visited them. Inscriptions etched into temple walls speak of miraculous recoveries: blindness cured, fevers broken, pain lifted. Whether the healings were physical, psychosomatic, or spiritual, the power of belief and the dream was undeniable. Dream healing crossed cultures. In Egypt, people visited temples of Serapis or Imhotep, seeking similar nighttime revelations. In Mesopotamia, temples to Gula, the goddess of medicine, offered spaces for dream divination and ritual sleep. What united all these practices was a shared belief. The body and soul were connected, and the soul spoke most clearly in dreams. Healing wasn't just about the flesh. It was about harmony between the human and the divine. In these sanctuaries of silence, dreams weren't just seen as stories. They were medicine. In the ancient world, the realm of dreams was not only a place of prophecy or healing, it was also a space where the dead could speak. Many ancient civilizations believed that dreams provided a rare and sacred moment when the veil between the living and the dead grew thin. To dream of a departed loved one was not seen as a simple expression of grief or memory. It was often believed that the spirit of the deceased had truly returned, bearing messages, warnings, or unresolved requests. These dream encounters were powerful, emotional, and deeply significant. In Egypt, where the afterlife was central to belief, dreams were thought to offer a direct link to the underworld. The soul, or Ka, was believed to travel freely during sleep, even visiting the dead. If a deceased family member appeared in a dream, it could mean they were displeased, in need of offerings, or simply reaching out with guidance. Egyptians sometimes wrote letters to the dead, left in tombs or shrines, asking for protection or help, hoping the request would be answered in a dream. In Mesopotamia, dream encounters with the dead were treated with reverence and caution. The dead were believed to retain power in the afterlife, and a dream visitation could be a sign that something was amiss, perhaps a neglected burial ritual or an unfulfilled vow. These dreams were often followed by ritual purification or offerings to set things right. The Greeks also took dreams of the dead seriously. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus descends into the underworld and speaks with the spirits of the fallen, a vision that mirrors what many believed could happen during sleep. The philosopher Heraclitus once said, "The waking have one world in common, but the sleeping turn aside each into a world of his own." That private world was where the dead could slip through. Even beyond Europe and the Middle East, many cultures held similar views, that the dead were not entirely gone and that dreams were their language. When the voice of a lost parent or child spoke in the night, it wasn't poetic, it was real. To the ancients, sleep was not a place to forget. It was where the past could still reach out, and sometimes ask to be remembered. To ancient civilizations, dreams weren't just messages, they were puzzles. Rich with symbols, strange creatures, impossible events, and celestial signs, dreams were believed to carry coded language from the divine. Interpreting them wasn't easy. It required training, intuition, and often ritual. In Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Greece, professional dream interpreters operated almost like priests or shamans. They studied vast collections of dream records, memorized symbol meanings, and knew how to distinguish between a true dream and a meaningless one. Their interpretations could influence public policy, medicine, and even warfare. Across cultures, certain dream symbols appeared again and again, and they were rarely literal. A snake might mean danger in one dream, transformation in another. Seeing fire could be a warning of destruction or purification. Flying might symbolize the soul breaking free of earthly burdens, or a longing to escape something in waking life. In Egypt, dream books outlined hundreds of these symbols. Dreaming of drowning might signal an emotional storm to come. Seeing oneself blind could foretell a spiritual awakening, or a painful truth hidden in plain sight. These were not guesses. They were part of a vast, ancient language of symbols, refined over generations. In Greece, Artemidorus of Daldis compiled the Oneirocritica, a 5-volume manual of dream analysis. He emphasized that dream interpretation wasn't universal. Context mattered. A farmer dreaming of a flood meant something very different than a sailor dreaming the same. The Oneirocritica is one of the earliest known texts to suggest that personal experience shapes dream meaning, a remarkably modern idea for the 2nd century. Dream interpretation was also tied to divination. Dreams were seen as one thread in a web of omens, signs, and sacred messages. Dreamers might consult oracles, draw lots, or perform ritual offerings to clarify what they had seen. Some even kept dream journals, inscribed on papyrus or clay, not just for personal insight, but to share with their community. For ancient people, symbols weren't just subconscious images. They were keys, part of a divine language whispered in sleep. And understanding that language meant unlocking the will of the gods, the forces of fate, and the secrets of the soul. To the ancients, a dream wasn't just a story. It was a message in code, sent from the stars. Today, we often treat dreams as fleeting fragments, strange images quickly forgotten after we wake, or at best, material for therapists and artists. But to the ancients, dreams were far more than mental noise. They were sacred, structured, and respected. They offered guidance, healing, connection with the dead, and glimpses of the divine. Dreams were a part of the fabric of life, woven into medicine, religion, and governance. So what happened? As science and rationalism rose, particularly in the post-Enlightenment West, dreams were reclassified. No longer messages from the gods, they became neurological byproducts, electrical impulses, memory fragments, or emotional processing. The sacred became clinical. The symbolic was reduced to chemical. But even now, in moments of grief, change, or deep intuition, dreams still matter. We still search them for meaning. A dream of a lost loved one can bring closure. A recurring nightmare can reflect stress or a truth we don't want to face. Modern psychology, beginning with Freud and Jung, tried to reclaim some of that ancient understanding, recognizing that dreams hold power, even if we no longer call it divine. What the ancients understood is that the dream world is not separate from life. It is a mirror, reflecting not only our fears and desires, but something bigger, something eternal. Whether it was a god speaking from the darkness, a warning about tomorrow's storm, or the voice of a parent long buried, dreams offered something society could not provide during waking hours. A conversation with the unknown. And maybe that's what we've lost. The humility to listen to what sleep might be trying to tell us. Across time and civilization, one belief remained constant. Dreams are not random. They are doors. And the question isn't whether they're real, it's whether we're willing to walk through them. In every ancient temple, every scroll and tablet, we hear the same whisper: pay attention. Close your eyes, not to forget the world, but to understand it. Because in the silence of night, when the noise of the world fades, we might just hear what the Sumerians, Egyptians, and Greeks already knew. That dreams are not echoes of the mind. They are the language of the soul. Hey guys, tonight we begin with the sun-baked, olive oil-slicked world of ancient Greece, a civilization known for philosophy, democracy, and statues that didn't believe in pants. But beneath the legends of Plato, Sparta, and golden temples lies a much harder truth. Because while ancient Greece gave us the roots of Western civilization, it also gave its average citizen a daily struggle you'd barely survive today. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Welcome to ancient Greece, where your day begins not with an alarm clock, but with the sun turning your house into a slow-cooking oven. Your home is a modest one, made of sun-dried mud bricks or rough stone, with small windows and no glass. Just wooden shutters to keep out the goats and maybe some breeze if the gods are feeling generous. There's no insulation, no ceiling fan, and certainly no such thing as personal space, unless you count the corner where the family goat doesn't sleep. You rise early, not because you're disciplined, but because it's already too hot to stay horizontal. In the summer, the stone walls absorb heat like a sponge, and by sunrise, your little house is radiating it back into your bones. In winter, those same walls turn into a freezer, and you're basically wrapped in a sheet hoping not to become a statue of frostbite. You probably slept on a thin mat or a straw-stuffed mattress. No pillows, just a rolled-up cloak, or maybe your arm. If you're lucky, the lice left you alone last night. But probably not. There's no running water. So your morning routine involves either walking to the public fountain or, if you're rural, hauling water from a nearby well. You carry it in clay jars balanced on your shoulders, while silently praying you don't trip and shatter a week's worth of back pain on the ground. To get clean, you don't bathe in the morning. That's saved for the end of the day, if at all. You might splash your face, rub some olive oil on your skin, then scrape it off with a strigil, a curved metal blade. Think of it as a spa day, but without the spa, the day, or any real effect. And don't even think about privacy. Your family lives in the same room. You sleep together, eat together, and argue over who tracked mud in from the street. Because the street is also your hallway, your newsfeed, and your trash dump. You haven't even eaten yet, and already your back hurts, you're sweating, and your tunic is sticking in places no tunic should. And this is the best part of your day. So you've survived the sweatbox of a Greek bedroom. Time to fuel up, right? Welcome to breakfast in ancient Greece. A meal so minimal it makes modern intermittent fasting look like gluttony. Your first bite of the day? Barley bread. Stale, dense, and about as exciting as the dirt it was baked near. It's called maza, made from ground barley mixed with water, shaped into flat cakes, and left to bake either on hot stones or in the ashes of last night's fire. Think ancient granola bar, but without sweetness, texture, or joy. You might dunk it in watered-down wine, because, surprise, the water isn't always safe to drink. There's no filtration system, no boiling, no Brita pitcher in your clay pantry. So instead, everyone, from kids to elders, gets a cup of oinos mixed with water. Not for the buzz, but for survival. If you're wealthy, maybe you get a fig or two, some olives, or a smudge of goat cheese. But let's be honest, you're not wealthy. You're lucky if your bread isn't crawling with yesterday's flies and doesn't crack a tooth when you bite it. No coffee, no eggs, no fruit bowl, no honey, unless you live near a decent beekeeper and know how to bribe them. And don't expect to sit and relax. Meals are fast. No chairs, no forks, and certainly no mindful eating. You chew, you nod, and you get back to work. Oh, and if you're a woman, you don't even eat with the men. In many households, women and children eat separately, often after the males are done. So not only is the food bad, you also get to wait your turn to be disappointed. The irony: ancient Greeks are the same people who gave us symposiums, banquets, and poetic odes to wine. But breakfast? That's not worth a line of verse. It's utilitarian, dry, often literally burnt. And yet you chew through it like a champion, because it's the only thing standing between you and a full day of sun, labour, and arguing philosophers. Bon appétit. Just try not to crack a molar. Now that you've choked down your stale barley brick and a splash of wine water, it's time to freshen up, or more accurately, fail to. Because in ancient Greece, hygiene wasn't so much about cleanliness as it was about ritual and oil. And soap? That's a fantasy reserved for future centuries. Your morning bath usually involves pouring cold water over your body at the public fountain or courtyard basin, unless you're lucky enough to live near a bathhouse, which most people don't. There's no shampoo, no minty body wash, and no sponge unless you stole one from a sponge diver in the Aegean. Instead, you turn to olive oil. Yes, oil. You rub it into your skin, not to moisturize, but to collect the dirt and sweat. Then, you scrape it off using a strigil, a curved bronze blade that leaves you less greasy, but still a little questionable. Imagine slathering yourself in salad dressing and then shaving it off. That's your skincare routine. And if you think that sounds glamorous, just remember, everyone else is doing it too, often in communal settings, naked, loudly. Hygiene is social in ancient Greece. Privacy is not. Now let's talk teeth. There are no toothbrushes, no toothpaste. Maybe you rub your gums with crushed charcoal or rinse with vinegar if you're fancy. But mostly, you chew on a twig and hope for the best. Dental hygiene is more about divine mercy than routine care. Body odour? Ubiquitous. Deodorant doesn't exist, but perfumes do, for those who can afford them. So you might dab a little myrrh or rose oil on your neck, right before walking 5 miles in sandals through the Athenian heat. The result? A uniquely Greek blend of musk, dust, and desperation. Laundry? Rare. Clothes are washed by beating them against stones in the river. If you're poor, your tunic probably hasn't seen water since last festival season. In short, hygiene in ancient Greece isn't about looking or smelling good. It's about appearing moderately less revolting than yesterday. The oil and scrape method helps, but only so much when you're sweating in a tunic under a sun that's trying to kill you. So yes, ancient Greece gave us democracy, philosophy, and architecture. But a decent shower, still waiting. Now that you've oil scraped your way into a new day, it's time to get dressed. And spoiler alert, your ancient Greek wardrobe is minimal at best and comically impractical at worst. You've got 2 options, a chiton or a hymation, both basically oversized linen rectangles that you wrap and pin with a brooch or tie with a belt. It's not tailored, it's not fitted, and it absolutely wasn't designed with windy days in mind. One wrong breeze, and suddenly your whole philosophical outlook is on display. Forget underwear, it's not a thing. And bras don't exist. So unless you're a Spartan woman trained to sprint and wrestle, you're just hoping your pins hold and no one notices your wardrobe shifting like a loose curtain. Now, let's talk footwear. If you're lucky, you own a pair of leather sandals. If not, you're barefoot. And that means a full day of walking on sun-baked stone, goat-trodden dirt, and whatever the local market has squished into the roads. Imagine strolling across a skillet in July while dodging donkey dung. That's your daily commute. Of course, there's no sun protection, no hats unless you're a farmer or sailor, and no sunscreen because you live in 450 BCE, and science hasn't been invented yet. The Aegean sun? It doesn't care how philosophical you are. It will roast you. By noon your shoulders are burned, your feet are filthy, and your linen robe has stuck to you in 4 places that defy geometry. And don't forget, public nudity isn't shocking in Greek society. You might pass men at the gymnasium training in the buff, or even politicians delivering speeches in togas that barely hold together. Now, if you're wealthy, your tunic might be dyed, maybe a soft purple or saffron yellow, but most people wear off-white or brown, because dyes are expensive, and no one wants to waste good colour on the guy who fixes fishnets for a living. So you walk through your day dressed like a toga burrito, sunburned, sweating, and hoping your pin doesn't pop loose in front of the priestess. And the worst part? You're only halfway through your chores. Welcome to ancient Greece, where military service isn't a job. It's your civic duty, your social expectation, and sometimes your one-way ticket to an early grave. If you're a free male citizen, especially in Athens or Sparta, congratulations. You're automatically a soldier, whether you like it or not. By your teens, you're already training with wooden weapons and learning formations in the phalanx. That famous Greek battle strategy that involves standing shoulder to shoulder behind large shields and hoping the guy next to you doesn't trip. In Sparta, boys start military training at age 7 in the brutal Agog system, a program that turns children into warriors by, essentially, starving, whipping, and isolating them until only the toughest remain. In Athens, things are gentler, but still mandatory. 2 years of training in your late teens, followed by decades of being on call. You don't get to say, I'm more of a thinker. Even philosophers like Socrates fought in wars, not with witty comebacks, with actual weapons. And there's always a war. Whether it's Sparta versus Athens, Athens versus Persia, Sparta versus literally everyone, or just a neighbouring polis getting sassy about trade routes, conflict is a way of life. Peace is just the pause between two invasions. Armour? If you can afford it, you get a bronze helmet, breastplate, greaves, a round hopland shield and a spear. If you can't, well, try not to be in the front row. Leather and cloth don't stop arrows. The worst part? You supply your own gear. That's right, being a soldier is a BYOB situation. Bring your own bronze. Poorer citizens either beg, borrow, or fight lightly armed, which is Greek for more likely to die first. And when you're not fighting, you're preparing, training, cleaning weapons, arguing in the assembly about strategy, or rowing warships for hours as part of the navy. Because yes, those triremes don't paddle themselves. There's no veterans' healthcare, no pensions, no therapy, just scars, limps, and the occasional poorly carved gravestone praising your virtue and courage. If you think life as a man in ancient Greece sounds rough, just wait until you hear about being a woman. In most Greek city-states, especially Athens, women had fewer rights than a pile of decorative urns. You couldn't vote, couldn't hold office, couldn't own land outright, and rarely appeared in public without a male escort. In fact, if people saw you out too often, they might start whispering that you were a courtesan or worse, a Spartan. Let's start with your daily routine. You wake up before sunrise to start the chores. You spin wool, weave cloth, grind grain, fetch water, bake bread, manage the slaves, if your household has any, and raise the children. You're the household CEO, but one without pay, respect, or days off. Your social life? Limited. You don't attend plays. You don't join the philosophical debates. You're not at the gymnasium. That's for naked men only. You're confined mostly to the gynoeceum, the women's quarters, and your contact with the outside world consists of glimpses through latticework windows. Education? If you're lucky, you might learn to read a bit, but mostly you're trained in domestic duties. Philosophy? Rhetoric? Geometry? That's for the boys. Your job is to marry well, have sons and stay invisible while doing it. Marriage happens young, often in your early teens, to a man twice your age, arranged by your father, who treats you more like a trade agreement than a person. Love is optional. Dowries are mandatory. And when you do have children, your primary value becomes your womb. Now, Sparta was the exception. Spartan women were famously more liberated. They were educated, exercised in public, and could own property. But before you envy them too much, remember, their freedom came from a state-sponsored obsession with warfare and eugenics. Your main job as a Spartan woman? give birth to strong warriors, or face disgrace. And if your husband dies, you can't inherit much, you can't remarry without permission, and your options shrink faster than your social circle. You're stuck, legally, socially, and often physically. So yes, the Greeks worshipped powerful goddesses, Athena, Artemis, Hera, but real women. They were expected to stay quiet, stay home, and stay out of sight. Ancient Athens is hailed as the birthplace of democracy, and yes, technically that's true. But before you get too excited, let's be clear, you probably wouldn't qualify to participate. In fact, the majority of people living in Athens were completely excluded from the democratic process. To vote in the Athenian ecclesia, assembly, you had to be male born to Athenian parents, a citizen, over 18. That means women, foreigners, called metics, slaves and children, who made up nearly 90% of the population, had no political voice whatsoever. That's not democracy for the people. That's democracy for a very specific club of sunburned men in sandals. If you met the criteria, though, you didn't just vote, you were expected to participate constantly. Laws were proposed, debated, and passed in huge assemblies of thousands of citizens. There were no career politicians. Every eligible man was part legislator, part jury member, and part overconfident amateur. You could even be randomly chosen to serve in powerful positions, like running the treasury or serving on a jury, through a lottery system. Which sounds thrilling until you remember there were no qualifications. Your fishmonger might oversee military logistics one day. Your uncle, who still believes in sea monsters, might judge a murder trial tomorrow. And if someone got too powerful, too popular, or just annoyed people the wrong way, ostracism. Once a year, citizens could write a name on a broken piece of pottery, an ostracon, and vote to exile that person for 10 years. No trial, no defence. Just go away, you're getting too famous. And yet, despite its flaws, Athenian democracy was revolutionary. It gave ordinary men a voice, well, some ordinary men, and laid the groundwork for future political systems. But make no mistake, it wasn't fair, and it wasn't inclusive. If you were a woman, silenced. A foreign-born resident who paid taxes, silenced. A slave building the Parthenon, definitely silenced. A philosopher who asked too many questions, possibly executed. Democracy was born in ancient Greece. But if you'd shown up expecting equal rights and inclusive politics, you'd have been escorted out of the assembly and told to bring your own ostracon. In ancient Greece, slavery wasn't just accepted, it was expected. Even modest households had at least one slave. Not because the family was wealthy, but because slavery was so deeply woven into society that it felt as normal as sandals and sunburn. The idea that someone might not own another human being, practically unthinkable. Slaves weren't a specific race or ethnicity. They came from conquered lands, Thracians, Scythians, Syrians, and even fellow Greeks from the wrong city-state at the wrong time. Some were born into slavery, others were prisoners of war, a few were kidnapped and sold. It was a thriving, brutal market, and business was always good. If you lived in Athens, your slave likely did everything. Cooked your meals, fetched your water, cleaned your home, cared for your children, carried your shopping, and stood silently during dinner. Some even handled business affairs or managed the household while the citizen owner lounged at the symposium, sipping diluted wine and debating abstract concepts like justice. Irony level, maximum. In the silver mines of Lorion, slaves, including children, laboured in horrifying conditions, crawling through narrow shafts in total darkness, inhaling toxic dust, and dying slowly for the sake of coins and civic pride. Some slaves were educated. They taught grammar and math, served as scribes, or even managed bank accounts. But make no mistake, they were still property. They could be beaten, branded, sold, or killed on a whim, and had no legal rights. The few who earned freedom, called freedmen, were never truly free. They still owed loyalty to their former masters, and were barred from citizenship. No voting, no land ownership, just the hope of a slightly better tomorrow. And unlike later slave systems, there was no widespread abolitionist movement. Philosophers like Aristotle, yes, that Aristotle, justified slavery as natural and necessary. According to him, some people were slaves by nature. Enlightening, isn't it? Ancient Greece gave us ethics, democracy, and philosophy. But all of it was built on the backs of people who were never allowed to speak, never allowed to vote, and never allowed to matter. And that's not a footnote. It's the foundation. Feeling unwell in ancient Greece? That's unfortunate. Because unless you live next door to Hippocrates himself, your healthcare plan includes some vague herbs, divine intervention, and a lot of wishful thinking. Let's start with the basics. There are no hospitals as we know them. If you're sick or injured, you stay home. Maybe a neighbour knows a thing or two about poultices. Maybe a relative remembers a prayer to Asclepius, the god of healing. Maybe your local temple has a snake you can pet for spiritual comfort. That's about it. The most famous Greek doctors were really a mix of herbalist, philosopher, and gambler. They believed in the four humours: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. According to them, illness was caused by an imbalance in these fluids. So, if you had a fever, too much blood, time to drain it. Coughing, too much phlegm, try fasting. Melancholy, that's black bile. Maybe take a walk or stare at the sea dramatically. Most treatments were based on trial, error, and garlic. You might be given crushed poppy seeds, good luck with that, boiled figs, or a compress made of vinegar and something someone scraped off a goat. Did it work? Sometimes. Did it hurt? Almost always. Surgery, rare, terrifying, and generally a last resort. Without anesthesia or antiseptics, even a simple cut could go septic and kill you. Tools included iron knives, bone saws, and prayers. Lots of prayers. And if you needed something amputated, hope you brought a leather strap to bite down on. Midwives handled childbirth, which was dangerous even on the best days. Mortality rates for women and infants were tragically high. One bad birth, one stuck shoulder, one breech baby, and that was it. If you were wealthy, you might summon a travelling physician, someone with an actual scroll and some fancy oils. If you were poor, you relied on local knowledge, street remedies, and sheer resilience, or you simply didn't recover. But hey, at least they believed in rest, clean air, and a balanced diet, so there's that. Ancient Greek medicine gave us the Hippocratic Oath, but it also gave us treatments like drink boiled cabbage water. So yes, healthcare in ancient Greece. Mostly herbs, hope, and hang on. In ancient Greece, theatre wasn't just entertainment, it was a civic duty, a religious ritual, and sometimes a full-contact sport for the soul. Let's start with the good part. Theatre was free for citizens, assuming you weren't a woman, slave, or foreigner, in which case, good luck seeing anything. You'd file into an enormous open-air theatre carved into a hillside, like the great Theatre of Dionysus in Athens, shoulder to shoulder with thousands of other sweaty citizens. And you'd be there all day. Seriously, all day. The Dionysia festival ran from dawn until night, with back-to-back plays, tragedies, comedies, and satyr plays. No intermission, no snacks, and certainly no bathroom breaks, unless you counted a bush on the hillside. If you showed up late or acted out, you weren't just frowned at, you could be fined. The performances themselves? Wild. Tragedies were emotionally gutting. Murder, madness, war, gods destroying families because of one bad decision made 3 generations ago. You didn't come to laugh, you came to weep in unison. Then came the comedies, which weren't exactly light-hearted family fare. These plays mocked politicians, philosophers, entire cities, and bodily functions with stunning precision. Imagine if Saturday Night Live and a college debate had a baby, then dressed it in a giant phallic costume and sent it on stage. Actors wore towering masks, platform shoes and exaggerated costumes. All male, of course, even for women's roles. The chorus sang, danced, and shouted commentary, like an ancient Greek version of Twitter, only louder and wearing tunics. And this wasn't passive viewing. The audience was loud. They booed, hissed, threw things, and argued mid-performance. Theatre was democracy with stage lights. If the play offended you, you let them know. If it moved you, you shouted, wept, and maybe re-evaluated your life. At the end of the festival, a jury voted on which playwright won. Imagine spending 3 days crying over Orestes, only to find out some bawdy comedy with a talking pig god took the prize. That's ancient Greece for you. So yes, in the theatre, you were never just watching, you were participating, and possibly throwing olives. So you've survived your tragic all-day theatre binge. Now you wander into the agora, the bustling heart of the city, and stumble right into a man wearing a cloak, holding no shoes, and asking strangers, "What is justice?" Welcome to philosophy. It's everywhere, and it's not optional. In ancient Greece, particularly in Athens, philosophy was the local sport, and the champions were names we now associate with world-changing ideas. Socrates, Plato, Aristotle. Back then, though, they were just eccentric men who talked a lot and made other people feel stupid. Take Socrates. The man made a career out of asking questions that led nowhere and dismantling people's confidence in their own opinions. You might be minding your own business, buying olives or petting a stray goat, and he'd appear, "Do you believe in truth?" I guess. What is truth? Cue 3 hours of mental spiral and a desire to move to Sparta. He never wrote anything down. His student Plato did that. But Socrates left a lasting impression, partly because Athens eventually executed him for being too annoying. Officially, it was corrupting the youth and not believing in the gods, but let's be honest, he probably just wouldn't stop asking questions during dinner. Philosophy wasn't a cosy academic hobby. It was loud, confrontational, and weirdly athletic. Debates happened in public spaces. They were spontaneous, intense, and often ended in hurt feelings or deep existential crises. No microphones, just voices, hands, and enough ego to fill the Parthenon. And if you thought you could just watch, think again. Philosophers loved drawing in random bystanders. You didn't walk past Plato's academy. You were absorbed into it. You said one thing slightly wrong and suddenly became the day's example of unexamined life. Even kids weren't safe. Aristotle tutored Alexander the Great, a teenager who later conquered half the known world. Imagine your high school civics teacher handing you a globe and saying, "Go fix this." So yes, philosophy gave us logic, ethics, science, and political theory. But in ancient Greece, it also gave you a headache, a crisis of identity, and a 70% chance of being publicly humiliated by a man in sandals. So, you've made it in ancient Athens. You're well-spoken, clever, politically active. People like you. Maybe too much. That's your first mistake. Because in Athens, being too popular could get you kicked out of the city for 10 years. Not arrested, not fined, just gone. This wasn't a conspiracy or a backroom deal. It was built into the system. It was called ostracism, and it was perfectly legal, perfectly public, and perfectly terrifying. Once a year, the citizens of Athens would gather to decide whether to hold an ostracism vote. If enough people agreed, everyone wrote the name of a person they wanted exiled on a broken piece of pottery called an ostracon. If someone got 6,000 or more votes, they were banished. No trial. No explanation. Just pack your sandals and leave. You didn't have to be a criminal. In fact, most ostracized people had done nothing wrong, except get too influential. Maybe you were a war hero, a persuasive speaker, or just had great hair. Whatever it was, your fellow citizens decided you were becoming a threat to democracy. And democracy voted to yeet you into temporary oblivion. And here's the twist. It wasn't permanent. Ostracism lasted 10 years, after which you could come back like nothing happened. Your property was untouched, your citizenship remained, no grudges. just a decade-long vacation you didn't ask for. Some famous Athenians were ostracized. Aristides the Just was so well liked that someone allegedly voted against him just because they were sick of hearing how virtuous he was. Brutal. Even Themistocles, the military genius who saved Athens at the Battle of Salamis, got the boot once he got too cocky. Turns out, gratitude has an expiration date. Ostracism was meant to protect Athens from tyrants, but it often punished success. So if you were ambitious, you had to walk a fine line. Be respected, but not too respected. Popular, but not charismatic enough to worry people. Think of it like a reality show where the prize for winning too many fans is being exiled to the countryside with your dignity and olive oil stash. Athens gave birth to democracy, but it also invented cancel culture 2,500 years ahead of schedule. In ancient Greece, you didn't ask if you were going to die young. You just wondered how soon and how painfully. Life expectancy hovered around 30 to 35 years, and that was if you made it past infancy, which was no small feat. Roughly 1 in 3 children didn't survive childhood, thanks to disease, poor nutrition, and the fact that hygiene was, as we've discussed, more theoretical than actual. You could die from anything: a scratch that turned septic, a fever no one could explain, childbirth, a leading cause of death for women, or something as simple as drinking the wrong cup of water. Medicine was limited, and divine intervention wasn't known for consistency. If you lived in a city, disease spread fast. Cramped quarters, open-air sewers, and communal fountains made epidemics a regular part of life. The infamous plague of Athens during the Peloponnesian War wiped out 1/3 of the city. Thucydides wrote about it. Then he got it. Then, somehow, survived. Most weren't so lucky. War? Constant. If you were a man, odds were you'd die holding a spear or rowing a trireme. Even if you weren't killed in battle, injuries often turned fatal days later. No antibiotics. No stitches. Just hope and garlic compresses. And there was always the possibility of death by divine tantrum. Displease a god, forget a sacrifice, mock a temple statue, or speak ill of Zeus after 3 cups of wine, and you could find yourself on the wrong end of a lightning bolt, plague, or spontaneous goat stampede. Burial rites were important. If your family couldn't afford a proper funeral, with coins for the ferryman and rituals to secure your spot in the afterlife, you might be dumped outside the city walls, unmarked and forgotten. Not only was that tragic, it was spiritually dangerous. The Greeks believed unburied souls wandered eternally, caught between worlds. Death wasn't poetic, it was daily, and it didn't care about your philosophy, your beauty, or your lineage. You could be a slave, a general, or a poet, and still die from a mouldy fig or an angry mosquito. The Greeks had 12 Olympians, and not a single one of them liked you. In theory, ancient Greek religion was all about harmony with the divine, worshipping Zeus, Hera, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Poseidon, and the rest of the Golden Crew up on Mount Olympus. In practice, it was constant spiritual damage control. These gods weren't peaceful, all-loving deities. They were divine drama queens with superpowers. Forget a sacrifice, they'd ruin your crops. Say the wrong prayer, your ship sinks. Step into the wrong grove, snakebite, plague, famine, take your pick. The gods didn't just demand your loyalty. They demanded perfect timing, flawless rituals, and unblinking obedience. You didn't have weekly temple visits. You had daily rituals, home altars, seasonal festivals, and civic ceremonies. Before planting crops, pray to Demeter, going to war, offer to Ares, travelling by sea. You'd better pour out some wine to Poseidon, and maybe throw in a goat just to be safe. Each god had favourites and grudges. Apollo might protect your city, unless your grandfather offended him once, in which case you're cursed until further notice. Hera was the goddess of marriage, but she also specialised in making mortal women's lives miserable if Zeus so much as looked at them. Athena rewarded wisdom, and also turned people into spiders. casual. And if the Olympians weren't enough to keep you nervous, there were nymphs, satyrs, spirits, river gods, and monsters lurking around every corner. Step on the wrong patch of sacred land, and suddenly your left leg belongs to a vengeful woodland sprite. But worst of all, you never knew why something bad happened. Was it the wrong offering? The wrong timing? Did you insult a god in a dream? Maybe it was your cousin. Maybe it was something your great-grandfather did. Doesn't matter. The gods work in mysterious and deeply personal ways. And yet, for all the terror, Greek religion was woven into every part of life, from politics to childbirth to the Olympic Games. You feared the gods, yes, but you also depended on them. Their temples were city landmarks, their festivals were national holidays, and their myths explained everything from lightning to love. You didn't believe in gods out of faith. You believed out of survival instinct. So, after everything, the sun-baked homes, the barley-bread breakfasts, the sandal-blistered treks, the wars, plagues, gods, and goat-related traumas. Let's ask the question plainly. Would you last a single day in ancient Greece? Honestly? No. You'd fold before lunch. The heat, the diet, the constant threat of war or divine punishment would wipe that Instagrammable toga fantasy right off your face. You're not used to hauling water before breakfast, or squatting over a hole in the ground next to a temple goat. You'd miss your running water, your aspirin, and your right to complain without being exiled by pottery shard. You might love the idea of living among marble statues, brilliant philosophers, and epic poets. But guess what? Those were the 1% of ancient Greece. For everyone else, it was back-breaking labour, limited rights, and frequent funerals. Your democracy? Only if you're a male citizen. Your medicine? Garlic and hope. Your gods? Frequently furious. Your social media? A guy yelling in the agora about justice while waving a fish. And yet, for all of that, the Greeks endured. They built temples that still stand, wrote plays we still perform, debated ideas we still wrestle with, and laid the groundwork for everything from astronomy to ethics. They didn't just survive hardship. They created civilization while sweating through it. You wouldn't last, but they did. Not because life was easy, but because they found ways to make meaning in a world full of chaos. They questioned everything, fought constantly, wrote beautifully, died young, and still, somehow, shaped the modern world. So no, you probably wouldn't make it past your first sunstroke, goat bite, or unsolicited philosophy lesson in the street. But if you did, if you adapted, endured, and listened closely, you'd find yourself standing among some of the most passionate, resilient, and brilliantly flawed people history has ever known. And they wouldn't judge you for struggling. They'd just hand you a tunic, point to the amphorae, and say, "Good. Now carry that up a hill." It began with a death and a betrayal. Prasutagus, king of the Iceni tribe in what is now eastern England, had played the Roman game well. He had walked a tightrope for years, ruling as a client king under the shadow of Rome. He had wealth, autonomy, and peace, so long as he stayed useful to the empire. But when he died around 60 AD, he left behind a will that was meant to protect his people. He named the Roman emperor as co-heir alongside his 2 young daughters, hoping this gesture of loyalty would secure their safety and sovereignty. He was wrong. Rome did not honour the will. Rome didn't negotiate. Rome took. Without hesitation, the Roman authorities annexed the Iceni kingdom outright. Their soldiers stormed in and claimed everything: lands, livestock, homes, and treasures. But the theft of wealth wasn't the worst offence. It was what they did next that turned a political insult into a personal hell. They flogged the queen, Boudica, in public. Not just to humiliate her, but to send a message. You are nothing. And if that wasn't enough, they violated her daughters in front of her. This wasn't just a crackdown. It was psychological warfare, the kind meant to break a people's spirit. But it didn't break Boudica. It forged her. Rome believed it had crushed a minor tribal woman beneath its boot. What it had done was awaken a lioness, a queen who would take her pain and reshape it into vengeance, a mother whose rage would soon set cities ablaze, a woman who would remind Rome that even empires bleed. Word of the atrocity spread quickly through Britannia. Other tribes listened. They remembered their own humiliations, their own land losses, their own sons killed in Roman campaigns. Rome thought the tribes divided, scattered. But in that moment, they had one thing in common: Boudicca's fury. What began with Rome violating one queen would soon end with the empire reeling in fear. They had broken a treaty, broken a family, and in doing so, broken the illusion of Roman invincibility in Britannia. This wasn't just a mistake. It was the spark that would ignite one of the most ferocious revolts Rome ever faced. If Rome expected Boudicca to fade into silence, they misunderstood everything about her. Boudicca wasn't born to obey. She was born to lead. Described by Roman historians, who rarely complimented their enemies, as tall, fierce, with flaming red hair cascading down to her waist, and a voice that sliced through crowds like a war horn. She wasn't just a queen by blood. She was a symbol. And now, she was a threat. But before she became that threat, she became something deeper. A mother, with nothing left to lose. Roman brutality had tried to erase her dignity, her children's future, and her people's pride. But Boudicca refused to be a victim. She understood what Rome feared most wasn't an army. It was unity. And so she began to forge it, one tribe at a time. First, the Trinovantes. They had once been powerful before Rome crushed them under taxes, land seizures, and slave labour. When Boudicca spoke, she didn't speak like a diplomat. She spoke like a warrior mother, scarred but unbroken. She reminded them of their ancestors, of their gods, and of the earth they no longer owned. Her pain was their pain, her rage theirs too. Then the other tribes began to listen, the Corieltauvi, the Cornovi, even some of the Brigantes. Her cause was no longer about vengeance. It became a holy mission, to cleanse Britannia of Roman arrogance. She didn't promise safety, she promised glory, and death with honour, if it came to that, and they followed her. Because she did not stand behind her warriors, she rode among them, spear in hand, hair loose to the wind, eyes locked on the future. She called out the names of the raped, the enslaved, the executed. She summoned gods like Andraste, the Celtic war goddess, as her witness. And her warriors believed her when she said the gods would fight with them. She had no formal military training, no Roman strategy scrolls, but she had something deadlier. Righteous fury, sharpened by betrayal, guided by purpose. And the land itself seemed to shift under her command. This wasn't rebellion, it was resurrection. The queen Rome thought it had broken was now the spearhead of a movement that would soon make the empire tremble. And she was just getting started. The Roman eagle had long soared over Britannia, but now the winds beneath its wings were changing. Boudicca's fury wasn't a wildfire, it was a storm building with terrifying purpose. And storms need fuel. That fuel came from the thousands of Britons who had waited years, generations even, for someone to defy the empire. Someone to speak not in Latin, but in blood and iron. She gave them that voice. It started with war councils held under sacred groves and moonlit hills. Boudicca didn't sit on a throne. She stood in the dirt with her people. She listened to the anger of tribal elders, to the sorrow of mothers, and to the chants of druids who saw omens in the sky. They all spoke of one truth. Rome had pushed too far. Now it was time to push back. Warriors from the Trinovantes brought spears, slings, and ancient battle chants. The Iceni added cavalry, swift riders with wild hair and war paint, fierce and fearless. Other tribes joined with axes, blades, and torches. Even women took up arms, inspired by their queen. This wasn't just an army forming, it was a resurrection of Celtic identity. But Rome had trained legions, professional soldiers, armoured, disciplined, and lethal. Boudica had to make up for that with numbers, knowledge of the land, and something Rome could never teach: hatred forged in humiliation. Soon, Boudica's army swelled to tens of thousands. Farmers became warriors, hunters became assassins. Former Roman slaves and mistreated tribal allies switched sides. These weren't soldiers who fought for pay. They fought for memory, revenge, and the right to raise children without chains. She gave a speech, her first of many. Roman historians would later record her words, albeit with their bias. But what echoes through time is clear. She vowed to win or die. There would be no surrender, no submission, no turning back. Then came the first target, Camulodunum, once a British stronghold, now a Roman colony littered with temples, statues, and villas. The temple of Claudius stood as an insult, a shrine to the emperor who had conquered them. To Boudica and her warriors, it was not sacred. It was a provocation, and it would be the first to fall. The tribes were no longer whispering rebellion. They were marching toward it, armed with fury, and led by a queen who refused to kneel. Camulodunum never stood a chance. The once proud Roman colony had become a symbol of everything Boudica's people despised. Its streets echoed not with tribal chants, but with Latin commands. Its buildings rose atop sacred ground, and towering over it all was the Temple of Claudius, a marble mockery built with forced labour, praising the emperor who had subjugated the Britons. To Rome, it was a monument. To Boudica, it was a target. She gave the order. What followed wasn't a siege, it was an execution. Her army descended like a tidal wave. Roman settlers, many of them veterans who had bullied and taxed the local tribes, were caught off guard. The city had no proper walls. The few Roman soldiers stationed there were poorly prepared, expecting peace, not war. They tried to hold the temple, barricading themselves inside, believing it could endure a siege. It didn't. Within 2 days, Boudica's forces breached it. The streets ran red. They spared no one. Men, women, and children were slaughtered. Boudica's war wasn't just military, it was personal. Her warriors destroyed Roman statues, burned villas, and turned their rage onto the very symbols of occupation. The temple was set ablaze, its roof collapsing in a firestorm that lit the sky for miles. Survivors were rare, and those who did escape carried tales of horror that chilled Roman blood. The fury wasn't random. It was deliberate. These were people who had seen their homes taken, their gods mocked, their daughters sold. Now they were reclaiming what had been stolen, with interest. Roman officials sent pleas for help to Governor Suetonius, who was hundreds of miles away in Wales, suppressing another rebellion. But by the time he heard of Camulodunum's fall, it was already ash and smoke, a colony destroyed, its citizens dead, and the flame of rebellion rising higher. Boudica didn't stay to celebrate. There was no time. She knew Rome would respond, and hard. So she pressed on, knowing that each victory brought her momentum. Her next destination was a city larger, richer, and even more vulnerable: Londinium. If Rome hadn't taken her seriously before, they would now. Camulodunum was the beginning. But it wasn't revenge yet. Not until the empire's beating heart in Britannia felt the fire. Londinium was the jewel of Roman Britannia. Founded just 17 years earlier, it had grown into a thriving hub of trade and administration. Merchants from across the empire filled its markets. Officials conducted imperial business under tiled roofs. Wealth flowed through its streets like water. But as Boudica's army marched ever closer, that wealth turned into panic. Governor Suetonius, having rushed back from Wales with a small force, arrived just ahead of the rebellion. He looked at Londinium, crowded, sprawling, defenceless, and made a brutal decision. He abandoned it. The Roman legions stationed elsewhere were too far to help. Suetonius couldn't risk his limited troops in a city that couldn't be defended. So he withdrew, taking with him those who could flee. He left behind the old, the sick, the stubborn, and those too slow to believe a woman-led army could bring down Rome. They would learn otherwise. Boudicca's forces swept into Londinium like a thunderclap. There were no walls to scale, no gates to breach. The city was open and she made it bleed. Her warriors tore through streets with the rage of generations. They didn't loot, they didn't occupy, they eradicated. The killing was systematic. Roman citizens were dragged from their homes. Entire families were butchered. Some were impaled, others burned alive in temples. No quarter was given, and no Roman symbol was spared. Villas were torched. Warehouses exploded into flame. The rising smoke could be seen from miles away, curling black against the British sky. This wasn't just a slaughter, it was a statement. The message, Rome is not invincible. Contemporary Roman sources, like Tacitus and Cassius Dio, estimated that tens of thousands died. Some accounts say the brutality exceeded even what occurred at Camulodunum. To Roman minds, this was not just a rebellion, it was apocalypse. And through it all rode Boudicca. She did not hide behind commanders. She led. On chariot, flanked by her daughters, she watched as the empire's pride crumbled beneath her. This wasn't senseless violence. To her, it was justice for what Rome had done. To her family, her people, her land. And she wasn't finished. Because ahead of her stood another Roman centre, Verulamium, and beyond that, Rome's full retaliation. Rome had faced rebellions before. It had fought wars across continents, but never had it seen anything quite like Boudicca. She wasn't a general trained in tactics. She didn't speak Latin. She didn't wear polished armour. Yet she had burned 2 Roman cities to the ground and butchered thousands, citizens and soldiers alike. And now, as Verulamium, a prosperous Romanized town northwest of Londinium, went up in flames, the empire began to panic. Word of her rampage had reached the Roman Senate. Emperor Nero himself reportedly considered withdrawing entirely from Britannia. Imagine that. An empire that spanned from the deserts of Africa to the mountains of Germania considering retreat because of one woman with a chariot and a cause. That's how much she terrified them. In truth, Boudicca's power wasn't just in her army. It was in what she represented. Rome saw itself as unshakable, its cities as eternal, its rule as destiny. But here was a Celtic queen, once beaten and humiliated, now leading a revolt that had reduced entire Roman settlements to ash. Every new city she burned wasn't just a tactical victory, it was a psychological blow. Verulamium followed the same fate as Camulodunum and Londinium. It was rich, Romanized, and completely unfortified. Boudicca's warriors slaughtered the inhabitants, destroyed temples and levelled Roman infrastructure. Archaeological evidence today still shows a thick layer of ash beneath the modern town, a fire that raged with such intensity it left a scar in the earth. But here was the paradox. With each victory, Boudicca's war machine grew heavier. Her army swelled, but supply lines thinned. Organisation faltered. Drunk with success, some tribes grew careless. And Rome, known for its resilience, was regrouping. Governor Suetonius wasn't idle. He had retreated, yes, but not surrendered. He began gathering reinforcements, pulling battle-hardened legions from across the province. He sought the high ground, studied the terrain, and prepared for one decisive battle. Still, even with Roman strength rebuilding, there was one lingering fear in every soldier's heart. Could they stop her? Because Boudicca wasn't just waging war, she was rewriting the story of conquest. And she was proving, city after burning city, that Rome could bleed and queens could strike back. The final confrontation was coming, and the empire held its breath. The fire had spread as far as it could. Now, the storm had to face steel. Governor Gaius Suetonius Paulinus had chosen his battlefield carefully. He wasn't just any Roman officer. He was a survivor. While Boudicca's warriors celebrated their victories, Suetonius was calculating. He selected a narrow defile, a tight space bordered by forest and hills, where Boudicca's numerical advantage would count for little. His army was small, maybe 10,000 strong, but every man was a trained killer, forged in the discipline of the legions. Boudicca's force, on the other hand, was immense. Some sources claim up to 200,000 warriors marched under her banner. But they weren't soldiers. They were farmers, blacksmiths, tribal chiefs, and freedom seekers, inspired but undisciplined, armed with fury but not formation. They believed numbers would crush Rome like a tide. They were wrong. As Boudicca's army approached, she gave one last speech, standing atop her war chariot, flanked by her daughters. She reminded them of their suffering, of the floggings, the rapes, the stolen lands, the burnt homes. She called upon the goddess Andraste, invoked the ancestors, and vowed either victory or death. Her warriors roared in response. They believed the gods would carry them. Then the battle began. The Britons charged. They filled the field with a primal fury, but Suetonius held firm. He let them come close, packed tight in the narrow terrain. Then, with perfect timing, he unleashed the Roman counterstrike. Spears flew in tight formation, shields locked. Gladi, short Roman swords, cut deep into the confused mass. Wave after wave of Britons crashed into an iron wall, and each time they broke. Then the Romans advanced, step by step, disciplined, precise, merciless. Behind the Britons, wagons and families had followed the army, expecting to witness Roman defeat. Instead, they became a fatal obstacle. The warriors couldn't retreat. Panic set in. The narrow battlefield turned into a slaughter. When the dust settled, it was over. Tens of thousands of Britons lay dead. The rebellion was shattered. The empire had bent, but not broken. Boudicca had thrown everything at Rome, and though she lost the battle, the memory of her stand would echo louder than the clash of swords. Her final fate would remain a mystery, but her legend was already immortal. The battlefield was silent, the roar of war replaced by the moans of the dying. Boudicca had lost, not just a battle, but a war she had set ablaze with her own hands. The ground was soaked with the blood of her people, and the ashes of their dreams drifted into the cold Britannic air. And Boudicca, she was nowhere to be found. There are no eyewitness accounts of her final breath, no clear details of her death. Roman historians offer conflicting stories. Some say she took poison, choosing death over capture. Others suggest she fell ill and died quietly in the aftermath. But what they agree on is this: she vanished. No chained queen was ever paraded through the streets of Rome. No public execution, no final humiliation. She simply disappeared, like a storm that burned itself out. But in that disappearance, something extraordinary happened. She became more than a queen. She became myth. Rome, shaken and humiliated by the scale of her rebellion, tried to bury the memory, but it was too late. Boudicca had become a name whispered in tribal songs and echoed in the sacred groves. To the Britons, she was not a defeated rebel. She was a martyr, a goddess of war and vengeance, a mother who had stood against the world's most powerful empire and made it bleed. Even among the Romans, there was reluctant respect. Tacitus, though Roman to the bone, painted her not as a barbarian, but as a formidable leader wronged by the arrogance of empire. Cassius Dio wrote of her commanding presence and terrifying speeches. They feared her, yes, but they also admired her resolve. And across the centuries, Boudicca refused to die. She would rise again in Victorian statues, in poems by Tennyson, in history books, in school lessons. She became a symbol of defiance, especially to women who saw in her story a fire that couldn't be extinguished. Her chariot, spiked wheels tearing across time, became a vehicle of resistance. And so, though her body may be lost to history, her voice never left. It rides with the wind. It screams in the fire. It echoes through every soul that has ever stood against oppression and whispered, "I will not kneel." Centuries have passed since Boudica vanished into the mists of history, but her shadow still lingers across the British Isles. You can see her name carved into monuments, hear her invoked in political speeches, and feel her presence in the stubborn spirit of a land that never truly forgot her. In London, near Westminster Bridge, a bronze statue shows her standing tall on a war chariot, flanked by her daughters, eyes set on the horizon, wheels raised in defiance. Below her, traffic hums and tourists wander, unaware that they walk in the echoes of her rebellion. But her legacy isn't just about statues, it's about what she represents. Boudica became more than the sum of her battles. She became an eternal question asked of every empire, every oppressor, every ruler who forgets the power of the people. What happens when the silenced rise? She was not perfect. Her revolt was marked by bloodshed and massacres. Tens of thousands died at the hands of her warriors. But history isn't written by saints. It's carved by those who dare to resist. And resistance, by its nature, is rarely clean. Still, what makes Boudica endure is not just her war against Rome. It's the fire she lit in the human imagination. A woman who lost everything and still stood tall. A queen who refused to be defined by the empire that tried to break her. A mother who turned her grief into a sword. Modern historians continue to debate her exact role, her decisions, her motives. But ask any Briton who Boudica was, and they won't recite footnotes. They'll tell you she was the queen who made Rome bleed, the woman who united tribes that had once warred with each other, the warrior who taught the world that dignity can rise even from devastation. And in that, she becomes more than historical figure. She becomes symbol of rebellion, of courage, of the unbreakable will to be free. Because even when Rome rebuilt its cities and redrew its maps, it could not erase her. Her flame still burns, in every fight against tyranny, in every voice that dares to say no, and in every soul that would rather die on their feet than live on their knees. Boudica is gone, but her legend rides forever. To the ancients, illness was never random. It wasn't just about bacteria, viruses, or rogue cells. Those explanations would come thousands of years later. In the ancient world, sickness was a symptom, not of physical failure alone, but of a deeper disturbance. A disruption in balance, a fracture in the harmony between body, mind, soul, and nature. In Mesopotamia, disease was often seen as divine punishment. If someone fell ill, it was believed they had offended a god, broken a taboo, or attracted a curse. Diagnosis began not with symptoms, but with questions. What have you done? Who have you angered? Priests and healers worked together, interpreting omens, casting spells, and prescribing rituals alongside herbal treatments. In ancient China, balance took on a more systematic meaning, through yin and yang and the 5 elements. Health was the state of equilibrium between opposing forces. Too much heat or cold, dryness or moisture would throw the body off. Practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine didn't just treat a cough. They asked when it started, what time of day it worsened, what emotions accompanied it. Healing was holistic. Herbs, acupuncture, and dietary changes were all tools to rebalance the inner cosmos. In Greece, the physician Hippocrates rejected the idea of gods punishing people with disease, yet he too saw health as harmony. His theory of the 4 humours, blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, dominated Western medicine for centuries. Each humour was linked to a temperament and an element. An excess or deficiency of one would cause both physical symptoms and personality shifts. A melancholic person, for instance, was said to have too much black bile. Across cultures, one thread remained the same. Health meant wholeness. Not just the absence of pain, but the presence of balance. Whether it was the Ayurvedic concept of doshas in India, or the belief in spiritual possession in African healing traditions, Ancient people understood that the human being was not isolated. We were part of nature, and nature, when disturbed, pushed back. So, when ancient healers laid hands on the sick, they weren't just looking for physical signs, they were listening for imbalance. And they believed that to heal someone, you had to treat the invisible forces just as carefully as the visible wounds. In the land of pyramids and pharaohs, medicine was both science and sorcery. Ancient Egyptian healers, called SWNW, were not merely physicians. They were sacred intermediaries between the body and the divine. Their medical practices were surprisingly advanced, and yet deeply entwined with ritual and magic. To the Egyptians, the body could bleed, bruise, and break. But its ailments were never purely physical. The spirit, the gods, and even the afterlife played a role in every sickness. Much of what we know comes from medical texts like the Ebers Papyrus, dated around 1550 BCE. This ancient scroll contains hundreds of remedies for everything from toothaches to tumours. Egyptian doctors performed surgeries, set fractures, treated infections, and drained abscesses with copper tools sterilised by fire. They knew how to check pulses, how to observe urine and faeces for diagnosis, and how to use a wide variety of herbs, many still in use today. But no treatment began without the blessing of the gods. Thoth, the god of wisdom, was believed to have gifted humanity the secrets of healing. Sekhmet, the lion-headed goddess of war and plague, was both feared and prayed to. She could unleash epidemics or grant recovery. Spells were often recited over a patient as herbs were applied. Words held power. Incantations weren't empty phrases, they were medicine in sound form. One of their greatest tools was honey. It was used as an antiseptic long before bacteria were understood. Wounds were bandaged with it, sometimes combined with resin or lint. Garlic and onions were prescribed for heart health. Castor oil served as a laxative. Even mouldy bread was pressed into infected wounds, a primitive antibiotic, centuries ahead of its time. Egyptian doctors treated not only commoners, but also royalty. Their skills were respected across borders. Neighbouring civilizations would seek out Egyptian physicians for difficult cases. They were, in a way, early specialists. Some focused on the stomach, others on the eyes, or even on spiritual afflictions. But in all their knowledge, there was no separation between the physical and the sacred. A fever might come from the Nile's mosquitoes, or from an angry ghost. Healing the body meant pleasing the gods, purifying the soul, and restoring divine balance. To the ancient Egyptian, a healer's true role wasn't just to cure the illness, it was to restore cosmic order. Long before modern medicine emerged, India was already writing its own story of healing, one that viewed the human body not as a machine, but as a reflection of the cosmos. This ancient system is known as Ayurveda, a Sanskrit word meaning the science of life. Rooted in the Vedic tradition, Ayurveda is more than just a medical practice. It's a philosophy, a way of living in harmony with nature, seasons, and spirit. Central to Ayurveda is the concept of three doshas, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. Each represents a unique combination of the five elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether. Vata governs movement, Pitta controls transformation, like digestion, and Kapha manages structure and stability. Everyone is born with a unique balance of these doshas. Illness, according to Ayurveda, arises when this balance is disturbed, by poor diet, stress, environment, or lifestyle. Ayurvedic texts like the Karaka Samhita and Sushruta Samhita date back over 2,000 years. These detailed manuals offer not just herbal remedies, but guidance on surgery, obstetrics, psychology, and even ethics for physicians. Charaka focused on internal medicine, promoting prevention as the first line of defense. Sushruta, meanwhile, is remembered as a pioneer of surgery, describing over 300 surgical procedures and more than 120 surgical instruments, many carved from wood or metal. One of his most astonishing techniques was rhinoplasty, reconstructing a nose using a flap of skin from the patient's cheek or forehead. This wasn't cosmetic. It was often used to restore faces mutilated as punishment. Thousands of years before Western medicine caught up, Sushruta had already set the stage. But Ayurveda's strength lies in its holistic approach. Healing the body is inseparable from healing the mind and soul. Treatments include herbal medicine, yoga, breathing exercises, pranayama, oil massages, abhyanga, and meditative fasting. Plants like turmeric, ashwagandha, neem, and tulsi weren't just food. They were medicine, purifiers, and protectors of life force. An Ayurvedic healer might treat a fever not just with herbs, but by adjusting your sleep schedule, examining your emotional health, and cleansing your digestive fire, or Agni. Ayurveda teaches that you are not separate from nature. You are nature, and when you fall ill, it is nature's call to return to balance. In ancient China, health was never just about flesh and bone. It was about energy. The invisible, vital force called qi, pronounced chi, flowed through every living being, and the key to wellness was ensuring that qi moved freely, without blockage or excess. This foundational idea would shape one of the oldest continuous medical systems in the world, traditional Chinese medicine, or TCM. To understand illness, ancient Chinese physicians first had to understand nature itself. They observed the rhythms of the seasons, the phases of the moon, the behavior of animals, and the turning of the cosmos. From these patterns emerged two core principles: yin and yang, and the five elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Yin and yang represented balance in all things. Yin was cool, dark, passive, internal. Yang was hot, bright, active, external. Every organ, emotion, and function of the body was classified under these opposing but complementary forces. Health, then, was a dynamic balance between them. A fever wasn't just a rise in temperature, it was an excess of yang. Fatigue might signal a depletion of yin. Diagnosis was an art. Physicians didn't rely on tools, they relied on the senses. They examined the tongue, felt the pulse at multiple positions, listened to the tone of the voice, and asked questions about dreams, emotions, and bowel movements. Every detail offered insight into the balance, or imbalance, of qi. To restore health, they turned to a vast toolkit. Acupuncture, the insertion of fine needles into precise points along the body's meridians, was used to unblock qi and restore flow. Moxibustion, the burning of the mugwort herb near these points, was used to warm and stimulate circulation. Cupping, herbal formulas, qigong exercises, and strict dietary adjustments all played vital roles. The ancient text Huangdi Neijing, or the Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon, compiled around 2,000 years ago, remains the foundation of TCM today. It didn't just list diseases, it explored causes, prevention, and lifestyle. It taught that emotions like anger, grief, and fear could disrupt organs, and that healing required emotional balance as well as physical remedies. Chinese medicine never separated the person from the world around them. To treat the body, one must treat the climate, the soul, and the unseen energy within. In every heartbeat, the ancients believed, qi was speaking, and the healer's task was to listen. In the temples of ancient Greece and the forums of Rome, medicine began to step away from the divine and into the realm of reason. But even here, the body was still seen as a delicate ecosystem, ruled by balance and temperament. And at the centre of this worldview stood a theory that would shape Western medicine for over 1,000 years: the four humours. Developed by the Greek physician Hippocrates, and later expanded by Roman doctors like Galen, the theory proposed that the human body was governed by four fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Each humour corresponded to an element: air, water, fire, and earth, and to a specific temperament. A healthy person had these fluids in balance. Illness, it was simply the result of too much or too little of one. If someone was feverish and aggressive, They might have excess yellow bile, a choleric imbalance. A sluggish, pale patient could be suffering from an overload of phlegm linked to cold and moisture. Treatment, therefore, focused on restoring equilibrium through bloodletting, purging, special diets, and baths. But the Greeks didn't stop at fluids. They also believed in the healing power of observation and environment. The Hippocratic Oath, still echoed in modern medicine, urged physicians to do no harm, to observe their patients carefully, and to treat the whole person, not just the disease. Hippocrates advised his students to consider the seasons, winds, water quality, and even the patient's mood. Healing sanctuaries known as Asclepiae, named after the god Asclepius, dotted the Greek landscape. These were more than hospitals. They were spiritual retreats. Patients slept in sacred dormitories hoping to receive healing dreams. Ritual purification, exercise, diet, and prayer were all part of the cure. It was a space where reason and religion walked hand in hand. In Rome, medical practice evolved further with the rise of Galen, a Greek physician who served gladiators and emperors. He performed dissections on animals to understand anatomy, wrote hundreds of medical texts, and helped standardize humorism across the empire. Though some of his ideas were flawed, Galen's influence endured for centuries. Greco-Roman medicine, for all its mystical origins, began pushing toward a new idea: that the human body was a system. Complex, yes, but knowable. And if understood correctly, it could be brought back into harmony. Not through gods alone, but through reason, ritual, and the careful art of healing. Long before written texts and formal schools of medicine, indigenous peoples around the world were healing their communities using a deeper kind of knowledge, one passed down through stories, visions, and hands-on experience with the natural world. For these cultures, medicine wasn't a profession, it was a way of life, woven into daily rituals, seasonal rhythms, and sacred ceremonies. Among Native American tribes, healers were known as medicine men and women, but their role extended far beyond physical treatment. They were spiritual guides, storytellers, counselors, and keepers of ancestral knowledge. Illness was seen as a disruption in the person's relationship with nature, with the tribe, with the spirits, or with themselves. Healing required more than herbs. It required reconnection. Plants were central to this practice. From the Cherokee to the Lakota, each tribe held encyclopedic knowledge of the land. What root to chew for pain, what leaf to brew for fever, what bark to crush for wounds. Sage, cedar, sweetgrass, and tobacco were sacred, used in smudging rituals to cleanse body and spirit. Yet medicine was never just about the ingredient. It was also about intention, ceremony, and respect. Healers often worked in tandem with spiritual forces. They conducted sweat lodges, vision quests, and drumming circles. Illness could be caused by a breach in taboos, spiritual possession, or even soul loss, a condition where part of the individual's essence had fled due to trauma. In such cases, rituals like soul retrieval were performed, calling the spirit back through chanting, dancing, or guided trance. The same deep reverence for nature is seen in indigenous traditions across the globe. In the Amazon rainforest, shamans rely on powerful plant medicines like ayahuasca, a hallucinogenic brew used not for recreation, but for healing insight. They believe the plants themselves are teachers, revealing the roots of suffering through visions. In Aboriginal Australia, bush medicine includes herbs, clays, and rituals passed down through the dream time, the ancestral era that still guides indigenous identity. Healing here is about balance between body, land, ancestors, and songlines. These systems were never written in books. They lived in the songs, dances, and landscapes of the people. To indigenous healers, modern medicine may have its machines and laboratories, but the earth has always been the first pharmacy. And healing is not about defeating disease, it's about remembering who we are. Across every ancient civilization, regardless of language, geography, or belief system, there was one constant: the conviction that healing required more than herbs and surgery. It required spirit. Whether illness was seen as divine punishment, soul imbalance, or a breach with sacred forces, ancient people believed that true healing began in the unseen world, and the doorway to that world was ritual. In Mesopotamia, long before the rise of formal medicine, people turned to exorcists and priests to battle illness. Diseases were believed to be caused by malevolent spirits or offended gods. Clay tablets reveal detailed healing rites, where chants were whispered as poultices were applied. Special figurines were buried beneath houses to ward off sickness. Rituals weren't separate from treatment. They were the treatment. In ancient Egypt, no physician worked without invoking the gods. Before applying honey to a wound or bandaging a limb, the healer often recited prayers to Thoth, god of wisdom, or Sekhmet, goddess of healing and wrath. Illness wasn't just a physical attack, it was a cosmic imbalance. Healing meant realigning the patient with Ma'at, the principle of truth, order, and harmony. In many African traditions, healers called Ngangas or Sangomas used drumming, dancing, and divination to diagnose and cure. They spoke with ancestors, summoned spirits, and often entered trance-like states to travel the spiritual realm on behalf of their patients. Herbs were important, but the unseen world was always consulted first. Even in classical Greece, ritual played a role. In the Asclepiaea, sacred healing temples, patients underwent rituals of purification, fasting, and prayer. At night, they slept in enkoimateria, dreaming beneath statues of Asclepius, the god of healing. These dreams were interpreted by temple priests to guide treatment. Ritual wasn't superstition. It was structure. It gave shape to suffering, a language to pain, and a sense that the illness had meaning. Through symbolic acts, people could transform fear into hope, isolation into connection, and chaos into control. And more than that, it reminded them that they were not alone. Even today, science studies the placebo effect, the power of belief, the healing impact of intention. The ancients didn't need the data. They already understood. Sometimes, a word spoken in reverence can heal deeper than any blade, because not all wounds are visible, and not all medicine is made of matter. When we think of ancient surgery, we often imagine crude tools, trembling hands, and unbearable pain. But the truth is far more impressive and more human. Across the ancient world, surgery was practiced with surprising precision. These early healers didn't have anesthesia, x-rays, or antiseptics. But they had skill, courage, and a remarkable understanding of the body, earned through generations of observation, trial, and often brutal necessity. In India, the Sushruta Samhita, written over 2,000 years ago, detailed more than 300 surgical procedures. Its author, Sushruta, is considered the father of surgery. He described techniques for removing tumours, setting bones, repairing hernias, and even reconstructing noses, a form of plastic surgery. His tools were sharp, varied, and carefully categorized: forceps, scalpels, probes, and needles, many made of iron or stone. Sushruta emphasized hygiene, surgical preparation, and the importance of understanding anatomy through dissection. Though this was often limited to animals, his surgical wisdom spread far beyond India, influencing both Islamic and Western practices centuries later. In ancient Egypt, surgical knowledge blended with ritual. Papyrus texts reveal procedures for stitching wounds, treating dislocated limbs, and draining abscesses. Tools like bronze knives, bone saws, and cauterizing rods have been found in tombs. They even practiced trepanation, cutting a hole in the skull to relieve pressure or treat head injuries. Amazingly, many skulls show signs of healing, meaning the patients survived. Trepanation wasn't limited to Egypt. In pre-Columbian Peru, archaeologists have discovered hundreds of trepanned skulls, often from warriors wounded in battle. Some surgeries were shockingly successful. In certain regions, over 80% of patients survived, based on bone regeneration. These early surgeons may have used coca leaves or fermented maize beer to dull pain, along with herbal antiseptics. In the Greco-Roman world, Galen advanced surgical techniques by studying injured gladiators and dissecting animals. His insights into the nervous system and vascular pathways laid foundations for later anatomy. Roman military surgeons treated wounds on the battlefield with efficiency, using cautery, clamps, and ligatures. While surgery was always dangerous, it was also respected. It was the domain of those brave enough to cut into life itself, hoping to draw health from pain. These weren't butchers, they were artists of the blade. And though their knowledge was incomplete, their legacy lives on every time a scalpel is raised in healing, not harm. Today, we live in a world of digital diagnostics, robotic surgeries, and genetic mapping. We can scan a body in seconds and send prescriptions across oceans with a tap. And yet, in the quiet corners of modern medicine, the whispers of the ancient world still echo. You can find Ayurveda in yoga studios, Chinese herbal formulas in pharmacy aisles, and indigenous smudging ceremonies held in hospitals to honour patients' traditions. Medical students still take a version of the Hippocratic Oath, pledging to do no harm, just as their Greco-Roman predecessors once did. In operating rooms, we use precision tools that trace their lineage back to Sushruta's iron instruments. Concepts like holistic care, preventative medicine, and mind-body connection, now cornerstones of integrative health, are rooted in the wisdom of ancient civilizations who saw healing not as a task, but as a relationship. Even modern science has come full circle. Research increasingly confirms what the ancients believed, that stress, isolation, and emotional trauma can weaken the immune system, disrupt sleep, and cause physical pain. Meditation, once a spiritual discipline, is now studied for its effects on brain health. Forest bathing, derived from Shinto and indigenous nature practices, is prescribed for anxiety. And the placebo effect, healing powered by belief, continues to puzzle researchers who once dismissed it. It's easy to see ancient medicine as outdated, superstition, folklore, primitive guesswork. But when we look closer, we see something profound. A worldview that treated illness not just as a broken machine, but as a disruption in being, a signal that something, somewhere, was out of harmony. And that idea still matters, because medicine isn't only about treatment, it's about meaning, about comfort, about being seen and understood. The ancients knew this instinctively. Whether they used chants, needles, leaves, or blades, they understood that healing was sacred. Today, as we push further into the future of biotechnology, artificial intelligence, and personalized medicine, perhaps we are not leaving the ancient world behind. Perhaps we are returning to it, with new tools, but the same human heart. A heart that still longs for balance, for wholeness, for healing not just of body, but of spirit. Her name drifts through history like a half-remembered melody. Sappho, a poetess from the island of Lesbos, born sometime around 630 BCE, whose voice once stirred the hearts of listeners under starlit skies, and whose words, even in fragments, still echo with longing. Unlike the grand warriors and kings of ancient Greece, Sappho's fame came not from conquest, but from emotion. Her domain was not the battlefield, but the human soul. She wrote of love and jealousy, beauty and despair, joy and yearning. She captured the fleeting moments, a glance, a blush, a tremble, and held them in verse like pressed flowers, fragile yet eternal. Very little is known of her life. No portraits, no diaries. What we have are traces, a few lines preserved by ancient scholars, quotes embedded in other works, and the ruins of papyrus scrolls lost to time. And yet these fragments shine. The Greek philosopher Plato called her the 10th muse. Centuries later, poets, translators, and dreamers would seek her, piecing her life together like an unfinished song. Sappho was likely born into a noble family on Lesbos, an island in the northeastern Aegean Sea. This was a place of music and learning, where poetry was woven into the fabric of social life. She may have had siblings, a daughter, and even political enemies, though the records are vague. She lived through exile and unrest, moments of silence and moments of song. Her world was one where most women's voices were confined to the home or stifled altogether. But Sappho defied silence. She stood apart, not with rebellion, but with beauty. She wrote in the Aeolic dialect, in short, vivid lyrics designed to be sung to the lyre. Her style was intimate, rich with imagery. Evening star, you bring back all that the shining day has scattered. Words like these outlived empires. And then, as quietly as she appeared in the records, she faded. Much of her work is lost, burned, buried, or dismissed. But what remains proves one thing. She didn't need monuments. Her poems were her monument. And today, when we speak of passion in verse, of love without shame, of longing that defies centuries, we are still whispering the name Sappho. To understand Sappho, you must first understand Lesbos, the island that cradled her voice. Lesbos was no backwater. In the ancient Greek world, it was a flourishing hub of art, music, and philosophy. With its fertile valleys, olive groves, and coastal winds scented with salt and flowers. Lesbos was both a physical paradise and a cultural gem. It wasn't Athens. It didn't need to be. It had its own rhythm, slower, more sensual, and steeped in lyric tradition. Here, music wasn't decoration, it was devotion. The lyre and aulos echoed through homes and temples. Poetry was sung, not read. And in this world of sound and nature, Sappho's voice was born. She lived in the city of Mytilene, the island's bustling heart. Politics thrived here, and so did art. The island boasted poets and philosophers, rival factions and shifting alliances. Sappho herself was once exiled, perhaps to Sicily, amid political unrest. But it was always Lesbos that drew her home. It was her muse. Lesbos was also a space of female community, rare in the ancient world. Aristocratic girls were educated in music, poetry, and ritual. Some scholars believe Sappho led a kind of theasos, a circle or school where young women learned the art of lyric poetry, dance, and devotion to the goddess Aphrodite. This was not formal education as we know it, but a sacred, creative sisterhood. Here, bonds formed that were emotional, intellectual, and possibly romantic. Sappho wrote directly to these women, not as abstract muses, but as real presences in her life. She addressed them by name, mourned their departures, celebrated their beauty, and confessed her love with searing honesty. In one fragment she writes, "I have not had one word from her. I beg you, bring her back to me." These lines don't come from myth or theatre. They come from a lived world, a circle of women singing by lamplight, weaving emotion into song. And though time would later distort her legacy, framing it with scandal or speculation, Lesbos was the soil from which her truth grew. Not just a location on a map, but a cultural cradle of passion, artistry, and female expression. Sappho didn't just live on Lesbos. She became Lesbos, its breath, its heart, its voice. In an age when the great epics of Homer praised gods and heroes, and men filled scrolls with battles and conquests, Sappho wrote about the heart. She didn't sing of war, she sang of a trembling hand, a shy glance, a voice that made her body shiver. She was one of the first poets in Western history to write in the first person, I, not just narrating events but feeling them. And what she felt was love, longing, jealousy, tenderness, and desire. Most astonishing of all, she wrote as a woman, to women, about women. In ancient Greece, a woman's voice was often confined to the home, or silenced entirely. Public life, literature, politics, philosophy, these belonged to men. But Sappho stepped outside those walls, not with rebellion, but with rhythm. Her poetry did not demand space, it created its own. A private universe where emotion was not weakness, but power. And within that space, she did something radical. She named the women she loved. She didn't reduce them to symbols. She didn't speak in metaphor alone. She remembered their laughter, their perfume, the way they braided their hair. In one fragment, she describes the sensation of seeing a beloved. He is equal to the gods, that man who sits beside you, who listens to your sweet voice and watches your lovely laughter. Oh, it makes my heart beat fast. Here, Sappho is the onlooker, watching the woman she adores speak to another. Her jealousy is quiet, aching, deeply human. In just a few lines, she captures the full weight of unrequited love, something every listener, then or now, can understand. Her words carried the erotic, but never the vulgar. She wrote of sensuality with the care of a painter, the curve of a neck, the softness of sleep, the way moonlight touched skin. She didn't separate beauty from intimacy. They were one. Because of this, later centuries often misunderstood or censored her. Some tried to erase her queerness. Others mythologized her heartbreak into tragedy. But none of that diminishes the truth of her voice. A woman who wrote honestly, lyrically, and bravely about love. Not in theory, but as someone who had lived it, deeply, openly, and without apology. Sappho didn't just write poetry, she composed music for the soul. Her verses were never meant for silent reading. In ancient Greece, poetry was alive. It was sound, breath, vibration. Sappho's form was the lyric, short and intensely personal, meant to be performed with a lyre, a small stringed instrument cradled in the lap, plucked gently while the voice carried the words like a breeze over the sea. This was the heart of lyric poetry, and it's where the word lyrical comes from. The poetry wasn't epic. It didn't tell long tales of war and gods. It was intimate, emotional, and immediate. The lyric was a whisper, a confession, a love letter sung beneath fig trees or in candlelit rooms. And Sappho was its undisputed master. Her poems were crafted in Aeolic Greek, a regional dialect rich in softness and rhythm. Her preferred metre, now called the Sapphic stanza, flowed with a particular beat. 3 long lines followed by a shorter, punchy one, like a sigh at the end of a longing thought. It was subtle and musical, like the rising and falling of breath during a quiet moment between lovers. She would have performed these songs surrounded by women, students, companions, maybe even priestesses. These gatherings, possibly ritual or educational in nature, were also spaces of freedom, spaces where emotion, song, and body were not fragmented but whole. Through these performances, Sappho trained others in the art of composition, creating not just poems, but a culture. We can only imagine what it sounded like. The soft twang of strings, the clear rise of her voice, the stillness of listeners hanging on each syllable. Many of her poems open not with statements, but with questions or invocations, like the start of a conversation or a prayer. Come to me now, O golden-throned Aphrodite, and free me from hard care. These were poems that reached up, to gods, and inward, to desire. And yet, they feel surprisingly modern. You could set them to music today, and they'd still stir something raw and real. Sappho turned poetry into song. And in doing so, she reminded the world that emotion is music, that every heartache, every thrill of touch or tremble of voice deserves a melody. And hers is one still echoing, centuries later. For every line of Sappho's poetry we have today, dozens, perhaps hundreds, are lost. What remains are fragments, shards of emotion and sound, phrases ripped from their original songs, drifting across time. Some are complete stanzas, others are mere whispers, a single word, a sliver of longing, a closing thought without a beginning. And yet, even these broken pieces pulse with life, like embers glowing in the ash of something once brilliant. Why did so much vanish? Time, war, and deliberate destruction. Sappho's works were once collected into 9 volumes, organized in the famed Library of Alexandria. These were likely copied and recited throughout the classical world. But with the fall of that library, much of ancient literature was lost. Later, as Christian influence rose, Many works deemed pagan or immoral were suppressed, neglected, or intentionally burned. Sappho's poetry, filled with passion, especially same-sex love, made her a target. By the medieval period, she became a ghost. Her name survived, but her voice was nearly silenced. Only through quotations by other authors, preserved in grammars, commentaries, or philosophical works, did bits of her poetry escape extinction. These fragments were often cited for their style or vocabulary, not for their emotional force, yet the feelings still bled through. Then came the papyri. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, archaeologists digging in the sands of Oxyrhynchus, Egypt, uncovered thousands of scraps of ancient manuscripts, among them torn and faded lines of Sappho, bits of songs that had not been seen for over 1,000 years. More discoveries followed. In 2004, a nearly complete poem was found on a papyrus wrapped around a mummy in Germany. Each recovery felt like a resurrection, and yet so much remains missing. We read her today in echoes. What we long for is not just what she wrote, but what she might have said if history had let her speak without interruption. Still, there's something hauntingly fitting in this survival through fragments. Sappho wrote about impermanence, about fleeting moments, about beauty that slips through the fingers like sand. And so perhaps it is appropriate that her poetry arrives to us not as a monument, but as a mystery, a puzzle pieced together by lovers of language, of music, of the heart. A voice once drowned in fire, still burning. Sappho's poetry was too honest to escape judgment. In her lifetime, she was admired, celebrated even, as a master of lyric poetry. Plato called her the 10th muse, placing her among the divine. Yet, as centuries passed and cultures shifted, her legacy became twisted, silenced, or scandalized, depending on the times. Why? Because she wrote about love, and not the kind history was comfortable remembering. Much of her poetry centers on deep affection and desire for women. She praised their beauty, mourned their absence, confessed jealousy, and celebrated their intimacy. In her world, this was not strange. In the cultural setting of Lesbos, especially among aristocratic women, close emotional and possibly romantic bonds were accepted, even honoured. But later generations, especially under Roman, Christian, and Victorian values, struggled with this. Rather than confront her truth, they rewrote her story. Medieval scribes ignored her. Renaissance translators softened her language. Victorians labelled her a tragic romantic, heartbroken over a man, even inventing the myth that she leapt to her death from a cliff over the love of a ferryman named Phaon, a tale that appears nowhere in her authentic work. This invented story served a purpose: to erase her queerness, to make her pain more palatable, her desires more conventional. Some critics reduced her poetry to merely educational or platonic. Others dismissed her altogether as indecent. And yet, she persisted. Even in scandal, Sappho's name survived. In the 19th century, when open discussion of same-sex love was still taboo, her legacy quietly became a coded symbol for queer identity. The words sapphic and lesbian became terms for romantic love between women, rooted directly in her name and her home. She became, without ever intending to, a figure of resistance, a poetic ancestor to those whose loves were silenced. And still today, debates echo. Who was she? A teacher? A lover? A myth? A threat? But maybe the better question is, why are we still afraid of her truth? Sappho didn't write to fit into categories. She wrote what she felt. She named beauty, confessed longing, and lived through verse. Her scandal wasn't in her actions, it was in her honesty. She dared to write desire. And for that, history tried to muffle her voice. But it never could. If there was one divine presence that hovered over Sappho's life and work, it was Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, and irresistible desire. To Sappho, Aphrodite wasn't just a myth. She was a muse, a confidant, even a kind of companion in moments of passion and heartbreak. Many of Sappho's most powerful verses are not just about love, they are prayers to Aphrodite, invocations, pleas, arguments made in verse when the weight of longing became too much to bear. In her most famous surviving poem, Ode to Aphrodite, Sappho doesn't simply praise the goddess. She speaks to her directly, almost like a friend who's heard this pain before. Come to me now, if ever you have answered my voice in the past. Free me from hard care. Fulfill all that my heart longs to achieve. There is no shame in this vulnerability, no fear in expressing desire. Sappho's love is never portrayed as sinful or weak. It is divine, something sacred enough to bring a goddess down from the heavens. In the ancient world, Aphrodite wasn't just about romance. She ruled over attraction, seduction, the chemistry between bodies, the ache of separation. To call on her was to recognize that love could wound just as much as it could thrill. Sappho captured that duality perfectly. She didn't idealize love. She lived inside its contradictions. She wrote of its sweetness and its sting, its beauty and its cruelty. In another poem, she writes, "Love shook my soul like the wind on the mountain troubling the oak trees." Here, love isn't gentle, it's violent, elemental, something that tears through the self without asking permission. By placing Aphrodite at the center of her emotional world, Sappho elevated longing into something mythic. Her poems blurred the line between the personal and the divine, between everyday emotion and cosmic force. And in doing so, she helped build a literary legacy where love wasn't just a theme, it was a form of worship. For Sappho, Aphrodite wasn't an abstract deity. She was a mirror, a force that reflected back all the intensity, the confusion, and the beauty of the human heart. And in every line of Sappho's verse, the goddess of love listens and replies. Like her poetry, Sappho's death is a mystery wrapped in myth. No one knows exactly when she died, how old she was, or even where she spent her final years. Some say she died peacefully on Lesbos, surrounded by the sea and the songs she loved. Others, especially later Roman poets, spun tragic fables, that she leapt to her death from the white cliffs of Lefkada, heartbroken over an unrequited love for the handsome ferryman Phaon. But there's no historical evidence for that story. It seems more like an invention, a way for a male-dominated literary tradition to reframe her love and suffering into a heterosexual tragedy. It turned the powerful, poetic voice of a woman who loved women into a victim of unreturned affection for a man. A neat ending, perhaps, but a false one. The truth is simpler and more profound. Sappho disappeared as quietly as she arrived. After her death, her work lived on for centuries. She was studied by philosophers, quoted by playwrights, and sung in performances across the ancient Greek world. Her poetry was preserved in 9 books, a treasure trove of lyric verse. For a time, her fame rivaled Homer's, but history is not kind to voices that challenge its norms. With the rise of the Roman Empire and, later, the dominance of Christian moral codes, Sappho's openly emotional and sensual poems, especially those celebrating female love, fell out of favour. Her writings were no longer recopied, her volumes left to decay in libraries that would eventually burn or crumble. Some believe her works were intentionally destroyed by early church officials who saw her songs as dangerous. By the Middle Ages, her name remained, but her words were mostly gone. It would take over 1,000 years before fragments of her verses resurfaced, unearthed from Egyptian trash heaps or quoted in ancient grammars. Piece by piece, she was reborn, not through myth, but through survival. Her death may be lost to time, but her disappearance was never total. She lingered in whispers, in stolen lines scribbled in margins, in the persistent ache of voices that refused to be forgotten. Sappho didn't need a heroic death. Her poems were already immortal, and in the gaps where her words once lived, we can still feel the shape of her spirit, yearning, unfinished but never truly gone. Sappho's life may be lost in shadows, her verses scattered and incomplete, but her influence has never dimmed. If anything, it has only grown stronger, like a candle that flickers but refuses to go out. In every age, someone has rediscovered her. In the Renaissance, scholars pored over her fragments, marvelling at her delicate command of emotion. In the Romantic era, poets like Byron and Shelley invoked her name. In the 19th and 20th centuries, as conversations around gender and identity began to reawaken, Sappho became a symbol of queer resilience, of feminine artistry, of emotional freedom. Her name lives on in language itself. Sapphic, used to describe romantic love between women. Lesbian, taken from the island of her birth, now a global identity. These words are not just terms, they are echoes of her life. Proof that a voice can ripple across millennia and still reshape how we understand love and expression. Artists, writers and musicians continue to be drawn to her. Painters have imagined her at the lyre, bathed in moonlight. Poets have translated her again and again, each version seeking the pulse beneath the words. Modern authors have reimagined her, reclaimed her, resurrected her in novels, songs and plays. And through it all, one thing remains clear. Sappho speaks to something universal. It doesn't matter that her poems are broken. It doesn't matter that her biography is blurred. What matters is the emotion that burns beneath the words, the trembling joy of desire, the ache of separation, the sacredness of beauty. These are feelings we all carry. She just found a way to sing them. Perhaps that's her true immortality. Not the marble statues or the scholarly footnotes, but the way a few lines from over 2,000 years ago can still make someone pause, breathe, and feel less alone. Sappho's gift was never just poetry, it was presence. She made feeling an art. She made longing a form of truth. And in doing so, she became more than a poet. She became a mirror for anyone who has ever loved quietly, deeply, or in defiance of the world. And as long as human hearts break and heal through language, Sappho will remain, not just remembered, but felt. Hey guys, tonight we begin with the grim, dangerous, and not so glamorous world of medieval assassins. Those shadowy figures who crept through castle halls and darkened alleys to change history with a blade and a whisper. While Hollywood makes them look cool, the truth is, being a medieval assassin seriously sucked. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Let's be clear. No one in medieval times woke up and said, "You know what? I'd like to stab a nobleman in the throat for 12 silver coins and the honour of hiding in a barrel for 3 days." Becoming an assassin wasn't a career path. It was more like a last stop on the life went horribly wrong train. Most medieval assassins weren't mysterious loners trained in mountaintop temples. They were desperate peasants, disgraced soldiers, ex-thieves with decent aim, or people so far off society's radar they could kill a man and still not be noticed in the census. If you were well off, you didn't become an assassin. You hired one. If you had a title, land, or even a goat to your name, you were in management. But if you'd just escaped debtor's prison, had a reputation for solving problems, and could sneak into a tavern without being seen, congratulations. Someone, somewhere, was about to slide a coin purse across the table and whisper a name, and that name wasn't a fun one. You weren't asked to take out Bob the quiet turnip farmer. It was usually a corrupt baron, a bishop with too much gold, or someone with 12 bodyguards and a moat. The pay? Tempting. The job? Horrifying. But by the time someone considered it, they had nothing left to lose. No family, no future, and definitely no dental plan. Plus, let's not forget the absolute lack of job perks. No pension, No glory, no evenings off. You couldn't exactly hang up a shingle that said, "Quiet eliminations by appointment." You just had to stay quiet, move fast, and never ever tell anyone what you did for a living, especially not loudly over ale at the inn. "Oh yeah, I'm a travelling carpet seller. The stains? Die." So yes, nobody dreamed of being a medieval assassin. They landed there because the world chewed them up and spat them out wearing a hood and holding a rusty dagger. You weren't the hero. You weren't even the villain. You were the footnote that made everyone nervous, and probably didn't live to enjoy the coin. Let's burst the first myth wide open. Medieval assassins didn't train under candlelight in some hidden monastery, with wise mentors and inspirational flute music in the background. There was no montage, no teacher, no pep talk. If you learned anything, it was by not dying the first few times you tried. Most assassins weren't trained professionals. They were desperate amateurs with a decent sense of direction and the ability to climb quietly without sneezing. If you had military experience, great. That meant you knew how to hold a knife properly. If not, well, stabbing someone is fairly intuitive, but escaping afterward with both kidneys still intact, that takes skill, or luck, usually just luck. There were no manuals, no guild orientation meetings, no safety briefings. You didn't get taught how to spot a body double or where nobles keep their bedroom exits. You figured it out while hanging from a windowsill wondering if you just crept into the servants' quarters again. Poison? That was trial and error, with heavy emphasis on error. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes your target just got mildly dizzy and more suspicious of his soup. Sometimes you drank the wrong cup. There was no medieval poison control hotline. Just hope, herbal guesswork, and a strong stomach. Sure, if you were lucky, and I mean lottery lucky, you might have picked up some skills from thieves or mercenaries. Maybe an older assassin showed you how to walk without squeaking on cobblestones. But mentoring wasn't standard. It was rare and short-lived, because assassins don't retire, they disappear. Weapons training? Forget it. You weren't carrying a broadsword. You had a dagger you stole off a guard, maybe a garrote if you were feeling fancy, and whatever else fit under your cloak without jingling. So no, you weren't some shadowy martial arts master. You were a guy with calloused hands, quiet footsteps, and a deeply unhealthy relationship with alleyways. Success didn't come from training. It came from survival. You learned how to kill by doing it. Quickly, sloppily, then vanishing before anyone could sketch your face and tack it to a church door. In short, your education was brutal, practical, and offered zero graduation ceremonies. Just bruises, bloodstains, and the creeping realization that you were very much on your own. Let's talk about why you became an assassin in the first place. Coin. Cold, heavy, jangly, deliciously spendable coin. The promise of it is what got you into this. But the reality, you got paid in lies. When someone hires an assassin, they don't want a long-term relationship. They want a one-time service, no paperwork, and ideally no witnesses, including you. They offer you a pouch of silver, half now, half when the job is done. That's if they're feeling generous. But here's the thing. When the job is done is code for after we verify you didn't mess it up, or make us look bad, or leave a trail that leads back to us, or survive long enough to tell anyone about it. So, you do the job. You sneak through shadows, risk your life. Maybe kill a baron in his sleep. Not pretty, not poetic. And when you return, ah, yes, about that payment. The client fled, terribly sorry. Or worse, they try to kill you. A knife to the gut is cheaper than a bonus, and even when you do get paid, it's never quite enough. Not for the risk, not for the blood, not for the 3 days you spent hiding in a haystack with fleas and moral regret. You get a handful of coins, a curt nod, and a reminder, you were never here. Also, fun fact, some contracts were fake, political traps. You'd be told to assassinate someone dangerous, only to find out it was a decoy with guards waiting. Congratulations, you just walked into a sting operation with your name already carved on the gallows. And even when the deal was real, You couldn't exactly go to court and file a complaint. Your Honour, I'd like to sue Lord Edmund for breach of assassin contract. The only court you'd see was the one where you were the exhibit, so you learned to take what you could, demand payment up front, and trust absolutely no one, not even the greasy little scribe who swore this job would change your life. It did, mostly by shortening it. Being an assassin meant living on broken promises and vanishing before they broke you. So you've taken the job. You've been lied to about the pay. You're probably going to die. Now let's talk gear. Forget the fantasy novels and sneaky video games. There were no retractable wrist blades, smoke bombs, enchanted daggers, or crossbows that folded neatly into your boot. Your toolkit consisted of whatever you could steal, sharpen, or hide beneath a tattered cloak without clanking. If you were lucky, and I mean found a gold coin in a dead man's shoe, lucky, you had a good dagger. Not ornate, not curved like a dragon's tooth, just sharp, hopefully rust-free, and ideally one that didn't smell like the last guy you stabbed with it. Poison. It existed, sure, but it wasn't as glamorous as a slow drip into a wine goblet. Most medieval poisons were unpredictable, made from plants, minerals, or toad guts. Some worked instantly. Some took hours. Some made your victim vomit for 2 days and then recover, angrier and now very suspicious of stew. Ropes, occasionally useful. You could strangle, climb, or tie something up with one, but you'd better know how to use it fast, because nothing kills the mood like trying to wrestle someone while muttering, "Wait, which knot goes under again?" Bows. Effective, yes, if you had one, knew how to shoot it, and weren't trying to smuggle it through a palace disguised as a flower arranger. Most assassinations were up close and personal. No time for elegant marksmanship. Just quick, quiet, and hopefully not messy enough to slip in. And you didn't get backups. If your blade bent, broke, or fell down a well, time to improvise. Slate roof tile? Maybe. Rusty nail? Worth a shot. Shoe buckle with intent? Desperate times. You carried your tools hidden in hems, boots, or inside hollowed-out bread if needed, and you kept them close. Not for safety, but because in this line of work, your weapon was your best friend, your boss, and your only retirement plan. There were no upgrades, no tinkering with gear between missions. You didn't polish your kit. You prayed it didn't betray you mid-strike. Because in the end, it wasn't the weapon that did the killing. It was you. Alone, poorly equipped, and expected to perform miracles with a spoon and a prayer. Assassins weren't hired to take out random drunks in back alleys. No one paid you to stab Jeff, the sleepy candle maker. Your targets were important. Nobles, bishops, military officers, sometimes even royalty. And those people, they were very hard to kill. First, there were the guards, not one or two, dozens, armed, armoured, and well-fed. Some guarded the front, some the back. Some just stood there looking intimidating, daring you to blink wrong. You'd spend days memorising patrol patterns, door creaks, and exactly how many stairs it took before the knight with asthma needed a breather. Second, there were walls. Castles didn't have front porches. They had gatehouses, murder holes, and moats full of things that bite. If you didn't fall into the water, you still had to worry about arrow slits and boiling oil. Yes, boiling oil. Your job description included may get flambéed for peaking. Third, there were the servants and staff, the cooks, scribes, and stable boys. One wrong look from you, and they'd be whispering to the guard captain faster than you could say, "I'm just the herbalist." Assassins weren't just fighting swords, they were fighting gossip. And medieval gossip travels at light speed, if it means someone gets to keep their head. And finally, your actual target? Paranoid. Rightfully so. These people were surrounded by backstabbers, relatives with claims to their titles, and 36 people pretending to like them. They didn't eat without a tester. They didn't sleep without 3 locks on the door. Some even slept in decoy beds or rotated rooms like a deadly version of musical chairs. And don't get excited if you hear they're attending a feast. Yes, they'll be drunk, but so will you. And you'll still have to get past the royal guards, 3 dogs, a very alert jester, and 50 witnesses holding tankards. Even getting close to your target could take weeks, posing as a servant, bribing a chambermaid, hiding in barrels. And when the moment finally came, you had one shot. One precise, perfect, non-squeaky, non-bloody, ghost vanish in the night moment. Or you'd become the next public deterrent, swinging from the castle gate with a sign that read, "Nice try." Let's be honest. When you picture a medieval assassin, you probably imagine sleek black robes, leather braces, maybe a mysterious hood billowing in the moonlight. Reality? You looked like a sick goat herder with something to hide. Disguises in the Middle Ages weren't exactly high fashion. You didn't have custom-tailored cloaks or retractable armour. You had whatever you could scavenge. Peasant rags, a monk's robe 2 sizes too big, or the remains of a guard uniform that definitely still smelled like its previous owner. The goal was to blend in, but blending in meant looking like everyone else who hadn't bathed in 2 weeks, limped from old injuries, and had a nervous twitch from malnutrition. You didn't look suspicious because of your cloak. You looked suspicious because you kept adjusting your belt to hide a dagger wrapped in cheesecloth. And forget masks. There were no Guy Fawkes options. Most face coverings just made you look like a leper, which was great for avoiding conversation, but terrible for entering parties. If anyone asked who you were, you had to think fast. "I'm Brother Tobias. I take care of silent prayer and rooftop maintenance." Even assuming you made it past the guards, noble households weren't full of idiots. Servants noticed unfamiliar faces, especially ones that fumbled chamber pots and couldn't name the cook's cat. You were always one, "I've never seen you before," away from being clubbed with a candlestick. And if your disguise did work, congratulations. You now had to stay in character for hours while pretending not to notice all the very stab-worthy people wandering by. Also, wigs. They didn't exist. If you needed to look older or younger, you were stuck smearing dirt on your face, squinting, and hoping no one got close enough to notice that your beard was glued on with honey. The truth was, your disguise didn't protect you. It gave you maybe 5 minutes of confusion. After that, you had to be gone, invisible, or very, very convincing. And if anyone saw through it, well, let's just say no one wants to be the assassin caught in the bishop's laundry room, wearing a nun's habit and holding a sword. Especially not on a feast day. In medieval times, if you were an assassin, you didn't have a team. You didn't have a sidekick with a crossbow, a clever alchemist in a secret lair, or a handler who gave you coded scrolls and warm encouragement. You had you, a rusty dagger, and crippling trust issues. There were no guilds, at least not ones you could actually count on, and if there were whispers of a brotherhood of assassins, it was mostly tavern talk, fueled by mead and boredom. You were more likely to meet a ghost than another professional killer who wanted to network. Why the isolation? Because in your business, the fewer people who knew you existed, the longer you lived. Every contact was a risk. Every loose tongue a potential noose. Even your client might not know your real name. And if they did, you were already planning your exit. Companionship? Laughable. Friends asked questions. Lovers noticed bruises, bloodstains, and why you always slept with a blade under the pillow. You couldn't settle down. You couldn't afford to. One mistake, one person recognizing you in a market, and your whole life turned into a sprint for the nearest sewer grate. Even fellow criminals kept their distance. Thieves and smugglers were sociable. You? You were that guy who makes people disappear. They feared you, or worse, saw you as a walking liability. No one wanted to share stew with someone whose occupation could attract a mob with torches. And don't expect sympathy. You couldn't tell anyone how hard it was to sleep after silently strangling a corrupt bishop. If you talked about your job, people assumed you were either lying or dangerous, and they weren't wrong. So you kept your secrets, your scars, and your weapons to yourself. At inns, you sat in the darkest corner, back to the wall, eyes always scanning the door. You never drank too much. You never stayed more than a night. You didn't say your name unless someone paid you first. And even then, it probably wasn't your real one. Being a medieval assassin meant perfecting the art of vanishing. Not just in a crowd, but from every life you never got to have. Let's say you took the job. You planned your route, you bribed the right doorman, you disguised yourself as a very convincing chimney sweep, and then you froze. Maybe the target turned around unexpectedly. Maybe they were with their child. Maybe you got the shakes at the worst possible moment and your knife hand trembled like a terrified squirrel. Guess what? You're now dead. Because failure, for a medieval assassin, wasn't a slap on the wrist or a bad performance review. It was a public, painful, and wildly theatrical death, often involving ropes, fire, wheels, or sharp iron devices with names like the Bonecracker's Delight. Missing the kill meant blowing the whole operation. Your target lived and immediately told everyone that someone tried to murder them. Suddenly you weren't a shadow. You were a wanted man with a detailed description and probably a crude sketch tacked to every tavern wall within 30 miles. And those guards you once snuck past? Now they're motivated. Sometimes it wasn't even your target you had to worry about. It was your client. If you failed, you were no longer an asset. You were a liability. Someone who could be tortured, interrogated, or worse, talk. The very people who paid you would be the first to put out a second contract, on you, and there were no second chances. No. Sorry, the blade slipped. I'll try again tomorrow. You had one shot, one moment in time, and if you blew it, the best you could hope for was to die quickly before anyone found out who hired you. Failure also meant shame, the silent, humiliating kind. You didn't just fail to kill, you failed to be invisible, to be perfect. And for assassins, perfection was survival. Anything less? Might as well paint a target on your back and start practicing your final word speech. It didn't matter how many jobs you'd done before. No one cared that you succeeded 12 times. Because in this profession, you're only as good as your last kill. And if your last kill didn't happen, you'd better start running. So you did it. The plan worked. The dagger struck true. No screams, no guards, just a clean drop to the floor and a very important person who now wasn't. Congratulations. Now run for your life. Because being a successful assassin in medieval times didn't mean sipping wine on a rooftop while the city burns behind you. It meant fleeing through back alleys with someone's blood on your boots and a dog already sniffing your trail. There was no victory lap, no post-job drink with colleagues, no casual debrief with your client. You didn't even get a moment to admire your work. The moment your blade struck, your new job became escaping everyone who now wants to murder you in increasingly creative ways. Guards, coming, doors, locked, horses, tied up on the other side of town. You, probably bleeding. You had to plan your exit before the kill. Routes, disguises, fallback safe houses. Maybe a boatman who owed you a favour, or at least didn't ask questions. Because the city would go on lockdown within minutes. No one wanted a scandal. And lockdown meant closed gates, armed checkpoints, and a dozen angry men with swords who all just received your rough sketch and the phrase, maybe armed and extremely stabby. And let's talk about the client. Assuming they actually planned to pay you, they weren't going to meet you at a cosy tavern with a smile and a thank you card. They'd probably vanish too, because an assassin who just completed a job is the most dangerous person alive. You knew too much. You'd proven you could get into places others couldn't. So even when you succeeded, you walked away with coin in one hand and a giant target on your back. And what did you win? A week of sleeping in haylofts, bribing ferry captains, shaving your beard in the dark, and pretending your name was Brother Lucian as you tried to blend in with monks heading east. Because success didn't mean survival. It meant starting the whole game over, in a new city, under a new name, with even more people looking for you this time. So yes, you made the kill. Now run like hell. If being a medieval assassin wasn't already miserable enough, poor, hunted, and sleeping in places that smelled like goat, you also had to deal with the wonderfully creative paranoia of the people around you. Because in the Middle Ages, assassins weren't just feared, they were considered cursed. To the average peasant, you weren't just a killer in a hood. You were some unholy creature who whispered to demons and smeared frog guts on your blade under a full moon. Why else would you be able to sneak past guards and vanish in the dark? Logic wasn't exactly popular back then. But superstition? Oh, that was everywhere. Some believed assassins could shapeshift. Others claimed you were invisible unless bathed in holy water. One popular tale suggested assassins made pacts with forest spirits and could breathe death through walls. Imagine walking through a village and hearing a woman mutter, "Don't make eye contact, he might hex the baby." Even your tools were suspect. Carrying a dagger, clearly it was forged in a cursed forge. Using poison, that wasn't chemistry, that was witchcraft, and you probably stirred it with a severed toe under a blood moon. You'd think this fear might help you. After all, people avoided you, right? But the reality was worse. Superstitious mobs don't hesitate. They don't ask questions. They throw stones, set fires, and shout things like, "Burn him before he calls lightning." Your reputation made people overreact. The second someone died unexpectedly, illness, accident, choking on a chicken bone, someone would whisper, "Maybe it was a shadow man. Maybe it was him." You could be hunted just for existing in the same village as a suspicious death. That meant you had to keep moving. Always. Stay too long, and suddenly a priest is ringing a bell while 5 angry farmers hold pitchforks like they've been waiting for this moment their entire lives. And heaven help you if you were caught with anything remotely weird, dried herbs, strange coins, or even a foreign accent. That's all it took for someone to shout "sorcerer" and light a torch. In a world that believed monsters wore human faces, being too quiet, too clever, or too fast made you a threat. And in medieval logic, threats had to die, quickly, and preferably on fire. Poison, the assassin's weapon of elegance. A quiet kill, no mess, no screaming, no steel on bone, just a sip, a stagger, a sigh. And done. That's the theory. In practice, poisoning someone in the Middle Ages was like trying to win a bar fight with herbal tea and a bad attitude. First off, poisons weren't reliable. You didn't have access to purified cyanide or a neat little pill labelled fast-acting doom. You had plants, mushrooms, minerals, maybe the occasional toad. You had to gather, grind and pray. And even then, it might just give the target a stomachache and a renewed commitment to his anti-assassin guard team. There was no scientific measurement. You didn't dose precisely. You eyeballed it. A pinch too little, and the noble just vomits and cancels dinner. A pinch too much, and you die from exposure before the first course is served. Also, medieval kitchens were chaotic. You couldn't just waltz in and season the soup with nightshade. You had to bribe or impersonate a cook, sneak in while no one was watching, or, worst of all, try to poison a meal that would go through 3 tasters and a dog. Yes, a dog. And if your victim was a noble, they didn't just eat food, they treated it like a military operation. Meals were tasted, blessed, and sniffed by everyone from the steward to the jester. By the time the food hit their plate, it had passed through more security than a royal wedding. Even assuming you did it, you slipped in the poison, it wasn't detected, and the target actually ate it. The next part was wildly unpredictable. Some poisons took hours. Some took days. One minute your mark is laughing at a joke, the next he's clutching his stomach and demanding to see his astrologer. And if they survived, guess who they'd blame? Not the cook, not the taster. You, the quiet man with the herbal knowledge and twitchy eyes. So poisoning wasn't efficient. It was risky, slow, and full of variables, none of them in your favour. And if you were caught, you didn't get a quick death. You got interrogated, with tools, until you confessed to poisoning everyone from the Duke to the dog, You'd think that if you successfully changed the course of history by removing a tyrant, sabotaging a royal bloodline, or silencing a political threat, someone would remember your name. Nope. You were an assassin. That meant your name was never meant to be remembered. At best, you were a rumour. Some hooded figure, a foreigner with cold eyes, or the quiet man who never finished his ale. You might have pulled off the most legendary hit of the century, and still ended up as a mysterious death in the official record. In fact, that was the point. Your client didn't want a story. They wanted plausible deniability. The fewer people who knew who did it, the safer they were, and the less likely they were to end up poisoned by their own assassin. So your name was buried the moment the job was done, if you even used a real one. You didn't sign your work. You didn't brag. You didn't keep trophies. You didn't exist outside the moment of the kill. And if someone did know your name, that was a loose end. And in your profession, loose ends had a very short shelf life. And forget about honour. There were no medals for silence. No stone monuments for the man who stopped a war with one dagger in the night. If a noble wanted a statue, they commissioned one for themselves. You got a wooden box, an unmarked grave, or if things went really badly, a head on a spike labelled traitor. Sometimes your name was known only so it could be cursed. You'd become a whispered warning. Don't cross the king. Remember what happened to Lord Ulrich? Yes. And the man who did it? Gone. Like a ghost. That was your legacy. Not fame. Not fear. Just absence. You weren't supposed to leave a mark. You were supposed to vanish. And if you stuck around long enough to be known, that was a fatal mistake. Because in the medieval world, heroes got remembered. Assassins got erased. So you survived. You got the job done. You even managed to get paid. A miracle in itself. Now all you have to do is lay low, keep your head down, and trust that your client will honour the deal and protect your identity. Right? Wrong. Because in the world of medieval assassination, there was one rule even more sacred than don't get caught. Never trust anyone, especially the person paying you. Your client, be they a noble, a merchant, or a bishop with ambition and very loose morals, didn't hire you out of respect. They hired you because they needed something awful done, and you were the sharpest tool in the shadows. Once the job was complete, you became a liability. You knew too much. You knew who wanted who dead, when, why, and possibly how much they were willing to pay for it. That made you dangerous, not just to their enemies, but to them. So what did they do? They ghosted you. They denied they ever met you. Or worse, they sent someone else after you, to clean up, to tie off the contract with something sharper than ink. There were even cases where clients double-booked, hiring one assassin to do the job and another to kill the first one immediately after. No refunds, just reduced risk. And if you dared try to blackmail a client, threaten to expose them, that was bold. And also your final mistake, because powerful people in the Middle Ages didn't negotiate with assassins. They crushed them. If your client had a shred of honour, a rare species indeed, you might get paid and left alone. But even then, you'd still have to assume they were watching you, from a distance, with someone already sharpening steel and memorising your walk. You were the secret that couldn't talk, the shadow that couldn't stay. Even success wasn't enough to earn trust. Because in their eyes, if you killed once, you could kill again. And no one, not even the person who hired you, wanted to be next. Let's say, somehow, you beat the odds. You survived the kills, the lies, the poisonings, the betrayals. You outlived your enemies, your employers, and probably your own sense of morality. Now what? You retire? Absolutely not. Because in medieval times, assassins didn't get retirement plans. There were no farewell banquets, no quiet cottages by the sea, no pensions paid in gold coins and grateful whispers. You didn't fade into a peaceful life. You vanished, or you died. often both. The problem was simple. You were never safe. Even if you walked away from the job, your past didn't. You had too many secrets in your head, too many names in your memory, and too much blood on your hands. People didn't want you retired. They wanted you forgotten, which usually meant buried. And even if no one came after you, and that's a big if, you had to live with the constant fear that someone might. That a new assassin, young and eager to prove himself, had just received a contract for a shadowy figure who used to be someone dangerous. So you changed your name. Again. You moved to a village where no one asked questions. You faked a limp, sold herbs, pretended you once worked as a guard. But even then, you didn't sleep well. You avoided crowds. You always sat facing the door. You kept your dagger under the floorboard, next to the pouch of coins you never touched, because it still smelled like the man you earned it from, and you couldn't trust yourself either. Years of silent killings and quick escapes did something to your brain. Every knock on the door made you flinch. Every stranger on the road might recognize you. You stopped dreaming. Because dreaming was dangerous. You couldn't love. You couldn't relax. You couldn't laugh too loud. You lived like a ghost pretending to be a man. The truth was, there was no end game for a medieval assassin. Just a slow, cold fade into obscurity, always moving, always watching, until one day you slipped into the dark and no one noticed. And maybe that was the best you could hope for. By now you've probably figured it out. Being a medieval assassin wasn't darkly romantic. It wasn't noble. It wasn't even all that profitable. It was a grim, thankless, short-lived career, wrapped in blood-stained linen and followed by a crowd of people who wanted you dead. You wouldn't last. Not a week. Maybe not even a day. Because you'd start with the wrong assumptions. That you'd be sleek, in control, a whisper in the dark. But what you'd really be is cold, hungry, and one bad guess away from the noose. You'd slip into town, cloak pulled tight, ready for action, only to discover that your target moved locations, the guards are drunk but trigger-happy, and the stable boy you paid for information just sold you out for a mug of ale and a piece of bread. You'd freeze at the wrong time, stab the wrong guy, get spotted by someone's maid who once saw your face near the chapel, and suddenly you're not a shadow, you're the problem. Then what? You run. But you're not used to medieval terrain. The mud, the uneven cobblestones, the absolutely insane number of loose chickens in the street. You slip, fall, get tackled by a guard named Thomas, who just got dumped and is looking for an outlet. And let's say you survive that. Then you deal with the aftermath. No allies, no honour, and no future. Just whispers, suspicion, and the growing realization that even if you succeed, the best you can hope for is to die old and alone, hiding behind a false name in a village that still believes in fairies. So no, you wouldn't last. And frankly, you shouldn't try. Because the assassin's life wasn't cool. It was a cruel machine that chewed people up and spat out nothing but shadows. It offered power without peace, and purpose without a place in the world. You didn't make history. You erased yourself from it. And the only thing waiting for you at the end was silence. A silence no one would question. Because no one even remembered you were there in the first place. Before she was the feared Queen of Macedonia, Olympias was known as Myrtale, a Molossian princess from the rugged tribal lands of Epirus. Her people claimed descent from Achilles himself, and whether or not the blood of heroes truly ran in her veins, one thing was certain. This was not a woman born for the sidelines of history. From a young age, Myrtle was steeped in mystery and ritual. Her upbringing was shaped not just by politics, but by prophecy, ecstatic rites, and a reverence for the ancient gods. She wasn't the type of princess who smiled and embroidered tapestries. No, she was drawn to serpents, omens, and the frenzied ceremonies of the cult of Dionysus, where women danced barefoot in the moonlight and called upon the divine in states of trance. Her connection to the gods wasn't performative, it was personal. She didn't merely worship, she embodied. According to ancient sources, likely written by men both terrified and enthralled, she kept sacred snakes in her chambers and even allowed them to coil beside her in bed. Whether this was a literal fact or the kind of slander that powerful women attract like flies, we'll never know. But it stuck. To her allies, it made her divine. To her enemies, it made her dangerous. Her real power began not in a battlefield or throne room, but in the uneasy flicker of torchlight, among the whispers of priestesses and the curling bodies of serpents. She wasn't just a princess. She was a living oracle, a woman touched by something older than politics and colder than steel. So when Philip II of Macedon, brutal, brilliant, and famously horny, arrived at the island of Samothrace for a religious initiation, he didn't just meet a beautiful princess. He met a mystery he couldn't resist. Their marriage wasn't just a political alliance. It was a collision of prophecy and power. And from the very beginning, it was full of omens. Some said lightning struck the sky on their wedding night. Others claimed Olympias dreamed of a thunderbolt entering her womb. All of it would become legend. But one thing is certain. The union of Olympias and Philip didn't just create a child. It created Alexander the Great. And she intended to shape his destiny from the very first breath. Olympia's marriage to Philip II was not the fairy tale one might expect for a queen who would one day birth an empire. From the beginning, it was a combustible mix of prophecy, pride, and paranoia. Philip, ruthless, charismatic, and already collecting wives like trophies, married Olympias around 357 BCE. She was likely just a teenager, but she wasn't naive. She saw in Philip a man whose ambition matched her own, and perhaps even a divine match for her spiritual destiny. Macedon wasn't exactly an easy kingdom to walk into. It was a land of iron and ambition, where kings were killed by cousins and brothers, turned into rivals overnight. But Olympias, the priestess of Epirus, walked in with her head held high and eyes already on the crown. Their marriage was rocky from the start. Philip, for all his political genius, was not built for monogamy. He would go on to marry multiple women, often for alliances, always for power. But Olympias wasn't one to sit quietly in the shadows. She held her own court, maintained her own alliances, and was known to turn to oracles and rites to divine her future, and perhaps Philip's fate. Then came the birth of Alexander. Even that was wrapped in celestial drama. Legends say Olympias dreamed that a thunderbolt struck her womb, and that flames danced around her child without burning him. Philip reportedly had a vision of sealing his wife's womb with a lion. Yes, a literal lion. Whether they believed these visions or invented them, they certainly acted as if Alexander was destined to rule not just a kingdom, but the world. But even as the child was celebrated, cracks in the royal marriage deepened. Olympias resented Philip's other wives, especially his Macedonian bride Cleopatra Eurydice, whom he married later in life. This was more than a domestic issue. It was a threat. Cleopatra was Macedonian-born, and any son she bore would be purer in the eyes of the local nobility. A direct threat to Alexander's future. Olympias saw it clearly. The palace wasn't just a home, it was a battlefield, and she would use every snake, dream, ritual, and whisper she had to make sure her son wasn't just remembered, but crowned. She was no longer Myrtle. She was Olympias now, and no one would take her son's throne without facing her wrath. By the time Alexander was a teenager, the Macedonian palace in Pella had become a war zone of veiled insults, political maneuvering, and bitter rivalries. Olympias wasn't just fighting for influence, she was fighting for survival. She knew that the court was filled with snakes, but she was the one who taught them how to bite. Philip II had begun to distance himself from her. He was campaigning more, drinking more, and, perhaps worst of all, listening more to his Macedonian advisors. The final blow came when he married a young noblewoman named Cleopatra Eurydice, not to be confused with the Cleopatra of Egypt. This Cleopatra was Macedonian-born, and her uncle Attalus was one of Philip's top generals. To Olympias, it wasn't just betrayal, it was a declaration of war. The marriage ceremony was a disaster. At the feast, Attalus drunkenly mocked Olympias and Alexander, calling into question the legitimacy of Alexander's birth. Was he really Philip's son? Or was he the child of a god, as Olympias liked to claim? It was meant as an insult, but Olympias seized the myth. Let them whisper. Let them believe her son was touched by Zeus. It made him untouchable. Alexander stormed out of the feast. Olympias left Macedon entirely, retreating to Epirus. But her exile was not defeat. It was strategy. In her homeland, she was still royalty. She could gather support, whisper in ears, and watch as Philip's palace began to rot from within. She didn't need to be physically present to be dangerous. Then came the shockwave. Philip was assassinated at his daughter's wedding, just as he was about to invade Persia, just as he was on the verge of crowning himself not just king of Macedon, but potential emperor of the known world. The question that echoed through every marble corridor and torchlit hall was the same. Who did it? Was it Pausanias, the jilted bodyguard who carried out the act? Was it the result of court intrigue? Was it Alexander himself? Or, whisper it softly, was it Olympias? No one could prove it. No one dared. But many believed it. After all, within days, Cleopatra Eurydice and her newborn child were dead. Murdered, some say, by Olympias herself. The serpent had returned to the palace. And now, nothing stood between her son and the throne. With Philip dead and Macedon in mourning, or confusion, Olympias made her move. While others scrambled to understand the chaos, she acted, swiftly, brutally, decisively. First, Cleopatra Eurydice, the young Macedonian queen and rival wife, was eliminated. According to chilling accounts, Olympias didn't just have her killed, she made her death symbolic, public, humiliating. Some say Cleopatra was forced to hang herself after watching her infant daughter be murdered. Others claim Olympias had the child thrown onto a funeral pyre. What's agreed upon is this: no mercy was shown. Olympias understood what many mothers in ancient courts refused to accept. In a royal palace, mercy is a liability. A rival child, no matter how small, is a future war, and Olympias was done playing defence. With Cleopatra and her bloodline erased, she could turn her attention to securing Alexander's throne. Her teenage son, bold, brilliant, already trained by Aristotle, was declared king without serious opposition. But don't be fooled, it wasn't just his charisma or his father's legacy that made it possible. It was Olympias. She knew which generals to threaten, which nobles to flatter, and which enemies to quietly remove. She wasn't just protecting her son's rise, she was engineering it. Alexander himself didn't always approve. He reportedly disapproved of the violence against Cleopatra's family. But he also didn't stop it, because deep down he knew what Olympias had always known. Power demands blood. And in Macedon, bloodlines were both a blessing and a curse. With her son now king, Olympias began to recede slightly from public life. But this was no retirement. She simply shifted from open strikes to whispered influence. As Alexander prepared to launch his conquest of Persia, she remained behind, not as a passive queen mother, but as the spiritual guardian of his destiny. She sent him sacred relics, consulted oracles, and performed rituals on his behalf. To Olympias, her son's mission wasn't just military, it was divine. Alexander wasn't going to war, he was fulfilling prophecy. And as long as she drew breath, no rival, Macedonian, Persian or otherwise, would derail that divine plan. She had crowned her son. She had cleansed the palace. Now she would guard his empire. From behind the curtain, with teeth bared. As Alexander marched east to conquer the known world, Olympias remained behind in Macedon, a queen without a throne, but not without power. Her official title was Queen Mother, but make no mistake, she ruled in all but name. Though regency was technically handed to Antipater, one of Alexander's trusted generals, Olympias refused to be sidelined. She wrote letters to her son constantly, advising, warning, sometimes chastising him. These weren't the sweet letters of a doting mother. They were political briefings, laced with oracles and venom. And Alexander, thousands of miles away, read every word. She reminded him who his true enemies were. She questioned the loyalty of his companions. She criticized his fascination with Persian customs, his choice of wives, and his flirtation with calling himself a god. No one else dared say these things to him. But Olympias was never afraid to speak as a mother, or a priestess of divine will. Back in Macedon, Antipater grew increasingly resentful. Olympias undermined him at every turn. She used her status, her religious authority, and her family ties to stir opposition against him. She had influence in Epirus, in Thessaly, and among the aristocracy. She could spread rumours like wildfire, and with Olympias, a whisper could be deadlier than a sword. Meanwhile, her letters to Alexander became more urgent. She warned him of Antipater's ambition, painting him as a second Philip, ready to betray and usurp. Whether she truly believed it or simply feared losing her grip, she kept pressing her son to act. Alexander, however, hesitated. He needed Antipater to keep order in Greece while he fought in Asia. And so, the rift between mother and general widened. Olympias watched. She waited. But beneath her religious robes and maternal concern, she was growing impatient. She hadn't endured years of palace warfare to be ruled over by an old soldier. As Alexander's empire stretched from the Aegean to India, Olympias saw cracks forming. He was taking on too much, trusting too many foreign advisors, and drifting away from the mother and the gods that made him. She believed his victories came from divine favour, and from her. And if he forgot that, well, Olympias knew how to remind kings who they really were, even if that king was her own son. When news of Alexander's death in Babylon reached Macedon in 323 BCE, it didn't arrive like a trumpet. It arrived like a dagger. For Olympias, it wasn't just the loss of a son. It was the collapse of a world she had spent decades building. Her boy, the divine storm she had prophesied, raised, unleashed, was gone. And he'd left behind no clear heir, no single successor, only chaos. The mighty empire he carved out was already fracturing. Generals, his so-called successors, were already dividing it up like jackals around a corpse. Antipater still held power in Macedon and Greece, and he had no love for Olympias. Worse, her daughter Cleopatra, Alexander's sister, was being courted by rival generals for marriage, each one hoping to use her bloodline as a claim to the throne. Olympias saw what was coming. Civil war wasn't a possibility. It was inevitable. And once again she would have to act. But she no longer had Alexander. What she had instead was his bloodline. His young son, Alexander IV, born to Roxana, the Bactrian princess Alexander had married. Roxana, still in Macedon, was vulnerable. The boy was even more so. Olympias recognized that the infant was now the last true piece of her son's legacy, and that made him a target, but it also made him a weapon. She allied herself with Roxana and the boy, determined to protect them and use the child's birthright to stake her own claim in the political battlefield. But the tide was turning. The generals who once bowed to Alexander had no interest in kneeling to his widow or his mother. They had armies now, ambitions and grudges. Olympias didn't flinch. She'd faced snakes, traitors and kings. A few warlords with crowns and stolen spears wouldn't scare her. So she plotted. She waited. She watched as Antipater died and was replaced by his son Cassander, a man with ice in his veins and no tolerance for the old queen's games. It was only a matter of time before these two forces collided. The serpent mother of Alexander and the cold-eyed usurper who wanted her buried. Alexander was gone, but his shadow was still moving. And Olympias was still coiled within it, ready to strike. Years after Alexander's death, while his empire crumbled into civil war, Olympias made her most audacious move yet. She returned to Macedon, not as a grieving mother, but as a political force of divine fury. The regency had been splintered. Cassander, the son of her old enemy Antipater, was seizing power, and Roxana, along with young Alexander IV, was effectively imprisoned. Olympia saw the writing on the wall. If she did not act now, her grandson would vanish like a shadow at dusk. So she made a deal with Polyperchon, an aging general who still held a flicker of legitimate authority. Olympias would return, not to plead, but to rule. With Polyperchon's backing, she entered Macedon at the head of an army, and the moment her feet touched home soil, everything changed. Towns opened their gates, soldiers defected to her side. Even some of her old enemies hesitated. Olympias, despite her age, was still a name that shook the ground. Then came her vengeance. One by one she hunted down the loyalists of Cassander. And when she finally caught Philip III Aridaeus, Alexander's mentally impaired half-brother and puppet king, she ordered his execution. According to some sources, his wife Eurydice was captured and given the opportunity to kill herself. When she refused, Olympias had her strangled. It was brutality veiled in royal protocol, and Olympias, ever theatrical, staged the scene like a goddess delivering justice. Her message was clear: only the bloodline of Alexander had the right to rule. Everyone else was a pretender. For a brief, burning moment, Olympias held the kingdom in her grip. She had restored the dynasty. She had avenged betrayals. She had reminded Macedon what royal power looked like when wielded by a woman with nothing left to lose. But power, in Macedon, was like fire in dry grass. And Cassander was still out there, calculating, biding his time. He returned with a vengeance. His army outnumbered hers, his resources deeper, his cruelty colder. Her allies began to abandon her. Polyperchon lost influence. The tide turned. Olympias, now isolated in the fortress of Pydna, watched as her enemies closed in. She had lit the match. Macedon had burned, and now the smoke was thick, and her enemies were at the gates. Olympias, once the most feared woman in the ancient world, now found herself besieged in the coastal fortress of Pydna, alone, cut off, surrounded by the army of Cassander, who had come to finish what his father had started. But Olympias didn't beg. She didn't plead. For nearly a year, she endured the siege like a statue carved from divine wrath. Food ran short. Disease crept in. Allies vanished. Yet within the fortress walls, she maintained the same unshakable presence that had once shaken kings. To the very end, she carried herself not as a prisoner, but as the mother of a god. Cassander, ever cautious, hesitated. He knew killing Olympias was dangerous. Even now she carried a myth around her like armor. She was still the mother of Alexander the Great. To strike her down might seem like blasphemy, so he offered her safety. Surrender, he said, and her life would be spared. Olympias knew better. She had seen too many royal promises turn to ash. Still, hunger was no longer just a discomfort. It was death. Her garrison broke. Her followers surrendered. And Olympias, unbending until the very end, was finally handed over to her enemies. Cassander didn't kill her himself. That would have been too simple and too merciful. Instead, he turned her over to the families of those she had executed during her brief return to power. Let them decide her fate. They condemned her to death. But here's the catch. When the executioners came, no one dared strike the first blow. Olympias stood tall, regal, silent, eyes fixed on them like an oracle staring through smoke. These were Macedonians. They had grown up hearing of her rituals, her visions, her snakes. They had once cheered her son as a living god. And now here she stood, a frail old woman cloaked in myth, and not a single man had the courage to swing the sword. So Cassander sent others, foreigners, outsiders, people who had no memory of her power, only orders to follow. And thus Olympias was finally struck down, not with ceremony, not with dignity, but with silence. Her death marked the end of Alexander's bloodline in any meaningful power, and with it, the final ember of an empire founded on divine ambition was snuffed out. But even in death, Olympias left behind a shadow, and history would never forget the Serpent Queen. Olympias died not on a throne, but in the dust, unarmed, abandoned, and executed by the very people she once ruled. But history is strange. It does not always favour the ones who die in silk sheets. Sometimes it remembers those who went down hissing. And Olympias was never meant for quiet history. In life, she had wielded motherhood like a sword and prophecy like a shield. She wasn't just the mother of Alexander the Great. She was one of the architects of his rise. Without her, there is no myth of the divine child, no rituals whispering of thunderbolts and lions, no ruthless purging of rivals that cleared the path for a teenage king to rule the known world. Olympias didn't just give birth to an empire, she defended it with claws. Yet even among the ancient world's most ruthless dynasts, Olympias stands apart. She didn't command armies in the field like Cleopatra, or ride into battle like Boudicca. Her battlefield was subtler and colder. It was a world of poison goblets, political marriages, priestesses, and oracles. She understood the power of fear, and even more importantly, she understood the power of belief. She made people believe her son was divine, and she may have believed it herself. Her enemies branded her a murderer, a witch, a manipulator, and they weren't wrong. Olympias was all those things, and more. She was the product of a brutal world that respected cunning far more than kindness, and she learned early that mercy was a luxury queens couldn't afford. In the centuries that followed, she was both vilified and mythologized. Some called her a villain, others a visionary. But no historian, ancient or modern, could call her irrelevant. She haunted the legacy of Alexander like a phantom, always in the background, always just behind the curtain, and maybe that's exactly where she belonged. Not as a tragic mother or a footnote in a king's story, but as a story unto herself. The woman who wrapped herself in prophecy, slept beside snakes, and outlived gods. Olympia's bones turned to dust long ago, but her legend endures. In every tale of ruthless queens, in every whisper of blood-born destiny, in every empire built on myth, she is still there, coiled in the dark, waiting. On the sun-bleached island of Crete, just a few miles south of the modern city of Heraklion, lies a ruin that feels more like a dream than a real place. Stone corridors snake in all directions, rooms twist and double back, staircases lead nowhere. It's easy to lose your sense of direction even today. This place is Knossos, the heart of Minoan civilization, and the supposed inspiration for one of the most enduring myths in human history, the labyrinth of the Minotaur. But before there was a legend, there was a palace unlike any other. Built around 1900 BCE and expanded over centuries, Knossos wasn't just a royal residence, it was an entire city under one roof. Covering nearly 150,000 square feet, it featured over 1,000 rooms, light wells, storage magazines, shrines, workshops, and what may have been the first flushing toilets in history. It had running water, multi-story apartments, and an intricate system of air circulation. This wasn't a primitive fortress. It was an architectural masterpiece. To modern archaeologists, Knossos looks like organized chaos. To ancient visitors, it probably felt like magic. The man who brought Knossos into modern awareness was British archaeologist Arthur Evans. In the early 1900s, Evans excavated the site and quickly became convinced that this was the origin of the Greek labyrinth myth. The layout was disorienting, the architecture deeply symbolic, and everywhere he turned, he found motifs of bulls, painted on walls, carved into stone, or sculpted into tiny golden charms. The bull, after all, was sacred to the Minoans. Evans even went so far as to name the civilization after the mythic king Minos. Whether Minos was real or not, his legend became inseparable from the ruins. But here's the twist. No one's found a literal labyrinth. No underground maze, no prison chambers, no half-man monster. What we have instead is something far more mysterious. A city designed in loops, wings and layers, deliberately difficult to navigate. And the deeper you go, the more the lines between history and mythology blur. So the question remains, was the Minotaur born from these walls, or was the palace itself the monster? Knossos may not give up its answers easily, but it's very good at making us ask the right questions. The myth is as famous as the ruin. A monstrous half-man, half-bull, trapped in a labyrinth so complex that no one who entered ever found their way out. Only Theseus, the Athenian hero, managed to kill the beast and escape, thanks to a ball of thread and the cunning of Princess Ariadne. But where did this story come from? And why a labyrinth? The earliest versions of the myth speak of King Minos, the powerful ruler of Crete, who demanded tribute from Athens in the form of 7 boys and 7 girls each year. These unfortunate souls were fed to the Minotaur, a creature born from divine punishment and shame. The Minotaur, locked in an underground maze, symbolized the dark underbelly of power, something savage hidden behind grandeur. To ancient Greeks, Crete had long been a land of wealth, mystery, and fear. Its seafaring people, the Minoans, were seen as both elegant and alien. Their rituals involved bull leaping, their artwork depicted strange gods, and their palaces were unlike anything on the mainland. To a visiting Greek from 1000 BCE, Knossos might have felt like another world. The bull itself was sacred in Minoan culture. Frescoes show young men and women vaulting over charging bulls in ritual displays. Horns of consecration, stylized bull horns, appear on rooftops and altars. Combine this with a palace that feels like a maze, and the ingredients for a legend begin to stir. But what if the Minotaur wasn't just a monster? What if it was a metaphor? Some scholars believe the tale reflects a memory of Cretan dominance over the Aegean, a time when Athens truly did pay tribute to a stronger, stranger power. The labyrinth could symbolize the political entrapment of weaker states, and the Minotaur, the raw, terrifying force behind Minoan rule. Others argue it's more psychological, the labyrinth as the unconscious mind, the Minotaur as our hidden urges, and Theseus, the hero, walking bravely into the darkness, guided only by the thread of memory. Still, the myth remains tangled with Knossos. The palace is the closest thing we've ever found to a real labyrinth. No monster, no Ariadne. But perhaps something deeper. Not just a myth echoing through history, but a history that was asking to become myth. Long before Athens raised its marble temples or Sparta sharpened its spears, there was the Minoan civilization, one of the earliest advanced societies in Europe. They ruled not through conquest, but through trade, art, and what seems like an almost supernatural command of architecture. At the heart of their power stood Knossos, a palace that wasn't just a seat of royalty, it was a hub of culture, ritual, and economy. The Minoans flourished from around 2600 to 1400 BCE. Based on Crete, they developed a sprawling trade network that reached Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Levant, and even the distant shores of Spain. Their ships cut through the Mediterranean like silent arrows, ferrying pottery, saffron, bronze, and luxury goods. They didn't build vast armies. They built relationships, and that, more than weapons, made them rich. What's most striking about Minoan culture is how different it was from their later Greek successors. Their artwork celebrated nature, animals, and flowing human movement, not war or divine punishment. Frescoes show dancers, dolphins, and athletes vaulting over bulls. Even their goddesses are different. Powerful, bare-breasted figures often holding snakes, symbols of fertility, transformation, or protection. At the centre of it all was Knossos, not a fortress on a hill, but a complex in a fertile valley. It had no massive defensive walls, suggesting the Minoans either felt secure on their island, or projected enough power to make defence unnecessary. Their confidence was architectural. Multi-storey buildings, colonnaded courtyards, and advanced plumbing systems hinted at a society far ahead of its time. And yet, for all their sophistication, the Minoans left behind no deciphered written records. Their primary script, Linear A, remains unreadable to this day. We don't know what they called themselves. We don't know what their kings believed, what prayers they spoke, or what truly happened behind the walls of Knossos. All we have are their ruins, their art, and their influence, absorbed later by the Mycenaeans and echoed in Greek myths. The Minoans were not just builders of palaces, they were architects of mystery. And Knossos wasn't merely a building, it was the beating heart of a civilization that shimmered for a moment like sunlight on the Aegean, and then vanished. But some say their echo still wanders the maze. To walk through Knossos is to walk through time, layered, confusing, beautiful time. It's not just the scale that overwhelms you, it's the design. Rooms lead to rooms, corridors split and vanish, light wells cut through the heart of the building, stairs spiral into shadows, or emerge suddenly into sunlit courtyards. Nothing moves in a straight line. It's not hard to see why ancient visitors might have whispered, labyrinth. Knossos wasn't just a palace, it was a living organism. Spanning an estimated 150,000 square feet, the complex contained over 1,000 chambers, some tiny, some grand. These weren't randomly placed rooms. They were purpose-built. Workshops, storage spaces, shrines, apartments, and throne rooms, all arranged around a large central courtyard that may have hosted public ceremonies or bull-leaping rituals. The palace was built on multiple levels, up to 4 or 5 stories tall in places, using natural slopes and artificial terraces. To navigate it without getting lost, you'd need memory, instinct, or a thread like Theseus. And yet, this apparent chaos hides a remarkable intelligence. The Minoans mastered passive ventilation, cooling rooms through air shafts and open stairwells. They funneled rainwater through clay pipes and had toilets that flushed long before Rome made it fashionable. One of the most iconic areas is the so-called throne room, named for the alabaster chair built into the wall, flanked by benches. Around it are frescoes of griffins, mythical guardians. Was this the seat of a priest-king? A goddess's chamber? A sacred court? No one knows for certain. And the walls, they speak in colour. Vibrant frescoes show dolphins swimming above bathtubs, women in elegant flounced skirts with bare chests, youths leaping bulls mid-air. The art wasn't just decoration, it was identity, fluid, natural, deeply connected to earth and sea. Still, the deeper you go, the more Knossos begins to disorient. Some parts seem intentionally complex, like they were designed to confuse. Maybe that's the root of the labyrinth legend. Not a prison for monsters, but a palace that felt alive, a building that invited awe, ritual, and just a touch of fear. No locked doors, no mythical beasts. Just a place built to make you question where you were and what was waiting around the next corner. Knossos wasn't just an administrative centre or royal residence. It was a place of worship, an architectural expression of the Minoan soul, steeped in ritual, myth, and divine mystery. Unlike later Greek temples, there are no towering columns to Zeus or marble shrines to Athena. Instead, the spiritual world of Knossos is more subtle, woven into the fabric of the building itself. Shrines hide in corners. Pillars rise like sacred sentinels. Horns, stylized, carved, symbolic, appear on rooftops and altars. Everywhere you look, the bull motif dominates, suggesting a powerful connection between worship, the natural world, and this revered animal. The Minoans didn't seem to fear the bull, they celebrated it. The famous bull-leaping fresco in Knossos isn't just athletic art. It may depict a religious rite. Young men and women vaulting over a charging bull, locked in a dance of danger and grace. It wasn't sport, it was sacred theatre, possibly an offering to the gods, or a symbolic triumph over chaos. Then, there are the snake goddesses. Discovered in storerooms beneath the palace, the snake goddess figurines are among the most iconic Minoan artifacts. Bare-breasted, arms raised, with serpents coiled in their hands or around their bodies, these figures radiate power. They are not submissive idols, they are guardians of the household, fertility, and perhaps life itself. To the Minoans, snakes symbolized renewal, rebirth, and mystery, creatures of both earth and underworld. The rooms where these objects were found hint at household shrines or ritual spaces, quiet, sacred corners hidden among the palace's bustling heart. Combined with the frescoes, the horns, the altars, and the labyrinthine corridors, the entire complex begins to feel like a ritual machine, a structure built not just for living, but for connecting with the divine. There is no centralized temple at Knossos because the palace itself was a temple. Its layout, art, and design were all part of a spiritual worldview where boundaries between sacred and secular didn't exist. This was a place where myth was architecture, where a corridor could become a passage to the gods, and where every echo in the stone chambers may have once been a whispered prayer. Knossos didn't just house people, it housed gods. For centuries, Knossos stood as a beacon of prosperity, innovation, and cultural sophistication. But then, something happened. Something sudden. Something no one can fully explain. By around 1400 BCE, the palace was abandoned, the frescoes left to fade, and the Minoan civilization that once ruled the seas had vanished like mist over the Aegean. So, what happened? Theories abound. Some point to nature. Around 1600 BCE, the volcanic island of Thera, modern-day Santorini, erupted in one of the largest explosions in human history. The blast was so massive it likely caused tsunamis that battered Crete's northern coast, devastating ports and farmland. Ash clouds may have blocked the sun, choking crops and disrupting the climate. While Knossos wasn't immediately destroyed, the aftermath of Thera's eruption may have shaken the foundations, economically, politically, and spiritually. Others look to war. By 1450 BCE, the rising power of the Mycenaeans, mainland Greeks, may have taken advantage of Minoan weakness. Archaeological evidence suggests Knossos was reoccupied briefly, but the culture had changed. The art became more martial. Linear A, the Minoan script, was replaced with Linear B, used by Mycenaean scribes. The palace that once thrived with snake goddesses and bull dancers now whispered in a foreign tongue. Some scholars believe the Mycenaeans didn't invade in a single conquest, but gradually absorbed the island, first through trade, then influence, and finally rule. Others argue that internal collapse, a civil uprising, political instability, or the failure of the elite may have contributed just as much. What's striking, though, is how little violence is evident in the ruins. There are no charred skeletons, no signs of mass slaughter. Knossos didn't fall with a scream. It fell with a whisper. The great palatial system simply stopped. The rooms went quiet, the rituals ended, and nature slowly crept back in. By the time Homer sang of Crete in his epics, Knossos was already ancient myth, a memory tangled in stories of kings, monsters, and labyrinths. And maybe that's fitting, because what killed Knossos wasn't just eruption or invasion. It was time, and the way all great things, no matter how beautiful, eventually vanish beneath the weight of new empires. But the bones remain, and if you listen closely, the maze still hums beneath the earth. For thousands of years, Knossos lay buried beneath the Cretan soil, just another mound of stone lost to time. Its name forgotten, its myths distorted, its walls swallowed by olive groves and dust. That is, until one man decided to chase a legend. His name was Sir Arthur Evans, and he didn't just rediscover Knossos. he reimagined it. In 1900, Evans, a British archaeologist with a flair for drama and a deep love for Homeric myth, purchased the land that covered the ancient ruins. Local farmers had been finding strange seals and artifacts, clues that something enormous lay beneath their feet. Evans dug in. What he found would change the history of the Aegean forever. He uncovered a palace so vast, so complex, and so advanced that he was convinced this was the mythical home of King Minos. The frescoes, the horns, the sheer architectural strangeness of the site, it all pointed in his mind to one thing: the labyrinth. Evans wasn't just an archaeologist, he was a storyteller, and sometimes a controversial one. He named the people who built Knossos the Minoans after Minos. He interpreted symbols, reconstructed frescoes, and restored parts of the palace using reinforced concrete, a move that has drawn both praise and criticism. Some call it visionary, others call it vandalism. Because what you see today at Knossos is partly ancient ruin and partly Edwardian imagination. Still, Evans did what no one else had dared. He brought Knossos back to life. He gave Europe a glimpse into a Bronze Age world far older than classical Greece, a civilization of art, mystery, and maritime elegance. He also unearthed the still undeciphered Linear A script, opening new questions about language, literacy, and the limits of our historical understanding. But Evans did more than excavate stone. He resurrected a myth and forced historians to reckon with the fact that behind the legend of the labyrinth was something real, something complex, something very human. A palace that felt like a maze, a civilization that slipped into shadow, and a man who peeled back the earth, only to discover a story far stranger and more beautiful than he had imagined. Knossos had slept for 3,000 years. Evans rang the bell that woke it up. Walk through Knossos, and you're not just walking through architecture, you're walking through a language of symbols. Frescoes, carvings, patterns, they're everywhere. But the Minoans didn't leave us a Rosetta Stone. Their primary script, Linear A, remains undeciphered. So instead of reading their thoughts, we must see them, painted across plaster, carved into walls, and hidden in patterns. What exactly were they trying to say? The art of Knossos is unlike anything in the ancient world. There's no obsession with warfare, no rows of kings or battle-hardened heroes. Instead, we find nature, leaping dolphins, blooming lilies, birds in flight, and sacred bulls. The humans are lithe, elegant, and often dancing or performing rituals. Even in scenes that suggest danger, there's rhythm and beauty. The Minoans weren't chronicling conquests. They were celebrating life, cycles, and possibly cosmic order. The most iconic symbol, though, is the double axe, or labris. Found throughout Knossos, in shrines, on frescoes, even etched into stones, the double axe is believed to be a religious symbol, possibly tied to female divinity or celestial cycles. Some suggest the very word labyrinth might derive from labrise, making the labyrinth not a maze at all, but a house of the double axe, a sacred space, not a trap. Then there are the horns of consecration, stylized bull horns placed atop walls and altars. These may have been religious markers, separating sacred space from the mundane. Combined with frequent depictions of bulls and bull-leaping rituals, it's clear the animal had deep spiritual significance. Whether it represented nature, fertility, chaos, or a divine presence, no one agrees. But the bull is everywhere. Even the layout of Knossos may have symbolic meaning. Some archaeologists believe it was built not just for function, but to mirror celestial or seasonal patterns. Its winding corridors and nested rooms could represent a journey, through life, through death, through the underworld, a spiritual maze, not a physical prison. But without a deciphered script, every theory walks a thin line between insight and imagination. The Minoans spoke in symbols, not stories, and so we're left to interpret. What is Knossos saying? We hear the rhythms, we see the images, but the meaning? That remains just out of reach, like a thread unravelling into myth. Knossos is a ruin, yes, but it doesn't feel dead. Walk its corridors today and you'll sense something humming just beneath the surface. Not ghosts, not gods, but echoes of myths, of lives, of questions that refuse to go away. Thousands of years after its fall, Knossos still holds us in its maze. Tourists wander its halls, archaeologists dig for answers, and writers spin new tales inspired by its shadow. The Minotaur may be myth, but the feeling of the labyrinth is real. We don't know who ruled Knossos. We don't know the names of its kings, queens, or priests. We don't know the prayers they whispered, or the laws they lived by, but we know they loved beauty. We know they worshipped nature. We know they understood balance between architecture and art, between ritual and reality, and we know they were the first. Before the Parthenon, before Rome, before the Hebrew temples or the Persian palaces, there was Knossos, a palace that was also a city that was also a temple that may have also been a story, because perhaps that's what the labyrinth really is, not a prison, not a puzzle, but a narrative carved in stone, a myth in architectural form. The legend of the Minotaur didn't arise from nothing. It came from this place, from the confusion of its corridors, the reverence of its bull rituals, and the awe it inspired in generations who tried to make sense of it. The Greeks turned it into a story, we turned it into archaeology, but at its core, Knossos has always been both. Today, we can walk its ruins in broad daylight. We can take photos, draw maps, and even reconstruct its frescoes. But the mystery hasn't vanished. The line between fact and legend still shimmers, like heat over stone. Maybe that's why Knossos endures, because it doesn't give us all the answers. It reminds us that sometimes history isn't meant to be solved, it's meant to be felt. And Knossos, ancient, tangled, half-remembered, isn't just a place on a map. It's a question, one that leads us deeper with every step. And like Theseus, we're all still following the thread. Ancient engineers knew exactly what they were doing. The earliest rams were handheld. Teams of soldiers simply lifted a tree trunk and smashed it against enemy defences like frenzied lumberjacks. But over time, the battering ram evolved. Engineers realised that mounting the ram inside a wheeled frame, often with a roof to protect the crew from arrows and boiling oil, turned it from a tool into a weapon of terror. The Assyrians, masters of siege warfare, turned rams into psychological weapons. Their siege towers combined rams with archer platforms, meaning a city's gates were being destroyed, while defenders were under constant fire. Relief carvings from Nineveh show rams with pointed iron tips, rolling up to the gates of rebellious cities like slow-moving gods of destruction. And it wasn't just the front door they were smashing. Rams were often used to breach weak points in walls, batter down watchtowers, or collapse gatehouses entirely. Their presence meant one thing: surrender, or watch your defences crumble like stale bread. The Greeks refined them, the Romans perfected them. Roman engineers built massive rams called ares, Latin for ram, suspended with chains or ropes inside enormous siege shelters. Some were so big they needed dozens of men to operate, and the rhythm of their swinging beam was said to sound like thunder rolling across stone. And yet, for all their brute force, battering rams required serious teamwork. Operators had to keep the ram swinging in sync, while also defending it from burning missiles, stones, and all manner of foul substances hurled from above. A stalled ram was a dead ram. Still, when a battering ram got going, really going, it was unstoppable. Wooden muscle versus human masonry. It was ancient physics, weaponized, and it was only the beginning of how engineers would make walls weep. If the battering ram was the brute, the catapult was the tactician. Where rams smashed close up, catapults attacked from a distance, launching not just stones, but psychological dread. They were the first real artillery pieces in military history, and they revolutionized siege warfare by weaponizing physics in ways that felt almost magical to the enemy. The earliest catapults emerged from the Greek world around the 4th century BCE. a product of brilliant minds who wanted to add range and momentum to warfare. Dionysius I of Syracuse, a tyrant with a taste for cutting-edge violence, commissioned the first torsion-powered catapults, devices that used twisted bundles of sinew or hair as tension springs. These weren't slingshots for giants. They were precise instruments of siege terror. The genius lay in their mechanics. Engineers figured out that by twisting ropes tightly, often made from animal sinew, they could store enormous amounts of potential energy. When released, this force could hurl stones, javelins, or even flaming projectiles hundreds of meters. The two main types evolved quickly: the ballista, which launched massive bolts like a giant crossbow, and the stone-throwing catapult, which lobbed boulders over walls or directly at fortifications. Then came the Roman engineers, who never met a Greek idea they couldn't improve. They built catapults that could be broken down, packed onto carts, and reassembled on site, portable siege engines for professional armies. Some Roman catapults could fire 60-pound stones at incredible speeds, capable of tearing through wooden gates, battlements, and occasionally unlucky soldiers. Catapults weren't just about destruction. They were about spectacle. Ancient generals used them to send messages, sometimes literally. Corpses were launched over walls to spread disease and fear. Severed heads were lobbed into besieged cities to shatter morale. In one chilling case, diseased bodies were fired into enemy territory as an early form of biological warfare. But catapults had their flaws. They were heavy, required skilled crews, and could be rendered useless by bad terrain. Still, when set up properly, they could batter a city into submission from a safe distance. And for the first time in history, cities realized their thick stone walls didn't just need to withstand a ram, they had to survive the skies. Because now, destruction came flying. If the catapult was clever, the trebuchet was majestic. Towering, creaking, and terrifying, it was the undisputed king of medieval siege warfare. When one appeared on the battlefield, it wasn't just a weapon, it was a statement. It said, "Your walls mean nothing." Unlike its tension-powered cousins, the trebuchet relied on gravity. At its core was a simple principle: a long swinging arm mounted on a sturdy frame, with a heavy counterweight on one end and a sling on the other. Raise the weight, let it drop, and the arm would whip around, flinging the sling and its deadly payload in a high arc over enemy defences. It was controlled destruction, precise, predictable, and devastating. The origin of the trebuchet can be traced back to earlier traction models used by the Chinese as early as the 4th century BCE, where manpower replaced counterweights. But the counterweight trebuchet, the version that would rewrite siege warfare in Europe and the Islamic world, emerged in the 12th century, possibly through Byzantine or Muslim intermediaries. Once Europe got its hands on the design, it spread like wildfire through castles and crusades. The power was astonishing. A well-built trebuchet could launch 300-pound projectiles over 300 meters. Stones the size of furniture would crash into towers, pulverize walls, or crater enemy morale. But the real magic was in the arc. Unlike catapults, trebuchets could hurl projectiles over walls with finesse. This meant they weren't just smashing defences. They were hitting courtyards, barracks, and supply depots inside. And it wasn't just stones. Trebuchets hurled everything: diseased animals, burning pitch, pots of lime to blind defenders, even messages, or insults, wrapped around rocks. One legendary account from the siege of Stirling Castle in Scotland tells of Warwolf, a trebuchet so massive that the enemy surrendered before it was even fired. The king refused to accept the surrender, just so he could test the machine. But for all its destructive glory, the trebuchet wasn't fast. It took hours to build, minutes to reload, and demanded skilled engineers. Still, no other siege weapon combined range, force, and psychological horror quite like it. It was the medieval version of a slow-motion hammer from the heavens. And when that counterweight dropped, cities held their breath. While catapults launched from afar and battering rams smashed the gates, Siege towers took a more personal approach. They rolled right up to the enemy's front door and dropped off armed invaders. Imagine a wooden skyscraper on wheels, covered in wet hides to prevent fire, bristling with archers and spearmen. That was the siege tower, the ancient equivalent of an armoured personnel carrier and a mobile fortress in one. And when one of these started rumbling toward your city walls, you knew that the real fight was about to begin. Siege towers weren't subtle. They were big, bold, and terrifyingly effective when used properly. The Assyrians may have been among the first to deploy them in the 9th century BCE, but it was the Greeks, and especially the Hellenistic kingdoms, that took the design to theatrical extremes. During the siege of Rhodes in 305 BCE, the Macedonian general Demetrius built a 9-story tower called the Helepolis, or Taker of Cities. It was over 100 feet tall, equipped with catapults, covered in iron plates, and moved by thousands of soldiers. It also broke under its own weight. But the ambition, unmatched. The logic behind siege towers was simple. Walls only work if you can't get over them. Siege towers eliminated that advantage by creating an elevated platform from which attackers could descend onto the battlements, bypassing gates and scaling ladders. From the top deck, archers could rain death down onto defenders, while troops on the lower levels prepared to board. But these towers weren't invincible. They were slow, vulnerable to mud, and prime targets for defenders with fire arrows, rolling boulders, or even sabotaged terrain. Smart defenders would dig ditches, flood moats, or build secondary inner walls, known as counterscarp defences, just to stop a tower's approach. Still, when they worked spectacularly. A breach in the wall was one thing, but having your own ramparts suddenly crowded with enemy soldiers, that was chaos. Siege towers transformed the battlefield from a horizontal contest of strength to a vertical race for survival. They made height an asset and a liability, and once the gangplank dropped from a siege tower to the city walls, there was no turning back. It was time for hand-to-hand hell. While rams smashed and trebuchets soared, some of the most devastating siege tactics happened silently, underground. Siege tunnelling, or sapping, was the dark art of defeating a city by removing the ground it stood on. Literally. The idea was ancient and horrifyingly effective. Dig beneath the enemy's wall, prop it up with wooden supports, then set those supports on fire. When the timbers burned away, the tunnel collapsed, taking the foundation of the wall with it. One moment, your city stood strong. The next, a massive section of the outer wall crumbled like stale bread. This method didn't look glorious. There were no grand engines or thunderous launches. But tunnelling was the slow, invisible killer of fortress warfare. The Assyrians practiced early versions of it, but the technique reached full maturity with the Greeks, Persians, and later medieval European armies. During the siege of Plataea in 429 BCE, the Spartans attempted tunnelling beneath the walls, only for the defenders to dig counter-tunnels and intercept them mid-dig, turning the soil into a knife-fight nightmare. This defensive tactic became known as countermining, and it added an eerie element to siege warfare. Imagine soldiers digging in pitch black, hundreds of feet beneath the earth, listening for the sound of enemy picks. The moment they heard tapping, they'd race to intercept, often resulting in violent, claustrophobic skirmishes fought by torchlight with knives and shovels. There was no glory in it, just terror, suffocation, and dirt. But when undermining worked, the results were catastrophic. One of the most infamous examples came in 1212 during the siege of Rochester Castle in England. King John's forces tunnelled beneath the southern wall, packed the mine with pig fat, and set it ablaze. The supports collapsed, bringing down the entire tower above. The defenders were stunned, and soon after, surrendered. By the 13th century, siege engineers became specialists in identifying weak foundations, measuring the soil's behaviour, and planning collapses with terrifying precision. They were geologists and demolitionists rolled into one. And though tunnelling required time, labour, and a bit of madness, it proved one truth about siege warfare. If you couldn't go over the wall, and you couldn't go through it, you could always take it down from below. Not all the drama of siege warfare came from the attackers. For every ram built or tower rolled forward, defenders had their own deadly tricks, and sometimes those tricks were hot. Let's start with the most terrifying of them all, Greek fire. Developed by the Byzantines around the 7th century CE, Greek fire was a mysterious, napalm-like substance that could stick to ships, walls, and flesh, and kept burning even on water. Sprayed from siphons or hurled in clay pots, it created scenes of pure chaos. To this day, no one knows exactly how it was made. The formula was so secret that it died with the empire. But its effects? Legendary. Entire fleets were reduced to flaming skeletons within minutes. And that was just the start. In more low-tech defences, boiling liquids were the go-to weapons of choice. Boiling water, oil, or sand would be poured from murder holes, those quaint openings in the ceilings of gateways or towers, directly onto invaders below. Oil was especially feared. Unlike water, it clung to skin, soaking into clothes and armour before being set alight. Imagine climbing a siege ladder only to be greeted with fire you could never put out. Hot sand, though less dramatic, was vicious in its own right. It would slip into the gaps of armour, especially around the neck or wrists, causing 2nd and 3rd degree burns as it cooked the flesh beneath. It didn't look impressive from a distance, but it turned bold warriors into screaming wrecks in seconds. Defenders also relied on the good old laws of physics. Gravity became a weapon. Giant stones, logs, or even dead animals were dropped from parapets onto siege engines or dense formations of troops. The goal wasn't just to kill, it was to break the machines and morale at once. And then there were traps. Hidden pits, collapsing bridges, spiked barricades. Castles became puzzles of pain, designed to slow, confuse, and punish. All of this served one purpose: delay. Every minute a wall held was a minute closer to enemy supply lines running thin, to disease spreading in camps, or to reinforcements arriving. Siege warfare was a game of attrition, and while the attackers had physics on their side, the defenders had creativity, and a whole lot of boiling rage. In siege warfare, raw destruction was only half the goal. The other half was psychological domination, breaking the will of the defenders before the walls even came down. Siege weapons weren't just tools of war, they were massive, creaking, flaming symbols of doom. Every groaning wheel of a siege tower, every arcing boulder flung by a trebuchet, was designed to plant one seed in the minds of those behind the walls: you are not safe. Ancient commanders knew this. The Assyrians paraded their siege engines openly, dragging them across deserts with grand fanfare. The Romans built their siege camps right in view of the enemy, letting defenders watch as battering rams were assembled and catapults tested. Siege was theatre, and fear was part of the script. Sometimes the payloads themselves carried a message. Severed heads of messengers or generals would be launched over the walls, often still wearing their armour. At the siege of Constantinople, defenders were bombarded not only with rocks, but with bodies, diseased corpses launched to spread panic and plague. During the Mongol siege of Kaffa in 1346, it's believed that hurling plague-infected corpses over the walls helped trigger outbreaks of the Black Death in Europe. The trebuchet wasn't just a weapon, it was an announcement. When one of these giants was rolled into place, everyone inside the fortress could hear it before they saw it. The creaking of winches, the grinding of ropes, the heavy thunk of the counterweight, like the heartbeat of an incoming storm. But the most dangerous part, the unknown. You never knew what was coming next. Would it be a rock, a barrel of fire, a rain of arrows, or just silence? Ominous, heavy silence as engineers adjusted their aim. Even the sounds became psychological weapons. The rhythmic thump of a battering ram, or the sudden silence before a shot would drive defenders mad with anticipation. For commanders, the goal was to create despair, to convince the enemy that resistance was pointless, that their gods had abandoned them. that their walls were nothing but temporary obstacles in the path of fate. And when that mental dam finally cracked, the gates often opened without a fight. Because in siege warfare, sometimes the mind collapsed before the masonry. As gunpowder thundered onto the battlefield in the late medieval era, the age of traditional siege engines came to a slow, splintering end. But their legacy didn't vanish. It evolved. The invention of cannons changed everything. A single well-placed shot from a cannon could do in seconds what a trebuchet took hours to achieve. Stone walls, once considered impenetrable, became liabilities. By the 15th century, the great castles of Europe were crumbling not from undermining or fire, but from iron balls crashing through their parapets. Siege warfare had entered its next phase, explosive, brutal, and deafening. And yet, the principles laid down by ancient siege engineers never disappeared. Modern artillery still owes a debt to the catapult and trebuchet. Every ballistic missile and long-range howitzer is just a high-tech descendant of the same question. How do you break what's meant to be unbreakable from a distance? Physics, trajectory, tension, and force, all discovered, tested, and perfected centuries before gunpowder ever entered the story. Even military psychology today, shock and awe, overwhelming firepower, visible dominance, has its roots in ancient siege tactics. Those towering siege engines, rolling forward with flags snapping in the wind, were the original shock and awe. They weren't just about breaching a wall, they were about breaking the spirit of a city. You can still see their legacy etched into the ruins of ancient cities. At Masada, where Roman siege ramps still scar the desert. At Constantinople, where layers of walls stood for 1,000 years against every machine imaginable, until cannon fire finally brought them down. At castles across Europe, where round towers and angled bastions tell the story of a world constantly redesigning itself to survive the next siege. And today, even in a world of drones and satellite-guided missiles, siege warfare hasn't vanished. It's just gone digital. Cities are still surrounded, defenders are still isolated, walls are now firewalls, blockades, or even media blackouts. But the soul of the siege remains the same. Someone wants in, someone wants to keep them out, and both are willing to wait, build, and break to win. The battering rams are gone, the trebuchets are museum pieces, but the spirit of siege warfare, it's as alive and as destructive as ever.